You are watching part 2, which is also the last part of our Instagram tutorial. Before continue on this project, make sure that you did part 1 first. Also, I would really appreciate any of your support. If you would like to donate me, visit the link in the description for my Patreon or search by your own. Here you can choose a level of support for my work. It will keep next amazing videos and tutorials to be completely free. So big thanks for any of your support. So enjoy watching the last part of the tutorial. So now we're going to actually create a post media and the post header inside of the post large dot file. We're going to define them as a variable and a function that will return a post header. So first things first, let's go ahead and create a post header dot file inside of the post large folder. So now inside of the post header, we are going to create a post header stateless widget. So now inside of the build method, we can specify the author, and it's going to be equal to the block.author, and the color is going to be this.color. Otherwise, if the color that we get from the parameter is nullable, we are going to get the adaptive color from the context, which is a white color if the brightness of the theme is dark, otherwise it's black. Now we're going to return a padding. So essentially the padding will provide a gap between the post header and the post media itself. So in the padding we are going to specify edge insets that symmetric, horizontal and vertical set to appspacing.md and appspacing.small. Appspacing.md value is 20 pixels and small is 8 pixels. Now we're going to return a row with the main axis alignment set to main axis alignment space between, because we are going to have separate widgets inside of the post header itself. First, where we display the info about the user, and the second one we will return a post options button. So we are going to actually have the space between these two widgets. Therefore we are using the main axis alignment, that space between in the row. And in the children we are going to specify the tappable, which will allow us to tap on this whole element about with the info about the user. As an on tab callback, we're going to call on avatar tab as a nullable callback with author.avatar URL, because on avatar tab is a value setter, and the value setter is a void function with a t value inside of it. So a t we are providing as a generic type, and as our generic type we are providing a string. And in the on avatar tab callback, we are going to provide an author.avatar URL string, which we can use in order to preview our image if we need it. So inside the tappable widget, we are going to return a row once again in order to display a user profile avatar and display a username. So now firstly, we are going to return a user profile avatar with the user ID set to author.id, is large set to false, avatar URL set to author.avatar URL. On tab function is going to be on avatar tab, and scale strength is going to have extra small value, which will make our user profile avatar bounce a bit less when we will tap on it. So right next to the user profile avatar, we are going to have a gap with the width set to appspacing.md, and straight away we are going to check if the block is sponsored, which we get from the parameter inside of the post header itself. We are going to return a column set with the cross-axis alignment set to cross-axis alignment that start, username equal to the sponsored post text, and with the overflow set to text overflow that ellipsis max aligns equal to 1, and the style with the context that body medium, with the color with applying color that we are defining inside of the build method. Otherwise, if the post is not sponsored, we're going to just return a username. So actually right below the display username text, we are going to display a sponsored text if the post block is sponsored itself. Otherwise we are going to just return a username widget, and the username widget is going to be, once again, if it's sponsored, we're going to return a row with the children inside of it, and we're going to define text with a value of author.username. As a second child, we're going to provide assets.icons.verified user, so that when we are going to have a post sponsored, we're going to have little icon that indicates that our user is verified. And as I said, we have this sponsored text right below the display username itself. And if the post is not sponsored, we are going to simply return an author.username. So now inside of the column, as you can see, we have text with the block settings that post text delegate that post sponsored text, and the block settings is going to actually contain the text delegates for our Instagram blocks UI package itself, where we will store all the text that we need in order to use them inside of these widgets in this Instagram blocks UI package. And the value for these texts we can provide in our material application, where we have an access to the app localizations itself. So now we can go ahead, we can go to the GitHub repository, copy and paste the block settings that is situated inside of the source folder in the Instagram blocks UI, and we can create a block settings.dart file, paste the content. We can ignore public member API docs, and we can export block settings.dart file, and straight after it we can go to the app view, and inside of the view we're going to have the app init utilities.dart file, and inside of this init utilities method we're going to call block settings, and in here we are going to actually provide all the delegates for the text our Instagram blocks UI. So now as for the post delegate, we're going to have a post text delegate, and we're going to provide the text for each of the parameters inside of this post text delegate using the LTN and the appropriate string inside of our app localization file. In order to provide liked by text, we're going to actually use the slang that we have created before, because unfortunately the official Flutter localization package doesn't provide the option to localize the rich text. And as you can see, we have a required text span function with the int, string and void function, which is going to return which is going to be required, whereas these texts are just strings. And actually these translations that liked by is actually returning for us a text span, and inside of it we can provide name and others parameters that are required in line span. And the text span is actually an implementation of the inline span. Therefore we can provide them inside of these parameters. So in the name parameter we are providing a text span with the value of name that we get from this liked by text parameter, and the style we are going to use context that title medium that copy this, and we're going to provide a font weight with the value of app font weight bold, so it looks exactly like on this screenshot where we have liked by with the regular font weight. And as you can see here, the name text span actually has this app font weight that bold, as well as the others text, which is essentially the same text span, but this time we have text equal to the LTN.others text, which is a count plural and is going to have different values depending on the count itself. And as a parameter it has inside of it count with the exact style of the text span itself. And in the end required inline span parameter we are providing text span once again, and as a text we are checking whether the count that we get from the liked by text parameter less than 1, we are going to return an empty string. Otherwise we are going to return ltn.end text. And the last parameter that we have from the liked by text, we have on username tab that is going to be specified inside of the recognizer by using tab gesture recognizer by overriding the on tab function, assigning this value to the on username tab. So essentially when the user will tap on this username, he can navigate to the profile of this specific user. So other texts are just common LTN app localizations. So the next thing is the comment. It's just a simple comment text delegate with the same LTN values. The same goes with the date time delegate. By this time we have a time ago string function with the date time parameter inside of it, which is created at that we get from the post itself. And for the time ago we are using the created at that time ago extension that we have defined on top of the date time using the context. And for the time ago short we use created at that time ago short with the context. And the follow delegate is the same, follow text delegate ltn follow user and ltn following user. Now we have set up the block settings in our app view so that we have an access inside of the Instagram block. Now we can go ahead to create a last widget for the settings in our post header. For this we are going to define a builder, and inside of the builder we are going to have a boolean whether to show follow button or not. So right next to the settings button we are going to have a follow button which will be displayed in case we are not followed to the user, to the author of the post itself. So in this picture, the user that I'm currently logged in is followed to this user, so there is no button in this little square, but this builder will ensure that we can show the follow button if the is followed boolean parameter that we get from the post header not equal to true. So for example, if we are actually followed, we are going to have false, therefore we are going to not display the follow button. And by default, if the post is sponsored and if we are the owners of the post, obviously we're not going to display the follow button. And inside of the builder, we are going to actually return a row. Inside of the children, we are going to specify the if statement, which will display for us a follow button depending on the show follow button and whether we want to enable follow button itself, because in some cases we will need to actually disable follow button itself. Now we can go ahead and inside of the widgets we can create a follow button dart. We can copy it from the GitHub repository, copy it inside, and so we can ignore the public member APIs. The follow button essentially is a stateless widget, and inside of the build method it has a tappable, and inside of the text we have data, which is a string that we get from the button method itself as a parameter, and the button we are returning in the switch statement where we are switching for the following status, and we are checking if it's null, we are going to return sized box that string widget. Otherwise, if the following status is the case of the string data not nullable, we're going to return a tappable, and inside of it we're going to either return a decorated box if we want it to be outlined, or the button without the decorated box and the border itself with the data that we get in case the following status actually returns a string null, not nullable. Now we can export the follow button .dart file inside of the widgets .dart file. So now we can automatically use it inside of the post header widget. And for the follow function, we are going to specify the follow function that we get from the parameters is followed as well. And the is outlined we are going to have equal to true if the color that we get as a parameter is not null, because we are going to actually need this is outline boolean when we will display the post large as a reel. So basically, as we get inside of as we are using the widget.block that is real if statement inside of the post large column, we have the stack, which as I said you before has the post header on top of the post media itself. So in this case, we are going to specifically set up the color with the colors that white. Therefore, this color is not going to be null. Therefore, we are going to return the is outlined, so the button will not be filled with the color that we get by default. Right next to the follow button, we're going to have a gap with the width equal to the app spacing medium, and we're going to have a post options button, which we're going to define at the very bottom of this screen. And inside of the post options button, we have a post block post option settings class is followed and color. So for now, it doesn't have the post options settings. We can go to the shared models and we're going to create post settings.dart file. We can copy it from the GitHub repository, paste it inside of this file. And in this shared folder, we doesn't have then an access to the insta blocks. So we're going to import insta blocks. Now we can import it inside of the post options settings.dart file. And this post options settings is going to be marked as freezed and is going to represent options for post settings. So for the post settings, we are going to have two different scenarios. The first one, when we click on the options button, the model bottom sheet will appear with the options to either edit the post or delete it. We're going to be able to see this model bottom sheet in case we are an author of this post. We are a publisher of it. So if we tap on this post options, we are going to see these two options. In case we are the viewers, the consumers, and we tap on the post which is not ours, we are going to see the option to either don't show again this post or block post author. This is why we are going to use this post options settings where we define two constant factories, the first one for the owners and the second one for the viewer. In the owner, we're going to have a value setter with the string generic type, which is going to be called on post delete, and the string is going to represent the ID of the post block, and the on post edit, we're going to pass a pass block
as a whole, because we are going to actually display a post edit view with the block itself, so we don't fetch it for multiple times. We are passing it as a whole object, and we are displaying the details of the post inside of this view, where we can actually change the description of the post, click on the submit button, and the caption of the post will be automatically updated. And clicking on the post delete, the post will be automatically deleted from the post from the user profile. Now we can go to the shared folder and run dart run build runner build command, so that our freest.dart file will be automatically generated for this class. We have successfully generated the freest.dart file. Now we can go back to the models inside of the shared folder and export the post options settings.dart file, close shared folder, and now we have an access to the post options settings inside of our post options button widget. And inside of this widget, in the build method, we're going to define an icon which is going to display the three dots with the color set to color that we get from the required parameter of this post options button, and the size is going to be app size, icon size medium. After it, we are defining the future void, which will show the list of model options that we get as a parameter inside of this function, and we're going to execute the show list options model function on the build context, which is going to show us the bottom model with the list of options that I showed you on this screen. And the show options list we're going to call inside of this build method itself, and we're going to actually use the settings that we get from the required parameter, and we're going to use when method, which we can use, which was automatically generated inside of the post options settings.freeze.dart file. And the when method will allow us to appropriately return a widget, whether we have the post settings for the viewer and the owner. So for the viewer, we'll return tappable, and the onTap function will call the show options sheet with the viewer options, and the viewer options will have the model bottom sheet. The list of model options, the first one is going to have not show again with the icons remove circle outline sharp, and with another model option we are going to have a destructive action, which is going to tell the user whether he wants to block the author of this specific post. And where if we want to display the post settings for the owner of this post, we're going to create another tappable with the same icon as with the viewer, but this time we're going to have show options sheet with the owner options, where we are actually passing this option on post edit and on post delete functions respectively that we get from this widget function that is specified for us inside of this when method, depending on the type of the post options depending on the post option setting type that we get from the post options button. We're going to display and execute, and we're going to display an appropriate bottom model sheet with appropriate model options. So now we're going to actually specify the post options inside of the post header as a required parameter, the post header.dart file implementation. And for now, this is all for the post header widget for the post large, and we're going to export it in the index.dart file post header. Now we can go back to the post large, and we should be able to use the post header. And now we're going to actually define the post options widget post options settings as a required parameter inside of the post large required these post options settings. So now we should no more have any exceptions for the post header itself. So now we can completely display it. After we have implemented the post header, we're going to take a quick look at the post media. So the post media is actually a representation of the carousel, which will allow the user to scroll the list of media inside of the post itself. Basically, we can scroll the post media carousel if the length of the post media is greater than 1. And for it, we're going to use a carousel slider widget, which is extremely popular in the pub.dev file, and I totally recommend you to play around with this widget because it's extremely useful and has a lot of use cases. So in this specific scenario, we are going to have a slider, as I said you, where we can scroll the list of media. So let's go ahead inside of the post large and create post media.dart file. So inside of the post media.dart, we are going to create a post media stateful widget with a bunch of parameters. The most essential is the list of media, the post index, and the video player builder. Inside of the state, we are going to define boolean getters for the whether we have only single media by checking whether the widget that media that length is equal to 1, and to whether we want to show a media count, we're going to use the reversed value of the single image and whether the media is not empty. So the show media boolean count is going to be used to actually display the count of the media that the post has. So basically, if the post has only one media, it's not going to be displayed at all because the single image boolean is going to be true. Otherwise, we're going to have a widget at the right corner of the post media with stacked on top of the post media carousel, which will indicate the current index of the post of the image or video that we are scrolling. For this purpose, we have this boolean getter. So inside of the build method, we're going to return a stack, and inside of the children, we're going to specify the widgets such as post carousel itself, the post media count. So the carousel itself is going to be a media carousel widget. So now let's go ahead and inside of the widgets create media carousel.dart file. So now inside of the media carousel.dart file, we are going to actually create a media carousel. So first things first, we are going to go to the pubspec.yaml and add a dependency carousel slider. Now we can go back to the media carousel.dart file and we're going to create a media carousel stateful widget that is going to have a list media as a required parameter and as an optional parameter the post index inside of the build method, and on top of it inside of the media carousel we are going to have a media carousel settings which we are going to create inside of the source folder media carousel settings. We can go ahead and copy it from the GitHub repository, paste it inside, ignore the public member API docs, import the Instagram source post large index.dart file. So essentially the media carousel settings is a class which contains a bunch of nullable parameters such as aspect ratio, viewport fraction, feed, on-page change, callback, video player, builder and other stuff, which will be used by our carousel slider inside of the options that we are going to define inside of the carousel options itself. As you can see here, we have the aspect ratio, viewport, fraction, and other stuff on page changed, which we are going to define in the media carousel settings. But in here, we are going to predefine some default values so that we don't pass them one by one, such as aspect ratio, viewport, so we take less space. We have a copy with method, which will essentially copy the instance of the media carousel settings with the optional parameters that we get inside of this method, and the merge method which will essentially merge two media carousel settings in one. Now we can go ahead and export source carousel media carousel settings, and we can go back to the media carousel widget.dart file, and inside of the build method we are going to return a carousel widget if the widget.settings is not going to be with InView notifier. So now it's time to talk about the InView notifier itself. The InView notifier is going to be a InView notifier list that will allow us to build a list view or custom scroll view and notifies when the widgets are on the screen within the provided area. So it's going to be a crucial part in our application in order to make our videos playable only in certain area on a screen. So as you can see in this demos, the list view or custom scroll view will notify about being visible in this viewport fraction if it's actually inside of this box. So this is exactly what we are about to implement in our application. So if the video post block in this square, we are going to enable the video player, so it's going to be playable only once at a time. Now we can go back to the VS Code editor and we are going to return the InView notifier widget, and we are going to add a new dependency InView notifier list in our Instagram blocks UI, and as a unique ID we are going to have a widget that post index. So essentially the post index will be just an index that we get from the item builder as a parameter that we will pass inside of the media carousel itself. So each media carousel has its own identifier for the widget post index, and inside of the builder we are going to have boolean which will represent whether the widget is currently in view, and we are going to return a carousel widget that we are defining on top, where we are returning the carousel slider.builder with the item count set to widget.media.length, and the item builder has a context, index, and the real index, and the options which we are going to provide as a carousel options, aspect ratio, and other parameters we will get from the widget.settings, and on page changed we are going to set the current index value to the index that we get from the on page changed callback, and we are going to call the widget.settings.on page changed callback with the index and the reason that we get from the on page respectively. In the item builder we are going to define the media by the widget.media index and the URL blur hash of the media itself. And now we are going to actually switch with an empty string because we are not going to need this case. We are going to cover if goes under the specific, we are going to return a sized box.shrink. And now we can actually implement the first case. So when media is a type of image media, we are going to return a media carousel image, and we're going to define it at the very bottom of the media carousel.dart file, and inside of it we're going to return octo image from set. And the octo image package we're going to add a new dependency octo image, and it will allow us to have a octo set which will allow us to provide an octo blur hash placeholder, which will use the blur hash that we will get from the media itself, which will display a blurry image while it's being while it will be loading instead of the circular progress or the blank widget instead of this blur effect. The octo blur hash placeholder we are going to create as a brand new widget, octo blur hash placeholder dart. So the octo blur hash placeholder will extend the octo set. Inside of this super constructor we are going to specify the placeholder builder, which will depend on the blur hash whether it's not null or the blur hash empty is not, or the blur hash is not empty. We're going to return a octo placeholder circular progress in case we doesn't have the blur hash, and the octo placeholder builder is going to be circular progress indicator, and it will return a center with the circular progress indicator. Otherwise we're going to return an octo blur placeholder builder, and we're going to pass inside of it blur hash, and it's going to return a blur hash image placeholder widget, and we're going to create it inside of the source folder blur hash image placeholder the dart file, paste it inside, and we're going to need a brand new dependency called Flutter blur hash, and with this dependency we're going to be able to use the blur hash image which has a blur hash inside of its parameter, and we're going to actually check whether we have the blur hash first. If not, we're going to return a colored box with the custom adaptive color. If we want to return a blur hash image placeholder with a loading indicator, we're going to use a stack, and we're going to put the circular progress indicator on top of the image. Otherwise we will return just an image without any circular progress indicators. Now we can go ahead and we are going to use this blur hash image placeholder inside of the octo blur placeholder builder with the blur hash and fit as the parameters. Now we can go ahead and export the placeholder.dart file, and now we can use it inside of our media carousel. So now as soon as our image media will be loading, it's going to return an octo blur hash placeholder with the blur hash that we get from our media. So straight after the media carousel image we are going to have a memory image. For it we are going to define another class called media carousel memory image, and inside of it we are going to define image attachment thumbnail. For it we're going to go to the source folder, and inside of it we're going to create an attachments. Inside of the attachments we're going to create widgets folder, and inside of it we're going to return an image thumbnail.dart file. We can go to the GitHub repository, copy it, paste it inside. So essentially this image attachment thumbnail will return for us either a local image attachment, network image attachment. So essentially this image attachment thumbnail will return for us either a local image attachment or a network image attachment. The network image attachment represents a cached network image with a container as an image builder, and as a placeholder we have a shimmer placeholder, and for the local image attachment we have a cached memory image with the exact placeholder shimmer placeholder with the height, width, bytes, fit, error builder, filter quality, cache, height, cache, and the bytes is going to be from the image file read bytes as sync. Otherwise the file bytes that we get from the attachment file that we are going to actually provide for the image attachment thumbnail. Inside of the thumbnail we are going to create thumbnail error.dart file. We can copy it once again from the GitHub repository, paste, ignore public member APIs, and we're going to actually move this thumbnail error to the thumbnail widget. And lastly we're going to create a thumbnail.dart file, and we're going to export the image attachment thumbnail.dart widget as well as the thumbnail error.dart file. Now we can move this thumbnail.file inside of the folder. And so now we are going to fix the issues inside of the image attachment thumbnail. First of all, we are going to add a new dependency called cached memory image. Now we're going to import the thumbnail inside of the image attachment thumbnail. And lastly, we doesn't have the image attachment to show. Now we can go to the shared, and inside of the models, we are going to create an attachment file, which we can go ahead and copy from the GitHub repository, paste it inside. So now we can go ahead and add new dependency called image size getter, and the attachment.dart file itself is going to have a lot of useful parameters inside of it, which is going to be different for different type of the attachment type, whether it's for the image, file, giphy, video, audio, or the URL preview. So it's basically just a class which represents a bunch of parameters to display an actual image, such as image URL, original width and height, the aspect ratio, the attachment file, and other stuff which are not as important as those that I have just mentioned. And the most important attachment that we are going to have here will be the attachment from OG attachment. So the OG attachment is actually a preview of the URL that we are going to have in our chat. So for example, when you provide a URL link to some website, is going to be automatically generated from the OG attachment and is going to provide following details from the OG attachment, such as title, link, text, image URL, and etc. that the package that we're going to use will get from the website that will be fetched. And lastly, we can go ahead and copy the OG attachment from the GitHub repository, paste it inside Dart, and we're going to add a new dependency called OGP data extract. So the OG attachment is pretty similar to the attachment itself, but it has different parameters inside of it. So essentially it's just a class which will represent a metadata, a content-based model for the open graph when we will format it from the OGP attachment that we will get from the OGP data that has a bunch of parameters that are essential for us to actually display a correct attachment. Now we can go ahead and export attachment.dart and export the OG attachment Dart. So now we can go back to the image attachment thumbnail and we should no more see any exceptions related to the attachment itself. So from the attachment, we are going to use the image file, image original width and height, and we're going to check if the file from the image is not equal to null. We are going to return a local image attachment. Otherwise, we're going to have an image URL which is equal to the image thumb URL or image URL or image asset URL. And if the image URL is not equal to null, we are going to return a network image attachment with this, which is essentially a cached network image. Otherwise, we are going to return an error builder if the no image is found. Now we can go to the attachments, create a widgets.dart file, export thumbnail.dart file inside of the attachments to create a new attachments.dart file and export the widgets.dart file. Now we can close it and go back to the media carousel, and inside of the image attachment thumbnail we are going to use the image, because actually in the image attachment we have only one required parameter, the image itself, and a bunch of optional parameters that we can provide. So as an image, we are going to provide an attachment, and the file is going to be attachment file with the size equal to the media bytes.length and the bytes equal to the media that bytes itself that comes from the memory image media that we get as a required parameter from the media carousel memory image itself. Since our media carousel can display both memory and basic image, we are going to implement the video player for our videos in the media carousel. For this, we are going to cover the first case when the media is video media, and we're going to create a media carousel, and inside of it we are going to return a value listenable builder which will listen on the current index, and we are going to assign a should play value to the current index, to the whether the current index equals to the real index that we get from the parameters inside of the media carousel video. And as I said you before, the real index is coming from the item builder, from the carousel builder. So essentially we want to play only one video from the carousel of the media in the post. This is why we are defining the value listenable builder for the current index and defining the should play boolean whether or not to play a specific video current index. And lastly, we can return the settings.video player builder. We have provided one. Otherwise, we are going to return a video play, and we are going to quickly create it inside of our widgets, video play.dart. So now we can paste the video play inside of the video play.dart widget file, and we can add a new dependency called video player. The video player is one of the most famous and one of the most reliable and up-to-date widgets for the video playing from the official Flutter.dev developers. So basically this package will allow us to effortlessly play videos, and which we will be able to pause, disable or enable the sound, and drag the duration controller of the video itself. So now we can import the video player package inside of the video play.dart file, and on top of it we're going to have a safe set state mixin, which we are going to create inside of our source folder. Now we can create this safe state mixin.dart file inside of our source, and we're going to actually define a safe set state mixin on the state with the generic type of t, which will allow us to have a safe set state method with the function, and which will check first if the state is not mounted in order to execute the super.setState function. Now we can export the safe set state mixin. So finally, in our video play, we are simply using the video player package in order to a convenient way of playing the video itself. So in the init state method, we are initializing the controller depending whether or not we have the widget file. If we have, we are going to return the video player controller file. Otherwise, video player controller.network URI, and we're going to have a listener which will listen and is going to check whether the controller value is initialized and specify the appropriate value to the isInitialized value identifier. After it, we are using the await future wait and initializing the controller. We are toggling the player and toggling the sound of the video itself if we want to actually have our video with the sound. So here is a quick preview of how our video play is going to look like. So it's going to be automatically paused when it's not in the certain area that we will provide in our custom scroll view in our feed page. On top of it, we can tap on the toggle sound button, which will enable or disable the sound itself, and also we can enable or disable the video player itself by tapping on it. As you can see, we can scroll back and forth and the video will be automatically resumed. So this is what we are going to achieve by using this video play. Also, we are going to specify here an automatic keep alive client mixin, and we will specify the won't keep alive to true, so that every single video player that we will have will preserve its state, because it's expensive to actually always initialize the video player from scratch. And in the build stat method itself, we are using the animated crossfade, which has a first child equal to the ratio box, which has a boolean parameter expand, which will use a constraint box and constrain our child with the box constraint and tied for the height equal to the context.screen height. Otherwise, we are going to use the aspect ratio with the aspect ratio that we have in our required parameter. And inside of the child of this ratio box, we have an optional video loading builder or the blur hash image placeholder by default with the widget.blur hash of the video that we want to display. And the second child is a value listenable builder with the video player controller, which has the video player as inside of the ratio box with the widget.spec ratio. We are checking whether we want to return a widget with stacked widgets. If so, we are going to actually use the stack and specify the stacked widget on top of the video player. After it, we will check whether we will after it, we are going to assign the with progress indicator video player itself, and we are going to have a smooth video progress indicator at the very bottom when we are going to actually display the video reel in the as a whole page inside of the reels page, where we will able to actually control which exact moment of the video we want to display. For it, we can go ahead, search for the smooth video progress indicator, copy it from the GitHub repository and create it inside of the source folder, smooth video progress indicator.dart, paste it inside, and we're going to add a new dependency called smooth video progress. So by default, the video player widget itself provides for us a video duration scraper, but unfortunately it is not smooth, so it will be actually laggy when you will try to manipulate with it. Instead, we are going to use the smooth video progress package, which will make the animation of the video progress indicator much more smoother and more convenient to use. Now we can go ahead inside of the Instagram blocks UI and export the smooth video progress indicator. So now we can actually use it inside of our build method. And after it, we're going to check whether we want to use the width visibility detector. If not, we're going to check once again if we want to create a widget with the width progress indicator. We're going to create a width progress indicator with the video smooth progress indicator. Otherwise, we are going to return a video player. And otherwise, if we want to actually return width visibility detector, we are going to return a viewable widget, which we are going to create. Let's go ahead inside of the widgets and create a viewable.dart file. So the viewable.dart file is going to utilize the visibility detector that we are going to add inside of our pubspec.yaml file. It's going to have two void callbacks. First, which will execute it when the widget will be seen, the first one, and the second one, which will be executed when the widget will be unseen. So essentially, we're checking if the info.visible bounds is not empty. If it's the case, we're going to return an onSeen function. Otherwise, we're going to use the onSeen callback. And as a child, we provide a child widget, and inside of the key, we provide a key, but make sure that you don't provide a key itself from the widget, because first of all, it's nullable, and you cannot use the key of the widget that we get from the stateless widget as the super parameter from the widget with the actual item key that is going to be used by the visibility detector itself. Now we can export the viewable.dart file inside of the widgets, and we're going to actually on scene, we're going to check if we want to actually play we're going to control that play, and on unseen we're going to set the controller that pause and seek to duration 0, and the child will be the width progress indicator or video player depending on the widget.width progress indicator value. And inside of the builder itself, which comes from the animated crossfade, we're going to return an actual child in the middle of the screen. So basically the child is the video itself, and on top we will use the video play control widget, which will have a popping icon animation overlay. So basically, as you can see, if we tap on the screen, we will have this popping icon animation. Depending on popping icon animation, if the video was playing, is going to be the pause, and if we will resume the widget, obviously it's going to be like a resume icon. So now we can go ahead and once again inside of the widgets create a popping icon animation, the Dart file, copy it from the GitHub repository, paste, and we're going to need a few more dependencies. First one is going to be Flutter animate, and the second one is going to be a Sprung package that will allow for us to simulate the spring animation with the bouncy effect. So inside of this widget itself, we have an animation controller which will handle the double tap, and it will reset and loop the controller, and it will execute the like post method, which will execute the widget at on tap. And inside of the build method, we actually return the gesture detector with on double tap and on tap, and inside of it we have a stack which has a widget.child, and the widget.child we are actually passing as a required parameter itself, which we are actually wrapping with the stack, and above it we're going to have a position field animation builder with the animated icon, which will be the ignore pointer, and with the animated opacity equal to the controller is animating 0 or 1. Place we are using this Flutter animate package, which will animate the icon widget itself. Is going to scale it with the X, Y, and it's going to have the end value of 1.3, and the curve is going to be sprung. That custom damping will be equal to 5, and stiffness will be 85 with the duration 350. Then we're going to delay for the 150 milliseconds, and we're going to scale X, Y, and the end is going to be 1 divided by 1.3, and we're going to fade out with the duration on 150 milliseconds. So basically this icon will bounce in, bounce out with the delay of 150 milliseconds, and fade out with the duration of 150 milliseconds. Now we're going to export this popping icon animation overlay. So now inside of the widget video play controller, we are using this popping icon animation overlay, providing a child, and as an on tap function, we're going to check if the controller value is playing. We're going to set the controller, we're going to pause the controller, otherwise we're going to play. And the same goes with the icon. If the controller value is playing, we are going to return the pause icon, otherwise we're going to return the play arrow icon. And the sound toggle button, which will be displayed above the widget, the child itself, is going to be the sound icon button with the position set to right bottom app spacing MD and app spacing MD. So basically this button will be displayed at the right bottom corner of the widget, and it's going to actually control for us the actual volume of the video and set it to either 1 or 0 if we want to hear the video itself or not. And this is pretty much all for the video player itself. Now we can go ahead and export the video.dart file, and finally we can actually use it inside of our media carousel.dart file. After media carousel video media, we're going to have a memory video media. It's going to have basically the same logic. We're going to return the video play with the key set to value key media.id, but this time we're providing file instead of the URL. And inside of the media carousel video itself, we are using we are providing to the play parameter the should play value, and whether the video is in view, otherwise it's true. And is in view goes from the is in view boolean that comes from the carousel required parameter that we get from the InView notifier widget itself, which will be notified by the InView custom scroll view, which we are going to define in the feed page, which will notify this widget that the widget is either in the screen or not, to respectively play the video player or not. And we're specifying here blur hash, aspect ratio. For the video, we're going to disable the sound by default. The same goes with the media carousel memory. We're going to use the with play control set to false, as well as the with sound button. So basically, we're not going to be able to pause the video when we will tap on it. The same goes with the button at the right corner of the video. We will not have this to control the sound of the video, because the memory video we're going to use in very specific cases, not for the displaying the video in the feed page or in the reels page. Therefore, we doesn't need the control of the video itself, only the sound, and whether or not we should play it by checking the current index and whether it's in view. Otherwise it's true. And basically the in view is a nullable parameter, because we either is going to provide a with InView notifier or not, because if we use the InView notifier widget by default, and if we doesn't have InView custom scroll view notifier list on top of this widget, we are going to encounter some exceptions. This is why we are specifically checking whether or not we want to use this InView notifier widget. So congratulations to us, we have implemented the media carousel.dart file. Now we can go ahead and export it in the widgets media carousel.dart file, and finally we can use it inside of our post media. So now we are going to assign the carousel variable to the media carousel. Media is going to be widget.media, post index widget.post index, and the settings is going to be media carousel settings, and we're going to define the default settings and pass it inside of the settings parameter. And we're going to define the default settings on top, the media carousel settings, as a create constructor, which will specify the default values in it. The viewport fraction will be equal to 1, the default aspect ratio will be equal to 1.0, the enable infinity scroll boolean will be equal to false, the fit will be able to box fit.cover, video player is null, and with InView notifier is equal to true by default. But in this we are providing some additional parameters, and lastly we are going to provide a current index and show media value notifiers. We are going to assign them in the initState method, dispose them, and finally we are going to check whether we want to use the like overlay on top of our widget. So let me quickly demonstrate you on this video. So if we want to display the like overlay, if we tap on the widget inside of the media carousel, it's going to pop up an heart icon when we will tap on it with this cool little bounce animation with the spring simulation, and it's going to actually call a callback to like the post itself. As you can see, we have post unliked, and when we tap on it we have post liked automatically. So if we have this boolean set to true, we are going to return repaint boundary popping icon animation overlay with the is liked boolean equal to the widget is liked on tap equal to the widget that like post, and the child as a carousel. Otherwise we will just return a carousel, which will not allow us to tap on the carousel itself and have this popping icon animation overlay. And lastly we're defining whether we want to show the media count at the right corner of the media carousel in order to display the current media that we are viewing. So the media count widget itself will return for us a positioned at the top right corner, and it's going to return for us a repaint boundary inside of it. It's going to return the current post image index of total, and on top of it we're going to check if we want to auto hide current index. We're going to check once more with whether widget that show media count that value is equal to true, and the widget show media count we are listening to inside of the animated builder by using listenable.merge on top of the widget current index, and we are using the debouncer.run, running the widget that show media count that value that false function, which will be executed once in 5 seconds. And at the very bottom, lastly, we are defining the current post image index of total, which returns the animated opacity depending on the boolean show text that we get from the widget that show media count, that value that we are either setting to true if we actually scroll the media carousel, and in each 5 seconds we are going to hide it, so we're not going to see this widget because the opacity will be equal to 0, and the container is actually just with decoration, box decoration, border radius, color with the custom adaptive color with the opacity black, and the text is current index slash total of the media inside of the post. So this was pretty much all for the post media. Inside of it we have created a media carousel with the default settings, merged with the widget.media carousel settings as an optional parameter from the post media itself. We have a popping animation icon overlay, we have a media count, and other cool stuff that is going to be displayed in each post in our feed page. Now we can export a post media.dart file inside of the index, and now we can finally use it inside of our post large.dart file. Lastly, we're going to provide an update current index function. For it, we're going to define a late value identifier indicator value. In the need state method, we're going to set it to value identifier 0, and we're going to dispose it in the dispose method. And finally, we're going to define an update current index function which will take up the index from the on page changed function and set the indicator value to the index that we get from this on page changed function. So we have already created in our post large class the post header and the post media. So lastly, we are going to create a post footer in our post large widget. So let's go ahead and create a post footer file .dart inside of the post large folder, and in here we are going to implement the footer for our post. The footer itself will have 3 primary buttons. The first one user can tap like the post. The second one will pop up a model bottom sheet where user can leave the comment under this post, and the third icon is going to allow the user to share the post with other users inside of the chat, inside of the messenger. Right below these 3 primary buttons we are going to have the info about the people who liked this post. In particular, the most important will be to implement the likers in followings who are displayed with the icons. In order to follow the original design of Instagram, we're going to have only 3 icons: people who liked this post sorted by the names. The name, which will be followed by the liked by text, is going to be displayed only for the first user who liked this post and is in our followings. And the text at the end of this line is going to display the amount of users minus 1, which we are displaying as a username who liked this post. And at the very bottom of the post footer, we are going to have a datetime when this post was created. And between these 2 widgets, we are going to have a count of comments for this post. But if the post doesn't have a single comment, we are going to display an empty sized box widget. So now let's go back to the VS Code editor and let's start implementing the design in this post footer.dart file. So let's go ahead and create a post footer class, which is a stateless widget. In the build method, we are going to define author of the block and whether the block is sponsored. After it, we are going to return a column inside of the build method. So inside of the column we are going to actually lay out all the widgets that are going to be displayed in the post footer. So inside of the column, let's go ahead and create a padding with a value of edge inset symmetric horizontal app spacing MD. So basically it will add a padding left and right, and will add a value of, so basically from left and right side of the column, this padding will add a horizontal app spacing.md. So inside of the padding, we are going to create a child row with the main axis alignment set to space between. So this row will be created to display these widgets first 3 primary buttons, then the dot indicator and the save post icon. So now let's go ahead and inside of the children create an expanded widget. So in order to make the layout exactly like on this screenshot, so 3 dots is always at the left of the row, the carousel indicator is always at the center of the row, and the save icon always at the end of the row. We are going to use space between as well as the expanded, which allow us to provide for these that are from the left and right side the maximum amount of space to take up in the row, so that the carousel indicator is always at the center regardless of how close these 3 buttons to this actual widget. It will not move by any chance, even if it will overlap on top of it. So now inside of the expanded, let's go ahead and create an alignment set to alignment center left, and inside of it let's go ahead and create a row, and let's provide a spacer between with the width set to app spacing large. So we're going to apply this app spacing large between 3 of these. Now inside of the row, firstly let's go ahead and create a like button, and the like button we're going to define inside of the widgets folder, like button start. So the like button we're going to define inside of the source folder, like button.dart, and inside of the like button status widget we are going to return a tappable with the color set to app colors transparent, with the on tap function set to on liked tab, and as icon data we are going to provide icons that favorite, otherwise favorite outline if the post is not liked, and the color is app colors.red if the post is liked, otherwise the custom color that we get from the parameters. Now we can export source like button. So now we have the like button inside of the post footer. Now we can create another tappable widget for the comment button, which will execute on comments tab, and inside of the on comments tab we have value inside of it, and the boolean value represents whether we want to open the model bottom sheet with the comments with the height of the whole screen. By default it will be displayed only with the half of the screen if we tap on the actual text which says view all one comments. So if we click on this button, it will show for us a model bottom sheet on the whole screen. So as an icon we are going to provide an assets icons chat circle SVG, and as color filter we are going to provide a context that adaptive color with the blend mode source in, and we are going to use a transform that flip in order to flip the icon in the X direction. And lastly we are going to define a share button which user can tap and call the on post share tab callback, which has a string and post author values inside of it. Now we are going to define the carousel dot indicator which will show how many of the media we have inside of the post. Let's go ahead and in the source folder create carousel dot indicator dart, and in the carousel dot indicator file we are going to have media count and active media index as an integer parameters, and inside of the build method we are going to return a row which will have children, and inside of the children we are going to use list that generate with the length of media count we are going to generate an index, and we are going to map each index and create a dot indicator widget which will have a boolean flag whether it's active or not. It will be true if the index is equal to the active media index get from the value listenable builder of the indicator value that we get from the post large that updates on each media carousel page changed. So the dot indicator widget itself is just a container with decoration and the color depending on whether it's active or not, and the same goes with the height and width, which will be dynamic depending on the is active boolean. Now we can go ahead and export source carousel dot indicator dart widget. So after we have created a dot indicator, we are going to define a last button in our row which will be expanded alignment center right, and the tappable will have an empty on time function, and the icon is going to be bookmark outline rounded. So after it, let's go ahead and create another row which will display the info about people who liked this post. For this, before it, we're going to define a gap with the height equal to the app spacing that small, and we're going to define a padding with the value of edge insets symmetric horizontal app spacing.md, and inside of it let's go ahead and use the column. Inside of the children we will use row, and at the top of the build method, we are going to have likers in followings, which will have as a list of likers in followings from the post large block if the block is actually type of post large block, and if the post large block that likers in followings is not empty. Otherwise, we are going to return an empty string of users. Now inside of the row that we have just created, we are going to define likers in followings along with the gap with width set to extra small. Now let's go ahead and define likers in followings method, which will return a sized box with the height set to 28, and it will have a child of the widget stack. For the widget stack, we are going to use an avatar stack that we can search for in the Google packages avatar stack. So this package will allow us to have multiple circular avatar stacked on top of each other. It's a very convenient way of implementing it with no effort. So there is, as you can see, and this widget automatically handles for you the constraints, and it will automatically collapse the circle avatars that can't be fit in the screen depending on the constraints of the screen itself. It will have different alignments, custom widgets, and different stack laying, whether we should see the first item at the top or the fifth item is at the top. So now we can go back and add a new dependency called avatar stack. So now let's quickly look at the code. The widget stack is a widget which will automatically handle all the logic for the layouting of our circle avatars. We are going to just provide a stacked widgets as our custom circle avatar, and we are going to use the for loop and get an index of each likers in followings, and we're going to check if likers in followings avatar URL equal to null. We're going to return a circle avatar with the constraints box padding and circle avatar set to foreground with the foreground image to the profile photo, which is a default photo if the user doesn't have any. Otherwise, we're going to return a cached network image with the each likers in followings avatar URL, and inside of the image builder we are going to return a circle avatar with the constraint box and circle avatar with the background image set to image provider. And as a build info widget, we're going to return sized box.shrink. The build info widget is going to be the widget that will show how many more items we have that are not seen in this list. But in this case, we will always try to show the user the exact number of the circle avatars without displaying an info that some of them are not visible and are collapsed. After the likers in followings, we are going to define flexible widget so that this flexible widget will have a child as a likes count, and it will take as less space as it can, and is going to display an actual count of the likes. So now inside of the source folder, let's go ahead and create a likes count.dart file, and inside of this widget we are going to have an animated visibility widget, and inside of it we are going to have a curve set to sprung critical, and as a child we are going to provide widget.text builder, which is an optional function which returns an widget with a count as a parameter. Otherwise we return text, and we are checking whether we want to return a short count text. Depending on this boolean, we will return either post text delegate.likes count short text or post delegate likes count text with the respective style and text alignment set to center. On top of this, we are going to have an automatic keep alive client mixin, which will ensure that we want to keep alive this widget so it doesn't re-renders every time the widget is disposed from the list itself. So for the animated visibility, we are going to create it in the widgets folder, and let's go ahead and return an animated container and the visibility itself with a bunch of parameters inside of it. So basically it will just animate a height of the container itself, which will make it visually collapsing if the widget is not visible, and it will set the height to 2, and the visibility will be visible, and the widget inside of the visibility will be visible if the is visible parameter is true. We're going to export this widget inside of the widgets.dart file. Now we can use it inside of our likes count, and we can go ahead and export the source likes count as well. So inside of the likes count we are actually providing a text builder, and inside of it we have defined the user name and user ID that we get as a first or null from the likers in followings. We're checking if the name equal to null or name.trim that is empty, we're going to return null. And if you remember, the text builder will give us, and if you remember, inside of this likes count widget we're either returning a text builder or the text, which will display either a short count text or a regular count text. So as you can see, in this case, the text builder is null because we doesn't have a user in our followings that who liked this post. Therefore, we are returning a text with the count text. After it, we are defining an onTab function, which will be equal to the onUser tab with the user ID that we get from the likers in followings first or null, and we are going to return a text that reach with the liked by text from the post text delegate with the count name and onTab function, max line set to 1, overflow text overflow ellipsis, and style context title medium. After it, we are going to define a post caption. Post caption we are going to create inside of the large folder .dart. So the post caption will return a text rich with the text span. The first one will return username of the post author and the caption itself, and the recognizer for the tab gesture recognizer for the username will be equal to the on user profile avatar tab function that we will get from this post caption as a required parameter. Now we can export post caption.dart file as a required inside of the index.dart file. Now below the post caption we are going to have a comments count. Inside of the source folder, create comments count widget, and it will look almost the same as the likes count with the animated visibility, and the tappable with the text set to comment text delegate see all comments text, max lines, overflow style, as well as the automatic keep alive client mixing. Export. Now export source comments count the dart, and right below the comments we are going to finally have a widget which will display a time when the post was created. So let's go inside of the widgets, create a time ago the dart file, and it's going to return for us a text. Depending on the short boolean parameter, we're going to return either a time ago short or time ago regular with the created at inside of it, and the text overflow is going to be visible always. Style is going to be context body medium with the color set to app colors that gray. Now we can export the go.dart file inside of the widgets, and lastly we are going to provide a gap with the height set to app spacing small, so that we'd always have the padding at the bottom of the post between the actual time ago widget and the next post header. So lastly, in case the post is sponsored, we're going to display a tappable container which will display a visit Instagram profile text, which will navigate the user to the profile page of the author. So now on top of the column right above the padding with the row itself, we are going to use the app divider widget and the gap with the height set to app spacing that's small. And on top of the app divider, we are going to check if the widget is sponsored. We will display the sponsored post action widget, which is a stateful widget, and inside of it, it has a tappable animated container with the color set to color with the color scheme that uses the color scheme that we are going to define on top. And inside of the initState method, we are going to define widgets binding that instance that add post frame fallback. Here we are assigning image URL to the widget.image URL. First we are checking if it's null. We will return a safe set state and we will assign the color scheme to null. Otherwise we will use a color scheme from image provider, and we will provide an image provider as a network image with the image URL that we get from the parameters. After the from image provider computation, we are going to have a color scheme value, and we are going to save set state the color scheme to the value that we get from the image provider function. And lastly, we are going to check in the color if the color scheme is equal to null. We are going to define a context that reversed adaptive color. So essentially at the very beginning, when the post is just appeared on the screen, is going to be either black or white depending on the light mode, depending on the brightness of the theme. And gradually with the 1.7 seconds duration, the container will animate its color to the color scheme that primary container if the context brightness is light. Otherwise it's going to use color scheme primary color. And inside of the child it has a row which displays a text, and the space we have a space between the text and icon which displays an arrow. And lastly, at the very top of the post footer we have a package user repository with the blue underline, which says that user repository isn't a dependency of the importing package. We can go to the pubspec.yaml file and import the user repository. Now we can sort all the dependencies, and if we go back to the post footer, we should no more have this blue underline. So now we can finally go ahead and export post footer.dart file inside of the index.dart file, and we can finally use it, in our post large.dart file. And actually it was a final touch in our post large widget, so now we can use it in order to display an actual post in our feed page. But before, we are going to actually create a post sponsored.dart file, and you can copy and paste it from the GitHub repository, and it will essentially return a post large with some of the details specifically needed for the post sponsored. We can export the post.dart file inside of the widgets.dart file. We can close the Instagram blocks UI, shared folder, Insta blocks, and we can go back to the feed. For now, we are displaying dummy data with the post large block. So finally, it's time to create a brand new block for the feed. The feed state we can copy from the GitHub repository, paste, and inside of the feed state, we are going to define and the feed status. We doesn't have the feed class yet, so let's go to the insta inside of the models.dart file. We can copy it and paste from the GitHub repository. So essentially the feed represents a page of feed data containing feed blocks, the page number, and whether there are more pages to load. This is going to be used to paginate feed request and data. So essentially all of this is situated in the feed page and the reels page directly. So the feed page represents the current feed page inside of the feed, and the Reels page represents the current Reels page inside the feed. Let's go ahead and create a feed page.dart file, search for it in the GitHub repository, copy, paste. So the feed page marked as a JSON serializable and is a representation of Instagram feed. It has a list of Insta blocks, int of total blocks, the current page of the feed, and whether the current page has more blocks to load. As a basic JSON serializable model, we have a from JSON and to JSON converters that is going to be handled by the JSON serializable. And as you can see, we have the Insta blocks converter marked annotation above the blocks. So we are going to create Insta blocks converter .dart file inside of the source folder, and the Insta blocks converter is going to implement the JSON converter with the list Insta block as a T generic type and list map string dynamic as an S generic type. So essentially the from JSON, we are going to have a JSON string, which we will map and use instablock from JSON cast E as map string dynamic converted to list, and we will have a list of insta blocks. And when we are going to convert it to JSON, we are going to map blocks element of the blocks E list, we are going to convert it to JSON. We can export inside of the instablocks source blocks converter, and inside of the models we can export feed.dart file and export feed page.dart file. Now we can go back to the models and create a reels page.dart file, copy it from the GitHub repository, paste, and the reels page is exactly like the feed page. It has a list of blocks, total blocks page, and has more boolean, but it doesn't have to JSON and from JSON serializable. Now we can go to the packages in the terminal, to the packages insta blocks, and run dart run build runner build command. Now we're going to wait for a few seconds, and the code for the feed page will be generated, so we can use the feed page from JSON and feed page to JSON. Now we can go to the models.dart file and export reels page.dart file. So now in the feed we have all the components for the feed page and reels page, so now we can use it inside of our feed state. Now we can actually import the insta blocks, import the Flutter foundation for the immutable. So the feed state has a const constructor initial, which defines a feed status.initial and the feed.empty. The feed.empty constructor represents this feed with the feed page and reels page set to feed page empty and reels page empty. Both of these constructors defines the blocks to the empty string, to the empty list total blocks 0, page 0, and has more true. And here we are defining some of the methods that we can use to the copyviz method and have a loading in our feed state populated or failure. And the copyviz method itself, after we are done with the feed state, we can go to the feed event. We can copy all the events that we are going to have in our feed block from the GitHub repository. And lastly, we are going to implement the feed block itself. In the super constructor, we are going to use feed state.initial, and the first event that we are going to implement will be feed page requested. Before we can do it, we can use the final post repository. We will have a required posts repository parameter, and we will assign the internal value of the posts repository from the parameters. So before we are going to implement the feed page requested event, we are going to the database client, and inside of the posts base repository, we are going to define a future list of posts method, which will fetch for the page of posts with the required offset and limit, and the boolean whether we want to fetch only for reels. Now inside of the PowerSync database client, we are going to implement the get page. So in order to get the page of posts, we are going to execute PowerSync DB SQL statement, which will select from posts everything from posts, and on top of it we are going to use the inner join to get the profiles on posts.user_id, which is equal to the profile.user_id. So if we take a quick look at the post.from JSON, we're going to see that before we are using the JSON to convert it to the post itself, we are using the put if absent, and we are inserting an author key with the map string dynamic value, where we are defining an ID, avatar URL, and username for the JSON user ID, JSON avatar URL, JSON username or full name will be converted to an author. This is why we are actually joining from the profiles the user whose ID equal to the post user ID. So basically in here we're selecting profile.id as a user ID, profile.avatar URL, username and full name of the author of the post, and finally we are defining the list of posts, and for final row in result we are using the JSON map string dynamic from row, and we are using the post from JSON using this JSON that we have defined, and we are adding the post that we have converted from JSON to the post list, and finally we are returning a list of posts in our get page. Now we can go to the posts repository, and we are going to implement the get page. We're going to call database client dot get page, and don't forget to provide only reels. Now we can go back to the feed block, and let's finally implement on feed page requested function. For it we are going to use a try catch block. Before the try catch block we are going to emit state and set it to loading, and in case the try catch block caught an error, we are going to add an error to the block itself and emit state.failure. Inside of the try catch block we are going to define posts that will get from the page with the offset and limit set to current page multiplied by feed page limit, and the feed page limit will be equal to 10, and the current page will be either event.page that we will get from the feed page requested itself as an optional parameter from the feed page based event, and we can use the current page in case of a null from the event page state.feed.feedpage.page, and we can multiply the page with the feed page limit. So if the page is 0, we are going to have the offset of null. Otherwise, if the page is 1, we are going to have a feed offset equal to 10. The limit will be always set to 10. After it, we are going to fetch for their likers in followings. For it, we are going to go to the database client, and inside of the posts base repository, on top of the get page, we are going to define the get post likers in followings, a required parameter set to post ID, limit set to 3, and offset set to 0. And right below the get page, we are going to define the get post likers in followings, and we are going to implement it. Inside of this get post likers in followings method, we are going to define a result, and we are going to get all with an SQL command that will select ID, avatar URL, username, full name from profiles, where ID in select likes.user_id from likes as an L, where likes.post ID equal to the post ID that we get from the get post likers in followings parameter. If exists, we are going to select from everything from subscriptions, where F subscribed to ID equals to likers user ID, and F that subscriber ID equal to the current user ID. So basically this where ID in method we are using in order to select for the users in the subscriptions where subscribed to ID equal to the likes that user ID and the f subscriber ID equal to the current user ID and ID not equal to the current user ID, and with the limit set to the limit and offset set to the offset from the parameters inside of the get all function. Now we're checking if the result is empty, we will return an empty list. Otherwise, we will use result.save map, which will iterate through each element from the list, and it will try to yield a two element. Otherwise, if it caught the error, caught an exception, it will not throw it. It will just print that there was an error in save map. And inside of the save map, for the two element function, we will provide user from JSON, and we will convert it to list, and we will set the growable to false. The elements are in iteration order. The list is fixed length. The list is fixed length if growable is false. This means that we will never be able to expand this get post likers in followings once we have fetched. Now we can go to the posts repository, and we're going to implement get likers in followings. We are going to use database client get post likers in followings, and we're going to not forget to provide a limit. Now we can go back to the feed block, and we should be able to use the post repository that get post likers in followings. So basically, why we are using here posts.map and why we are defining here an iterable of future list of users, which is a liker in followings with the post ID equal to post.id from the map function. We want to make a concurrent fetch for all of the profiles of the users that liked this post and are in the followings list of the user, whereas if we didn't use the map to get the list of futures first, we will need to wait in a queue until the first computation ends to fetch the post likers in following, then the second will execute, then the third one. It's not the best, it's not what we want. This is why we are using the await that future wait post likers in followings. So now we have the list of users. Now we can define a new page set to current page dot plus, and we can define a has more boolean, which is equal to the which is true whether the post's that length is greater or equal to feed page limit. We are defining a list of blocks which will generate an insta block for the post that length, and with each index we are using the likers in the followings. For each post by the index we are converting it to the post large block. At the very bottom of the feed block, let's go ahead and define a post x extension on post, which will give us a function to convert post to post large block with an optional parameter likers in followings, which is a list of users, and it will convert the post to the post large block with the ID author.id, author.avatar URL, author.display username, created at media caption likers in followings, and the action set to navigate to post author profile action with the author ID set to author.id. And finally, we are going to create a feed which as a state that feed copy with, and we are going to provide a brand new feed state, which is a yet another copy of the state.feed.feed page with the page set to the new page, has more set to the new, has more boolean, blocks set to the list of state feed page previous blocks with the new blocks that we have defined, and the total blocks count is going to be state.feed page the total blocks plus the blocks length. And finally we can emit state that populated with the feed that we have just created. Now if we call this feed page requested event, it will automatically fetch for the page from the posts repository with the current page with the feed page limit. It will try to automatically fetch for the likers of the posts that are in the followings list of the current user. It will automatically convert the posts to the post large block, define a new feed, and emit state that populated with the new feed that we have as a result from the fetching of the posts page. So for now we can close the feed block, and inside of the feed we can create a brand new folder called post view.dart. In this post view.dart file, we are going to actually utilize the post large and post sponsored views that we have created as our reusable UI components inside of our Instagram blogs UI. So in order to combine them in one single file that we can use in order to not constantly check whether the type of the block is sponsored to respectively display the sponsored block. If it's not sponsored, to display the post a large block. Instead, we're going to define a general post view.dart file which will do exactly this job for us, so we can truly use it as a reusable widget with no modifications throughout all of the application, so that it looks exactly the same in every single place where we're going to use this post view.dart file. So let's go ahead and actually define the post view class, which is a stateless widget, and it has a bunch of parameters inside of it as required, and the main one is the block, which actually represents a content-based post that we get from our database client. After we have the return inside of the build method that will return a post large view with the same parameters as our post view have, and on top of it we are going to actually wrap our block for our post large view with the block provider, and we're going to have a brand new block specifically for the post related content. So we will need one more block inside of the post folder. Let's go ahead and create block, new block. Let's call it post, and this specific block we are going to use in order to have a bunch of events and states in order to certain data of a very specific post with the post ID that we will get from the block ID. So basically the post block will be unique for each post block that we will have from the database client. Each of them will have their own unique data, such as the count of likes, the count of comments, whether the current user has liked their post or not, and all of this stuff we're going to handle inside of our post block. You may think that it would be better to do this logic in our feed block, but as I said you before, we are creating post block specifically for each post that we fetch from the database client. So it's going to be unique for each of them. Therefore, the general feed block is not going to help us with this logic, with this implementation. So in our post state, let's go ahead and copy it from the GitHub repository, paste it inside of this file, and in order to use the JSON serializable annotation inside of our lib folder, we're going to add a dependency in our root pubspec.yaml file, JSON annotation, and in our dev dependency we're going to add JSON serializable. Now we can import the JSON annotation inside of our post block. So basically this post state the same logic as we have implemented in pretty much every single block state that we had created previously. So we have a factory constructor post state from JSON, which will be automatically generated by the JSON serializable package. We have a constructor for the initial of the post state. We have a bunch of parameters that our post state will hold. We have a toJSON, have a props overridden from the quotable, and we have a post state copy with method, which will internally copy the instance of the previous post state, and optionally provide some new value of these parameters that we get from this copy with method. Now we can import the user repository in order to have an access to the user, and let's go to the post event next. We can find it in our block post folder, copy it, and inside we're going to have a bunch of events, and there are two types of events. The first one, which will be used to track the stream of a very specific data related to a very specific post, which will be called like subscription requested with the data that this event is going to track. And the next type of the event is going to be a general type of event, which will execute some function inside of it. So for instance, post update requested is going to execute an event in our post block, which will update the post with the caption that we get as a parameter inside of this event. And optionally we are going to have a value setter, which is a type def of the void function with the t value that we pass as our generic type of this value setter. Is going to be optional, and this function will get as a parameter the value. In this case it's post block, and optionally we can do something with this block that we will get from this function. And at the very bottom we have an event called post share requested, and for now it doesn't have a message that it requires to have. So for now we are going to comment out this event. And finally, we can go to the post block.dart file. Inside of the super parameter, we can use post state.initial, and in here we are going to handle all the events that we have defined in our post event.dart file. So the most essential events, firstly, we are going to define will be the events which are stream based, which ends with the subscription requested. There is only 4 of this type, so let's go ahead and implement the first one. The first event is going to be count subscription requested. We are going to create a future void function which will post likes count subscription requested as a event and an emitter with the post, and inside of the asynchronous function we are going to use emit for each, and in here we are going to provide a stream with the likes of the post. Before, we are going to instantiate the posts repository, and we are going to pass inside of the post block as a required parameter posts repository, and we can go ahead and initialize our post repository like so. So in our stream, in the for each function, we can provide the posts repository likes, we can provide likes, and in here we are going to actually specify the ID of the post that we want to count of the likes of. So for now we doesn't have this function in our posts repository. So firstly let's go to the database client, search for the post base repository, and in here we are going to define 4 methods directly having access to 4 events with their appropriate streams to monitor the specific data of the post. So firstly, let's define a stream of the integers that's called likes of, and inside of the database client we are going to implement this function likes of, and inside of this function we are going to define a statement firstly which will check whether we want to broadcast the likes count of the post or of the comment. Basically, for this use case, we have a post boolean inside of the likes of stream integer function, and if the post is true, we are using the post underscore id string as our statement. Otherwise, we will use the comment id. So in the PowerSync repository, we are accessing the DB and we are using the watch state, and we are using watch, which will broadcast a stream of the result set. And as an SQL statement, we are selecting count star as total likes from like statement. So basically, either post ID or comment ID is equal to question mark, and the question mark is the ID of the either post or comment that we are passing is as a parameter. Either post ID or comment ID is not null. Mapping the result, once again we are mapping the stream of the result set, and we are mapping the result as our using the safe map, and for each result set we have a row, and inside of the row we are using square brackets to access the total likes that we have defined in our SQL statement. We are accessing the first element of this when we are mapping our result, and we are casting the value as an integer. Now we can go back to the post block. Now we can search for the posts repository, and we are going to implement this function likes of inside of this repository. We are going to use the database client likes of, and we are going to pass here ID and the post. And finally, in our post block.dart file, we can use the likes of with the ID that we will get from the actual parameters of the post block. So before, we are going to actually specify here a post ID, pass here a required string post ID, assign a new value to the post ID, and finally use the post ID inside of this stream function. And on data, we are going to have a likes count, and we're going to return a state copying, and we're going to return a copy of the state in which we will pass the likes as the likes count, and we are going to await emit for each function. So secondly, we are going to handle a post is liked subscription requested, and this specific event is going to handle whether or not we have the currently authenticated user has liked the post. We're going to implement on post is liked subscription requested function. We're going to pass here post is liked subscription requested event and post state emit for each, and we're going to specify here post repository is liked ID post ID, and on data we're going to have is liked, and we're going to copy the state and specify whether it's liked or not. We can go back to the database client, search for the post base repository, and we are going to define here once again a stream which will broadcast the boolean whether the post is liked by the user. So let's define this method is liked, and let's go ahead and implement this function inside of our PowerSync database client. So in here, we are going to once again assign a new value to the statement, which is the exact same logic as in the likes of stream function. And we are going to once again use the watch whether the likes with the user ID that is equal to the either optional string user ID from the isLiked itself or the current user ID, the either post ID or comment ID equal to the question mark, and the post ID or comment ID is not null exists. So basically, if the select statement doesn't return anything, the select exists is going to return false, meaning that the isLiked will be false. And we're once again mapping the stream using the event that values that first as an integer. And lastly, we're going to format the integer type to the Boolean. For this, we can go to the shared utilities extensions.dart file, and in here we can create two bool.dart file, and in here we're going to define the extension int to bool on integer, which will return true if the number this will equal to 1, and the bool to integer will convert the boolean type to integer if this is equal to true, is going to return 1, otherwise 0. We can export the int to bool.dart file, close this extension, and we can now have an access to the isTrue extension on the integer. So once again, go to the posts repository, implement the isLiked function, which is going to return a database client is liked. And once again, don't forget to pass a post as a parameter and the user ID. And we can go to the post block, and it has been automatically implemented in our own post isLiked subscription requested. We will implement the post author following status subscription requested, which will return the status of the subscription, which will return the status of the following status of the currently authenticating user to the author of the post. Let's go ahead and implement on post author following status subscription requested function, which will have a post author subscription requested event post state. And in here, firstly, we're going to check if the event current user ID equal to the event that owner ID. We are going to copy the state with the new value of the is owner boolean set to true, and we are going to return the emitting of this, and we are going to return emit function so that we don't execute any code after this if statement. So basically, we are checking if the current user ID is equal to the owner of this post. To the owner ID of this post, we're going to set a boolean flag of whether the current user is the owner of this post to true. Otherwise, we are going to emit for each post repository following of the user ID with the event that owner ID, and on data we are going to check the user with the if the currently authenticated user is followed to the author of this post. Go to the database client, find the post-based repository, and in here let's go ahead and create a stream for the following status of the subscription. And I was actually wrong. We're not going to use the following status inside of our posts repository. Instead, we're going to instantiate the user repository, pass it as a required parameter inside of our post block, and we're going to instantiate our user repository, and we're going to use the user repository following status with the user ID equal to the event that owner ID instead of the posts repository. And lastly, we're going to handle the event which will broadcast comments count of this specific post. We're going to implement this on post comments count subscription requested event. We will use post comment subscription requested post state emit for each post repository comments count ID equal to the post ID equal to the post ID, and the on data is going to have the comments count, and we are going to copy the state with the new value of the comments count from the stream of the count of the comments of the specific post. So in the database client, we're going to define the actual comments amount of a stream with the required parameter of the post ID, and we're going to actually rename our function to the comments amount. In the database client, let's go ahead and implement the comments amount of function. We're going to once again use the watch command, but this time we're going to check only for the post ID, which is equal to the question mark, which is equal to the value of the post ID from the comments amount of our function itself. We're mapping the stream, getting the result, mapping the result, getting the row. In the row we get the comments count, accessing the first element of the list as an integer, and we're returning a stream of the integer as a final result. Now we can go to the post repository, implement the comments amount of database client, comments amount of the post ID, and we can finally use it in our post block with no exceptions. So this was main for primary events for the data that we are going to actually have and display for each specific block, for each specific post block in our application. As a final touch, in our post block we are going to convert our post block to the hydrated block, because we are going to preserve the state of each post block that we have actually fetched in our application, so we don't all the time fetch for the same data. Instead, if we get the same post from the database client and if this exact block with the same ID of the post that we have previously instantiated, we're going to use this block instance instead of creating a brand new one. So it's going to save the resources of our Flutter application, and let's go ahead and override the value of the ID that we get, and let's go ahead and override the value of the string ID that we get from the hydrated block itself. If we search for the ID is used to uniquely identify multiple instances of the same hydrated type. So we are going to override this value to the post ID, and instead of the post ID everywhere we can use the ID of this hydrated block directly, because it will always have the same value of the post ID. As you can see, we have two missing overrides in our post block. It's going to be from JSON and to JSON. So basically when the post block is going to be created, it's going to have two options, whether to be converted from JSON or persisted in the cache using the toJSON function. For the toJSON we're going to have the state toJSON function, and from JSON we're going to have a post state from JSON that we are automatically generating with our JSON serializable inside of our post state. Now we can go in our terminal and run dart run build runner build command, and it will automatically generate all the required code for the post state, so that we can actually access the post state from JSON and post state to JSON. For some reason the build runner didn't automatically generate the files for our post state, because we forgot to include inside of the post block the part of the post block.g.dart file. So now we can once again run this command. This time we should see our post state could no more have this. As you can see, we have finally created a bunch of the outputs, and this time we doesn't have the exceptions near the post state from JSON and post state to JSON, meaning that we have successfully created a post block.g.dart file, which automatically handles this from JSON and to JSON for our post state. So now we can go back to our post view. On top of the post block, we are going to execute the events such as post likes count subscription requested, post comments count subscription requested, post is like subscription requested, post following status subscription requested. We have just implemented in our post block. We can create a post large view, and inside of the build method we are going to return the post sponsored depend if the block is post sponsored block. Inside of it we are going to specify the key equal to the value key block.id, the block value of the block as a post sponsored block, is owner, is liked, like post, and other parameters which we will cover a bit later. And after it we will return a post large if the block is a not post sponsored block, with almost exactly the same parameters as the post large block, as a post sponsored block. And on top of the build method we are going to define the actual post block by using the context.read from the post block. After it we are going to select from the post block the is owner boolean, the is liked, the likes count, the is followed boolean, and the comments. All of these values we will get from this. All of these values we are going to have from the state of the post block will be depending on the value that we will get from the stream that we get by emitting a state with these exact values from the stream which we are listening to using the emit.for each function. In order to actually access the post block, we are not going to directly import the post block. Instead, we are going to create post.dart file inside of the post folder, export view post view.dart file, export block post block.dart file. And now we can import the post. So now we should automatically have an access to the post block in our post view.dart file. In our post sponsored block, as I said you before, we are actually passing the values of the boolean that we are assigning on top of the build method, such as isOwner, isLiked, likes count, isFollowed, and comments count. All of them is going to be automatically layouted and displayed in each of the post blocks view. As a likes count function, we are using the block that we are defining on top, and we are executing an add function which will notify a block of a new event which will trigger a corresponding event handler for this specific post like requested event. For now we haven't implemented this function, so let's go ahead in our post block and once again create an own event handler which will handle post like requested event. We are going to implement the on post like requested event with the corresponding post like requested event with the post state, and inside of it we are going to have a try catch block which will add an error to the block observer automatically with the error and stack trace. We're going to await posts repository with the ID equal to the ID, and in our database client in the posts base repository, let's go ahead and define a future void method called like, which we are going to implement inside of the post, inside of the PowerSync database client. And inside of this function we are going to have a bunch of checkings first. So if the current user ID is equal to now, we are going to block function and we will return nothing. Otherwise we are going to define the statement once again, either the post ID or the comment ID. So basically it means that if the post boolean equal to true, we are going to try to like the post in our database. Otherwise we will try to like the comment of the post. So after we have the statement, we are assigning a value to the exists which will be equal to true. The select one from likes is not empty, and if it is empty it means that we doesn't meaning that the current user meaning that the current user doesn't have didn't meaning that the current user haven't meaning that the current user hasn't liked this specific post with this ID yet. So in this case we are awaiting post repository.db.execute, and we are inserting the likes, and then we are inserting the values into the likes with the current user ID and the ID of the actual as the ID of the like, we are passing a UUID function that we get internally in our database. In case this UUID throws you an exception, you can add another question mark, and in here you can add UUID. You can access the UUID global instance and use the v4 and generate the exact random ID for the like, but I prefer to use the built-in UUID function. So if the like doesn't exist, we are going to delete from likes the like with the corresponding current user ID and the ID of the metadata, either the post or comment. Now in our posts repository, once again implement the like function, database like ID post, and in our post block we are going to call post repository.like instead of the like post, and passing the ID as a required parameter. And as you remember, the post is equal to true by default, so we are not going to override the value because we are actually about to like the post, not the comment. So now we have implemented the post like requested functionality. Now we can actually like our post. The next thing is going to implement the follow function, which we are executing in our follow required parameter function that we get in our post sponsored block. So in our post block, let's go ahead and implement post author requested. Let's go ahead and execute a own post author follow requested event with the corresponding post author follow requested event and post state. Once again, let's go ahead and use the await posts repository, and inside of the dry cache block, let's go ahead and await user repository follow, and the follow ID is going to be event author ID. After it, we have a boolean flag which is equal to true, whether to enable the follow button. So in certain cases we are going to disable the follow button so it's not displayed at all, and this follow function is actually not used if the follow button is not visible in our post view, even though the user is not subscribed to the author of the post. The next thing is going to pass the post index inside of this post sponsored block, inside of this post sponsored class. If we take a close look at this post index inside of the post media, if we take a close look to this post index in our media carousel, if you remember, we are using it as an actual ID for the InView notifier widget to actually distinguish the posts in our feed in order to the autoplay functionality for the media in our application that we will have to display the video so that it will be automatically played if it is in view. And since every single widget is going to have different index, is required to have a different index, we are passing here a post index as a required parameter, as an optional parameter, because if we don't actually want to use the InView notifier, we are going to return a carousel, not wrapping it with the InView notifier widget. So in our post sponsored, we are using the post option settings set to post options setting that viewer. It is actually completely made in the on user tab. We are pushing the screen to the user profile with the path parameter that has user ID set to the user ID that we get from this function as a parameter. And on the onPressed function, we are going to actually, depending on the action type, navigate user author of the post without any promo banners. Otherwise, we are going to actually provide an extra with the user profile props that we doesn't have for now. So let's go in the user profile folder inside of the widgets and create a user profile props.dart file. Let's go ahead and copy it from the GitHub repository, insert, and this class basically represents an easy to use class. Boolean is whether the profile that we are going to display is going to be sponsored with the sponsored post and the promo block action, which will have a bunch of other parameters if the block is the navigate to sponsored post author profile or action. Inside of it, it has an author ID, the promo preview image URL, and the promo URL, which we are going to use in our user profile respectively. In our widgets, let's go ahead and export user profile props.dart file. Lastly, we are going to use as a required parameter final user profile props, and we're going to pass here this.props, and as a default value we're going to set user profile props.build, as well as the user profile page. We are going to have this user profile props inside of our user profile view. So let's define them once again. But inside of the user profile view, we're going to have a props as a required parameter. So now in our routes in the user profile go route, we are going to define a props final variable, access it from the state.extra, cast the value to the user profile props, pass it inside of the user profile page. We can actually, and if the props is equal to null, we are going to pass the user profile props.build, which is a default user profile class, which is a default representation where this is sponsored is equal to false by default, and other parameters are optional. Now we can import the user profile, so we have an access to the user profile props, and inside we are going to pass the is sponsored and is going to be equal to true, the promo action block set to action, and the sponsored block is going to be block that we get from the post large view itself, and cast it as a post sponsored block because we are certain in this case that post is sponsored. After all, we are going to implement on post share tab. We're going to implement our custom video player widget. We're going to implement the comments model sheet and implement the custom post avatar widget with stories. But all of this stuff is going to be, but we're going to implement this stuff later in this tutorial. So lastly, in the post large we have exactly the same things that we are doing in the post sponsored block, but we are not actually covering the onPressed function with the action equal to the navigate to sponsored post author, because the regular post large doesn't have this action type. And lastly, we are checking inside of the post option setting whether we are the owners of the post. If it's the case, we are returning the post options settings equal to owner with the on post edit set to the context that push named with the post edit value, and the post edit screen is going to push us to the post edit view where we can change the caption of the post with the path parameters set to the block ID with the post ID, and the extra set to the block, and the on post delete function is going to execute the post delete requested event and is going to call the feed block feed update requested event, and as a post is going to have a block that to post that we have in our post dart as an extension, and we are going to uncomment this extension, import the insta blocks, and once again it has an author to user which is located in our post author, and the to user extension we are going to have in our user.dart file that is located in our user repository package. At the very bottom of this file we are going to define the user converter, and at the very bottom of this file we're going to define a user converter on post author that we're going to get from the insta with specifying a path which is equal to the insta. We're going to sort all the dependencies, and now we can import the insta blocks inside of our user.dart file, and we can successfully use the author to user extension on top of the post author. And inside of our post we have a conflict with the user converter annotation with our extension. Let's go ahead and rename it to the user to post author converter extension. So now in our post view we should no more have any exceptions. Finally, we can go ahead in our feed page, and instead of the post large block, let's define here post view and as a block, and let's actually delete the final feed which we've used before to display our mock data. So let's go ahead and quickly convert our feed view to the stateful widget, and inside of the init state method we are going to define, in our init state method we are going to use the context feed block, import the feed block, and add an event to fetch the feed from the database client, and the page is going to be 0. So now if we open our application, as you can see, there is an error message, couldn't find the correct provider feed block above the feed view widget. So we're going to wrap the feed view with the block provider widget, and we're going to create feed block and provide a post repository inside of the post repository parameter. So now we should no more, and now we should no more see any exceptions related with the feed block provider not found in our widget tree. Now for some reason we have this ugly exception which says that the feed block type null is not a subtype of type string, it typecast post from JSON inside of our PowerSync database client get page. It means that there is something wrong with the post deserialization from JSON in our post.dart. If we take a closer look inside of the post.g.dart file, we can notice that there is an updated add and created at strings that the JSON serializable tries to access by default. And this is because we have generated this post.g.dart file before we have added this build.yaml file, which actually has an overridden functions and overridden values to have a field rename to snake. So by default, the JSON serializable doesn't have this enabled. This is why we have this created add and updated add with an uppercase A symbol. In order to fix this, we can go to the terminal, go to the packages, shared, and run dart run runner build command, and we're going to regenerate the post.g.dart file with the existing in our build.yaml file. And actually I made a mistake. This build YAML used only when generating the inside of our root of the application. So in order to apply these build YAML settings, we are going to specifically create a build.yaml file in our shared folder, and in here we are going to implement to override the same values for the Dart run for the Dart runner builders for the JSON serializer. So now if we run this command once again, we should have an expected result. While we are generating it, we can go to the insta blocks, and we actually forgot add the same build.yaml configuration file inside of it. So let's go ahead and copy and paste this once again. So now if we take a look at the post.jita.dart file, we will quickly notice that the created add with the uppercase A symbol have been changed to the created add, updated add with the snake case. The same we can do with the insta blocks run the dart run build runner build command, and we have successfully generated the files inside of our insta blocks. So potentially, if we could have some exceptions inside of the insta blocks, we should no more have these issues inside of the insta blocks. To make sure that everywhere you are using the JSON serializable and the freeze, to make sure that everywhere you use the JSON serializable in your project, you configure the build.yaml file required for your specific use case. So now if we hot reload our application, and actually if we hot reload our application, we have one more issue related with the video media deserialization. As you can see, we have an ID with the video media, and when we are trying to convert the post from JSON, we have a list media converter from DB, and the media converter from DB, list media converter from DB converts the JSON using the media from JSON, and depending on the type, it returns either the video media from JSON or the image media from JSON, and the video media from JSON and ID inside of this. So basically, when we're trying to convert the post, we have an ID. The same goes for this ID that we are trying to. So basically, it means that we're accessing the same ID as we have in our post. In order to fix this issue, we're going to replace the required super parameter.id with the required this parameter.id, and we're going to define an ID as an override value media with the JSON key annotation set to name with the media ID instead, and inside of the super constructor we're going to pass an ID, and the same we're going to do with the image media. And actually inside of the video media we're going to rename media ID to the video ID, and the image ID we're going to call image ID, and we're going to ignore the overridden fields, replace the super constructor with the required this.id, and inside of the super constructor provide the ID that we have just created inside of our image media. Once again, go to the terminal inside of the packages shared folder and run the dart run build runner build command. If we hot reload our application once again, and I was actually wrong when I called the JSON key name of the ID to image media, we're going to call it media ID. The same goes with the video. So now once again, let's go ahead and run the dart run build runner build command, and we finally should no more see this exception related with the ID not found. Now if we hot reload our application, look at the terminal, we should no more see any exceptions, meaning that after we have executed an feed page requested event, and we have for the page from the database client, nothing goes wrong, meaning that we can finally try to display the data that we get from our database client using our reusable post view widget that we have just created. So let's go inside the feed page and let's find the feed view, and inside of it, instead of the column, we're going to return feed body, and the feed body widget we're going to define below the feed view widget, and inside of the feed body we're going to actually display the posts that we will get from the database client. So for now, we're going to return a custom scroll view, and inside of the slivers we're going to return sliver list builder. Inside of the item builder, for now we're going to have block, which will be equal to blocks, and we're going to wrap our sliver list with the block builder with the feed block and the feed state, so we can access the blocks from the state feed page blocks. So now we can try to return a post view with the block, but first we will need to check if block is post large block is post sponsored block. So in this case we are going to actually return the post view, but if we will try to directly access this block in order to use it in our post view, we'll quickly notice that the post view, that the block that we will get from the blocks is an insta block type. So in order to fix this, we can use the return switch method, and we're going to switch for the empty string, and we're going to check if the block is the type of the post large block or block is post sponsored block. In this case, we are going to return a post view with this exact block. Otherwise, we are going to return a sized box which will display a text unsupported block type block. But we still have this exception that says that the argument type instaBlock can be assigned to the parameter type post block. We can remove this checking and we will try to check whether the block is post. So in this case, we should be able to use our block in our post view. Finally, we can provide an item count as a state feed page total blocks. Reload our application. We can notice that there is an assertion that says that we should provide a post index. For now, it doesn't have an InView notifier in our application, so we can disable it with InView notifier and set it to false. So now if we try to hot reload our application, we should see our post views, but for some reason can't see the images content of the post itself. In order to fix this issue, we can go to the Supabase dashboard, go to the storage. We should edit the posts and stories bucket, click the edit, check the public bucket. It will make this bucket a public so that we can access the media from this bucket as well as the stories, make it as a public bucket. So now if we go back to our application, hot reload it, we should correctly see all the images and media that we have created previously. And as you can see, finally we have in our feed the exact design of the post that we were creating. So now in our application we can see the actual posts with the image and the video inside of them with the caption, and we can like these posts, dislike them. And if we take a look at the screenshot, we have pretty much implemented the exact design that we were trying to create. So now let's try to wrap our custom scroll view with the refresh indicator.adaptive, and the onRefresh function we're going to provide an asynchronous callback which will execute future microtask context read feed block add feed refresh requested. Now we can go to the feed block and we're going to handle feed refresh requested event. Now we can implement the function of the on feed refresh requested with the refresh requested event and the feed state. So now since we can see posts block in our feed view, we're going to implement and handle a few more events inside of our feed block. But before, we are going to create a mixin on top of the feed block, which will handle the mixin for the feed block, will handle the repetitive related with the posts, likers, and other stuff. It will be very, very useful in our use case. So let's go ahead and create the feed block mixin.dart file. So inside of the feed block mixin, first of all, we're going to create a feed block mixin itself, and we're going to mark it on block with the feed event and the feed state. After all, we're going to mark our feed block mixin file as a part of feed block.dart file. And inside of the feed block, we're going to do the same stuff. Define here part feed block mixin.dart file. Now let's go back to the feed block mixin. And inside of it, we're going to actually create a set of useful methods that we're going to use in our feed block in order to handle different. First of all, we're going to create a type def for the paginated feed result, which will contain a future, which is a signature for the future with the type of a record with the required parameter new page, required boolean has more, and the required list of instablocks, which we are going to use as a result as a final return type of the feed void method that will fetch for the actual page from the database client. The next type def that we're going to define will be the list post mapper, which is a signature for the list of the instablock function inside of it with the list post parameters. So essentially we're going to have a type def for the mapper of the list. Now inside of the feed block mixin, let's go ahead and define a feed page method with the int page by default equal to 0 parameter, the list post mapper optional, the boolean flag whether we want to fetch our feed page with sponsored blocks. By default it will be equal to true. So now inside of it we are going to define a current page set to the page that we are passing inside of this function. So basically we are doing the same stuff as we did before in our own feed page requested event, but we are going to create a basic method to fetch the page from the database client inside of the feed block mixin, so we don't make a repetitive task again and again when we are going to, for example, refresh our page, handle the event that will refresh our page, that will fetch for the recommended posts and etc. So inside we are fetching for the posts from the post repository, and the post repository we are going to define on top. But before we are going to define a feed page limit, which will be set to 10, and the feed page limit is essentially the same as in the side of the feed block, but we're going to move it inside of this feed block mixin.dart file, and straight below it we're going to define a post repository that we're going to define as a getter, and inside of the feed block we will have to actually implement the posts repository in order to make it usable inside of the feed block mixin. We're going to quickly define a with keyword on top of the feed block, and we're going to save the feed block mixin, and we can safely go ahead and remove the feed page limit. We are going to actually implement the post repository, and we're going to provide the value of the post repository as I said you before. Now we can go back, and here we're defining a new page to current page +1. The page has more data to load, the list of post likers and the insta blocks, which is mapped by calling a mapper.call or the post to large blocks mapper. So below the fetch page, we're going to define fetch post likers in followings and post to large blocks mapper. So the fetch post likers in followings is going to have a list post parameter inside of it, and then is going to return a stream from a terrible posts. Is we are going to use an asynchronous map. We're going to map for each post and get post likers in followings by the post ID of this, and we're going to convert it to the list, and this function on top of the stream will actually convert it to the future of the list of the type that it will return eventually when we await the value of the future. And the post to large blocks mapper will return a mapped post with the insta block type, which will assume that we have the list of users for the post likers, with the post likers which we are going to access by the .index of the post which we are mapping, and we're going to return post to post large block converter, where we are going to pass likers and followings with the likers and followings that we get from this line, and we're going to convert it to list because without the to list we're going to have an iterable, but the return type of the post to large block mapper is a list, so we're going to return it as a list. So basically the return type of the feed page fetch method is a paginated feed result, and paginated feed result, as I said before, is a record. Now we can go back to the feed block, and we're going to replace the same code with the new fresh, and we're going to first define the current page which is equal to event.page or the state feed page. After it, we are using the fetch feed page with the current page as a parameter, and we are using the record extracting the new page has more and blocks values from this, and we are using the new page has more and blocks directly inside of the feed, where we are copying the internal with the feed and the feed page, and we are assigning a new values for the page has more boolean blocks and total blocks inside of our feed page, and we're emitting the state that populated feed. So now it will make our life much more easier. Right after the on feed page requested handler, we're going to handle the feed refresh requested event. We're going to implement this event real quick. Feed refresh requested event, feed state, and we're going to do almost the same stuff. As we did in our on feed page requested. We're going to fetch feed page, but this time we're not going to pass a current page because the default value of the page, as you remember, is a 0. So when we are going to refresh our page, by default we will always want to fetch for the first page from the database client. So initially it will be 0. Now we're using the new page has more blocks and inside of our feed as we did before, and we're emitting the same state that populated with the feed that we have assigned. And this is pretty much all for the on feed refresh requested event handler. So now we can go to the feed page, and on top of the custom scroll view we are going to wrap it with the refresh indicator.adaptive widget, and on the refresh function we are going to provide an asynchronous callback which will use the future microtask with the callback which will execute context read block, and is going to feed refresh requested. So now in our feed page we have a pull to refresh gesture. So if we pull our scrollable down, we will quickly notice that there is a refresh indicator on top of this page. And if we actually pull to refresh, we will quickly notice that in our logs we have emitted some new data. But in order to actually make sure that we have executed the proper event, we're going to log the feed refresh requested. Now we can auto reload our application so that we make sure that all the changes have applied. Now we can pull to refresh, and if we will take a close look in the terminal, we will see that feed refresh requested was therefore now we are sure that the on refresh requested is executed when we pull to refresh in our feed page. In order to actually see whether or not the page is actually refreshed, we are going to create a brand new post with some random image inside of it. We can share our post, go back, and if we pull to refresh, we should immediately be able to see the new post that we have created. Now, as you can see inside of our feed page, we have a video. So in this case, we have not implemented any external functionality and any external logic. So for now, we haven't implemented any additional logic which will handle the video to play or not, whether in case it is visible in this. For now, it plays always when we are in the feed page. So in order to quickly fix it, we are going to replace our custom scroll view with the InView notifier custom role view. And in order to be able to use this widget, we are going to add a new dependency called InView notifier list in our pubspec.yaml in the root of our application. So now we should be able to use the library InView notifier list in our feed page. The InView notifier custom scroll view has a required parameter is InView port condition, and we are going to implement it returning a boolean whether by returning a true whether the delta is less than the the 50% of the viewport height plus 80 and the delta bottom is higher is greater than the 50% of the viewport height minus 80. Basically, this code will make sure that we will be able to, so that by using this code, by providing the is in view port condition, we will notify any below this in view notifier custom scroll view when actually the certain ID in the viewport condition. Let's quickly reload our application, and in our post block we are going to actually use InView notifier, and in order to use it we are going to provide a post index, and we can just specify here index that we get from our item builder. Now we can auto reload our application and now let's try to find the video. So now as you can see, if the video is in the viewport fraction, is in the viewport condition, it is automatically. But if we try to move our screen a bit down, we will quickly notice that the video is automatically paused, meaning that is in viewport condition is false. Therefore, in our media carousel, the InView notifier widget that has inside of the builder is in view boolean is set to false. Therefore, in our carousel, the is in view boolean is set to false as well, and we are actually using this is in view boolean in our media carousel video is used in our play required boolean parameter of the video play, where we are checking whether we should play by checking the current index, by checking whether the current index is equal to the real index, and this case is true, and the is in view is actually true. If it's not nullable, by default it's true. So in this case it's false. Therefore this is in view boolean is false, this should play is true, so the AND operator is not completed. Therefore the video play should not play the video on the screen. Now let's go ahead and optimize our block builder. In this case, when we are not specifying the build when boolean function inside of the block builder, the feed page, the sliver list that builder will rebuild anytime the feed state actually changes. It doesn't matter whether only the status changed from the populated to the failure. It will always try to rebuild the sliver list inside of the block builder. In order to fix this issue, in order to optimize our sliver list with our post blocks, we are going to implement the build when function, and first case that we are going to handle will whether the previous status is equal to feed state that populated and the previous that feed page that blocks is equal to the current.feed.feedpage.blocks, and we're going to use the list equality from the collection dependency, and we're going to add it inside of our obspec.yaml file collection, import the collection. So in this case, if these two list of blocks is equal, we are going to return false, meaning that we should know, meaning that the sliver list that builder should not rebuild. After it, we are going to check whether the previous status is equal to the current status. If it's the case, we are going to return false, and in any other cases, it is clear that we have to rebuild our sliver list.builder. And the last very important note that we are going to have in our feed block will be to provide the transformers for our event handlers. Let me quickly explain the use case for the transformers. Back again in our on feed refresh requested event handler, we are going to log refresh requested. We can go to the terminal and we are going to track this exact message refresh requested, and we are going to pull to refresh, and let's try to do it in a few times in a row, and you will quickly notice that all these pull to requests are actually triggered, and every time the user pulls to refresh, despite the fact that the previous event is being processed, a new event is added to the feed block itself. And as you can see, each time I pulled to refresh, the message has actually logged in our terminal, meaning that most of the time this refresh requested was handled when the previous one was processing. So in order to fix this, we are going to actually utilize the transformer inside of our event handler of the feed refresh requested. And in order to make our life easier, we are going to use once again a very good by an owner of the block package called the block concurrency. The block concurrency provides an extensive number of very useful and opinionated event transformers. The concurrent, which will process events concurrently, the sequential, which will process events sequentially, the droppable will ignore any events added while an event is processing, and restartable will process only the latest event and cancel previous event handlers. So in this list, the most suitable for us is droppable. It will ignore any events added while an event is processing. This is exactly the thing that we want to have when we trigger the on feed refresh requested handler. For this, we can go to the shared inside of the source config folder. We can create a stream transformers.dart file. We can go to the GitHub repository, quickly copy the content, paste, and we are going to add a dependency called block concurrency. And on top of it, we are going to need a stream transform event as well. It's just a very useful dependency which will actually help us to create our custom transformer. So in this file, we are defining a throttle droppable event transformer, and the event transformer is a typedef function which is a signature for the stream of the generic type event with the function and the parameters assigned with the stream of the events, and the event mapper which is a stream event with the event inside of the function. So the throttle droppable will return an events and the mapper function inside of this, and it's going to return a droppable from the block concurrency itself, and we are going to actually throttle every single event that we will get from the stream, and we are going to throttle it, and the throttle we will get from the stream transformer itself, library that we have imported as well, with the duration that we pass as a parameter inside of the throttle droppable function, and by default it is equal to the default throttle duration, which is equal to the duration milliseconds 100, meaning that the droppable event will not be actually even needed if the throttle is still active. So for example, if the event to handle the refresh of our feed page, it has to wait for a certain period of time that we will provide in our throttle droppable function until we can actually call another event, until we can actually handle another event before the droppable will be actually needed. Before the throttle, without a throttle, the droppable will be always executed when we actually when we will actually execute the event in our feed block, but it will always drop any events while the other one is being processed. Now we can go to the config.dart file and export stream transformers.dart file, and we can apply here a transformer throttle droppable, and we're going to specify a duration set to 550 milliseconds. So now if we clear our terminal and code reload our application, and if we will try, and when we try to pull to refresh our feed page, we will quickly notice that the events will not be triggered as often as it used to be. So now it's not actually very clear. So now we can actually provide a duration set and set it to 2 seconds. So now if we will pull to refresh, the next event will not be actually even called before the duration ends. We can get our 550 milliseconds back, and droppable works that even if we handled the refresh requested event when the previous one is being processed, it will be ignored completely by the block itself. Now we can remove this logger, clear the refresh requested search term, and there is an exception. It says couldn't resolve the package block concurrency. We can fix this by using the Flutter pub get command to resolve the dependencies. So now we can go back. To the feed block, and inside of the transformer we can apply the throttle droppable transformer, and inside of the duration we can provide a 550 milliseconds. So now if we hot reload our application and we will try to pull to refresh in order to execute feed refresh requested event, we will quickly notice that even though we tried to execute it every single time, the refresh requested will not be printed so many times. But in this case it's not actually very noticeable, because the feed refresh requested itself takes up not so much time when we have only a few of, and we don't spend, and the feed block doesn't spend a lot of time to process the feed refresh requested. This is why we still see a lot of refresh requested events. But if we increase the duration to, let's say 3 minutes 3 seconds, we will quickly notice that no events are executed until the throttle duration is not ended. So only every 3 seconds we can actually execute this event feed refresh requested, and it's incredibly useful when you want to reduce the amount of the API calls when the user spams with some action. Return back, we can get the value back to the 550 milliseconds, remove the refresh requested search term, and remove the logger of the refresh requested inside of the feed refresh requested event handler. So I have just explained you two very essential and useful performance regarding the feed page and the feed block. Now let's go back to the feed page. Now let's go back to the feed block, in particular the feed block mixing, and let's get a closer look to the fetch feed page function. We have defined here a get page inside of the posts repository function, which is executed on each fetch feed page, and after it we are awaiting for the post likers inside of this function for each post that we have fetched. We are going to actually optimize it and refactor, because now if we fetch for the page which has a feed page limit set to 10, the program will have to take a lot more time concurrently fetching for the likers of each post that we have fetched from the database client. Instead, what we could do, remove this logic from the feed block mixing and navigate it inside of the post block, specifically for each that is going to be wrapped by this post block, which is essentially a hydrated block. So moreover, it will actually cache the result of the likers of a very specific post. So instead of fetching for the likers of the post inside of our fetch feed page function, we are going to remove it, replace the referencing of the list of the users which were the post likers, do completely the same stuff but without the likers in followings. And we're going to adjust the to post large block function. We're going to convert it to the getter function, and we can go to the post large block, and inside we can get rid of the likers in followings parameter. We should remove everywhere we had it previously. We can go to the terminal, go to the packages, insta blocks, and we are going to run dart run build runner build in order to regenerate the serialization for the post large block. Now we should no more have the referencing of the list of the users inside of our post large block.g.dart. As you can see, there is no referencing of this field. Now we can go back to the post block and in particular the post state, and we are going to actually add here likers in followings list of users, and it's going to be nullable by default. So it's going to be an optional parameter inside of our post state, and we don't have to specify it in our initial post. Let's go ahead and mention it in our copy this method, and let's copy the likers and remove it and replace it with the likers in followings. And don't forget to mention the likers in followings inside of the props. After it we can go to the post event Dart file, and we're going to create a brand new event called final plus likers in followings requested, and it's going to extend the post event, and it's going to have a post fetch likers in followings constructor, and we are going to handle this event inside of our post block. We can use the on handler likers post fetch likers in followings requested, and we are going to implement it using the post fetch likers in followings requested with the post state, and we are going to use the try catch block, and we're going to fetch for the likers in followings from the posts repository by using the get post likers in followings and providing the post ID is the value of the ID of the hydrated block itself, which is essentially the same as the post ID that we are assigning at the post block constructor. So now we can state and copy the likers in followings value and set it to the new likers in followings value, and we are going to await the result of this get post likers in followings function. Now we can go to the post view, going to add another event called post fetch likers in followings requested. We are going to mention it inside of the build method of the post large view by selecting the value of the likers in followings using the select post block likers in followings, and we are going to the post large view itself, the post large stateful widget class, which is a reusable UI component for the post large, and we are going to replace inside of the post footer the mentioning of the likers in followings. We no more have an access to the likers in followings list from the post large block itself, so we are going to need to pass it inside of the post footer. We're going to use the underscore following likers in followings, define the list of the user likers in followings, and we're going to pass a list user nullable likers in followings, and we're going to assign the value of the likers in followings set it to the likers in followings. Otherwise, if it is null, we're going to have a default value of the empty. We are going to do the same stuff inside of the post large block. Inside of the post large, find here list of user in followings, import the user repository, and it's going to be optional likers in followings, and we are going to pass it inside of the post footer widget likers in followings, and inside of our post view, inside of the post large widget, we can specify likers in followings and set it to the likers in followings that we are selecting from the post block state. Now we're going to fix the issue with the post large block function, because now it's a getter and we should no more have this parenthesis, and we can remove the fetch post likers in followings function because we don't need it anymore. Now we can go back to the root folder of our application and run dart run build runner build in order to regenerate the file for the post block.g.dart, which will use the newly created list of the users which we defined like for the likers in followings. Now, if we hot reload our application, we should not see any exceptions or errors encountering in our feed page. So in order to demonstrate you that we are actually re-implemented this logic and it works, we're going to log out from this account, and once we have logged into another account, we can like for some posts, and we can actually follow the user. If we go back to the account and inside of the list of the followers, we are going to follow this user that we have just followed this account with. So now it is in the list of this particular user followings list. And now if we hot reload our application, we should see the exact result when we are displaying the list of the post likers in the followings of the user. So in this case, this specific user is now in our followings list. As you see previously, we have liked every single post inside of the feed page from that account, Therefore, in the case it is in our followings, we are going to display it in the list of the followers, in the list of the posts, likers, followings, as it was expected. So we have reduced an actual initial fetch time for the post, because now in our feed block mixing, we no more for the post likers for each post. Instead, we moved this logic for inside of the post block itself, which is unique for each post. Therefore, each post will have an access only to its particular list of the likers in followings of the user that is currently logged. Now one minor tweak that we are going to do in our feed block to find the on feed refresh requested, and we are going to replace state.feed.feedPage.copyWith method with the brand new feed page instance. So why we are doing this? The reason for that, in a very specific scenario, when we were trying to refresh the screen, the feed page, it was referencing for the state.feed.feed page and copying it. Instead, we want to create a brand new instance of the feed page with a brand new values, or the new page blocks has more boolean, or and for the total blocks, so that our feed page is completely refreshed and it doesn't have any old data that was fetched before. Also, if we try to create the post, we can try to select for multiple images, and as you can see, we have this, and as you can see here, we have this slider of the preview of the images that we have just picked. And if we take a closer look at the user profile create post, we are going to see that we are using here a sized box with the height set to 250, and in the child it has a post media preview, which is a page view controller with the memory image video or the memory video media. And for now, it doesn't have a support for the video at all. So since we have created the post large and we have an access to the post media carousel, we're going to actually replace it with our reusable UI component from the post large. So let's go ahead and replace this widget with the post media, and the media is going to be the list of the media that we are defining on top of this widget, with some optional parameters which we set to false, with the whether we want to display a like overlay when we double tap on the image, whether we want to have an InView notifier to either play or not the video when it's in the viewport of the, and whether we want to hide the current index when we swap between different media of this list. So all of these values we set to false, and the viewport fraction of the media carousel. Now if we hot reload our application, go back to the screen where we create the post, now we can pick up the image and the video, go next, and now we can the preview of the video and the image at the same time with the current index. We should not be able to like the post because we have disabled the like overlay for this post media carousel, and the viewport fraction is equal to the 0.9, which is used to have and we have the viewport fraction set to 0.9. This is all that we needed to change in our user profile create post. Now we can safely go ahead and delete the post media preview because we no more need it. Now we have optimized the feed block as much as we could. We refactored the code a bit. We have implemented the feed page itself with the list of posts. Now we are ready to actually display the sponsored posts that will be shuffled with the actual list of posts from the feed page itself. In this case, we are going to need a Firebase remote config. You can go to the Firebase dashboard, and in this specific scenario we are going to implement it only in the Flutter Instagram clone dev. So keep it in mind, if you switch from the dev to the production mode, you will not be able to use the remote config from the dev that you have set up. You will need to create the remote config inside of the production and the staging modes respectively. But for now we are going to do it only in the dev. So we can go ahead and click the create configuration button, and the first thing that the Firebase asks us to do is to create a value that we can access from the application. So our first parameter name, which is a key, we're going to name sponsored, and this key is going to contain JSON, and we're going to use this specific key from the remote config to access the dynamic data for the sponsored blocks. You can achieve this by using the static value for the sponsored blocks, but in this specific scenario we are going to use the remote config because we can seamlessly and effortlessly update any single sponsored block and make it always up to date so that user can see always a fresh list of the sponsored blocks rather than using it as a static list. Because, for example, if you build the application in order to use it on your physical device, you will not be able to change it on demand. Whereas with the remote config, you can change it from any place at any time with no delay in a matter of seconds. So in the default value, we are going to provide an actual JSON value for the sponsored blocks. The sponsored blocks, the JSON file you can find in the GitHub repository of my project. Search for the database client, and inside you can find the sponsored block, the JSON file. Copy the content from this file, go back to the Firebase remote config and paste this value inside of this default value, and you can check whether this JSON is valid by maximizing it with this button, and it will say you whether the JSON is valid. In this case, it's completely valid, and optionally you can format your JSON file if it is not formatted by default. Now we can click the save button, publish changes, and now we can effortlessly implement the Firebase remote config in our client application, and we will be able to use these sponsored blocks data from the Firebase remote config by fetching it as a normal data from an API. For this use case, we are going to need a brand new package inside of the packages folder. For it, we are going to go to the packages folder and run very good Flutter package, and we're going to give it a name Firebase remote config repository. Now let's go into the Firebase remote config repository folder, and inside we're going to add a new dependency for the Firebase remote config, and we're going to the GitHub repository. We can find the Firebase remote config repository, and we're going to copy all the content from this file, paste it inside, and essentially this file is initializing the remote config, and it has a function to fetch the remote data from the Firebase remote config itself by using the Firebase remote config instance and using the get string function, which will get the value from the given key as a string, and it will return an empty string if the key doesn't exist. And as a key, we're going to actually provide the sponsored blocks key that we have created, and it will give us a value of the list of the JSON data with the sponsored blocks that we have defined in our Firebase remote config. On top of it, we have a few more utility methods in order to activate our Firebase remote config. Listen to the config updated broadcast stream, set config setting, fetch and activate. And on top of the fetch remote data function, we are going to need the is future available function in our application, because in the future I will show you how to actually handle the scenario when you want to disable certain features in your application. For example, now in our app we can create posts, delete posts, create reels and other stuff, but we can control all of this with the Firebase remote config, and for this we're going to have a boolean function which will return whether the feature or a specific key which returns a boolean is available, and as well as the data that we have defined previously, we can update this boolean whether the feature is available or not at any time from any place without rebuilding our application. So this is very useful if you want to restrict or test some new functions in your application when you are not that is going to work smoothly or it will not cause any exceptions or errors. Now we can remove the test from the Firebase remote config test file, and we can go to the root of the folder pubspec.yaml file, and we can import here Firebase remote config repository, specify the path, sort all the dependencies. Now we can have an access to the Firebase remote config repository, and we are going to initialize it first. But before we can use it in our main files, we're going to initialize it in our bootstrap.dart file. After the initializing PowerSync repository, we can use the Firebase remote config, import the Firebase remote config repository, and in our Firebase remote config repository, we are going to export the package for the Firebase remote config so that we have an access to the Firebase remote config instance in our bootstrap.dart file, and we are going to pass this Firebase remote config repository inside of our builder, and the builder is a typedef function and is a typedef signature for the future or widget function PowerSync repository, and on top of it, we're going to Firebase remote config repository. We're going to pass this using the Firebase remote config repository instance that we have just initialized, and in each of our main files, we are going to add a Firebase remote config repository, copy and paste in each of the main files. And this repository we are going to use in our app.dart file. We are going to define final Firebase remote config repository, define it as a required parameter, and specify as a repository inside of the repository provider.value, and the value is set to the Firebase remote config repository. And now we can the app with the Firebase remote config repository that we get from the builder function itself, copy it and paste in each of the main files. Now we should be able to use our Firebase remote config repository everywhere we want in our application. Firstly, we're going to use it in our feed block. We can import the Firebase remote config repository, initialize it like we did with the post repository, and now we should be able to use it in order to fetch for the sponsored blocks in our Firebase remote config. But we're going to handle this logic in our feed block mixin. So on top of the posts get repository, we're going to have Firebase remote config repository, call it Firebase remote config repository, override the value and set it to the Firebase remote config repository. So in our feed block mixin we have everything set up to fetch for the sponsored blocks from the remote config. Now we're going to implement the logic, actually shuffling our actual feed list with the list of the sponsored blocks. So in the original Instagram application, if you have ever noticed, the maximum range the sponsored blocks are displayed between each other is 4 and the minimum is 1. So basically it means that I can see this at the very top, and right after it I will be able to see the sponsored blocks. I can see the next sponsored block from this one in a range from 1 to 3. So if the range is 3, I'm going to see it right below this, exactly like I used to see below this post. So now we're going to actually implement this logic in our feed block mixin. So in our feed block mixin, let's go ahead and define function which will actually handle fetching for the sponsored blocks from the Firebase remote config repository that we have defined inside of the feed block mixin. This function is going to look like this. Is going to have a required boolean parameter whether we have more data to fetch, and the blocks that we will get the fetch feed page after we have mapped them to the list of the insta blocks, and we are going to actually compute the sponsored blocks inside of the isolate. We are going to extract the data from the receive port and return the inserted blocks that we get from the isolate itself. And the function that we're going to run in the isolate is going to look like, is going to have a bunch of arguments, send port, boolean, and list of the insta blocks that we are going to actually shuffle with the sponsored blocks. So essentially it's the main list of the, and now we are decoding the data from the arguments with the third index as a string, because the sponsored block string JSON is a string that we get from the Firebase remote config by fetching the remote data with the key sponsored blocks. So we are decoding its value to the list and we are converting it to the list of the map string dynamic. After we are defining some utility, some temporary variables for the blocks for the temp data length, and we are defining as a possible skip range. As I explained you before, it's the amount of blocks that we should skip after we have inserted the sponsored block, or if we didn't insert, it's going to define how many blocks we should skip in order to actually insert our sponsored blocks. And from the sponsored block list JSON, we are taking only 20 sponsored blocks, mapping them to the insta block using the insta block from JSON, and we are using the while loop by checking. We are running the while loop until the temp data length is greater than 1, because if it is less than 1 or equal to, we cannot actually insert the sponsored block. The minimum required amount of posts is 2, so we can insert the sponsored blocks between. So here we're defining the allowed skip range by taking into account whether the previous skip range was 1 and the current temp data length. If the previous skip range was 1 and the temp data length is greater than 3, we're going to have an allowed skip range by sublisting the actual skip range. So we have an option to have a skip range only with 2 or 3 blocks. After we actually ignore for the previous skip range value and checking whether the temp data length is equal to 2. In this case, we return only an allowed skip range with 1. Otherwise, if the temp data length equal to 3, meaning that there is only 3 blocks left, we are going to have a possible skip range of 1 or 2 blocks. In any other cases, we returning the whole list of the possible skip range. Now we can assign the random sponsored blocks by using the random next int with the sponsored blocks sponsored.length. And with this random sponsored block, we are going to actually insert it in the blocks. But before, we are using the random skip range with the same logic as we applied to the random sponsored blocks, accessing the random value of the list of allowed skip range with the random.next int value with the maximum value set to the allowed skip range.length, and we are assigning the previous skip range is 1 value to whether we are setting the previous skip range is 1 boolean to true if the random skip range is equal to 1. After it, we are sublisting the temp blocks with the random skip range. So for example, the initial length of the blocks that we get from the page is 10. So the first time the while loop is run, the temp blocks is exactly with the 10 insta blocks that we get from the get page initially. Therefore, after sublisting it with the random skip range, if it's assumed equal to 2, we are going to sublist the 2 blocks. Therefore, we will have only 8 blocks left. Consider with shuffling with the sponsored blocks. After it, we inserting the random sponsored block inside of the blocks list into the index equal to the blocks.length minus temp blocks.length. We previously sublisted before we are inserting it, we sublisting the temp blocks. Therefore, the blocks length will be always greater than the temp blocks.length. So for example, it's equal to 10. After using the random skip range, it's equal to 2. It's equal to 8. So 10 minus 8 is 2. So we're inserting the random sponsored blocks at the index of 2. And after we're using the temp data length and assigning it to the temp blocks.length. So if the temp data length after this logic is greater than 1, this loop is going to continue. Otherwise, it's going to end. And the compute sponsored blocks will return the send port.send with the blocks that was mutated with the random sponsored block that we always get randomly while the loop is running. And as you can see, we have an unused has more boolean. In order to use it, we are going to define the if boolean if statement, and we're going to check if we doesn't have more blocks to fetch. We're going to send port.send the data, and we're going to return the blocks, but this time we're going to follow it by the other iterable insta block. Essentially, here is an example. We have a planets Earth, Jupiter, and an updated list. An unupdated list of planets is going to be planets that followed by Mars and Venus. And when we're printing the updated list, we're going to have Earth, Jupiter, and at the very end of this list, we have the Mars and Venus that we have followed this list by. Let me quickly demonstrate you the use case for this followed by function. In our feed page, when we will scroll to the bottom of the page that we fetched for, and we doesn't have more data, and we don't have more data, you will see at the bottom that below the latest, that below the last, we will have the divider block, which we are actually following our blocks with, which is going to have a very cool animation, and it will indicate that we have seen every single post from the past 3 days. And after it, we will have a block which will represent the section header block with the section type equal set to section header block type that suggested, and it's going to indicate for the user that after this text we are going to see only the suggested posts. So for now, it doesn't have this divider horizontal block and the section header block. We can go to the insta blocks and inside of the source folder create divider horizontal block dot file. We can copy it from the GitHub repository, paste it inside, and it's going to extend the insta block. But before we can use the mixin, we should import the insta blocks, and after it we are using the equatable mixin. And the divider block divider horizontal block is essentially a blueprint for the actual divider block that we are going to display in our feed page with the animation as on this video. So we are going to always insert it in the list of the blocks, of the insta blocks, when we have scrolled to the very bottom of the list of posts, indicating that we have no more posts to see. After it, we are going to see the recommended post. After the divider horizontal block, we are going to create a section header block .dart file. We are going to copy and paste. Once again, delete the equatable mixin, import the instablocks and use the equatable mixin. And the section header block once again is a blueprint for the actual section header that we are going to display in our feed page, which will display the text depending on the type of the section header block, and optionally is going to have a final block action. So in the original Instagram application, if you tap on the suggested for you, optionally in the original Instagram block, in the original Instagram application, if you tap on some of these section headers, you can be navigated to the page with some more data to display. So this is the use case for this action, for this block action. Now let's go ahead inside of the packages instablocks and run the dart run build runner build command, and it's going to generate for us generated code to serialize and deserialize the data into the divider horizontal block instance or to the map string dynamic. And while it is generating, we are going to export section header block .dart file and export divider horizontal block .dart file. Now we can close the terminal, go to the root of our application, close the instablocks divider horizontal block, and now we can use it to follow our blocks list with this divider horizontal block and the section header block. So after we have implemented the function to insert the sponsored blocks into the list of the original posts that we get from the function to fetch the page, we're going to have a boolean. We're going to use the boolean whether we want to fetch the page with sponsored blocks. By default, it is equal to true, and we're going to handle this scenario. In case it is true, we will use this insert sponsored blocks function. Otherwise, we will return the insta blocks after mapping it to the insta block, after mapping it to the post large block. Before returning the value, we're going to check if we don't want to return our feed page with the sponsored blocks. In case we want, we are going to execute the insert sponsored blocks function, which will handle all this logic that I have described you. So by default, it's equal to true. And now, as you can see, there is an unsupported block type unknown, and there is an unsupported block type divider horizontal block and the section header. This means that our insert sponsored blocks properly inserted the blocks. Now we should only display it correctly in our feed page.dart file. But before, we have actually noticed that there is an unsupported block type unknown, and it's not what we are expecting to see, because in the feed page, when we have the block type post block, we're displaying the post view, and the post sponsored block is a type of the post block. Therefore, we have something mistaken. We have something not implemented inside of the insta block, and indeed we forgot to handle here a post sponsored block that identifier and return the post sponsored block from JSON. If we hot reload now, we should immediately see the sponsored that we randomly get from the function inside of the feed block mixin. We can click to the view Instagram profile. Unfortunately, we can't actually do anything with this post, because if we like, you will see that the data upload error discarding CRUD entry with this ID, because actually this post is not stored in our database client. Therefore, it can't be interacted. You can't add any likes. But anyway, as you can see, it works as expected. So the first keep range is 2. So after the 2 blocks, we are displaying the post sponsored. After it, we have only the keep range equal to 1. After it, we have the sponsored block. After it, we have another case where we have the skip range equal to 1. And after it, we don't see any other sponsored blocks. When we have sublisted every single post above and displayed the ad, we at the end have this one post. Therefore, it's not satisfied with this condition where the temp data length is greater than 1. The 1 is not greater than 1, therefore we don't see any sponsored blocks below this last. And as you can see, unsupported block type divider horizontal and section header, meaning that the if has more boolean, meaning that the if has more if check, meaning that we don't have more data if statement was properly executed with the followed by blocks to display the divider horizontal block and the section header block. Now we can actually go to the insta block, cover the divider horizontal block and section horizontal and section header block identifier cases. But if we hot reload, we still not be able to see the divider horizontal block and section header block. In order to display them, we can go to the feed page. We're going to define a widget build block method, which will have a bunch of required parameters. And in here, we're going to check if the block is post block. We're going to return post view. Otherwise, if the block is section header block, we're going to switch the block section type. If the section block type is suggested, we're going to return a column. We're going to display this exact section header, and we're going to use the column for this with the cross-axis alignment set to cross-axis alignment at start, padding, and the text with the app divider at the bottom of this section header block. And lastly, we have if block is divider horizontal block, we're going to return a divider block with the feed page controller that we will create later to actually handle properly the animation of the divider section. As you remember, we are going to play the animation once this divider section is seen, and we are going to preserve the state of the scene divider horizontal block. In order to achieve this, we're going to have a feed page controller which will use the change notifier, and we're going to listen for the changes inside of the divider block and check if it was already seen or if the animation was already played, not to play it again, and assign the default value to the. So now inside of the feed, let's go ahead and create folder in which we will create a divider block.dart file, and the divider block is going to be a stateful widget which will return a column, and the most essential part will be to use the Lottie package. Actually gives us an option to have this very beautiful animated icon. So we are going to add a dependency called the Lottie in order to actually have an access to the Lottie.asset that we will use from the assets.animations.checked animation, which will provide for us a string, which is a path, to this checked animation icon. After it, we're going to have a Flutter animate dependency, because on top of animating the actual icon, which is handled by the Lottie package itself, we're going to animate the app dividers at the top and the bottom of this section, which is going to have a gradient, which is going to have an animation of the gradient, which is going to go from the left to right, and is going to have a last value, and is going to display the app divider at the end with the app colors that gray. So now we can define the feed page controller inside of the widgets page controller.dart file, and we're going to create a feed page controller which extends a change notifier. We're going to create a singleton internal static final feed page controller instance with the anonymous constructor, and by using the factory feed page controller, we're going to return the internal static final value of the feed page controller. Therefore, in the entire application app lifecycle, we are going to have only a single instance of the feed page controller. Therefore, we will always preserve the state of the has played animation and the animation value. So actually, we are defining here a boolean has played animation. By default, it's false, and double animation value by default it's 0. We're defining the setter and the getter for this boolean and double parameters variables, and we have on top of it the void, which will mark animation as unseen when we will refresh our page. Now we can create widgets.dart file and export here feed page controller.dart file and export here divider block.dart file. Now we can inside of the feed export the widgets.dart file, and we can import the feed inside of our divider block, and we can uncomment the feed page controller inside of the build block, and instead of switching in our sliver list.builder, we're going to return build block, and we are going to provide here the required parameters. So inside of the builder, we're going to assign the feed page value to the state feed page has more posts is going to come from the feed page that has more boolean parameter. Is failure is going to be true if the status is equal to the feed status.failure, and inside of the build block method, we're going to pass the feed length equal to the feed page total blocks, and the feed page controller we're going to assign inside of the build method final feed page controller, and the feed page controller we can assign at the top of the build function and the build method of the stateless widget feed page controller, pass it inside of the build block method. And now if we hot reload our application, if we scroll to the bottom of the feed page, we will see the animated divider block that we have just handled by checking if the block is divider horizontal block. So essentially the divider block will have a stack, will have a column with the Lottie asset animation itself, and the text with the context LTNN have seen all recent posts value, and the context LTNN have seen all recent posts in past 3 days. And at the bottom we have the listenable builder with the listenable set to feed page controller, meaning that each time the feed page controller is updated, it's going to execute the builder function and is going to update the animated shimmer divider. And the animated shimmer divider itself is just an app divider. Here we are using the Flutter animate by animating the app divider itself, providing the default value set to 1. So initially we will have the shimmer base color when the value of the animation will equal to 1. So the shimmer base color is either app colors that emphasize dark gray, or the gray if the color is like light or dark. And inside of the animate, we provide in the controller, which actually controls the animation of the app divider. And on the did update widget, we are checking if the old widget that has played animation not equal to the widget that has played animation. We will loop the animation controller with the count.1, meaning that we will play the animation of the app divider gradient only once when the has played animation changed. After it, we are animating actually the app divider with the shimmer by providing a duration set to 2 seconds and 200 milliseconds. And the colors for it, the first one is the shimmer base color, and other colors comes from the app colors, the primary gradient color. The first one is purple, orange, red, pink, red, purple, and the duplicate of the first color. So for these colors, we are going to have stops in order to better blend them together so it looks more elegant. And lastly, we have an autoplay set to false because we actually want to preserve the divider horizontal state to be always animated. It was looped, and it is going to be animated again only if we auto-load, only if we pull to refresh, but we're going to add this function inside of our refresh indicator that adaptive with the on refresh function. We're going to use the feed page controller, mark animation as unseen. Now as you can see, we don't have the animation of this divider block, but if we pull to refresh, you will quickly notice that we are again animating this divider block. And let me demonstrate you that in our divider block we have function to ensure that the block is visible. It checks if the animation has already been played. It will not do anything, it will do nothing after. Otherwise it's going to use the scrollable that ensure visible with the divider block key that current context, and the divider block key is assigned to the column key. So the whole divider block context is going to be assumed in this ensure visible void method, and it's going to have an alignment set to 0.6 curve easing that legacy decelerate and the duration 450 milliseconds. So if we smoothly go at the very bottom of the feed page and we will see this app divider, we will be automatically scrolled to this divider block, and the animation will be played only when we actually seen this divider block. And this is achieved by using the stack, and on top of the Lottie asset file we are using the viewable with the child of the sized box with the height and width equal to 30. So essentially it's the box right below icon animation. Why we are not using the viewable directly on the Lottie asset file? Because spacing between this spacing at the top and at the bottom of this animated icon is not provided by me, so it's not actually used, it's not actually achieved by the sized box with the height. This Lottie asset file by default has this spacing around itself. Therefore we have to use the stack in order to actually track the exact position of the check animation icon. By doing so on scene, we actually play the animation by setting the feed page controller the animation value to 1 and the feed page controller that has played animation to true, and by using the controller set the duration first to the animation duration and forward the animation so that we can actually play the animated check. And on loaded function that comes from the Lottie asset builder itself, on loaded function with the Lottie composition as a parameter, and we are assigning the animation duration value inside of the stateful widget itself by giving it a value of the composition that duration, and if the has played animation is true, we're going to set a controller that value to the feed page controller that animation value when we load the Lottie animation, the Lottie asset. If we don't have this line over here, when the divider block is going to be disposed, by default the animation value of the controller is 0. But when we provide it to the feed page controller that animation value, after the animation has been played, is the value of it is going to be 1. Therefore, it's always going to, and the animation duration is actually required to properly animate the Lottie asset file. Without the duration, you will have the exception and you will not be able to animate the icon at all. So this is basically all for the divider block animated with the animated icon and the animated app dividers. Now lastly, for the feed page, we are going to implement the lazy loading for some more data. So now we have only 1, 2, 3 and the get, and the limit of the page is 10. Therefore we are always displaying the maximum amount of the posts that we get from the page. Therefore we don't actually need, therefore we will never actually display the loader at the bottom to load for some more data when we have more than one page. So inside of the build block, make sure that only after checking the block type for the divider horizontal block and section header block, the index +1 is equal to the feed length, we will check if the status of the feed page is failure. If we doesn't have any more posts, we are going to return size box that shrink. Otherwise, we will return a network error widget with an on-retry function, which will execute the feed page requested event. Otherwise, we return a feed loader item, which will have an on-presented function, which will either execute feed page requested or the feed recommended post page requested if we don't have posts more to actually fetch for. So let's go in our widgets folder and create a network error dart. So for the network error widget, we are going to create a brand new folder called network error with the view, and inside of the view folder we are going to have add network error file, and the network error widget network error widget is going to return for us a column with an icon of the error outline, network error ltn, the app button with the on pressed function set to the on retry with the flexible icon refresh, and the text network error button, which is a try again, and optionally we have a route here. So if we want to display the network error as a page, we have a route which will return a scaffold, and in the center it will return a network error with the same on retry function. So we can define here at the same file both scaffold and the network error widget itself, which will display the actual to retry fetching for the page. Now we can create a network error dart file once again and export here view network error file, and we can import the network error inside of the feed page dart file. And after it, lastly, we are going to have a feed item loader in our widgets folder, feed loader item file, and it is going to return for us a center.circular progress indicator with the edge insets that's symmetric with the value of the vertical app spacing.md padding, and in the initSet method we will have a future delayed 350 milliseconds, which will execute the widget on presented function. If you want, you can delete this future delayed, but if you actually want your user to the feed loader item more clearly, if the data is loading too rapidly, you can use this future that delay. But ideally, you should avoid the future. You should avoid the delaying of the feature that on presented function, because in the production page you always want to make your code as fast as possible. But in this case, an artificial delay of the widget that on present function. Now we can export the feed loader item dart file in our widgets folder, in our widgets dart file, and we can actually use now the feed loader item in our feed page. And now let's try to create a few more posts to actually our lazy loading of the feed page. So I have created more than 10 posts. Firstly, we're going to check if we have the feed loader item when we have more than 10 items in our feed page. So let's scroll at the bottom of the page and we should see the loading indicator, which is actually a feed loader item without the divider horizontal block and the section block and the section header block, because we are not actually sure yet, and because we are sure that we still have more posts to fetch from the database. Therefore, we are displaying here a feed loader item. So let's go and return back our on presented function. And in order to clearly see that our feed loader item is actually loading some data, we are going to have a future delay set to 2 seconds, so we can see that feed loader is displayed first after before fetching for the next page. So if we scroll to the bottom, we see this feed loader item, and the posts that didn't fit in the first page were automatically handled, were automatically fetched, and at the very bottom again displaying the divider block and the section header block of the suggested for you with the suggested for you text. And it means that we don't have more blocks, more posts to fetch in the database client. So now we have implemented both the divider block, section header block, and the lazy loading of our feed page. Now we can go to the feed loader item and return our delay back to the 350 milliseconds, and you will quickly notice that it's much more quicker now, and you will barely notice that there is a feed loader indicator, but you could actually notice it. But anyway, now we have our feed page with the randomly inserted sponsored blocks that are fetched from the Firebase remote config that we can change at any time with no effort. We can update them as we want, as many times as we want, and the user will see the immediate changes in the application without rebuilding the app itself. Now we can actually display for the user the static posts in the after the suggested section header. For this we can go to the feed block, and we are going to implement event that will fetch the recommended posts, and it's going to have a transformer with the throttle droppable, and at the very bottom we are going to handle the on feed recommended posts page requested function with the feed recommended post page requested event and the feed. And inside of it we are going to have a try catch block, but before we are going to emit the state that loading, and the recommended blocks is going to be the posts we are going to get from the posts repository. We can go to the GitHub repository, search for the posts repository, and at the very bottom of this we can find a recommended post static final list, which we can copy and paste inside of our posts repository. We can import math as math. We can import in our posts repository. We are going to import insta blocks, sorting all the dependencies. Now we can import the insta blocks. So essentially we just return a static list in this case with a bunch of post large block with different media, either video or image, with different captions, with different created at data, and with different authors and IDs. And at the very bottom of this list we have with navigate to post author action, which is a extension on top of the list of post large block, which will through each of them, and it will give the action to each of these post large block to navigate to the post author. For now it doesn't have this extension, but we can go to the insta blocks lib source post block.dart file, search for the extension post block list extension, go to the post block, and at the very bottom insert this extension. Now we should no more so now we should no more have this. As I said before, this extension is going to map the list of post large block, and it's going to copy each post large block with the action of the navigate to post author profile action, and the author ID is going to provide e.author.id. So back to the feed block, we have a list of recommended blocks. We have a blocks which will await and insert the sponsored blocks, and with the has more set to true always, and the blocks is going to be recommended blocks, defining here a feed and emitting state that populated with the new feed. The use case for the recommended posts in our feed block is for the demonstration purpose. Of course, in the production you will not do like so. In the real application you will fetch for the recommended posts as you did with the actual page of the posts, but in the demonstration purpose I have created this event to just return a static list of recommended posts. You could also extract this recommended posts to the remote config and fetch them from the remote config. In the demonstration purpose, once again, I have simplified it as much as possible. So in our feed page requested event, we are going to add one more line, which will check if we don't have any more data to fetch. It's going to automatically execute the feed recommended post page requested event. It is useful, for instance, if we have the list of only one or even zero posts initially in our application, so that has more boolean is set to false, and we are going to immediately add a feed recommended post page requested event. So we don't need to scroll in order to execute this feed recommended post page requested event, since we have implemented the throttle droppable even if the even if the user scrolls while the previous feed recommended post page requested event is being processing, it will not be executed because we have covered what the throttle droppable actually does before. Therefore, we don't worry about the redundant data, two events at the same time. Now, if we hot reload our application, scroll to the very bottom of this page, after the suggested section header block, we have the infinite list of the recommended posts, which also have a lazy loading with the feed loader item, and as well as the original list of the posts which comes from the database client. These recommended posts are shuffled with the sponsored blocks, which is awesome. So now in our feed page, we have a lazy loading, have a static list of the recommended posts, and also we have implemented the very unique use case where we shuffle the original list of the posts that we get from the database client with the list from the Firebase config of the sponsored blocks, which we can use in our to display to promote some websites or your own Instagram profile, for example. Now, one important thing that we are going to implement now is to display the actual profile of the of the sponsored user post author. The next important thing will be to properly display the page of the author of the sponsored post. For now, we don't display any data because inside of the user profile page, we're using the actual user from the user profile block, which comes from the database client. We don't have any. This is why we have an unknown as a title, and we don't have any content in this page. In our user profile props, we actually have the promo block action and the sponsored post, and we have already handled this scenario in our post view. On the inside of the post sponsored on pressed, we are handling the navigate to sponsored post author with the extra parameter where the promo block action is equal to the action and the sponsored block. And the sponsored block is a block which the post view is displaying as the post sponsored block. Take a look at the page of the author of the sponsored post. It's going to have a promo banner at the bottom. It's going to display only sponsored post, and it's going to have the same header and the floating data as the actual profile page. Now let's implement the floating promo action so let's go ahead and implement the floating promo banner. For this, we are going to assign the promo action inside of the build method, but before we are going to define a getter to access the props from the widget. We will use props.promo block action as navigate to sponsored post author profile action. And inside the app scaffold, we are going to return a floating action button if the props is sponsored. If it's not, we're going to return null, and the floating action button location is going to be floating action button location dot center float. In the promo floating action, we are going to return the actual promo banner, and we are going to implement it inside of our Instagram blocks UI. In the source folder, let's create a widget promo floating dot file, copy, paste it. We will need the dependency for the URL launcher, and the promo floating action itself will return a tappable with the list style. As a leading, we have an image attachment thumbnail with the static image URL. In this case, it's the Instagram icon. We have a text, learn more, and go to website instagram.com. But the actual instagram.com we have by splitting the URL of the actual location that we want to navigate our user to when click on this promo block action by splitting the URL with the slash symbol, accessing the second element from the list, and getting the shortened website by splitting the URL by checking whether the URL contains www, meaning that it's an actual URL, and we will replace it with www, and we will replace all www symbols with the empty string, replace first dot with an empty string, and return the actual formatted version of the split URL. Otherwise, if the split URL doesn't contain www, it will return a split URL as it is. And the shorter website we are going to use to actually display which location the user will visit if he taps on this button. At the bottom, we are navigating the whole widget and moving it in the y coordinate with the duration 650 milliseconds, and the begin y coordinate is equal to 200 and the end is 0. So it will be animated from bottom to top with the curve set to sprung, that custom damping set to 12 and the stiffness set to 65. By using this curve, we can achieve the spring simulation with a beautiful bouncy effect which the original Instagram has. So now we can export the promo loading action, import it from the Instagram blocks UI, auto reload our application, and now if we find the sponsored block, click on this profile, we will see this promo action actually animated from bottom to top with the very cool bouncy animation that was achieved by using the spring effect. And if we tap on it, we will be navigated to the link that we have provided in our actual sponsored. So if we take a look at the data that we have inserted in our remote config, we have an action with the promo preview URL set to the HTTPS Instagram, and here I provided my Instagram profile URL. And here in the action we have a promo preview image URL set to the Instagram, and the promo URL which will navigate user to the website that we provide here is set to the http://instagram.com, and here I provided my Instagram profile account. This is why I have navigated to my actual Instagram account by tapping on this button. And you can provide here any link you want, and it will actually display here a preview of the website, the shortened website string. You can customize this widget as much as you want. You can have an unlimited amount of customizable blocks of this promo block action with different enum types that Instagram provides for you, that you can show for the user if he wants to navigate to your WhatsApp account or to your commercial website or any other website that you can provide, that you want to provide, that you have provided in this action, in this promo action, and the user will see it when he navigates to this sponsored account. Now we can see this promo action. Now we should display the data of this user that we navigates to from the sponsored. Let's start from the user profile app bar. Inside of this widget, we are going to have a null optional parameter sponsored post, and in the build method, we are going to have a user $, and it's going to be user profile block state user, and the actual user value is going to be the user $, if the sponsored block, if the sponsored post is equal to null. Otherwise, we will use the sponsored post.author.toUser in order to actually display the data of the user, of the author of the sponsored post. So now if we refresh our application and navigate to the sponsored user profile page, we will not see any changes because we forgot to pass inside of the user profile app bar the sponsored post, which we will get from the props.sponsored post. Now if we refresh our application, go to the profile page, we should see the data from the sponsored author of this post with his username. And lastly, we are going to modify the user profile header, and here we are going to create optional parameter for the sponsored block, for the sponsored post as well. And here we will do the same stuff. We will check if the sponsored post is equal to null. We will return user.$, which is the user profile block that state.user. Otherwise, we will return sponsored post.author and convert it to the user. So now if we refresh our application, go to the user profile page, we don't see anything once again because we forgot to pass the sponsored post in the user profile sponsored post. Refresh the application and nothing has actually changed. In here we are only checking if the user is anonymous, but now we have an access to the sponsored post. Therefore, we will check additionally if the props.sponsored post is not equal to null, or either this or this should be true. Otherwise, we are not going to display the user profile header and the sliver persistent header with the tab bar. Now, if we refresh our application, go to the page, we should see the final result of the user profile, of the sponsored user profile page. Unfortunately, we can't follow to this user because once again, it's a fake user. It's not stored in our database client. We are just displaying a placeholder for the sponsored user profile page instead of displaying an empty page with no data. It's much better. The last thing is to display the sponsored post, but we will cover this case a bit later. So now after we can actually visit the sponsored user profile, we are going to handle the last event that we have not implemented in our feed block. Is going to be feed update requested. This event is going to update the state of the feed internally without refreshing the page itself by inserting the new post that was created by the user. So we are going to handle new event feed update requested, and we're going to handle it at the bottom of this feed block. And this is going to be a bit tricky to implement. First of all, in the shared config utilities extensions, create update list extension .dart file. This extension with the generic type T on the list with the generic type T is going to give us a very useful function update with, which will assume the new item, defined item callback, and the onUpdate function, which will update the list by finding an element that matches the find item callback, replacing it with the new item using onUpdate function, or inserting the new item if no match. And if is the lead boolean set to true, the matching element will be removed instead of replaced. So here we first check if the new item is equal to null. We return the list without any modifications. After we are finding the index of the item by using the find item callback, by comparing the item from the list and the new item that we want either to insert, delete, or update in the list. If the index not equal to -1, meaning that the item was found in the list, we first check the user wants to delete this matched item from the list, and we respectively execute the remove at function, and removing the item by the index that we have found by using index where function on the list. We execute the onUpdate function by updating the list with the item in the list on this index by providing the element from the list at this index and the new item that we want to update the old item in the list. And if the item was not found in the list, we will check we want to insert the item if we not found it in the list. If we don't want, we will return the list without modifications. Otherwise, we will try to insert the new item in the zero index, and the element is going to be a new item. And finally we return when we have applied either remove at or onUpdate function or insert. So this will be very crucial for our use case to implement the logic, the update of the feed. Now we can go to the GitHub repository inside of the feed event. Inside of the feed block mixin, we are going to copy everything started from the feed page update to the page update sealed class. We can insert it in the feed block mixin. Don't forget to import the enum page update type. Now let me quickly explain you what we have just inserted in our feed block mixin. Firstly, the enum page update type create, delete, or update. So for instance, tapped on delete post. Obviously the page update type will be delete. The same if we create the page, if we create the post, it will be create. Otherwise, if we, for example, editing the post, it will be update. Now we have a generic class, a page update, which is going to assume a new post and the type of the page update type enum. We have a generic post block on update function, which will actually use update the appropriate block with the function with the exact logic that we want to have specifically for different use cases. And here we just defining some useful getters to define whether the type is create, is delete, or the is update, or whether we can update the real by checking whether the new post that media is real, and defining here a getter new large post by converting the new post to post large block. At the below the page update we have feed page update, which extends the page update, and it overrides the value of the onUpdate function. It checks the is post large block is going to copy the block with the caption new block.caption. Otherwise it will throw an unsupported error. Otherwise it will throw an unsupported error which says that unsupported block type with the block. Now at the bottom of the feed block mixin, let's define some extensions. But before we're going to actually export the update list extension.dart file. So let's start. Firstly, we have an extension on feed, which provides two functions. First, to update feed page. So firstly, we have an extension on feed, which provides a function to update feed page with the page update generic type, with the page update generic class, and it's going to return feed page dot blocks. It's going to select posts, and the select post block is going to return only the item where type is post block and convert it to list. And on top of the list of blocks, we are going to execute the update blocks extension on list of blocks. And the update blocks will once again have a required page update, which will check if the update is feed page update. It will execute the underscore update function with the generic type t, which will return a list of posts, and it will return the actual update with function, which is an extension on list generic type t. The new item is going to be update new large block. The onUpdate function is going to be update onUpdate. IsDelete is going to be update type isDelete. IsDelete is going to be update isDelete. And the find item callback is going to be if the block ID is equal to new block ID. It means that we have find the appropriate block that we want to either delete or update. Or if it is not found in our list, we are going to insert it. Now we can go to the feed update requested event, and we can replace these parameters with the single page update generic class required update. And in the props, don't forget to mention specify update. So in our feed update requested event, we are going to have a feed block which we try to find from the feed page, and the find post block is in another extension which will return a nullable insta block, which will try to return first where or null matches the block type of the post block, and the no optional checking for the other ID that block ID, other ID equal to block ID, the test color with the block, or by default it's true, because both of these parameters are optional. Once again, it finds a block from the list of blocks from the feed page, providing a test function which will return true if the block ID is equal to the update.newPost.id. And we're going to check if the feed block is equal to null and update is not create, meaning that we didn't find the feed block in the list of blocks from the feed page and we don't want to insert it. We are going to emit the state that populated. Otherwise, we are going to have an updated feed blocks on, and we are going to update the old feed, and we are going to update the feed page on the old feed with the update that we get from the event. And we are going to have a new feed by copying the old feed page and setting the blocks to the updated feed blocks and the total blocks updated feed blocks dot length. And finally, we emit state that populated feed. We have implemented feed update so that when we create a new post or delete or update, it is immediately displayed in our application, so the user don't need to manually pull to refresh to see the changes that he has just applied. So now let's use our feed update requested event firstly in the post view. So on post delete, we are going to execute context read feed block, new event feed update requested, and update is equal to the feed page update new post block to post, and the type is page update type dot delete. After it, we are going to search for the post edit. After it, if we hot reload our application, we will click on the delete button. We will see that a post delete requested function is not implemented. Let's quickly fix it. So in our post block, let's handle post delete requested event. Let's handle the on post delete requested function, post delete requested event, and the post state. And we're going to call the try catch block. We will await post repository delete post with the post ID. So for now we don't have the delete post function in our post repository. So firstly, in our database client, search for the post space repository and create here delete post function. In our PowerSync database client, implement missing override for the delete post, and we are going to execute delete from post where ID is equal to ID from the delete post function, and we will return an ID because the delete post function has a return type of nullable string, and we will first check if the result is empty. We will return null, otherwise we will return result.first.id, result first square brackets ID as a string. So in the PowerSync, in the post repository, override delete post function, database client delete post ID, and in the post block, replace the post ID to the ID. And now if we hot reload our application, we should be able to execute the post delete function, post delete event. Now click delete, and as you can see, the post has been deleted both from the database client. It was automatically deleted from the feed, so that the user don't have to pull to refresh in order to see the changes. If we reload our application, we should no more see this post. And as you can see, indeed don't see this post, meaning that it was deleted from the database client also. We have covered a deletion of the post. Now let's refactor how we are actually processing the post when we create it. For now, we have the logic when we create the post inside of the user profile create post directly. Instead, we will move it to the feed page controller. So we will copy everything from there. So let's go ahead and get rid of some code in the user profile create post that we don't need anymore. And inside of the feed page controller, create process post media function with the required parameters. First define navigate to real page, and then use the stateful navigation shell of context of underscore context, which we defining as a late build context underscore context variable. And inside of the init state, inside of the init method, we will assign a context to the underscore context. We will use this underscore context from the feed page itself because we have an access to the stateful navigation shell of the context only from the 4 pages that are in the bottom navigation bar. It's the feed page, timeline page, reels page, and the user profile page. So in this case, we will extract the context from the feed page, and the same stuff is basically the same that we had in the user profile create post. Now we can use an unawaited keyword and use the feed page controller and use the process media, and Israel we are going to have from the widget Israel. So the only thing that has changed in the feed page controller, we have defined upload post method, which will execute context read add an event feed post create requested. For now, it doesn't have this implemented in our feed block, so let's go ahead and handle this event post requested, execute event feed post create requested, and the feed state. And this function is going to have following logic. Firstly, we are getting the new post from the post repository by using the create post function, providing the values inside of this function, and then we are checking if the new post not equal to null. We will add feed update requested event with the feed page update new post, and the type equal to the page update dot create. After it, we emit state that populated, toggle loading indeterminate set enable to false, and open snack bar with the successfully created post message. Now if we hot reload our app, go to the user profile page, create post, pick up the image, click share button, we should see the late initialization error, field underscore context has not been initialized. It means that we haven't used the feed page controller.init anywhere in the feed page. So in the feed view, nearby the context read feed block add feed page requested, we will use feed page controller.init method, and we will provide the context with the context from this widget. Now if we hot reload our application and try to create post once again, pick up the image, click the share button, as you can see, we have been automatically navigated to the feed page. In the feed page controller, we have used the stateful navigation shell of underscore context go branch. If navigate to real, we will use the third index, or otherwise the 0, and the initial location is always equal to true. So we will always be automatically redirected to the feed page or the reels page when we created the post. And as you could see, we automatically created the post and inserted into the feed, so we don't need to pull to refresh once again. So now we can delete and create post without pull to refresh. Now we need to update our post. We are going to implement the post edit screen. So the final result of the post edit view is going to look like on this screenshot. We are going to preview the media of the post, and we will have the app text field where we will have the initial value of the caption of this post, and we can change it directly in this app text field. And by tapping on this done button, we will automatically update the page if we change the caption. So go to the post folder and inside create post edit dart file. So we have the post edit page. Post edit page provides a block or provides a post block. So the post edit page provides a post edit view with the post block, and inside of the post edit view, we actually using the preview. We actually returning a preview of the media of the post and the app text field where user can actually change the caption of the post. So inside of the app scaffold, we have an app bar which have the action animated builder caption controller, tappable on field submitted caption controller text, and on edit submitted is a function which accepts the string value and it checks if the value is equal to the widget that posts the caption. is going to just context, and it's going to just pop this post edit view. Otherwise, we will add a post update requested event with the new caption and the on update and the on post updated function, in which we will add feed update requested event with the page update type dot update, popping the screen, and inside of the body of this post edit view we have app constraint scroll view. So in the body of the post edit view we have a padding, edge inset symmetric, vertical, app spacing small, and app constraints scroll view with the padding set to the edge inset symmetric, horizontal, app spacing small. And inside of the app constraint scroll view we have a column which has a post media as a preview of the media of the post, with the gap between the preview of the media and the caption input field. And the caption input field will just return an app text field, which will allow the user to actually modify the caption of the post. Now we can export the post edit dot file into the widgets, and now we can go to the routes, and at the very top below the user profile go route, we will define a post ID edit with the named route post edit. We're going to return a no transition page child post edit page with the post that we will get from the state that extra as post block. And we have some conflicts with the feed page that we return in the feed stateful shell branch. In order to fix this, we are hiding the feed page from the insta blocks, because the feed page we have both to display the view and to display the class which represents an Instagram feed page, which contains blocks, total blocks page has more, and other stuff. So in the post view, in the post option settings, we were checking if we are the owners of the post. If the case, we return the post option settings that owner, and on post edit function, we navigate the user to the post edit screen with the parse parameters block.id and the extra with the block. Now, if we hot reload our app, click on the options button, click on the edit button, we should be able to see the exact final result as in on the screenshot. So by default, this post doesn't have the caption, therefore we don't have any initial value. If we type here hello world, for example, and enter and hit the enter button, we forgot to actually implement the post update requested inside of the post block. So let's go ahead and handle the post update requested event. On top of the on post delete requested, we're going to handle the on post update requested, and inside of it we're going to have a try catch block, and we will assign the post to the value that we will get from the post repository update post. So in the database client post base repository, on top of the delete post we will have an update post function, and in the post and the PowerSync database client at the very bottom on top of the delete post we are going to override the update post, and we're going to execute update post set caption to question mark second, where id equal to question mark first, and we will return everything from the post model from the database client. So if the row is empty, we will return null. Otherwise, the JSON have map string dynamic from row at first, and we will convert the JSON to the post by using from JSON factory constructor. Now in the post repository, implement the update function by using database client update post, and don't forget to specify here caption. So after we have got a post, we check if it's not null, we will execute event on post updated, which is a nullable function with the post, which we will convert to large block, and we will emit the copy paste status post status.success. Now if we hot reload our application once again, click to the options, edit hello world, click on the done button. So now if we tap on the on done button, we will see an exception that says that feed block not found above the post edit view widget. Actually, we can remove the block provider feed block from the feed page, and instead we can go to the app.file, and we can create a block provider to provide a feed block as a global block, so we can access it from every single place in our application. So now if we edit our post hello world, hit the enter button, we should immediately see the new caption of the post. So we are almost done with the feed block. The last thing that we forgot to add in our feed refresh requested event is to handle the case when we don't have any more data to fetch. We are adding feed recommended post page requested, as well as in the feed page requested. We're going to add it in the feed refresh requested. Let's go ahead and so this is pretty much everything that we needed to handle in our feed block. So now we have implemented all of the events that we had in our feed event declared, feed page requested, feed reels page, feed update requested, feed post create requested, feed recommended posts page requested, feed refresh requested. We will come back later into the feed block when we are going to implement the Reels page. But now let's go ahead and modify our feed page a bit. For now, it doesn't have any app bar, so let's implement this one. Firstly, we are going to wrap our feed body with the nested scroll view widget. In the nested scroll view, we are going to provide a body, and we are going to remove an app scaffold constant keyword. Now we are going to implement header sliver builder, which will return a list of slivers list. Inside of this list, we are going to return sliver overlap absorber, and as a handle, we are going to pass nested scroll view sliver overlap absorber handle 4, and as a sliver, we are going to pass feed app bar. Let's create feed a bar in our widgets folder, feed a bar dot file. And we're going to create a status widget for the feed app bar, import the material, and declare boolean flag to handle whether the inner box is scrolled that we get from the header sliver builder itself. We can copy it and paste, and we are going to have it as a required parameter. Now in the build method we will return sliver app bar, but firstly we are going to wrap the sliver bar with the sliver padding, replace the child with the sliver, add padding with the edge insets that only value, and set the right to the app spacing MD. Import the app UI, and in the sliver bar we are going to define the following parameters. The center title set to false, the force elevated set to inner box is scrolled boolean, the title is going to be app logo, which returns an assets that images that Instagram text logo that savage, floating set to true, and the snap set to true. So when we will scroll on our feed page, the app bar will be floating when we will scroll on top. And in the actions list, we are providing a tappable button which will display an assets that icons chat circle.savage with the on-tap function, which will navigate us to another page with the list of the chats. So now let's export the feed app bar in our widgets.dar file, and now in our feed app bar we'll pass the inner is box scrolled parameter, and now if we refresh our app we should see now the app bar in our feed page. And in order to actually make our app bar floating, for now it's not, even though we have set the floating boolean type to true, we're going to specify the float header slivers parameter inside of the nested scroll view. Then if we refresh, we will see that our app bar now is floating. Now let's specify the controller for our nested scroll view. We're going to define late scroll controller nested controller. We're going to define it in the init state method nested scroll controller equals to the scroll controller, and we are going to dispose our nested scroll controller in the dispose method of the stateful widget, and we are going to pass this controller in the nested scroll view. Now let's go to the feed page controller and let's define late controller nested scroll controller. We are going to need this nested scroll controller inside of our feed page controller so that when we tap on the home page and we are in this page, we will be automatically navigated to the top of this page. So basically, using this nested scroll controller, we are going to scroll to top of the nested scroll view. Now in the init state method, we are going to pass a scroll controller, nested scroll controller, and we are going to define to set this nested scroll controller value to the nested scroll controller. Now in the init state method, pass the nested scroll controller, and in our feed page controller, let's define a function which will scroll to top, and it will use the nested scroll controller and animate to 0 offset with the duration set to 250 milliseconds and the curve set to the curves that is. So now let's actually use this scroll to top function. We're going to have it in our bottom nav bar. Inside of the on tap function, we're going to check if the index equal to null. Firstly, the index not equal to the navigation shell.current index, we're going to return nothing. Otherwise, meaning that if the index is equal to null and the current index is 0, meaning that we are currently in the feed page and we once again tap on this home icon in the bottom navbar, we will automatically scroll to top. So in this case, when we are, for example, in the timeline page and we tap on the whole page, we will not be automatically scrolled to top of this page. Only when we are in this page and we tapping on the icon in the bottom navigation bar. The next place where we are going to use our scroll to top will be in the user profile create post. We're going to use it in our else statement where we're checking if the widget.props is real, is not equal to true. We are going to animate the feed page controller to top. So let me quickly demonstrate it to you when we are going to create our post. But firstly, let's remember the place in the feed page before we created the post. So now we see this post in the feed page. If we create a new one, you will quickly notice that we have automatically scrolled to top of the feed page. And we achieved this by calling the scroll to top in the else statement, because we have created not a reel. And let's actually refactor our go home function a bit. Firstly, let's remove this checking if widget props is real, and let's firstly check if widget is real not equal to true. Then we are going to execute the feed page controller scroll to top function. Now we are going to modify the process post media file a bit. So instead of checking whether to navigate to real page, we are going to have different functionality. Firstly, we are going to define the real view as a parameter. Firstly, we are going to assign a value to the isReal boolean to be selected files that length to be true if the selected files that length equal to 1, and selected files every file is not image. And we are going to rename isReal boolean parameter to the peak video. We will need it a bit later. So this peak video we get from the widget props is real, so we're going to rename it also to the peak video, and go to the create post props, rename it to the peak video. And we actually need it because if we take a look in the user profile, inside of the user profile add media button, we have an on create reel tab button, on create reel tab function, which actually executes a peak image.peak video. Instead, we're going to remove this function. Instead of our create media model options, we're going to remove this function, and instead of passing here this function, we are going to use a go to function, specify here the path create post, and extra will be true. So in our routes for the create post, we're going to define boolean peak video that we will get from the extra as a nullable boolean parameter, otherwise it will be equal to false. And in our user profile create post, we're going to have final boolean peak video parameter, which is false by default. And we're going to pass this peak video in our create post props video peak video, and we're going to actually pass this peak video in our user profile create post. So now we actually have removed unnecessary code from the create media model options. Instead, we have used the extra parameter, defined it to true, and in our routes we have extracted the state that extra as boolean, and by default it is equal to false, and we then provide this boolean to the create post props, so that we have removed the unnecessary code. So now if we hot reload our application, and if we will try to create the reel by picking up the video, we are going to be automatically redirected to the reels page, and we have achieved it by using the stateful shell navigator of underscore context. Go to branch if the navigate to reel page is true. If it's true, we will navigate to the third index of the bottom navigation bar, otherwise to the 0 index, and the 0 index is the home page, whereas the third one is reels page. And we always want to have the initial location parameter set to true, so that, as you could see, when we even if we stacked multiple pages on top of the bottom navigation bar, on top of the root page from the bottom navigation bar, we have automatically redirected to the initial page on the bottom navigation bar without calling the context.pop, which we previously had in our user profile create post widget. So for now, if we pause our video and continue to scroll, we'll have the unexpected behavior that the video continued to play, and that is obviously not what we want to achieve in our application for the better user experience. So for this purpose, we're going to modify our video play widget a bit. Let's quickly find it inside of our Instagram blocks UI widgets folder, and it was renamed to the inline video. So let's go ahead and copy and paste it, and let's actually rename our file to inline video. What we have actually made in our video play widget. Firstly, we have renamed it to the inline video, and the second thing that I have made is to extract all the parameters that we previously had into a separate class called video settings, which encapsulates various properties required to configure a video player. And the most important thing is to a boolean parameter player was seen, and we use it actually in our on video seen and on video unseen functions. And on video seen function is used in the inline video stack, a viewable widget which actually uses on seen and on unseen functions that comes from the parameters. And actually previously, if you notice, when we scroll, we always expected to have the widget to be paused persistently, but the application always continued to play the video. This was caused by the viewable, because every time we pause the video, it is set to not playing. And as soon as we scroll our feed page, the viewable widget triggers and the on-scene function triggers as well. So previously, when we didn't have the player was seen boolean flag, we always set our controller to. So now before, we are checking whether the player was seen, and if it was seen, we are not going to enable the controller. And the viewable is actually required in order to stop the player from being played when we navigate to another page. If you can see, so as you can see, now the video is playing. If we navigate to another page, the video has been automatically paused and seek the duration to duration.0. This is why the viewable widget is very important in this case. But now we have modified it, so if we hold to reload our application, but before we have to replace our video play widget with the inline video, and we can place these parameters into the video settings.build, and we have renamed our URL to the video URL and play to should play. And also in the media carousel, we have the inline the parameters and insert them into the video settings. Rename the file to the video file, play to the should play, and with play control to the with player controller. And now if we go to reload our application, now if we pause our video and scroll back and forth, you will see that the video doesn't continue to play, because we have declared the variable to check first whether the video was already seen. And still, if we navigate to another page, you will see that our video automatically stops from being played. This is exactly what we wanted to achieve with our viewable widget. And in the build method, I have just cleaned things up so it is not a mess anymore. It is a very good looking build method, which has a separate widget to display an inline video stack, as a first child as a separate widget, the second child with a listenable builder, which were also separated. Instead of rebuilding the whole widget by wrapping it with the value listenable builder, which was listened to the controller, instead we have used the listenable builder only for the inline video player controller and the toggle sound button to change when the video player controller actually change. And in the child, we pass the inline video inside of the listenable builder, where actually return the inline video player controller, which displays for us a icon to indicate for the user whether he has paused or resumed the video. For this purpose, we have passed the child of the inline video, not to rebuild it if when we just want to the inline video player controller, because it's simply just a popping icon animation overlay, which is essentially a stack, and we don't want to rebuild our child by any cost, by any chance. This is why we are providing it as a child. So for the modification for the video, it is pretty much everything, nothing fancy actually, but very important things mentioned. So now let me demonstrate you one thing. So as you can see, our video in the feed page played normally. If we scroll back and forth, it is paused or resumed, depending on whether the video is in the viewport. But very important thing, when we navigate to different tab in our bottom navigation bar, for example in the timeline, and we continue, and as you can see, we continue to sometimes play the video. It is not actually consistent to always disable the video from playing. As you can see now, we had several times to not pause the video. So in order to make it consistent, actually in future we will have a lot of videos in our timeline page, a lot of videos in our reels page, and we want to handle different scenarios, whether we want to display only the feed videos on the timeline page or on the reels. We will have to handle it in some sort of handler class, which will have an inherited widget, which will provide for its descendants the boolean flags whether to play a certain tab or not. So for this very specific use case, let's go ahead in our home page .dart file, and in here let's create a provider folder in which we will create the home provider.dart file. So for this very specific use case, we are going to create our custom video player that will return as a main player for the video a reusable UI component inline video, and on top of it we will have the video provider or video controller, which will handle different cases for displaying the video in different tabs. So for this, let's go ahead and in the post we're going to create video folder, view, and the video player .dart file. So in this file we will create a stateful widget called video player InView notifier widget, and on top of it we will have a video player type, whether to enable video for the feed, timeline, or reels tab bar. So in our video player InView notifier widget we have the video player type as a required parameter and the builder which has a context, boolean type, a boolean parameter should, and the optional widget that we optionally don't want to rebuild when the should play boolean in our builder function. We have optional parameter to check whether to check that the widget is in view, and for this case we have an optional ID that will be used to uniquely identify the widget in the widget tree. So the build method itself will return for us a value listenable builder, which will have a value listenable as a should play type, and the should play type will switch for the widget.video player type. And if the video player type is feed, we are going to depend on the video player state, and we are going to have should play feed boolean value notifier. If it's reels, we are going to have should play reels value notifier, and if it's going to be timeline, we are going to have should play timeline value notifier. As a child that we want to preserve the state of, we pass a widget.child, which is a nullable parameter. And for the builder function, we have context should play and child. The should play comes from the should play type value notifier of the boolean type. And if widget.check is view is equal to true, by default it's false, we're going to return an InView notifier widget from the InView notifier list package, which will depend on inherited widget InView custom scroll view, InView custom scroll view in our feed page that we have in our feed body. InView notifier custom scroll view. As an ID, we pass widget.id with the exclamation mark, and for the builder we are providing widget.builder, context, play, and the child, and the play we assign to the value of the combined isInView boolean and whether we should play the video or the specific page. Otherwise we just return a widget.builder with the should play inside of it instead of checking whether the widget is in view. So now the video player is dependent on the video player state. So let's go ahead and create widgets and create video player inherited widget.dart file. And inside of this file, we are going to have a video player state. Is going to have 3 different value notifiers, whether to display feed, reels, or timeline, and whether we want to have our video with sound. So basically, when we will click on the enable sound button, we will save it in our video player state so that we can preserve the state of the video being with sound or not. We have a bunch of voids which will enable feed, timeline, or reels, or stop everything from being allowed to play by passing the appropriate value to the value identifier. And at the very bottom we have a video player inherited widget, which extends the inherited widget, which will provide for our descendants below in the widget tree the video player state, which we can use from the video player inherited widget of function, which will get inherited widget of exact type video player inherited widget, and it will return for us this video player inherited widget. And inside of it we will be able to access the video player state, which I explained you. And we are going to create widgets.dart file, export video player inherited widget, and now we can import the widgets.dart file. And actually before, we are going to create video.dart file in which we will export the video player view, and the export widgets.dart. Now in our video player we can actually import the video.dart file. In short, we're going to define our video player inherited widget at the very top in our widget tree, which is going to provide for every single descendant of this widget the video player state, which we are going to manipulate state of, which is going to have a bunch of boolean parameters which page to exactly play, and we are going to have a reusable video player InView notifier widget, which will actually depend on the boolean type for each video player types, which we are going to appropriately specify in each of our. And optionally, if we want to check whether the video player is in view, we are going to have an InView notifier widget, which will additionally check whether the currently displayed video is in the viewport. So now in order to use the video player state by calling the video player inherited widget of context.video player state, we are going to a top level widget to provide for its descendants the video player inherited widget itself. We are going to define it in our home view. We are going to wrap the app scaffold with the InView notifier for the video player inherited widget, which is going to have a video player state as a required parameter inside, and we are going to convert our stateless widget to the stateful widget. We are going to define late video player with the video player state type, and then in the initState method, we're going to assign it to the video player state, and we're going to provide it into the video player inherited widget video player state required parameter. So now all of the descendants of the home page, so pretty much every single widget in our application, have an access to the video player inherited widget. So in order to actually respectively enable or disable video playing for different pages, we are going to handle it in the bottom navigation bar widget. So in the onTap function, we are going to have the following logic. Firstly, we are going to check if the list of the numbers contains the index. Otherwise, we are going to ignore everything in this if statement, or actually we are going to have an else statement which will call video player video player state, and in the top and the video player state we're actually going to define on top of this widget on top in the build method video player equal to the video player inherited widget video player inherited widget video player inherited widget dot of context, and we're going to have a video player state, and instead of accessing it from the video player state we can short it. So now from the video player state if the index is 0, we can call video player state dot play feed, which will disable reels and timeline, and it will enable the feed to display the videos. The same goes with the play timeline void callback and with the play reels void callback. And as I said you before, if the 0, 1, 2, 3, if the list of numbers from 0 to 3 doesn't contain the index, we are going to have video player state that stop all. In this case, we are going to disable every single widget, every single page from playing the video. So this is pretty much all for using the actual video player inherited widget. We have actually created the video player, in InView Notifier widget, but we have never used it in any of the widgets that we have in our application. For now, we are displaying the default video players in our. We can go to the post view, and in each of the post large we have video player builder, which we are going to assign, in which we are going to actually provide our custom video player widget. So firstly, we are going to check the this with custom video player boolean. If it is not true, we are going to return now, meaning that we don't want to provide some custom video player for our video player builder function, which returns a widget. Otherwise, we're going to actually have a function which will return a video player InView Notifier widget, which has a context, a video media, aspect ratio, and is InView boolean. So in the video player widget itself, we are going to have a required parameter for the video player type, which we are going to declare in our post view final video player type, and we're going to have it as a required parameter. And by default, we are going to assign the video player.feed value, and as well we're going to pass the video player into the post large view, but this time we're going to have it as a required video player type parameter, and we're going to pass it from the post view. So in the builder method we have a context should play and child. In the builder itself we defining a boolean for whether we want to play our widget by having a should play boolean from the video player InView Notifier widget itself. And if you already noticed, we have our check is in view not specified, therefore we will have a false by default, meaning that we're going to return a widget.builder by default without wrapping it with the InView Notifier widget. Our video player builder, which we are using by default in our media carousel.art widget, in our media carousel video, which will return settings that video player builder by default, which is InView boolean by default, and we actually get it as a nullable, as an optional boolean parameter from the carousel, and the carousel we are actually wrapping is with the InView Notifier widget by default if we set with InView Notifier boolean to true. This is why we are actually not using the check is in view boolean in our video player InView Notifier widget, because it is already handled by the media carousel itself. So in the builder method, once again we return a value listenable builder, which will listen for the video player state that with sound value notifier, which will return a with sound boolean, which we are going to use in our inline video, whether we want to display our video with the sound. And on sound toggled function, we are setting the video player state that with sound that value to the enable boolean parameter from the on sound toggled itself. So we have implemented the video player builder custom only in the post sponsored. Now we are going to actually have it also in our post, and it goes with the exactly the same logic as we had in our post sponsored. So For now, if we hot reload our application, we will not see any immediately, because actually we don't have any videos and reels in these pages, because we don't have any videos in the timeline or reels page. Therefore, we will still be able to see that the video is being stopped from being played when we navigate to other tabs. But this time, as you can see, it is very consistent. Previously, we could notice that sometimes if we spam changing the video could sometimes continue to play, but this time it is consistent, and there is no way the video plays when we change the tab from, for example, the home page to timeline. At the same time, we are going to allow the application to play only the video in a very specific page that we are currently in. So now let's actually give a function, give this button a functionality. But firstly, we're going to wrap our main feed page with the page view builder. So as in the original Instagram application, we are going to be able to scroll to different pages in our home page only. And let's actually see it in the video. So if I scroll to the left on the page view builder, we can see the view where we can create the post. And if I scroll to right, we will be able to see the chats page, and we can do it only from the home page. So if I tap also on this button, the center of the bottom navigation bar, I will be automatically navigated to the page view in the home page, where I can create the post and where I can actually browse the images and videos from the phone itself, from the gallery, or pick or make my own photo or make the video. If I go, for example, in the timeline page, tap on this button at the center of the bottom navigation bar to create reel, I will be as well navigated to the page where I can create the post. In the timeline page, if I, for example, want to scroll to top, you can notice it by by my cursor. When I scroll to the left in the timeline page, I'm not able to actually navigate to actually change the page view. It is enabled only in the feed page. So this is what we are going to implement now. So let's go to the home page, and first of all, we are going to create a provider in our home folder, and we're going to call it home provider.dart. This home provider is going to handle all the logic, whether to enable scrolling the page view and actually scrolling to the page view by tapping on this button. So the home provider is going to extend the change notifier, and it's going to have a singleton by having an internal home provider, having an anonymous constructor, and having a factory constructor home provider, which returns either an internal or home provider with the anonymous constructor. And in the dispose method, we are setting the internal to null and calling the super.dispose that comes from the change notifier itself. So basically, the logic here is not very fancy. We have a page controller, we have a void method which will set the page controller, and we have a void method which will animate us to the page, which we will pass as a parameter inside of this function, with the curve set to the easing legacy and the duration of 150 milliseconds. And the next boolean enable page view we are going to set as a true, and in the toggle page view void we are going to either enable or disable the view from scrolling or not. Now we can export the home provider in our home.dart file, and we can use it in our home page. So first of all, in our home page, we are going to have a page controller. And in our initStat method, we are going to initialize it set to the page controller with the initial page, because actually we are going to have 3 pages as you saw on the video. The first one, actually with the index 0, is going to display the create post view. The second one, which will have an index of 1, will display the actual feed page. And the third one, with the index of 2, is going to display the chats page. This is because the indexing in the programming starts from 0. This is why we have an initial page, not a 0, but 1, because the feed page is going to be the middle one. Then we are adding a listener on page scroll, which is going to add the listener to the page controller that position.is scrolling notifier, and we're going to have another is page scrolling boolean is page scrolling void method, which will check whether we are currently scrolling or not. This is made because in the original Instagram application, when you scroll to different pages in the home view, want to disable the videos from being played, doesn't matter in which page you are currently in. So for example, when I'm in the feed page and this video is playing and I swipe to the left in order to create a post, this video will be automatically stopped because we are using here the video player state that play feed, because actually here we are using video player state that stop all if the is scrolling boolean is set to true. And it is true if the page scroller that position that is scrolling notifier that value is equal to true. And is scrolling notifier comes from the page controller itself, so we don't need to customize anything by our own. After we are checking whether we are in the main page view, whether we are in the feed, whether we are in the timeline, or whether we are in the reels. And depending on each of these, we are either playing the feed, playing the timeline, or playing the reels. If, for example, we are not scrolling, we are in the main page view, meaning we are in the feed page by checking page controller that page is equal to 1, and the navigation bar index is equal to 0, meaning that we are in the feed, is equal to 1, meaning we are in the timeline, and equal to 3, meaning we are in the reels page. So if we are not scrolling anymore and we are in one of these tabs, we are going to either play feed, play timeline, or play reels. Otherwise, if none of these cases are true, if none of these booleans are true, we are going to stop every single page from playing the video. After it, in the did change dependencies method, we are going to check if the widget.navigation shell.current index is equal to 0, meaning that we are in the main page, and home provider.enable page view is not equal to true, we are going to set widgets, we are going to use widgets banning.instance.add post frame callback, and we are going to use home provider.toggle page view, and by default it's set to true. Therefore, we will enable the page view so that the user can scroll either to the left or to the right. And in dispose method, we are simply calling the page controller that dispose. So now in our build method, instead of returning an app scaffold with the bottom navigation bar and the body, we are going to replace it with the listenable builder, which will listen for the home provider changes. And in the builder method, we are going to return a page view that the builder with the item count set to 3, because we are going to have 3 pages. The first one to create post, the second one for the feed page, and the third one for the chats page. The second thing we're going to define here a page controller. And the most important thing is we're going to listen for the home provider. Therefore, by checking the enable page view boolean, we're going to either return a null physics. Therefore, the physics will be a default one. And if the enable page view is equal to false, we are going to have a never scrollable scroll physics. So basically, if we are in timeline page or any other page except for the home page, we are going to have an enable page view set to false. Therefore, we will have a never scrollable scroll physics. Therefore, we will not be able to scroll to different pages in the page view itself. This is how we actually achieved this behavior to scroll to different pages only in the home page. And on page changed, we're checking if the page is equal to 1 and widget that navigation shell that current index not equal to null, we are going to disable the page view from being scrollable. And in the item builder, we are switching for the index. For the zeros index, we display the user profile create post. So the first widget, as I said before, with the index 0, we are going to have the widget where we can pick some images, videos from the gallery itself. And the can pop we are going to set to the false. And on pop invoked, we are going to assign to the function which will animate the page, and on back tap button and on back button tap function will also animate page to the first one. So essentially we will block any actions which will try to pop the application, or when tapping on this X mark icon, we are going to be automatically animated to the first page. As a second index, we are going to return an app scaffold with the chats page. For now, we have just a text with the chats page. And in any other cases, we are going to return an app scaffold with the same widget navigation shell, and the bottom navigation bar with the bottom navigation bar and a navigation shell inside of it. So basically, we can access the bottom navigation bar only from the feed page itself, exactly like in the Instagram application. Now let's go ahead and implement the function, this button, to animate us to the first page with the index 0 in the page view. We are going to navigate to the bottom nav bar, and in the case of the second index 0, 1, 2, this button is the second index. We are going to call home provider animate to page 0, and we're going to toggle the page view and set it to true. When we're going to navigate the user to the zeros page, he should be able to scroll back to the which he actually tapped on this button. So if we reload our application, tap on this button, we will be automatically navigate to this page. And for instance, from the home page, obviously I can scroll to the feed page back. But if we didn't use here home provider.toggle page view, we will not be able to scroll back from the page except for the home page. But since we enabled the page view, we can actually scroll back to the page, but we can't scroll to the chats page, because in the home page, if you remember, we have handled this scenario when we are listening to the page scrolling setting. Because if you remember in the home page, because actually in the home page, on page changed function will disable the page view if the page is equal to 1 and widget.navigation shell.current index is not the home page. And the next place where we can use our home provider will be in our feed app bar. So when we tap on this button, we want to navigate our user to the chats page. In order to do it, we're going to go to the feed app bar, and in this tappable function, we're going to call home provider and animate to page with the index of 2. Now, if we refresh our application, when we tap on this button, we will be automatically navigated to the chats page, and it is still working and we can scroll back because we are still in the feed page, but we cannot access. So if we navigate to the chats page, we should be able to navigate back because we are in the feed page, and we should not be able to do it in the timeline page. But for some reason, we navigate to the chats page, but immediately we can't navigate to any of the pages from any page. And this is the issue because we forgot to handle the toggle page view in our bottom navbar when we tap on different tab bars. In order to fix this, we are going to call home provider.toggle page view, and we're going to enable the page view if the index is equal to 0. Otherwise, we're going to disable the page view. So now if we refresh our application and we are, for example, in the timeline page, we should not be able to slide to the left or to the right. But if we are in the first page by index with the index 0, we automatically toggle the page view and set it to true. And immediately if we navigate to another page, we should not be able to slide to any directions. But if we navigate back, we should be able to scroll to different. And the next place where we should use the home provider is in our user profile create post. In the onShare tab function inside of the go home void method, we're going to call home provider. We're going to call home provider that animate to page. So for example, when we create our post from the page view, so now we are in the index of 0 in the page view. So without this home provider, we are not going to be automatically redirected to the feed page. But with this line home provider that animated to page first, we are going to be automatically navigated to the first page in the page view. And for now we have handled all scenarios where we needed the home provider. So now we can change different pages in our home page only now, but if we are in different pages, we can't scroll to different pages. We can create the page from the home page itself. We don't need to navigate to this user profile, click to the add media button, click to the post or reel. We can do it from this button. We can navigate back to the page by sliding to the left or by clicking on the X mark. We can do it from any single page inside of the bottom navigation bar without any issues. So now we have created and implemented a complete design of the feed page with a lot of cool functionalities such as shuffling with the sponsored block, having a lazy loading, having a recommended posts with a cool divider block animation. So for now it's time to actually display posts in our user profile page. Let me demonstrate you how we are going to let me quickly demonstrate you what result in the end we are going to have. So in our user profile page we will have a list of posts that belongs only to a very specific user that currently authenticated in the application. And if we tap on a very specific post in this list, we are going to be redirected to another page with the exact list of the posts was previously displayed on the user profile page. We can scroll it back and forth, and the most importantly, if you already noticed, for example, when we tap on this specific post, we are going to actually jump to this post immediately in this list. If we click on this post, we are going to jump to this post at the very top of the of this page. So it's going to be, so when we click on any of these posts in this list, we are going to be directly navigated and jump to the index where this post is in the list, in the different page, which displays the exact posts that displays the user profile page. And we're going to achieve it by using the scrollable positioned list package by the official google.dev. And the scrollable positioned list will allow us to create a scrollable positioned list for the builder, with the builder which have an item count as a traditional an item builder, and most importantly it have a bunch of controllers for the item scroll, controller, for the scroll offset controller, for the item positions listener, and the scroll offset listener. In this example, we have the code which displays how we can scroll to a particular item with this code. We are using the item scroll controller, and we have the scroll to function which has index, the duration, and the curve of the animation that we are going to use to directly scroll to the item when we go to the user profile posts page by the index that we get from the user profile page. If we want to jump to a particular item with the index, we can use the jump to void method, which will not to the item itself. Instead, it will directly jump to it without an animation. And the scroll offset controller also provides for us an animate scroll, which is useful to animate the scroll to the particular offset. It's much more convenient to navigate to the index when we are actually certain which index we should jump to in our page. And also in our user profile post, we are going to have small representation of the post with the preview of the image and the video. So firstly, let's go ahead and in the Instagram blocks UI, let's create a folder for the small. Let's create index.dart, and let's actually export the post small.dart file. Let's create post small.dart file. And if you have this issue, post small .dart is not doesn't exist, you can delete the index created index.dart and then export the post small.dart file. And if you still have this issue, you can delete the index and post small. So firstly, we are going to create post small and then the index, export post small.dart file. It was an issue. It was a mistake to create an index.dart first and then the post small.dart file itself. Actually, if you go to the command palette and type developer reload window, you can reload the whole VS Code editor, and this bug actually will be fixed if you have created the index.dart first and the post small. But you will notice that the running application will be shut down immediately. So in this case, I have just deleted and recreated these files. So the post small represents just a box, just a container that displays an image or the video as a preview. Also, if the post is real, we're going to display this icon that indicates it. Otherwise, we're not going to have anything on top of the container itself. Also, we will have an option to pin the post, and it will be respectively displayed at the top of this container. So in our GitHub repository, in my GitHub repository, let's go ahead and copy the post small, paste it inside, and we're going to import the attachments. And so essentially the post small will return for us a post thumbnail image. But firstly, we are defining some late Boolean arguments. The first one, whether we want to show the pinned icon. It will be true if the pinned from the required parameters is true and we have a multimedia, or if we have a pinned and it is not a multimedia. Otherwise, and another argument, whether we want to show that we have multiple photos. It's going to be true if the pinned is not true and we have multimedia. And another Boolean will be true if the show pinned is not true and the post is actually a reel. We are going to display this reel icon when we will have the show video icon set to true. And the post thumbnail image will have a thumbnail image which will return an image thumbnail builder optionally with the context and media URL inside of it, or it will return an image with the attachment with the image URL set to media URL, and the media and the meme cache height and cache width, we're going to have a 235 value, and the fit will be set to the box fit.cover. So here we are defining an icon which will be push pin if the show pinned is equal to true, or icons.layers, which will display that we have multiple icons, that we have multiple posts, that we have multiple medias in this post. We are going to have a color set to colors.white and the shadow set to the shadow with the blur radius set to 2. We're going to define rotated or not icon, which will be rotated with the 0.75 value angle, and the child is going to be icon. Otherwise, we will just return an icon. And the pinned or multiple photos icon is going to be wrapped with the position, which will set a top and right value to 4. And the video reel icon is going to be displayed with the position set to top 4 and right 6 with the container in which we are going to display the Instagram reel. At the very bottom we check if we want to display the pinned icon or we want to show multiple photos icon, or we want to display a video icon. We're going to have a stack thumbnail image first and then the video reels icon or pinned or multiple photos icon. Otherwise we'll just return a thumbnail image. Now we're going to create an actual list that we are going to display in a separate page for the. Let's go ahead and create a new folder, and let's go ahead and create posts list view.dart file, and let's create index.dart file, export posts list view.dart file, and before we are going to add a new dependency called scrollable positioned, which I have shown you before in the pubspec.yaml in the pub.dev on the pub.dev website. So now let's create the post list view stateless widget first. Inside of it, we are going to have a bunch of parameters. The first and the most important one, which will require this widget to have a list of post block. The second one is going to have a required post builder, which is going to use the typedef signature for the indexed post builder, which will have is essentially a widget function which will have a build context, index, and post block inside of it. Then we are checking whether we want to display our post list view with loading. Then we will have a boolean. Then we will have an optional boolean whether we are actually loading the post list view. Then we will check whether we want to display our post list view with the item controller. So essentially we'll have two different scenarios when we will use this post list view. The first one where we display the list of the posts in the user profile page, and the second one in the separate page where we can actually control the offset and the index of the list, where we can jump to a very specific post by the index. In this case, we are going to check the with item controller. When it is set to true, we are going to display the widget where we can actually control the positioning of our index of our post. And for this case, we are going to have 4 different nullable parameters for the item scroll controller, for the scroll offset controller, item positions listener, and the scroll offset listener. An optional index parameter, which will be to jump to the post with this exact index on the page which I have shown you before. So when we click on any of the posts, we are going to jump to this specific post with this index. In the build method, we are checking whether we want to return the widget with loading and the loading is equal to true. Otherwise it's false. We're returning a loading post, and the loading post will return a sliver fill remaining widget, and as a child it has center circular progress indicator. Then we will check if blocks not equal to null, and then we check if blocks is equal to null or blocks is empty, and by default it's true. Then we will return an empty post widget, which will return the sliver fill remaining if we want to display it as a sliver with a child empty. And the child empty will return for us a column with the size box that's square, and as the fitted box is going to display an icon, and the icon we are going to actually provide in the empty post as a required parameter, and by default is going to be set camera outlined, which looks like the actual camera, and is going to have an optional text which has the text inside of it if the text from the empty post is not null. Otherwise it's going to return block settings that post delegate no post, and if child not equal to null, we are going to return a child as well. If we want to display something else in the empty post, we check in if we want to display our list with item controller. If it's the case, we are going to have the post scrollable positioned, which is going to have a sliver fill remaining widget with a child scrollable positioned list.builder, which is going to accept item scroll controller and other controllers and listeners, but they are not actually required in this scrollable positioned list. And in the item builder, we are going to call widget.postBuilder.call with the context, index, and block, which we get from the widget.blocks by the index. And the item count is set to the widget.blocks.length. And most importantly, in the initState method, by calling widgets binding.instance.add postFrame callback, we are going to use widget.item scroll controller, and we are going to jump to the index which we are going to have from the widget.index that we pass in the post list view. And otherwise, if we don't want to return the list with the item controller, we are going to return a regular sliver list builder with the item builder set to post builder.call, and the item count is going to be blocks.length. So firstly, we're going to implement the list of small posts. For this, let's go ahead in the user profile page, and let's find the user posts page which has just a container inside of it. Firstly, we're going to convert it to the stateful widget, and we are going to have a mixin which will have an automatic keep alive client mixin, and as the want keep alive, we are going to provide true because the user posts page is used in the tab bar view. So when we change the tab bars, want to preserve the state of each tab. Therefore, we use the automatic keep alive client mixin and set the won't keep alive to true. In the build method, we are going to call super.build context, and then inside of the build method we are going to return custom scroll view with the cache extent set to 2760, and we are going to provide a sliver overlap injector set to nested scroll view that sliver overlap absorber handle for context, so that when we scroll our page, the user profile posts list is not overlapped with the sliver app bar on top. Straight below it we have a better stream builder of the list of post block. So and this time we are not going to our post in the user profile page paginate it. Instead, we are going to have a stream for the user posts from the user profile block. Initial data we are going to set to an empty list, and the comparator we are going to come in from the list equality of the post block type with the equals function, which will automatically have a list block, which will automatically take up two lists of list block, which will compare them, and if they are not equal, it will call the builder function, which will actually return the empty posts if blocks that is empty and widget that sponsored post is equal to null. And we're going to actually pass the post sponsored block as a sponsored post as a required parameter, and we're actually going to have it as an optional parameter. And inside of the user post page, let's go ahead and use and call and assign the sponsored post to the widget to the props that sponsored post. And for some reason we can't access the empty post because we forgot to actually export it in the Instagram blocks UI. So let's go ahead and export source small index.dart file and export source posts list view .dart file. Now we can actually use our empty posts, and if we have some data to display, we are going to return it inside of the sliver grid.builder, and we are going to have a grid delegate set to sliver grid delegate with fixed cross axis count, and we are going to have cross axis count set to 3. So basically in the horizontally we are going to display only 3 posts, and the main axis extent is going to be 120. It basically the height of the block to 120 pixels. The main axis spacing and the cross axis spacing both equal to 2, and it's going to actually display the spacing between in the list. The item count is set to widget.sponsored block not equal to null 1 or blocks.length. So basically if the sponsored post is not equal to null, meaning that we display this sponsored, we will set the item count to 1. Otherwise we will Otherwise, it means that we return. If the sponsored post is null, it means that we are actually trying to display the blocks from the stream of the user posts. And in the item builder, we are defining the block, checking whether we have the multimedia, and we are returning a post small with the key set to value key of the block.id, int set to false, is real boolean set to true if the block is true, multimedia set to multimedia, media URL set to block that first media URL, and the image thumbnail builder is set to image attachment thumbnail, and we can't actually access it because we forgot to export attachments.dat file. So for now we don't only have the user posts stream. So let's go to the user profile block, and right below the isOwner boolean getter we are going to define a stream of user posts which will have a boolean parameter inside of it, which will determine whether we want to return a small or large post block. So for this, we are going to call post repository.post of user ID of the user with the user ID, and we are going to map it respectively to the post small block or to the post large block. So let's go to the database client, search for the post base repository, and at the very top of this abstract class, we are going to define stream of a list of posts, and we are going to implement it in our PowerSync database client. And inside of this function, we are going to return a stream.empty if the current user ID equal to null, user ID equal to null, and otherwise we will return PowerSync repository db watch with the SQL statement to select everything from posts join and use the left join profiles as p on posts where user ID equal to the profile.id, meaning that we want to select everything from posts where the user ID equal to the profile.id, and the profile is going to be found by the user ID, which is equal to the user ID or the current user ID, and we are going to order by created at descendant in a descendant order. And on top of the post metadata, we are going to return profile.avatar URL, username, and full name. And we're going to map the event, which is a list with the safe map, and we're going to map the row, and we're going to use the row which we will get by mapping the event, and we will convert it by using the post from JSON. But firstly, we are going to convert the row to the map string dynamic by using from row, because in the post from JSON we have a JSON, and using the put if absent, because by default if we are using the row without wrapping it with the map string dynamic from, we are not allowed to modify our row, because if we take a look at the implementation of the row, it is an unmodifiable map mixin. It is an unmodifiable map, because if we take a look at the implementation of the row, we will notice that it is an unmodifiable map, and we're going to convert it to the list and set growable to false. Now in the posts repository, let's implement the posts function, and we are going to call database client delete post. Database client posts user ID. Now we can use it in our user profile block, and in order to convert our post small block, we are going to actually create an extension of the post on the post. But before we can actually convert our post to small block, we are going to have a post small block. So in the insta blocks folder, let's go ahead and inside of the source folder create a post small .dart file. Let's copy it from the GitHub repository, and the post small block is the exact representation of the post large block, but it's just a blueprint for displaying a small block. But essentially it has the same parameters for the ID, author, created at, media, caption, action, and the type as the post large block, as you can see here. So essentially we only have the post small block from shared factory constructor and the identifier set to the post small. Now we can jump to the terminal into the packages insta blocks directory, and we're going to run dart run build runner build command so that we generate our serialization and deserialization of the post small block. And don't forget to mention the part of the post small block.g.dart file, and don't forget to export source post small block.dart. And now in this extension we are going to define two post small block getter, which will convert the post to the post small block exactly like it did with the post large block, but instead of the post large block we are going to have post small block. Everything else is exactly the same. Now if we take a look inside of this user profile block, we have no more exceptions anymore. This means that we can finally use the user post function in our user profile page, and we're going to replace our block with the user profile user post. And for now, if we hot reload our application, we will see that we couldn't resolve the package scrollable positioned list. Therefore, we will navigate back to the root of our application and run flutter pub get command. As you can see, we have changed two dependencies, and now if we hot reload our application and navigate to the user profile page, we will notice that every single post now displays of the currently authenticated user that belongs to him. But now if we try to tap on these post blocks, we will not see anything happening on the screen. Before we are going to implement the on tap functionality, we are going to actually create a user profile a Dart file, and inside we are going to actually display the user profile posts page, which is going to be pushed when we click on any of the posts inside of the user profile page. So in our user profile post, let's go ahead and create user profile post stateful widget, which will have a string user ID as a required parameter and int index as a required parameter. Inside of the state of the user profile post, we are going to initialize the controllers and listeners for the scrollable position itself, but for now we doesn't have an access to them. We can go to the Instagram blocks UI, and inside of the post list view in the index we can export scrollable positioned list view, and now we still don't have an access to them, because actually in our Instagram blocks UI we have exported post list view instead of the index.dart file. So now we have an access to the scrollable positioned list from the Instagram blocks UI. So after initializing each of our controllers and listeners, we are going to return an app scaffold. We'll return a body with the InView notifier custom scroll view widget, and the initial InView IDs is going to have a list with the widget.index.toString value inside of it. So the initial InView ID is going to be set to the index that we get from the user profile posts page. And inside of the isInViewPort condition, we are going to return true in the case when the delta top is less than the 50% of the viewport plus 80 and the delta bottom is higher than the 50% of the viewport minus 80. So essentially when the video in the middle of the page, as we have in our feed page, we are going to have true in the isInViewPort condition function. And inside of the slivers we are going to return the user profile posts app bar, which will display the sliver app bar with the boolean set to true. So it will display the big text of the posts and the button, and the center title is going to be false. And inside of the actions we are going to provide a list of widget with the better stream builder, and inside of it we are going to have a block that following status, and the block is a context read user profile block, and we are going to have the animated switcher inside of it, which will switch between the sized box string, which is a default behavior, or the follow text if the followed is equal to false. We will have here which displays follow text if the is followed is equal to false, and therefore it will display the big text with the color set to blue, which will have on tap function add event and add an event to the user profile block, user profile follow user requested event. So when the user clicks on this button, he is automatically followed to the user, and this follow user text is automatically disappears when the is followed is equal to true, or by default it is sized box.shrink if we are the owners of the user profile block inside of the user profile block. After it we are displaying, and now below the posts a bar, we are going to display a better stream builder with the initial data set to the empty list of post blocks. The stream is going to be context read user profile block user posts, but we can use the block instead, and we're going to set the small to false because we actually want display here a large, and in the comparator we're going to provide a list equality that equals, and in the builder we are going to have a post list view which we have defined previously, and inside of it we're going to have a post builder set to the post view with the index and block, and with item controller set to true, blocks set to blocks, with loading set to false, and here we're defining item controllers and listeners, and the index set to the widget.index. If you remember, this index is going to be used inside of our post scrollable position list, which will automatically jump to this index by using the item scroll controller. So now let's go into the widgets.dart file and export user profile posts.dart file. Now let's try to wrap our post small with the tappable, and on tap we're going to push our screen to the user posts, and inside of the query parameters we're going to have a user ID set to block.author.id, and index will be set to index.toString, because if you remember, in the user profile post we have a required user ID and index parameters. So for now we don't have the user post route defined in our router. So firstly we are going to find the stateful shell branch for the user, and inside of the routes we are going to have a brand new route which will have the user profile posts as a child, which will have a user profile posts page as a child with the user ID and index as the parameters, which comes from the state.uri.query parameters by accessing the user ID and index respectively. And to access the parse we are going to import the shared, and if you remember, the parse will check if the string is empty, it will return 0. Otherwise, it will use the number formatter from the Intel package, and it will try to parse the clear value of the string, which will replace everything which matches the regex, which matches the regex with this pattern, with the empty. And this user profile post page we are going to wrap with the user profile block. This go route is an independent route which has a parent navigator key with the root navigator key. Therefore, we will not have an access to the widget from the user profile page at the top. Therefore, we have to wrap our user profile post page once again with the user profile block. But we're not going to call any events on it. We are just going to need it only to follow to the author of the posts or this and display the actual post list. So now if we hot reload our app, and now if we click on any of the in our user profile page, navigates to the user profile post page. We can scroll it like the feed page, but this time we don't have the sponsored blocks shuffled with this posts. As you can see, if we tap on any other post, we will exactly see this post firstly, because we actually jump to it before displaying the list of posts. So we will always have the post that we tapped on as an initial post in our user profile page. And most importantly for you, in the user profile posts page, we set the initial InView IDs to the widget.index.toString, because when we tap on the video, we actually want to immediately try to play it. So if we comment it and try to initially display the video in the user profile post page, we will see that our video doesn't play by default, because the initial InView IDs to an empty string. Therefore, the InView notifier custom scroll view doesn't know which video to display yet, because we haven't scrolled our page. But if we scroll, we will immediately see that the viewport has updated and is in viewport condition was actually updated too, and only after we have scrolled we could notice that our video. So in this case we have an initial InView IDs set to the index that we actually want to initially jump to in our user profile post. This is very important. Now the next very cool thing that we are going to implement in our application that will make the tappable experience, that will make the tap experience on the post extremely fun, will be to create a post pop-up in our application, so that when we tap on each of our widgets, we will be able to see the preview of our actual widget. And if we tap on the, and if we tap, for example, on the video, we will be able to see the preview of the video itself, which will be infinitely looped, and it will be with the audio by default. But this specific video doesn't have any audio. This is why we don't hear any audio playing. And more importantly, if we actually hold the on long press when we, and if we actually tap, and if we actually executed the on long press function on the post, if we still hold our finger on the screen, we will be able to hover on each of these icons which we have in this post pop-up preview, and we will be able to see the actual hint which will say what of this icon actually mean. The first one is an like button or unlike button if the post is already liked. The second one is the comment button, which will automatically redirect us to the comment bottom sheet. And the third one is the share button, which will navigate us to the share bottom sheet. And the fourth one is the options. So if we hover on the like button and then we put our finger away from the screen, our post will be automatically unliked. And if we actually like our post, we'll have a very cool animation before the post pop-up disappears. And the second button will close the pop-up, and after closing it will show for us a model bottom sheet in which we will be able to create some comments for this post. And the third button will display for us after the pop-up disappears the bottom sheet, where we can actually share this post with some other users. And all of this is going to be, and this is what we are going to implement now. So let's go ahead and in our post folder in the widgets create pop-up .dart file. So first of all, let's go ahead and in our post popup create post popup stateless widget, which will accept the post block of the widget index that we actually have in our user profile page, which we pass in the query parameters like index to string, because the actual post popup will have the exact functionality of a regular tappable when we will just tap on the widget but not hold our finger, which will execute the long press function, and whether we want to show or not, because in the timeline page that we are going to implement, we will have the exact post pop-up, but instead of the comments icon we are going to have a view profile icon, which is going to redirect us to the author of this post instead of showing us a model bottom sheet with the comments of this post. So if we hover on if we long press on this widget and in the user profile page, we will see that there is a comment icon which will show us a comments model. So this is what we are using the show comments boolean. This is why we are using the show comments as a parameter in the post popup. Now in the build method we have a popup model as a child that is wrapped with the post block. The post ID is equal to the block.id, and we are adding a post is liked subscription requested, because when we show the post pop-up, we actually want to subscribe to the stream of the post is liked, so that we should immediately display the icon when it is liked or not, because as you can see it immediately changes its view, and the pop-up model is going to be a stateful widget, and the actual logic is going to be inside of this widget. So inside of the state we are using the ticker provider state mixin and the save set state mixin. If you remember, this mixin just provides a void save set state method which accepts the void function, and if the state is not mounted we are going to return nothing, otherwise we will call super.setState with the function inside of it. So basically it is just a representation of the same function that all of you have used to write in your code before checking whether the state is mounted. If it's not, you will not execute the function, otherwise you will call the set state but without super. But since it is a mixin, we are calling the super.setState. Now in our state we're going to define a bunch of useful things. First of all, we'll have a like animation controller which will handle the animation of the like, which will pop up when we like the post if it was not liked before. And the next animation controller is going to handle the animation of the pop-up itself. Next, we are going to define 4 different global keys because we need them because we actually want to determine the exact location of these 4 buttons when we create our post pop-up model, because without these global keys we are not able to determine the exact location of these widgets, because the logic that is actually happening here when we create this pop-up, when the on long press function executed, we have another function called on long press move update that has a long press move update details, and by using these details we are going to compare it with the actual location of these buttons, and if we are in the location, and if the cursor in the location of one of these buttons is going to display this hint, and actually when we execute, and actually when we no more hold our finger on the screen itself, is going to check whether the previous details when the on long press and called with the details was matched with the location of the like button, comment or view profile button, share post button or options key button. It is going to respectively execute one of the functions will be determined by matching the location of the buttons. So for example, if the location matched with the like button, we are going to execute like. If with the comment, we are going to execute show the comment model bottom sheet, and if with the share we are going to execute the share model bottom sheet function. Next we have the overlay entries for the pop-up dialog itself and the pop-up empty dialog. So this widget itself is just an overlay entry that we inserts with the widget with an animation on top of with the blur effect at the bottom in the background. The next thing that we have is used to check for the visibility of the hints, of the actual hints, whether we want to show the message hint, the like, the comment or view profile, the share post visibility, or the options visibility, or the options. Now we have value identifier for the message position left. The message position left will determine the exact size from the left side of the screen to actually properly find the widgets, the buttons inside of the post pop-up itself. And we have a message text value identifier that will be changed depending on which button we are actually hovering right now. So now we are hovering on the like button, therefore the message text value identifier will be equal to unlike if the post is liked, to like if the post is not liked, to the comment if we hover on the comment button, and to share if we hover on the share button, and the options if we hover on the options button. Then we have a value identifier to check whether the post is liked, and we have an is liked subscription, which is going to subscribe to the post block stream and is going to listen to the state, and on each state changes is going to assign a new value to the is liked. This is used in order to not rebuild the whole widget, the whole post pop-up widget when just like boolean changed. This is why we are using the value identifier here. Then in the init state method, we are assigning the like animation controller to the animation controller with the vsync set to this, and the pop-up animation controller is going to be the same with the vsync set to this, and the duration set to 150 milliseconds, and the reverse duration set to 400 milliseconds. And most importantly, we have the add status listener here, which will listen for any changing of the status inside for this pop-up dialog animation controller. And the pop-up dialog status listener itself will check if the status is equal to the animation status that dismissed. It will remove the pop-up dialog overlay entry, and it will remove the pop-up empty dialog overlay entry. And then it will check the comment or view profile visibility is equal to true. We are going to execute the show comments or view profile function. And if the share post visibility value is true, we are going to share the post. But for now, we don't have any functionality in these functions. But in the show comments or view profile, we are checking if we want to show the comments. Then we will open the bottom model sheet, and otherwise we will push the route of the user profile with the pass parameters set to the widget block author.id. So in the timeline page, when we hover on the view profile icon, we will be automatically navigated to the author's user profile page. So now in the build method itself, we have a value listenable builder for the is liked value, for the is liked value identifier. And in the child, we have a widget.builder.call, which will actually display the post in the builder, which will be wrapped with this value identifier widget. Then we have a builder function which has a is liked boolean, and in here we are actually using the tappable, which exactly we are using in the user profile page. On each post small, we have exactly the same on tab function, and in here we have the on long press move update function with the details, and the on long press move update function, a bunch of parameters required inside of it for the alt and n to display the appropriate message when we are hovering on each of these icons. It has a context, and it has the boolean parameter whether the is liked, which is going to be changed on each is liked value identifier change. And if you remember, and as you remember, we are changing the is liked that value on each of the state from the post block. Now the most complicated stuff actually is located in this on long press move update function. Firstly, we determine the each location of the buttons for the like, for the comment, for the share, and for the options button. We're doing it by using the get offset function, which takes an account of the global key current context, and it finds the render object of this current context. And inside of this get offset, we are actually passing the like button global key, the comment or view profile button key, the share post key, and the options key. After it defines the position of this box by using the box that local to global and passing the offset that 0 in here. Otherwise it will have offset that 0 value if the rendered box is not with this global key, because maybe you forgot to assign the global key to the actual widget, and in this case the box is going to be equal to null. After it, we determine the widget size by using the key current context dot size, defining the same, and we are using the widget size to determine the widget width. After it, we are assigning the position dimension to the position dimension class, which just actually contains 5 different values to the position top, position bottom, left, right, and center, with just and it's just a convenient way to store all these values. And for the position top, we have using the position dot delta y offset. Then the position bottom is position dot delta y plus 50. The position left is position dot delta x, and the position right is delta x plus 50. And the position center is the widget width divided by 2. Ultimately and overall, in this get offset function, we return the position dimension that we have calculated by finding the render object, determine its position, getting its position local to global, getting its widget size, and getting the widget width. Now in the move, update an exact location of each of the buttons. Now we have a boolean whether the dimension is inside of the details that we have from the long press move update details. We are checking if the details that global position that delta y greater than dimension that position that top, and we're checking other to check whether we are actually inside of the widget with the specific key that was assigned to it. Then we have a nested else if statement, which checks the like position is inside of the current long press move update details. If it's the case, we are going to set the message text value to the unlike text if the post is liked, otherwise the like text. Then we are going to determine the message position value to the like position that position left minus like position that position center, and if the post is like, we will minus the 15 or 7, properly display the text in the center in relative to this icon, and the like visibility value is set to true, and the message visibility is also set to true. And the same logic goes with each position of the buttons. For the comment position, for the share position, for the options position, and in the else statement we are passing the default values to each of our value identifiers. The message text we set to empty string, message position left value is set to 0, like visibility set to false, comment false, share, post, options, message, and value set to false. Now we have a regular on long press function which will introduce the pop-up dialog by creating a pop-up dialog, and the create pop-up dialog function which it will create an overlay entry, and inside of it we will have a block provider that value in which we are going to pass a block, and as a child we are going to provide a post pop-up dialog which is going to actually display for us this container with this widget inside of it, with the preview of the post, with the details of the author of this post, and the buttons at the bottom of this widget. And the on long press end function, we are going to also take into account the long press and details, check whether the post is liked, and then we're going to need the context read in order to check if the like visibility is true, meaning that we have hovered on the like button. We're going to use the context read post block and add a post like requested event, and if the post is not liked, we are going to animate the like. The animate like is going to loop the like animation controller with the count set to 1, and the like animation controller is going to actually display the popping like animation inside of the pop-up dialog itself. And the animate dialog back is going to be called at the end of the on long press end function, and the animate dialog back is going to reverse the pop-up dialog animation controller, which is going to be used also in the pop-up dialog animation controller, which is going to animate the widget that inserts as an overlay entry. Now let's go ahead and actually create dialog.file, and inside of it we are going to create a post pop-up dialog stateless widget which accepts all these parameters that comes from the post pop-up file itself. Now in the build method we are going to return a safe area that will ensure that the dialog is always in the screen boundary, and it will not overlap with the app bar or the bottom app bar if it is too large, for example. And then we are introducing the repaint boundary because we return an animated pop-up then, which will actually run some heavy animations which we don't want to repaint too much. And the controller as an animation controller is going to have a pop-up dialog animation controller. And let's take a closer look to the animated pop-up dialog. The animated pop-up dialog is a stateful widget with the child, and inside of the state we have a single ticker provider state mixin and the safe set state mixin. It has an animation controller and the animation with a double to the opacity animation and the sigma blur X animation and the sigma blur Y animation. The sigma blur X and Y animation and the sigma blur X animation and the sigma blur Y animation. The sigma blur X and Y is going to animate the actual blurring for the background of the post dialog. As you can see, the blurring effect is animated and it's synchronized when the post pop-up is introduced and when it is closed. So in the init state method, we are going to initialize the animation controller and the opacity animation, and for the animation, we're going to say to set the twin double with the begin set to 0 everywhere, and for the opacity animation the end is going to be 0.6, and the opacity animation is going to be actually used in the material value itself, which will return the actual post, which will actually display this cool semi-transparent color app uh, colors.black. This is what the opacity animation is used for, and the sigma blur X and Y is going to have an one value at the end, and all of them is going to have an animate on top of the twin, which will have a curved animation with the parent set to animation controller, and the curve is going to set to the curves as out expo. Now we have a listenable builder, or for some reason twice. Now we have two listenable builders. First one is both of them with the animation controller, but the first listenable builder has a child inside of it, which then actually uses a listenable builder once again, which also has a child. So it minimizes the rebuilding of the childs as much as possible, because the first listenable builder will animate the backdrop filter with the image filter.blur, which will animate the sigma X and Y with the sigma blur animation and sigma blur X and Y animation that value multiplied by 13 and 10 respectively, and as a child it's going to return a child, which is another one listenable builder, and this listenable builder also have a child center which will animate the post pop-up dialog itself. It's going to set to autoplay true, and the controller is going to be animation controller, and the scale XY is going to be with the duration set to 450 milliseconds and the curve set to the sprung.custom damping 12 and stiffness 60. For now we don't have an access to the sprung.custom. For this we are going to go to the Instagram blocks UI, and in the Instagram blocks UI we can export sprung.dart file. So now this sprung has automatically been imported. And lastly we have a fade in animation of the post up and of the post pop-up dialog, and the animation controller, as we have viewed before, is going to be reversed when the animation dialog back is going to be called after the on long press end function was introduced, and it's going to actually reverse the animation of these animation effects, because the autoplay is set to true. Therefore, the reverse is going to reverse the fading and reverse the scaling to the X and Y, as well as the animation controller for the opacity animation and the sigma blur X and Y. This is what the animated pop-up dialog stands for in our post pop-up dialog. So as a child in the animated pop-up dialog, we have a container with a decoration which has a color set to custom reversed adaptive color. As a light, we are going to set app color.broad gray, and as a dark we are going to have context.theme.splash color. And I was actually wrong that this color is not a material. This color comes from this container decoration directly. Semi-transparent color comes from the context theme splash color as a dark variant, and this material with the app colors.black with opacity animation is actually displays this black color at the background with opacity, because without this material we are going to have an ugly looking blurring effect without the actual fading with the black color that is also animated. Now we are using the single child scroll view as a child of the container. In case we have a child, in case the column size is taller than the actual maximum size of the animated pop-up dialog. Therefore, with the second finger, if the content of the post pop-up dialog is not, it doesn't fit, we can scroll it, which is really cool. But for now, this pop-up dialog is actually, but for now this pop-up dialog, the content of this pop-up dialog actually fits with the screen, therefore it is not scrollable. Now we're going to introduce in the column the pop-up dialog header, which will return just a list style, nothing fancy. Then we will return a post pop-up dialog, which will return an actual preview of the media of the post, either a image or the inline video, and we're going to have an animated builder which will actually display a pop-up message dialog with the position set to the message position left at value, and the pop-up message dialog is going to actually display for us a positioned widget, which is a container with the app colors black with the opacity 7, which is this box which is semi-transparent block colors that black with the border radius set to 4 with some padding, and most importantly it has this bouncy animation that animates from bottom to top, and it is completed and it is achieved by using the animate on the container, which will execute the on complete, which on the on complete function it will execute the haptic feedback that vibrate. So on the Android devices, when we at the end of these animations on each of these buttons, we will feel the vibration of the smartphone, and then we move the widget at the y coordinate, and the end at the begin is 10, which will make this button at the bottom, and the end is 0, meaning that it will be at the initial location at the end of this animation, which will have a duration set to 250 milliseconds, and the curve is set to sprung that custom damping 7 and stiffness 65, which allows us to achieve this little cool bouncy animation with a spring effect. And lastly we have a post pop-up dialog footer, which will actually display the list of these 4 buttons. All of them counts the keys for the like, comment or view profile button, the share post and the options key button, and it will return a row with the main axis alignment set to space evenly, so each of these will have an even space from each other, and it will display the children inside of the row. So it will just have a sized box as a like for the like button, which will have a block builder, and it will check if it is liked. If it's liked, it's going to return for us field icons, a field favorite icon. Otherwise it will return a favorite icon with the border, and it will also change the color depending on the is liked boolean, and the size of it is going to be 28. And the same goes with the comment or view profile button, with the share post key, with the share post button and the options button. Now let's go back to the post pop-up dialog itself, and inside of the pop-up dialog body we have defined a stack actually. So on top of the preview of the image or the video, we are going to have a like animated icon, which is going to have a controller as a like animation controller. It's going to animate for us a like icon, which will appear for a few seconds with a cool bouncy animation spring as well, and is going to return for us a center with the animated builder with the controller, and the animated opacity set to, and the animated opacity with the opacity set to 1 if the controller is animating, otherwise set to 0 with a duration of 50 milliseconds, so it is very quickly fading in and out. As a child we have a generic icon with the icons that favorite, which is a field art icon, color set to app colors at white, and size is equal to 100. And most importantly is the animation that we have applied to this icon. We are applying an autoplay and setting it to false. So when we introducing the post pop-up, it is not automatically animated as we do with the actual post pop-up widget, because as you remember we have set autoplay for it to true. The controller is equal to the controller, because the liked animation controller is going to be looped when it's going to be executed in case the post is not liked on long press end. And as an animation we are going to apply scaling to the XY coordinate. The end is going to be 1.3, so the animation is going to scale our button and out, and is going to bounce with the sprung custom damping 5 and stiffness 55. So without this curve we are not going to see this bouncy effect. The duration is set to 300 milliseconds, and we are going to apply then animation which will delay for 100 milliseconds with the curve set to curves liner. And it's very important because the then animation is actually taking into account the previous animation's curve, and in order to actually delay with no animation itself, we are going to with no animation at all, we're going to specify curves set to the linear. And after it, as I said you before, these animations takes account of the previously applied animation. Therefore, the scale X, Y, and the fade out is not going to have this bouncy animation of the sprung custom. This is why we are providing these curves that linear in the then uh, animation of with the delay. And after the delay, we are scaling our widget is at the scale XY coordinate with the end set to 1 divided by 1.3, duration 150 milliseconds. And after the animation ends, at the very end, we animate our icon to fade out. As you could see at the very bottom, at the very end, we are animating our icon and the XY coordinate to squeeze and fade out. So this is what we have achieved at the end by using the Flutter animate package, which is really awesome, and I really recommend you to use it. Everywhere you have some animations, but I personally recommend you to firstly play with some regular animations that comes with the Flutter by default, but when you want to advance your animations with less effort, you can take into account this Flutter animate package, which is really awesome when you are when you want to display some complicated animations without having a ton of the code in the init method, which will handle a lot of animations, tween animations, curved animations, and other stuff. So now we can actually export finally the post.widget and the export post popup dialog. So now in our post popup we can import the post, and finally we can use the post popup instead of the tappable post popup. Inside of it, we're going to have a builder, and we're going to import it from the widgets. We're going to have a block, we're going to have an index, and we're going to specify here a function which is going to have context that we don't need. And in this post popup, we're going to actually have our show comments set to true, and this is the default value, so we don't need to specify it once again. Now if we hot reload our application and navigate to the user profile page, if we hold our finger on any of the posts, we will see that finally in our application we have this very cool post pop-up dialog, which as well has these hints for these buttons, and we can actually put our finger away from the screen, and if we are holding our screen at this very moment when the on long press end function will be executed, we are going to unlike our post, and if the post is unliked, we are going to like our post with this very cool animation. And if we just tap on the widget, simply navigate to the user profile posts page as we previously did with our tappable. But for now we have a very cool post pop-up animation which fades in and fades out with a very good looking blurry effect at the bottom of the background of this post pop-up dialog, and in general it's very good. So we're going to implement in the future the comment and the post share button so that both of them show for us a bottom. We implement the user posts inside of our user profile page. We can navigate to the user profile posts page, which displays a list of these posts that the user has, and on top of it we have a beautiful post pop-up which is introduced into the screen when the user put his finger and the on long press function executed. Let's quickly fix it. Go to the user profile page, search for the user profile mentioned post page, and instead of the return in a container, let's go ahead and create a custom scroll view with a sliver overlap injector in order to prevent any overflowing with the sliver bar. And let's return just an empty post, which essentially just a sliver fill remaining, which will return for us a column with an icon and the text, and optionally a child. So as an icon, we are providing person pin outlined icon, which will look like this. So here is a person with a squared. So if we reload our application and go to the user profile page again, we'll notice that there is just a message that there is no posts yet. With the sliver fill remaining widget, we achieve this scrolling behavior. So even though this content doesn't supposed to be scrollable, we can scroll it just to make our user experience a bit better. And of course, we can go ahead and convert our stateless widget to the stateful widget. We can extend our state with automatic keep alive client mixin, and we can provide won't keep boolean and set it to true. And inside of the build method we can provide super.build context. When we change the tabs from the user profile post to the user profile mentioned post page, we will not rebuild any of them so that they are persistent in the widget tree. So from this point we are done with the user profile page. In the user profile page, we can edit the user profile. We can see the posts that this user has created. We can see the number of posts that he has. We can see the number of followers and followings, and also scroll through the list of the people who followed or who following this particular user, we can add a post, we can add a reel. So now it's time to actually implement the reels page. We have a fully functional feed page where we can both see posts just with an image and post only with a single video, which is supposed to be a reel. Now we are going to have a dedicated specific page for this to displaying only the reels. So let me quickly demonstrate you how it's going to look like. So basically it is exactly like in the Instagram application. We have just a page view builder which will allow us to among different videos which we can as well refresh, and the post is fully functional as the post in the feed page. We can like them, we can open up the comments bottom sheet, we can share this post with other people, we can follow the author or unfollow the author of this post, and we can see the running text with the author of this post with the name of his profile. And optionally we have this options button which we can tap on air and delete our post if we are the owners of the post. Also we can tap on this whole list tile which displays the author's username and the author's user profile avatar. We can click on it and we will be navigated to the user's profile where we can do pretty much the same stuff as I have described you in our own user profile page. Also we have this camera button which we can click and we will automatically be redirected to the page where we can create only a specific reel with only a single video as media. And optionally we can record the video from the camera if we are on the real device. But if you remember, we can't actually test the camera on the iOS devices, therefore it says that no camera found. But it's not a big deal. The logic behind this create post same that we had previously in our create post page, but only with the videos. And let me demonstrate you that when we create our post inside of this only creation of the videos, we can be automatically navigated to this page back, and we will be introduced with our immediately with no needing to refresh our application, with no needing to refresh our reels page. It will be simultaneously, and straight away we can delete our post and we will not notice any changes, and we will immediately notice the changes that this post has disappeared both in the feed page and in the reels page, as well as in the user profile page itself. So we don't need to actually refresh our page at all. So let's get started with an actual implementation of our Reels page. First of all, let's go in our lib folder. Let's go ahead in our lib folder and create a new folder for the Reels. Let's go ahead and create here a view, and we'll call it Reels view. We'll call it Reels page.dart file. Now we can create reels.dart file which will export the view page.dart file. And on top of the reels page, we are going to have an actual reel which will have also reel view, and we will display here reel view.dart file which will also have reel.dart file which will export view reel view.dart file. Before we can move on to the actual implementation of the Reels page, let's go ahead in our Insta blocks and actually create a block for the post. So let's go ahead and create post reel block.dart file, and this post reel block is going to have exactly the same stuff as we have in our post block and in our post small block. The post reel block is once again an implementation of the post block, but optionally, and on top of it we have just a getter to get video media as a reel by extracting the media, that first element, as a video media, because we are certain that the post reel block should have only a single media in the list, and we are certain that this first media element is video media. So now let's jump to the cd packages insta blocks and let's run dart run build runner build command so that the code for the post reel block.g.dart is automatically created, so that we can serialize and deserialize our post reel block from JSON and to JSON. And while it's generating, let's go in our insta block and don't forget to cover the case where when the type is the post reel dot identifier. In this case we're going to return post reel block from JSON and pass the JSON inside of the factory constructor from JSON. Now we can go back to the root of our application and we can export post reel block.dart. So let's jump back to the reels page.dart file, and in here we are going to create a reels page status widget. Inside of it we are going to return a reels view, and the reels view is going to be a stateful widget. Inside of this widget we are going to handle the page controller for that will specifically control how we can scroll within our videos in our Reels page, and we'll have a value identifier which will have a value of the current index of the video that is currently displayed and is playing on the screen. In the init state method, we're going to call the feed Reels page requested event from the feed block. So we're not going to create a very specific Reels block because the feed block will already cover the functionality for keeping or holding the information about the Reels page. And for this case, we're going to have a very own feed Reels page requested event, which will fetch for the page of the Reels page. For now, we don't have it implemented in our feed page, in our feed block. So for this, we are going to create a brand new event handler in our feed block. Let's go ahead and create feed Reels page requested. Let's go ahead and implement it in our feed block itself. Implement the on feed Reels page requested function, pass here feed Reels page requested event, pass here feed state, and we are going to have the same logic as we have in our on feed page requested event. So we are going to call it try catch block, firstly emitting the state.loading, and the current page is going to be either the event.page if it is not null, and is going to be state.feed.reels.page by default. Now we are going to have a pattern that we will get from fetching for the page. As a page, we pass the current page with sponsored blocks we set to false, and the mapper function we set to post real block mapper, and we set to the post to real block mapper. Now we're going to create this mapper in our feed block mixin.dart file. Just below the post to large blocks mapper, we're going to have a posts to real block mapper, which will convert the list of the posts into the insta blocks by looping through each of them and checking and selecting only those where the post.media is real, and converting each post to post a real block, and then adding it to the list of insta blocks, and in the end it will just return a insta blocks list. So let's go ahead in our feed block, and at the very bottom create a to post real block converter, which will return the exactly the same model as we previously had, but without the action, because as an action we have only navigating to the profile page, but without an action. So essentially it's completely the same as we previously had with our to post small block and to post large block. So we can go back to the feed block mixin. We have no exceptions with this. And in the feed block itself, if we go back to our feed Reels page requested event, we have no more exceptions as well. So now we have an access to the new page as more and the blocks. We can assign the feed value to the state.feed with and copy the value with the Reels page, which will copy the Reels page and pass the new values inside of it. Now in our Reels page back, we are passing the page controller value to the page controller, and we're setting the keep page boolean to false, so that we don't want to save the current page with the page storage and restore if the controller's scrollable is recreated. We always want to make our Reels page with the new Reels if the page controller is disposed. Now we have current index value identifier, which is 0 by default, and in the dispose method we getting rid of all of these controllers and value identifiers. Then in our build method we are going to track for the video player state from the video player inherited widget of context, accessing the video player state of it, and we are going to return a stack which will display an app scaffold, and above it we will display a button which will be positioned for the right and top, which is tappable, which will navigate us to the create post page, extra set to true. And if you remember, the extra set to true only when we want to pick only the video inside of the create post page with an icon with the camera alt outline. And as a body itself, we will return an app scaffold, which will have a block builder as a body inside of it with the feed block and feed state. The build when method, we are going to return true or false depending on the equality of the previous and current feed with the Reels page and their specific blocks. If they are the same, we will return false, so that our page doesn't rebuild when we, for example, refresh our application. So when we, for example, refresh our Reels page and the blocks are completely the same, we will not force our block builder to build. And if the previous status equal to the current status, which is the case when we will return false, in any other case we will return true, so that the page will be refreshed. We are extracting the blocks from the Reels page, and we're checking if it is empty. We will return a no Reels found page, which will have a sized box that expand, which will take up the whole space on the page itself, and we have a center with the empty post is sliver is set to false. As a text we have a no Reels found. As an icon we have video collection outlined, and defeated box in the child have a tappable button which will have a function which will execute a free Reels page requested event. And as a label for this button we have refresh text, and this button will have a throttler so that the user can tap only every 550 milliseconds, and until this duration is not ended, he will not be able to actually click on the button. And if we have actually some data to display, we will have the page view.builder with the controller item count and other stuff specified in here. And importantly, we have an on-page changed function which will update the current index, that value, and set it to the index which we will have from the on-page change function itself. And in the item builder, we will return a listenable builder by passing a listenable merge, which will listen for the video player state should play reels, whether we want to have a sound of the video, and we'll listen to the current index of the video. And in the builder method, we will check if the block is post reel block. We will return a reel view, which will have a play boolean set to true if the video is the current, by checking whether the index that we get from the item builder is equal to the current index.value, and then by checking if the video player state that should play reels is equal to true. So basically, when we are in the reels page, it will be true, and if the video is the currently displayed video by its index, we will force the video to play. And with sound just will be true if the video player state that with sound is true. And on every single refresh that we have in our refresh indicator adaptive that we wrap our page view builder with, will execute the context read feed block, and it will add a very new event for the feed reels refresh requested, which we are going to handle in our feed block once again. For this, we can go ahead in our feed event, and below the feed reels page requested, we are going to copy it and feed reels refresh requested. We can remove the page reference because we will not care about the page itself. We will always force our always force our reels to be refreshed at the zeros page. We will always want to fetch for the first in our reels page when we execute the feed reels refresh requested event. So let's go ahead in our feed block and handle the event feed reels refresh requested, and we can provide a transformer set to the throttle droppable as we did in our feed refresh requested, and pass a duration to the 550 milliseconds so that user will not be able to spam with the feed reels page requested duration with the feed reels page refresh requested. And I have passed it to the wrong event. Actually, I have duplicated the events, so let's fix it quickly. We can handle the feed reels refresh requested event, and inside we can pass the transformer and set it to the throttle droppable, and we are going to implement on feed refresh requested, which will display it below the on feed reels page requested event. We can execute on feed refresh requested. We can pass feed reels refresh requested event, pass feed state, and we will just copy the exact logic as we had in our on feed reels page requested event, but this time we are not passing any page inside, because by default, as I said, you will always have a zeros page. But most importantly, we have in our feed that we assign to the new value of the state feed copy with, but in the reels page we are not copying the state of the feed with the reels page. Instead we are assigning a very new value to it by creating a new instance of the reels page with the data that we get from the fetch feed page function. Then we are emitting the state that populated with the feed equal to the feed that we assign. And after we add a feed reels refresh requested event, we are executing an unawaited function which will animate page to the zeros index, which will always force the page to navigate to the first element of the page view builder. The duration set to 150 milliseconds, and the curve is equal to the curves that is in. So for now, let's go ahead and implement the real view, which will actually display for us a stacked widget, which will have a non-long press function, which will obscure all the elements that are stacked on top of the video itself. And at the very bottom we will have the scraper, which will display the duration of the video, which we can actually control going back and forth, and have these buttons and the info about the actual author of this video. So in our real view, let's go ahead and create the actual real view. So let's go ahead and create a real view stateless widget, which will create a post view, which is a traditional class, which will return a post large block depending on the block type itself. But as an optional parameter, we have a builder, which will actually return the widget instead of the post large view, is we have provided it as an argument inside of the post view. So actually, as a builder, we provide a real class which will actually display the playing video. And for the video player type, we are passing the video player type that reels, and passing here the block which we get from the reel view itself inside of the parameters. And the reel is the stateful widget which will have a video controller for the video player controller, but we can't actually import it. So let's go ahead in our Instagram blocks UI and let's export video player.dart. Now we have an exception. The name video scriber is defined in the libraries video player and the video and smooth video progress indicator. We can hide the video scraper from the video player. Now we have an access to the video player controller inside of our real view, and actually on top we have a shimmer which is not a dependency of our pubspec.yaml file, but we actually have a shimmer in our Instagram blocks UI in our pubspec.yaml. So we are going to export package shimmer.dart file. Now we can remove the declaration of the shimmer in the import statement. So we are using the video controller. We're assigning this value to the video player controller.network URL by parsing the URL of the widget.block real URL. Then we have the isPost and isLiked value identifiers, which are false by default. On the isPost, we have an listener which will respectively post the video when the isPost value is true, when we hold our finger, and when the onLong press is executed. It will automatically say is post to true. Therefore, the video player controller which will be automatically post. And if we put our finger away from the screen, we will run the future delayed function, which will delay the video player controller that play function for 300 milliseconds. And is liked boolean is a stream, and is liked is a value identifier which will be set to the value of the state is liked that we get from the post block by listening to its stream, and the is liked is set to the post state subscription that we appropriately cancel from the dispose method so that we don't have the memory leak in our real view. And it is made for a very specific reason to rebuild only certain portion of our UI, which will depend on the value of this is liked boolean without rebuilding the whole real view at the same time when the isLiked boolean is changed. So in our build method, we are actually passing the value listenable builder at the top, and we are listening for the isLiked value. And as a child, we actually pass the whole video itself, which will actually display it. And as a builder, we just display popping animation icon overlay, which on tap add an event from the post block to request a like, and the isLiked boolean we have in our builder method itself, we pass it to the popping icon animation overlay, and as a child we pass child with an exclamation mark because we have passed it as an argument in our value listenable builder in order to not rebuild it for any reason, because the video itself is not dependent on the isLiked boolean. Therefore, we don't need to rebuild it. Then we wrap our whole inline video with the gesture detector, which on long press start with the video, set it to true, and on long press end it will set the isPost value to false. We actually displaying our inline video with the stack. As the video itself, we have an inline video with a bunch of settings in here. As an aspect ratio, we pass 9 divided by 15, which is an aspect ratio that uses the original Instagram application for displaying the video in the Reels page. The with sound is equal to the widget.with sound or true, because we are passing actually with sound from the real view, which is listening to the video player state with sound value. With sound button we set to false, with player controller we set to false. So when we just click on the video itself, it is not paused. By default, if we set it to true, we will be able to pause the video. Video player controller we set to the video controller. As a loading builder, which is an optional parameter, we set a real shimmer loading widget, which will return a stack for the shimmer for the different shimmer from colors. The basic one, which will just return a very high container with the maximum width and height with the app colors that emphasize gray. And on top of it, we will have we'll have a shimmer from colors which will display a padding, and the padding will be wrapped with the column, and the column will be wrapped with the padding, so that we display the circular avatar, the container which will simulate the caption of the video, and the running line with the information about the author of the post. And this is for the loading of our, because by default the loading builder is actually displayed as an inline video placeholder, which will actually return a blur hash image placeholder by default if the loading builder is not specified. And lastly, we have stacked widgets, which also a parameter inside of the inline video settings. We have a value listenable builder which listening for the isPost value, inside of the child we have stack for these buttons, for the information of the user, for the caption and all of this. And as a builder we just pass an animated opacity which will have a child which is a stack of this widget as a whole, so that we don't want to rebuild our portion of this data. Instead we will just wrap it as inside of the, we will just wrap these widgets with the animated opacity, and we will set this value to the 0 if the isPost value is set to true, and then we are going to animate it back when the isPost set to false with the duration set to 150 milliseconds. So in the stack we are displaying a vertical buttons for the like button, for the comments button, for the share post button settings, and just a very beautiful looking squared widget with the user profile avatar inside. And the vertical buttons widget will return a padding align set to align directional bottom end, and with the column which will display vertical groups. Each for them will display its specific icon with the on button tap function, so that both text and the icon itself is functional to actually execute the event that the vertical group itself has. Let's go ahead and implement this vertical group in our widgets folder inside of the reel. Let's create vertical button.dart file, and the vertical button will just display a tappable with the child as an optional parameter, or the icon with the icon data. And the vertical group itself will take the vertical button, and if we want it to display a statistic which is true for the likes and the comments and is false for the share post and the settings button, we will display tappable with the on text tab with the animation effect. So basically, as I said I was wrong when I said that both the text and the icon itself will have the same function. Instead, in the real application, in the actual Instagram application, when you tap on the text count itself, you will be redirected to the page where you can see the users who liked this post. Let's export our widgets into a separate file. Export vertical button.dart file. Now we can export the widgets.dart file, and we should be able to import the real .dart file. Now we can actually use our vertical groups in our vertical buttons widget, and in the build method itself we have the is liked and the count of likes, comments, and whether we are the owner of the post that we are selecting from the post block state, and all of these values we pass respectively in each of our vertical group, which displays each of these buttons. And the vertical group that displays will have a function which will show list of options model, and as a model option we have model option that will display a delete option, which will execute a function which will actually execute the post delete requested, and after it we will have a feed block add event to update the feed with the update type set to feed page update new post, and the type set to the page update type delete. And then if option not null, we will execute option on tap function after we call our context show list options model, and with statistic we set to false. And at the bottom we have a tappable with the image that just displays a squared box inside with the icon of the user profile. Right below the vertical buttons we display a padding with an alignment set to bottom left of the screen, with the constraints set to box constraints tied for the 80% of the screen width, so it is not overlapped with the vertical buttons at the right. It is displaying the column with the children of the real author list style, which displays a circular profile avatar, user profile avatar, reusable widget, and it displays the flexible widget to respectively display the username. And if we are not the owners of the video, we will have the following or follower. We will have a button which will call a post author follow requested event, which will either follow or unfollow the author of the post. Then below the real author list style we have a real caption, which just display a text with the caption value itself. And then we have the sized box with the height set to 32, which displays these two buttons. The first one with the running text, exactly like in the Instagram application, and the second one with the author of the post and with the with possible participants of the which probably take the place into your video. So inside of the real participants we have a row which displays flexible as our first button as a tappable with some decoration, and inside of it we have a row which displays a flexible with the padding set to left app spacing small, which it displays an icon for this music note rounded. Then we have a gap with the width set to app spacing small, and then we have a running text with the flexible set to flex. The velocity is set to 40, and the style of the text is displayed for the context body medium with the color set to app color.white and the overflow text overflow the ellipsis. So for the running text we're going to implement in our Instagram blocks UI. So in our widgets, let's create running text file, and for this widget we are going to add new dependency called marquee, which will actually make our text running by default. The marquee widget itself we return inside of this running widget. We are passing a text, style, a blank space, velocity, and we are passing here fading edge start and fraction, which by default equal to the 0.2. So as you can see at the edges of the text we have this cool fading effect, which you can customize by changing the value of these two variables or by overriding it with the value of the arguments that we have in our running text widget. Now we can export it running text.dot file. Now we can use it in our real view. So after the button which displays running text, we have another button is not a flexible, which will take up the maximum space that the widget that the row has to provide for his children after this button, with some decoration exactly like this button has, and it just displays a row with an icon as the person and the participant, which is actually an author of this post. So this is pretty much all for the video player itself inside of the Reels page. At the very bottom of our inline video as a stack, we are displaying a value listenable builder which is listening to the isPost value identifier, which actually aligns the smooth video progress indicator to the line alignment bottom center, which actually displays a scrubber for the video, which we can control by actually moving our finger back and forth, which is yet another widget which we have created previously to display a smooth video progress from the smooth video progress package, which will make the video scrubber more smoother than the actual video player provides for us by default. So this is pretty much all. For now we can see that we have an error that we couldn't resolve the package marquee. For this, let's go ahead and run Flutter pub get in the root of our application. We changed two dependencies. Now if we hot reload our application, go to the Reels page, should have been able to see the Reels page, but we forgot to actually use it. So firstly, let's import the Reel view in our Reels page, and let's go to the routes. Let's find the Reels stateful shell branch, and instead of returning an app scaffold, let's go ahead and return, which should be an widget, but for now for some reason it is not a widget. We can hide it from the insta blocks. Now we can import it from the Reels, mark it as a constant, and now if we hot reload our app, we should be able to see the Reels page with the video itself. Now we have some issues with the user profile avatar. Let's fix it quickly. We can find it in the real auto release style. We actually forgot to pass the avatar URL, author.avatar URL. Now if we go back, we see user profile avatar, but for some reason it is too large. So let's set the is large to false, and now we displaying the exact same widget that we were designing. Now we can like our post, and in the near future we will implement these two buttons to actually function. So the first one will pop up the model bottom sheet to add some comments to the post, and the second one will allow us to share this post with other people. So also we can click on this button to add a new post, and let's go ahead and, for example, delete our post, but we will immediately notice that the post is not deleted from the Reels page immediately, because we didn't handle this case in our feed block when we are updating our feed page, when we are updating our feed by the feed update requested event. So let's actually modify this event a bit. Firstly, we are going to check for the reel inside of the Reels page blocks by using the find post block extension, which we are going to have a test function which will search a widget with a specific circumstances if the block ID is equal to the update new post.id and block type is equal to the post reel block dot identifier. Now we're going to check if the feed block is equal to null and reel block is equal to null and update is not create. We are not going to update either a feed or the Reels page. After it, right below the updated feed blocks, we are going to define the updated Reels block, which will firstly check if the update can update reel, which is true if the new post.media is real, which is true if the length of the list media is equal to 1 and every single element of the list is video media or is memory video media. Now we will assign the value of the updated reels blocks to the old feed.update reels page. So let's go ahead and implement this function. Let's go ahead and create update reels page function, which will execute try catch block, which will return a Reels page that blocks only post, and it will update blocks with the updates set to update, and is Reels will be equal to true. And in our update blocks, we're going to cover the case when the is Reels set to true. First, we're going to check if the is Reels is equal to true. We're going to update. We're going to call the update, and we're going to pass the generic type of this function to the post reel block, and then respectively in our update with function we're going to the update new reel block if the is Reels boolean set to true, or update new large block. So in our actual page update, let's go ahead and create a new reel block which will convert our new post to the post reel block, and it will have a post reel block return type. Now we can actually use this update reels page function in our feed block, and overall we will have to provide a reels page in our copy with method of the old feed, and we will copy the state of the old feed.reels page, and we will provide a blocks with the updated reels blocks, and the total blocks will be set to updated reels blocks with the nullable operator .length. Now if we refresh our app, if we go back to the reels page, we will see immediately that we don't have any reels. This button will be able to actually call the feed reels page event, but it doesn't return any result because we don't have any data to display. For this we can go ahead and create brand new reels, but for some reason we are allowing the user to pick from images and videos. Let's quickly fix it. In our user profile create post, we're actually passing the pick video inside as a parameter, but we forgot to change the picker source depending on the pick video boolean. So let's go ahead and define the picker source variable, which will check for the pick video value. If it is true, it will return a picker video or the picker source that both by default. And we're going to pass a picker source inside of the picker source required parameter. So now if we refresh our application and click on this button once again, we should be able to see only the images, and we can change and we can choose only, and the multi selection we're going to set to false if the pick video is not true, is true. So, and the multi selection we're going to set to false if the pick video is true, so that we will not be able to actually select multi videos from our gallery. So let's pick the video, create a new post, and we should immediately see it in our reels page after it is created. As you could see, always also we had this very beautiful reels shimmer effect. So now we can actually interact with this video as previously. We can do whatever we want with this video. We can delete it respectively, and it will be immediately displayed in the reels page. And let's check very important scenario in our application. So for instance, we already have some video displayed in our reels page. As you can see, it is playing as normally expected. If we try to create our reels not from this page, for instance from the user profile page, click on the add button, reel, choose the video. As you can see, we have been automatically navigated to this. We have created this. We don't have our videos playing by default, because even though we have navigated to the tab with the reels, we didn't make it manually, so that the function inside of our bottom navigation bar to actually play the reels wasn't executed. Therefore, we are going to jump into the feed page controller, and we are going to check if we are picking the video. We are going to call the video player inherited widget underscore context that video player state that play reels. Even when we execute this process post media, we will programmatically set the video player state to play reels if we are picking the video, because we will be always redirected to the third tab when we actually pick the video, because the is reel will be equal to true, the navigate to reel page will be equal to true, and therefore we will play reels. So now if we refresh our page, once again go ahead and create a reel, and as you noticed, we are automatically playing the videos in this reels page, and this is exactly what we were about to achieve. And now this is pretty much everything from point to point how to create the functional reels page. Refresh for our reels page, we can see pretty much every single video that we have created in our database. We can like the video, we can double click on it, we can actually like it as well, we can display our reels as well as in the reels page, and we can create the reels directly from this reels page. Now we have fully functional reels page and the feed page. The next thing that we're going to implement will be the timeline page. That basically is going to display everything exactly like the feed page and the reels page combined. So the videos and the images, and basically it's going to look like in the Instagram itself. So basically we are going to have a sliver list with the specific grid pattern, which is going to display the media of the posts with their first media as a preview. So as in the Instagram, we are going to have specifically structured grid view pattern, which will display the images in the squared box that are small, and the structure will try to place the videos in the nearest, which will be much taller than the small ones. But of course, there will be some cases when there will be just no images, there will be just no videos to display, so that the place of the videos will take up the image itself. It doesn't really matter. And the same goes with the playing and stopping the play for the video when it is in the viewport, as exactly like in the feed page. Now we can actually refresh our page, and we will preserve the state of it by checking whether the previous blocks equal to the new blocks in order not to rebuild the page if they are both equal. So basically we'll have the same post pop-up, which we can execute by having an on long press on any of these posts, which we can as well move and update the current location of the cursor and show the appropriate hint for the button, view the profile, for example, of the post author, and so on and so forth. And at the very top, we will have a search text field, which will navigate us to the page where we can search for people from the Instagram itself that are signed in by this query. We can search for it, and we can optimize. We're going to optimize this page so that when we have searched for a very specific query, for example, I have already searched in the previous query for these two letters. Therefore, in the terminal, I can see that we are returning the hashed result. For example, if I would like to input here, for instance, I will see that the terminal says to me that it didn't found any hashed results querying for users. Now, if I remove this query and type George once again, you will see that return hashed results on any single time. Every single time I input the JORGE, because every single time we have inputted this and the actual API request was sent to the database client to fetch for the appropriate results, it was hashing the results into the service that will then try to return the hashed results instead of calling the API request to the database client every single time. So it's going to incredibly optimize our searching mechanism, and it will dramatically reduce the number of API requests to the database client when we are going to search for people in our application. So let's go back to the actual implementation of this timeline page. First of all, in the lib folder, let's go ahead and create the timeline folder, view, and the timeline page.dart file. So in the timeline page, let's go ahead and create a timeline page, which is a stateless widget. And inside of it, we are going to create a timeline view that we are going to wrap with the timeline block, which we are going to create inside of our timeline folder. And the timeline view is going to actually return the actual timeline page, which will display a list of posts. It's going to have an InView notifier custom scroll view, and the initial InView IDs is going to be equal to the 2 and 5, and this one is really important. So because let me explain to you, the indexing of this post is going to be with the similar pattern with the following pattern. So the element is the 0 index, then it goes for the first index, second, 6, 7, 8, 9, and so on and so forth. As I said, this video and this video is the second index, and this one is fifth index. So by default, when we are in the actual timeline page, we will always see these two videos at the initial screen. So by default, we will always want them to be automatically played without needing for user to scroll initially to play these videos. This is why we have these 2 and 5 IDs in the initial InView IDs list. And the is InView port condition is going to return true by default, checking whether we are in the middle of the viewport and adding 220 to each sides of the checking. So when we just don't see a very little portion of the video, we will immediately pause it, and as soon as we see a bit more of video, we are going to immediately play it, exactly like in the Instagram application. And as you can see, we have actually a support for multiple images, for multiple videos playing at the same time. For this, in the inline video, in the settings, we have the Boolean. For this, in the video settings, we have a video player controller. For this, in the inline video, we have in the video settings, we have a video player options, which we can provide and override the value for the mix with others. This boolean will allow us to play multiple videos at the same time. So now it's time to actually implement the timeline page block, which will essentially fetch for the posts in our timeline. So we're going to create a new block called timeline, and the timeline block is going to, or let's firstly define the timeline state, which will have a timeline status and the feed page as a timeline inside of the state, and make sure to import actually the appropriate feed page from the Insta blocks. Now let's move on to the timeline event. In the timeline event, we are going to have timeline page requested and the timeline refresh requested events. And in the timeline block, in the super constructor, let's go ahead and pass the timeline state.initial, and we are going to handle timeline page requested event. Let's implement the on timeline page requested function, which will accept timeline page requested event, and as a state we're going to pass timeline. Before we are going to fetch for the timeline page, we're going to need the posts repository. We are going to initialize it in our timeline block constructor posts repository, and we're going to assign the value to the posts repository. Now we're going to define a static const timeline size, and we're going to assign it to the 20. So the timeline page size, we're going to have 20 elements when we are going to fetch for the first page. And now in the on timeline page requested function, we can go ahead and inside of the on timeline page requested function itself, we are going to call try catch block, assign a current page value, fetch for the page from the post, assign the new page assigned has more boolean, and looping for the post, converting each to the post small block. We are going to hide the feed page from the feed. We are going to convert each post to the post small block, add to the list of blocks, assign the timeline value, assign a timeline, copy the state from the timeline, copy the timelines from the state, assign new values, and emit a new state by copying this previous state and assigning a new value to the status and the timeline. And lastly, let's go ahead and implement the timeline refresh requested event, which is going to have a transformer set to throttle droppable, which is going to have a duration set to 550 milliseconds, and we are going to implement the on timeline refresh requested event, which will have timeline refresh requested event and timeline state, and we're going to do exactly the same as we did in the timeline page requested, but instead of copying the state timeline, we're going to have a brand new feed page instance, pass the new values, and emit the state with new values of the timeline. Now we can create timeline.dart file, export here block timeline block.dart file, and we have actually created two blocks inside of each other. Let's remove the unused block folder. Now we can actually export the timeline block, and in our timeline page, let's go ahead and create a block builder, which is going to use the timeline block and the timeline state. Firstly, we will check if the previous status is equal to timeline populated and previous and current blocks of the timeline is equal. We are going to return false, so that timeline should not rebuild. If the status are not equal, we are going to return true, and in any other cases we will return true. If the state status is equal to timeline page, the timeline status.failure, we are going to return timeline error widget, and the timeline error widget will return a sliver field remaining. Inside of it, we will return a column with the text something went wrong. We will have a fitted box which will have a tappable with the throttle duration of 150 of 880 milliseconds. Is going to have a timeline page requested event, and is going to have a text refresh text. Next, if the state status is timeline status.populated, we're going to display a timeline grid view itself, and the timeline grid view is going to accept images blocks and the video blocks inside of it as a list of post block, and is going to accept the int of the total blocks length. And for the timeline grid view, we're going to use a new dependency called Flutter staggered grid view, which will allow to actually achieve this very fancy result with a specific pattern of the elements that will be in the sliver list.grid itself. Now we're going to import the Flutter staggered grid view. Inside of the timeline grid view build method, we're going to return sliver list.builder. And in the grid delegate, which is the most important part of this sliver list, of this sliver grid, we're going to have a sliver quilted grid delegate, in which we will have a cross-axis count set to 3, which is by default the number of the cross-axis count elements of the elements in the horizontal direction, and the main axis spacing and the cross-axis spacing will be equal to 2. So the elements between each other have this little spacing, and the repeat pattern is going to be inverted. So if we have the repeat pattern set to, if we have the repeat pattern set to same, we will always have these items displaying 4 small blocks at first and the tall block at the bottom. But when we are providing the inverted, we are going to have the tall element at the right, then the tallest element on the left, on the right, and so on and so forth, exactly like in the Instagram application. And we're going to have a pattern which is a list of quilted grid tile. And we're going to actually specify here a pattern which we actually exactly want to display in our application. So this is going to have a main axis count and cross axis count integers inside of it. So the first element is going to have main axis count and cross axis count set to 1, both of them. The second one exactly 1. So this is the small blocks. Then we have the main axis count set to 2. So this is why we have this element that takes up 2 little boxes, the space for 2 these little boxes in the main axis count, and only 1 in the cross axis count, and other ones is going to take up again 1 main axis count and 1 cross axis count, and is going to repeat in the inverted quilted grid repeat pattern. The item count is going to be widget.blocks length, and in the item builder we are going to display a post pop-up, which will have a builder inside of it to display the post small, with the image thumbnail builder, which will have a video player InView notifier, which has a check is in view set to true, ID set to $index, and the type is going to be video player type.timeline. It will return the inline video, and as I said before, we are going to have video player options, and we're going to provide mix with others and set it to true so that we can at the same time play multiple videos. And most importantly, we're going to call every time the item builder is executed the structure post display function, which will actually structure the blocks inside of our view. So these videos are actually displayed in these taller boxes, not because we have created them exactly in the 3rd index, in the 5th index. No, it's because we have called this structure post display function, which has actually structured them properly. This function takes into account the current videos index, the current images index, and whether we should display a video or not, and the current block. First of all, we are checking if the videos index is greater or equal to the video widget.video blocks.length, the images we index less than video widget.images blocks.length. This is why this is the case we want to display the image. Then we are checking if the videos index is less than videos blocks.length and images index greater or equal to the widget.images blocks.length. We are going to assign the block value to the widget.video blocks at the video index, and we are going to increase the videos index by 1. Else we are going to check if the videos index greater or equal to the widget.video blocks.length and images index is greater or equal to the widget.images blocks.length. We are going to assign both indexes to 0. And in this case, we are going to check if the index that we get from the parameter inside of this function that we get from the item builder itself is equal to 2, which is the exact location of the element in the list of the first tall element in the sliver grid builder. We're going to set the display video to true. Else, if the index divided by 5 is equal if the index can be divided by 5 without decimal points and index not equal to null, we're going to set the display video to the reversed value of the display video. Else, if the index dividing by 11 has 0 numbers after the decimal point, we're going to set the display video again to true and the index not equal to null. This is another case when we want to display our video in the left tall in the left tall, and in any other case we will set the display video to false, which will display them in actual small boxes. Then we check if the display video is equal to true and videos index less than widget.video blocks length, we will set the block to the widget.video blocks with the video index, and we will increase the videos index. Otherwise, we will have the image blocks. This is exactly what we are doing in the structure post display function, and instead of regularly using the blocks with the index, we are using the block which is actually specific, which is actually always changes by looping for the whole list of widgets by calling the structure post display, which will continually display the block. And then we're checking if the block is not real, we will return just an image attachment thumbnail with the attachment which your image URL set to URL of the block, and the fit equal to fitbox.cover. And lastly, in case we have our status set to timeline loading, we are going to return a timeline loading, which is going to return a sliver grid.builder with the exact same pattern as we applied to the actual grid view with the posts, but instead we are going to provide it fixed number of item counts with the item builder set to the shimmer placeholder that we define in our Instagram blocks UI as a reusable UI component, and we're going to display this timeline loading if the status is not equal to timeline status populated and it is not timeline status.failure. Now if we export the view timeline page.dart file and go to the routes, search for the timeline and return instead of the scaffold the timeline, refresh our application, go to the timeline page. Now we will notice that we don't have an access to the timeline block because we need to wrap our timeline view with the block provider. Use here timeline block, and in the timeline block we are going to provide the post repository, import the post repository, refresh our application, and now if you go to the timeline page, we can notice that we have this very good looking timeline loading because we haven't actually called anywhere timeline page requested event. We are going to call it directly directly in the place where we actually providing the timeline view with the timeline block by calling add timeline page requested. Now if we reload app, we should be able to see all the posts we have in our entire application, and the only video that we have in our profile is actually located in the tallest block in our sliver grid, and it is actually located here because of this structure post display method. Because if we take a look in our user profile, video is the first element in our user profile post. By default it's going to be displayed, so without this structure post display function we are going to display it as the first element, but with the help of this logic block we are displaying it at the exact index where it should be displayed. Now in the onRefresh function, let's go ahead and call the context read timeline block and add a timeline refresh requested event. Now by pulling to refresh, we can actually refresh our timeline page. So if we create a new post, if we click share, go to the timeline, pull to refresh, we will notice that we have immediately a new post inserted in our page. And actually our video always stays consistently in this tall thanks to this structure post display function. And when we don't see this, and when the video is not actually in the viewport of our screen, we will not play it. And of course, if we navigate from this page, you will notice that this video is not played anymore because we are using the InView notifier widget that takes up the type for the video player type, which is a timeline, and it's always notified when the value for the video player type is set to true or false. Now let's go ahead and display a search bar at the top of our timeline page so that we can actually search for people in our application. So now we have a timeline page itself working smoothly with different states. Now we're going to implement the search page where we can search for people that are registered in our application. For this, we are going to create separate folder for the search view search page.dart file. So in our search page.dart file, let's go ahead and actually create our page to actually search for different users in our application. So firstly, we're going to create a search page. Inside of it, return a search view, which has a boolean whether we want to return whether we want to navigate to the search page and navigate back with some result. So for instance, when we search for some user, if we set our with result boolean to true, when we tap on any of the users that we have in the list of found users, we are going to actually return it as a result, pop the context and do something with this user that we have chosen. But if the with result set to false, we're just going to navigate of the users. We're just going to navigate to the user's profile. Now inside of the init state Now inside of the state of the search view, we're going to have a users value notifier with the list of users type. We're going to initialize it with an empty value notifier value. In this post, we are going to dispose the users, and in the build method, we're going to return an app scaffold with the value listenable builder, which will return a custom scroll view with the cache extent, keyboard dismiss behavior set to scroll, view keyboard dismiss behavior on drag. So basically, when we drag, we're going to automatically unfocus the keyboard. We're going to automatically dismiss the keyboard. On the iPhone emulator, we don't have this keyboard at the bottom, but on any other. But on a physical device, the keyboard is going to be automatically dismissed when we drag our screen. And the sliver list that builder is going to return the user list style for each user by index. It is going to return a list style with the user profile avatar as a leading, title as a user display username, as subtitle user that display full name, trailing as an icon, keyboard arrow right, and on tap function is going to be context.pop if we want to have a result from this page by popping the page with the user.id result. Otherwise, we will just push the route to the user profile page with the path parameters set to user ID, user.id. Now to implement the app bar, which will have this search input field, we're going to provide the app bar inside of the app scaffold, and we're going to return a search app bar. And the search app bar is going to extend the stateful widget and implement the preferred size widget, because the return type for the app bar is a preferred size widget, which is not a stateful widget by default. And when we are implementing the preferred size widget, we are going to override the value for the preferred size getter, which we are going to return the value of the size from height and set it to the default value of the K toolbar height, which is a 560 double value. That is a default value of each app bar that we have in our application by default. So inside of the search bar itself, we have the focus node, the search controller for the text input field itself, and we have a debouncer, which we are going to pose as well. And as a return type, we return an app bar, and as a title, we pass an actual search input field. And the search input field is going to return an app text field with a bunch of parameters. An onChange function is going to be query onChange.call if the text controller is not equal to null. The text controller can be equal to null if we want to actually read only, if we want to display our search input field just as a placeholder that we can click on it and then we can navigate to the actual. So if we actually read only the text field, we will navigate to the search. Otherwise, we will return a null or as an on top function. As a suffix icon, we have an icon.clear, an icon button.clear, which you can actually provide an icon. Use here icons.clear and provide here an onPress function, which will call the text controller function with a nullable, so that when we click on this button, we will automatically clear the search term. And as a border, we are going to provide an outlined border, which we can create in the app UI packages in our application. Inside of the constants, we can create style.dart file, and inside of it, we are going to create an outlined border of an outlined input border return type. We're going to return an outlined border with the border side equal to the border side, or by default the border side at none, with the border radius set to border radius that all radius that circular, and with the border radius value, which is the default border radius by default. And we're going to define a default border radius in the radius.dart file, which is equal to 16 by default. And we're going to export the radius.dart file and export style.dart file. Now we can use our outlined border in our pages in search input field. And lastly, we're going to provide an onChange function in our search input field, which is going to call a debouncer, run, and we are going to await, and we're going to call widget.onSearchUsers, on user search, and inside we have a return type. We have a parameter list of users. We are going to mark our debouncer.run as an asynchronous function, and we are going to await the result from repository search users with the query that we get from the onChanged function. And now in our packages, we can create a brand new package called the search repository. But before we are going to implement it in our database client, let's go ahead and create an abstract class repository, which will have a constant repository constructor. And inside of it, we're going to have a list future of users return type, which is going to be called search users function which is going to have a required parameter inside of it. On top of the query, we're going to actually mark it as a nullable string parameter, but required. And as we are going to pass a limit and offset as a required parameter, we're going to have an optional string user ID which we can exclude, and we will provide an exclude users ID, which is a list, which is a decoded string, which is a list of users, which is a list of user IDs that we want to exclude from searching in our repository in order to actually improve the performance and reduce the number of API calls to database client. Now we can implement the database client with the search based repository, and we're going to provide search users function implemented inside of our PowerSync repository database client. Now inside of this function we are defining some logic. First of all, we're checking if the query is null or query that trim is empty. We will return an empty list of users. We will return any special characters from the query, which will replace all from pattern that matches the reg with a certain pattern, the multi-line set to true, and it will replace it with the empty string. Then we defining we're defining a variable called exclude user IDs statement, which is going to be null if the exclude user IDs is equal to null, and if it is not null, we are going to have an SQL statement which will call and ID not in exclude user IDs. We're going to have a result by calling get all function on the DB from the PowerSync database, and we're going to execute an SQL statement which will select ID, avatar URL, full name, username from profiles, where the user ID in the lowercase is like the query lowercase, or the lowercase full name is like the with the lowercase, and where the ID of the user is not equal to the user ID that we get as a nullable parameter, as an optional parameter, or the current user ID. And then we provide a limit and offset, and optionally we provide here and exclude user IDs statement, which is an empty string, or if the exclude user IDs is not equal to null, we will have and ID is not equal to current user ID and ID not in this list of exclude user IDs. Then we will map the result with our save map function, which will convert each user from JSON, and we will convert it to list, set growable to. Now we are going to dive in the terminal, run the cd packages folder, and we're going to run the very good dart package repository. Now let's dive into the search. Repository, and first of all we are going to define here dependencies, and we will provide here a database client, provide the path database client, then we are going to have a user repository, and lastly we're going to have here sort all the dependencies, and then we can implement our search repository. So inside of the search repository, let's go ahead and extend our search repository with the search-based repository, provide a database client as the required parameter, and let's go and override the search users function, in which we will have a limit set to 8 by default. Offset will be equal to 0, user ID null, exclude user ID null, and if query is equal to null, we are going to return an empty list of users. Then we're going to call users, and we're going to call database client search users, which will return a list of, but we're not going to await the value of the users. First of all, before we are going to actually return the users, as we all get used to, we are going to actually define here users hashed query results, which is a map with a string key and the future list of users as a value. This users hashed query results is going to contain the already fetched results by a specific query that we have set to when we were making this request with a specific query. Now we're going to check. Now before we are going to make an API call to the database client, we are going to generate a hash by the query limit and the offset. The generate hash is we're going to define in the utilities folder, in the utilities file that we have in our shared folder. We're going to create here a generate hash function, which will have a list of nullable objects, a parameter. We're going to import dart convert, and first of all we're going to have a payload which will encode the objects by using json.encode. Then we're going to have a payload bytes, which will use the UTF-8 codec and encode the payload that we get as a string. And we're going to have a uint list as a bytes, and then we're going to convert it to the binary 64 by using the base 64 codec, which will encode the payload bytes, and then we're going to return our payload binary 64 as our hash. So first, before we're making the search users database client call, we are generating the hash by these by these input parameters that can be the same. So basically, this is very important part. So for instance, if the query is always a unique, it will be a wasteful operator to generate hash, because you will never have the exact hash when you previously that you previously had. For example, when you were searching for a very specific data with every time unique data. But in this case, the query can be the same from time to time. This is why we are generating hash from the query. The limit can be also the same and the offset also the same. This is why we are using these parameters inside. We are checking if the user's hashed query results contains a key with the hash, and I was actually wrong, because this user's hashed query results contains a string as a key, which represents a hash, and every single hash will return a value as a future list of users. So by checking whether the user's hashed query results contains a key, we will check whether or not we have some results with the key of the very specific hash which we generate by these three parameters. Then if the query.trim is not empty, we will return the actual result that we get from the user's hashed query results by the hash that we generate right above it. Then if this case didn't pass, that we don't have a key in our user's hashed query results, we are going to make search users database client call, and after we have got the result of the users, we are going to actually assign a new value to the hash key in our users hashed query results map to the value of the users. And why we are not actually awaiting the value for the users by using the await keyword? Because we want to have a lazy loading for this future list of users. We are going to need it on demand. We will not actually need to await this value. Only in our search page, when we are going to actually call for our search users function, we are going to await the result, which will just return a list of users. So let's go in our root pubspec.yaml file and export and import the repository from the path packages repository. Sort all the dependencies, and now in our search page we can actually import. And now in our search page we can import the search repository, and we can call search users by a query. So now we are fully good to go. Before we use our search page, we are going to export the search page in the search.dart file, and now we are going to create a route for the search. So in the timeline we are going to define a list of routes, and we are going to have a go route with the search page as a child by providing a no transition page, and we are going to extract the boolean from the extra as a with result boolean, which can be used either to get the result from the page or not. Now in the search page we have this search input field, which we can actually use in our timeline page. We're going to have a sliver, a bar here, use the search input field. We're going to set it to active, set it to true, and read only also set to true. The floating is going to be true, and the toolbar height is going to be 64, because the search input field is actually, and the toolbar height is going to be 64, that comes from the sliver bar itself. So now if we hot reload our app, go to the timeline page, refresh, we can see now we can see the search input field at the top of our page, which is floating as well. Now if we tap on it, we will be able to automatically navigate to another page where we can actually search for users. So now if we try to input some query, we will not be able to see the result because we forgot to provide our application with the search repository. So in each of our main files we are going to initialize the search repository. So let's define search repository, which will use a PowerSync database client, and in the app we are going to have a required parameter for the search repository required repository, and we are going to provide a repository provider.value with the search repository value. We are going to provide the search repository, and we are going to repeat this task with each of our main import the search repository, and with the main staging the same. We are going to copy and paste and import the search repository. Now if we hot reload our app, we should not be able to see the exception anymore. Now if we try to input some query, we will be able to see the immediate results with the list of users that matches this exact. And for example, I have already inputted this symbol e, which gave me certain list of the results. And in the console, we can see that we have returned a hashed results instead of calling the database client. So if I type another symbol, for example, we're going to see that we didn't found hashed results. Therefore, we will query for users that returned 3 users. Then if we remove the character, therefore we will have to fetch for another query with the e symbol, and it will return the previous result with the 5 list of users. And then if we query the m once again, we will return the hashed results with these 3 users that we previously queried with exactly the same query. A very performant approach by storing the hashed result map, which will then return the result of the list of the users. So we don't have any extra API callbacks. And lastly, for some reason, when we first go to the timeline page, we are not able to see any posts. And this is because for some reason we in our timeline block in the timeline page requested to have a timeline status that populated, which is at the very top before we are actually proceeding any data. Instead of populating, obviously we are going to have a loading. So now if we refresh our app, we should immediately see the posts that we fetch from the database client. Actually, the data was fetching, but if we take a look in the build when method, we were checking if previous data status is equal to current data status. We are going to return false. Therefore, previously we have a populated status emitting before we actually started to process some data, and at the end we actually emitted the populated. Therefore, the statuses were both equal from the start to the end. Therefore, we were not rebuilding our timeline page. But now we have different status. Therefore, we're actually rebuilding our timeline when expected. So this was pretty much everything from point to point. In order to build the actual timeline page with the search page, which is a very highly optimized and performant with zero amount of redundant with the minimum amount of repetitive API with the custom logic for displaying the posts with the video only with the video displayed with the higher priority in these color blocks with a certain pattern. Now everywhere in our application we have this icon to actually show the bottom model sheet for the comments, but actually nothing happens if we tap on any of them. So now it's time to implement the comments page where users can actually leave the comments for a specific post. Let's go ahead and in the lib folder create folder, inside create view and create comments page .dart file. So in the comments page, let's go ahead and create a comments page stateful widget. Inside we are going to actually return a comments view, which will return an app scaffold with an app bar, which is going to actually display the comments text and is going to display the handler that we can hold with our finger in order to collapse the model bottom sheet completely, because if we drag to the content of the actual model bottom sheet, we're going to drag the model bottom sheet itself, rather than we're going to drag only the content, only the body of the model bottom sheet, rather than the whole bottom model sheet. Then in the body of the comments page, we are going to actually have the comments list view, which is going to actually display the comments related to a very specific post. We're going to display here a list of posts. So in the comments list view, we're going to display the custom scroll view, which will display a sliver list.builder if the comments is not empty, that we will get from the comments block. Otherwise, it will return a sliver fill remaining center text, no comments. So if we delete this comment, we will see the message that we have no comments in this comments page. This is the by default displayed, but if we have some content to display in our comments list view, we're going to see it on this model bottom sheet. So let's get started with the comments block logic. For this, we are going to create new block. Let's call it comments, and we're going to implement the state for our comments first. So let's go ahead and create a comments state, which will have from JSON to JSON copy with method, which will have a initial constructor. And make sure that you don't have here anonymous constructor, because when you want to generate the from JSON and to JSON by using the JSON serializable, you should not have your comments state as an anonymous constructor. Then we will have the comments status and the list of the comments inside of our comments state. So for now we don't have the model to actually store some metadata of the comment itself. So let's go to the shared models, and inside we can create .dart file, and the comment is going to extend the quotable, and it's going to have a bunch of parameters for the ID of the comment, the post ID that this comment belongs to, the author of the comment, the nullable replied to comment ID, the number of replies that this comment has, the content of the comment, so basically the text that the comment has, the date time was when it was created, and the boolean getter, which if the replied comment is equal to ID and returns the reversed value of this statement. And we are marking this comment as a JSON serializable so that we can go to the terminal, go to the packages, shared, and run dart run build command, so that we will automatically generate the serialization for our comment. And while we are generating it, we are going to export the comment.dart file in our models.dart. Now we can import the shared folder in our comments state, and now we can go to the root of our application and we can run dart run build runner build command, so that the JSON serializable will generate once again a serialization and deserialization for the comments state, because we are going to actually preserve the comments that we are going to store in our comments by the comments block that is going to be a hydrated block instead of a basic one. And we didn't have successfully generated the code for the comments because I forgot to mention the comments.g.dart file. And now if we run dart run build runner once again, and actually I forgot to write here comments block.g.dart file. Now if we run dart run build runner build once again, we should successfully generate the state for our comments state. So now we have successfully generated the state for our comment state. Now we can go to the comments event, and we are going to add a comments subscription requested event, which will subscribe to the list of the comments. And the next event is going to be called comments comment create requested, which will create the actual comment related to the post. Now in the comments block, firstly let's go ahead and convert the block to the hydrated block, and at the very bottom of our comments block, let's go ahead and provide from JSON and to JSON, and let's go ahead and override two functions for the from JSON and the to JSON. So let's then initialize the post ID that we're going to pass as a required string parameter inside of the comments block, which is going to associate the comments block to a very specific post by the post ID, and the actual unique ID of the hydrated block is going to be set to the post ID. Then we are initializing the posts repository, and then we are handling the on comment subscription requested event, which will await and emit for the, and it will stream and it will listen for the post repository comments a post ID, which is equal to the ID of the hydrated block, which is a post ID itself. Now let's go to the database client, and in the post-based repository, let's define a stream for the list of comments. We're going to create a stream list of comments, which is going to be called comments of, as with the required parameter string post ID. And inside of the post-based repository, we are going to implement the stream of the comments post ID, and we are going to execute a watch on the DB, and we're going to execute the select statement inside of the DB, which will select everything from the which is marked as a C1, and then we are going to everything from the profile, which we are going to join with the inner operation. We're going to mark it as a P, and we're going to select only those profiles where the profile.id equal to the comment.user ID. So basically we will want to display only those. So basically here we will fetch only for those profiles which we want to get profile of from the comment itself. Then the left join we assign to this select statement in order to get the comments which is marked as C2, which is selected only on the first comment, which is marked as C1.id, where the C2 that replied to comment ID equal to the C1.id. And then we are going to count the cd.id as the replies count. And as a where statement, we are going to check where the comment.post ID equal to question mark, which is passed as the parameters. So basically where the C1, whether the comments post ID equal to the post ID, and that replied to comment ID is null. So we will want firstly to display only those comments that are not replied to any other comments. We're going to group it by the ID, profile avatar URL, profile username, and profile full name, and then we will order by created at in an ascendant order. Then we're going to map the result of the stream. We're going to map the result set using the save map we're going to convert the comment from row, and we will convert them to list with the global set to false. Now in the post repository, let's go ahead and implement of function, which is going to call database client comments of post ID, and we can use it in our own comment subscription requested event. And the last event is going to create for us a comment, which is going to execute post create comment. Let's get back to the database client, search for the post base repository, and in here we are going to create a future void method which will actually create a post, which will actually create a comment. The future void create comment is going to have a required parameter as a string for the content, for the post ID, for the user ID as an owner, and an optional parameter for the replied to comment ID. Now we're going to implement the create ID. Now we're going to override the create comment function, and we are going to execute an SQL statement to insert into the comments values for the ID, post ID, user ID, content created at, and replied to comment ID. So the values for the ID is going to be UUID. For the post ID is going to have a post ID. For the user ID, for the content. For the created at is going to have date time, that timestamp to ISO, and for replied to comment ID, we are going to have replied to comment ID. Now in the post repository, we are going to override the value for the create comment void method, and we will call the create comment, and don't forget to pass here a replied to comment ID parameter. Now we should have implemented every single function that we needed in order to have that we needed in our comments block. Now we can back to our comments page, but before we are going to create comments.dart file, which will export everything from block.dart, and we are going to import comments into the comments page. And now the last thing that we need to do is to display the actual comment view. For this, we are going to create a new folder inside of our comments, which is going to be called comment. Inside, we are going to create view, and inside of the view, create view comment view.dart file. But before we are going to implement the comment view, first we are going to create a block for the comment view specifically. Inside of the comment state, let's go ahead and define the status of the comment, the list of comments, which is a nullable for the replied comments, the amount of likes, the comments, whether the post is liked by the currently authenticated user, whether we are the owners of and whether the post is liked by owner. Then we are going to import the JSON serializable. Then we are going to mark the comment block as a part of the comment block.gita.dart file, and we can run dart run build runner build in our terminal. After it, we are going to define some events in our comment event.dart file. In here, we are going to create comment likes subscription requested, comment is liked by owner, subscription requested, comment is liked, subscription requested, and comment replied, replied comment subscription requested, comment like requested, and comment delete requested events. Then the comment block we are going to extend with the hydrated block instead of the block, and at the very bottom we are going to override the value for the from JSON and to JSON and set it respectively to the comment state from JSON and comment state to JSON. Then we are going to handle on comment likes subscription requested, which will await emit for each, and it will listen for the post repository likes ID, which we get from the hydrated block by overriding the value of it and setting it to the comment ID, which we will have uniquely for each comment block, because we are going to preserve the state of the comment of each comments block in the cache in order to reduce the amount of API calls to our database client. So when the app is terminated and the user logs in, he able to see the content of the post that was prefetched before he logged out from the application. And on data, we are emitting the state that copy this and providing the new value of the. Then we are subscribing to the is like subscription event, which will stream boolean value is liked by the post ID and the post by the comment ID, and the post value will be equal to false because the isLiked function has the boolean for the post, whether we want to check for whether the object is liked in our database client for the post. But in this case, we want to listen for the likes for the comment, and the same goes with the likes of the likes of stream that has post set to false. Then we have the comment is liked by owner subscription requested, which is exactly the same as is comment is like subscription requested, but this time we are providing an optional parameter for the user ID, which we set to the event that owner ID of the post. Then we are handling the on comments, replied comments, subscription requested, and for this we are going to implement the database client in the posts base repository the stream of the replied comments of the post. So here we're defining a replied comments of stream of the list of comments by the string by the comment ID. And in the post, in the PowerSync database client, we're going to implement the stream of the replied comments of stream, which is going to do pretty much the same stuff as the comments of, but in this case we're not going to need the count of the replies, but the same stuff goes with the same logic, mapping the result, mapping the into the comment from row to list with the global set to false. Then go to the post repository and implement here the stream of replied by using database client that replied comments of. Here we're listening to this stream and emitting the replies comment list into the state by using the copy with. Then we have on comment like requested event, which will just execute post repository that will essentially like the comment by tapping on this like button. And the last event will execute the comment delete requested event, which will delete the comment from the database client. In the database client, once again, let's go ahead in the post base repository, and below the create comment, let's define here a void to delete the comment. So the void method for the delete comment is going to take up the ID of the comment, and in the PowerSync database client we are going to implement delete function, which will delete from comments where ID equal to question mark, which is equal to the ID that we get from the delete comment function. Now in the post repository, let's go ahead and below the create comment override the value for the delete comment function, and we're going to call database client delete comment ID. Now we have implemented every single event in our comment block. Now we are going to create a Dart file, which will export block comment block.dart and export view comment view.dart file. So now in our comment view, let's go ahead and create the comment view itself, which will display the user profile avatar, the user profile username, the created at date time, the actual comment for the comment, the actual content of the comment, the reply button, and whether the comment is liked by the author and the like button itself. The comment view is going to be a stateless widget, which will take into account the comment, the post, and whether the boolean is replied set to true. The comment view is going to return a comment group, which will return a column with the user comment reusable widget. Right above it, we're going to have replied comments. If the comments is replied, we are going to take into account the comment and the post, the comment which the comments are replied, and the replied comments widget is going to return a column which will map for the replied comments from the comment block by using it from the state.replied comments, and it will return a replied comment widget. So let's go ahead and inside of the widgets folder in the comment create a replied comment.dart file, and the replied comment itself will just return a comment view which we have just created, but we will set the is replied to true, the post to post, and the comment to the comment. So essentially the same. We could just return a comment view instead of the replied comment and set the is replied to true, but in order to make it more obvious which widget we are actually creating, we have marked it as a replied comment. We can export it in the widgets.dart file, replied comment.dart file. We can export the widgets into the comment.dart file, widgets.dart file, and now we can use it in our replied comment. Now we have unimplemented the user comment widget, which is going to be a reusable widget, which will actually display this widget for us. And if we, for example, reply for this comment, we will display exactly the same comment, but just shift it to the right a bit. So inside of the Instagram blocks UI, into the source folder, into the widgets, let's create user comment.dart file. The user comment widget is going to be a status widget, which will take into account the comment which we want to display, the post of the post that this comment is belongs to, the current user ID, the is replied boolean, is liked by owner, the likes count, on like comment void callback, on avatar tab callback, on reply button tab, comment delete value setter callback, which will pass an ID of the comment, and the avatar builder, which is a type def, which is a signature for the function which will return a widget with the context author of the post, on avatar tab callback, and the radius of the avatar. As you can notice, the radius of the basic comment is a bit larger than the radius of the comment that is replied to another comment. So the actual user comment will firstly define whether we can delete the post by checking whether the post.author.id equal to the current user ID, or the comment that author ID is equal to the current user ID. So we're checking whether we are the owners of the comment or whether we are the owners of the comment, of the post. So in either of these two states, we're going to be able to delete the post. Then we define a list style which will display the actual comment. In the leading, we have the avatar builder or the user profile avatar, which will return the user profile avatar with the radius set to the app size, that icon size small, or the icon size extra small. If the is replied is the avatar URL, it will set to the comment that author.avatar URL. With shimmer placeholder, we can set it to true. Is large set to false, and the on avatar tab callback, we will pass an on avatar tab callback. In the title, we are going to pass a row which will return a tappable, which is a text which will display comment author.username. Nearby, it will create a time ago widget, and if is liked by owner, we are going to return comment owner liked avatar widget, which will display a row for the icon, for the heart icon, with the gap between the icon and the container itself, which will display the avatar in the network. Then in the subtitle of the comment, we are going to display a column, and inside of the padding, we are going to have a build highlighted text function, which will take into account the comment and the context, and is going to return for us a rich text, which will take into account firstly the clean value of the comment that content. The clean text is text, and we're going to replace all mapped with a certain regex, which will take into account the certain parent pattern, which will search either for the @ symbol or the hashtag, and in this case we will replace everything from this to just a regular space symbol. Then we're going to define a list of valid mentions symbols, and it's going to be add. Then we are going to extract all the mentions inside of the comment, which will return for us a string of the list of strings. It will then firstly we define a regex, which will find inside of the string text all the text which matches the pattern. It will loop for each of them, and if it matches the group, if it matches the group and it equal to null, it will return nothing. Otherwise, it will return the match group at the index of 0, and it will return the list of mentions. Then we are defining a list of text span and a list of user IDs. Then we are splitting the comment message with the character, looping for each, and with the value of the comment message, we are checking if mentions contains value and value characters contains valid mentions that first. So basically it means that we have found the text which completely matches the pattern to be a mention. We're going to add the value to the user IDs as the name of the mention, and we're going to add to the text spans the text span with the text set to the value, and as a style we're going to have the text with the body small text style, and the font weight is going to be app font weight bold, and the color is going to be app colors light blue, and the recognizer are going to be tap gesture recognizer, and on tap function we're going to debug. We're going to console log into console in debug mode only the ID of the value by mapping the value of the user IDs by the value of the string itself. For now, this function will just print it, and it will not navigate us to the user with this specific ID. But if you want, you can specifically make a function which will search for the ID of the user found with this specific name in the database client. I haven't made the user ID, but I haven't made the username in the database client unique. Therefore, it will be pointless to actually try to search for the ID of the user with his username, because it is not unique. But if you want, you can make it unique in the database client. Check if it is already existed. You can block the user from changing the name or making his name exactly like the name that already exists, and then you can actually find the user which matches whose username matches the username that we extract from this function. And on this recognizer you can navigate to this user's profile by this ID. Then in the case we didn't find the mention in the comment message, we're going to just add a text span with the value of just a regular message by providing it with the space empty character, and the style is going to be body small. Now we will just return a rich text which will have a text as a text span, and as the children we will provide here a text spans. So in short, we will just return build highlighted text, which is a rich text which takes into account the content of the comment. It will search for any mentions in this comment content, and it will highlight them with a specific. Then below this comment content we have a tappable button which will allow users to reply for this comment. We can actually reply to the comment which is already replied, and it's not going to be above, and it's not going to be even more below this widget. Is going to just structure the column in an infinite column, so we are not going to shift it to the right anymore. And as a trailing we have a column which will display a like button which we can tap on and like the comment. And in the repaint boundary we have a likes count which will have a short equal to true, because if we provide a short value equal to true, we will have block settings that post delegate likes short likes count short text, which will not display the text, which will not display the info with the text like liked by this specific user and other something like this. And the height count is going to be set to false, so that if we have the 0 likes, we're not going to hide it. So this is pretty much all for the user comment widget. Now we can export it in the widgets comment.dart file. Now we have an access to this user comment in our comment view. And last thing that we're going to implement will be the bottom app bar in the comments page to actually display the text input field, where we can actually add a comment itself. Above it we're going to display a list of the emojis which user can access by default, as in the original Instagram also. For this, in the comments page in the app scaffold, we're going to provide a bottom navigation bar which will return a comment text field. Now inside of the widgets of the comments, we will create a comment input field.dart file, and inside of our widgets we will create a text a comment.dart file, and here we will create a comment text field which is a stateful widget, and inside of it we're going to return a column. And firstly we're going to make a listenable builder which will listen for the comment input controller. And let's firstly create a comment input controller inside of the widgets input controller.dart file. So the comment input controller will extend the change notifier. We will have some boolean flags inside of it, which is going to check whether the comment that we are currently trying to post is replying or not. If it is replying, we are going to see this text reply to and the username. Then we are going to have a replying username and the replying comment ID. Then we are going to have a late comment focus node and the late comment text controller. Then we are going to have setters and getters to change the value of the replying username and of the replying comment ID. Then we're going to have getters to access the comment focus node and the comment text controller. Then we're going to have a void method which will set replying to the comment ID with the username, which will firstly clear any other replying to any other users. Then we will create a comment text which will add an symbol at the very beginning of the string. It will use the $sign and will assign the username value to the string. It will add space between the next character, and then we're going to have a new selection which will be a text position offset comment text.length, and we're going to specify the text set to the comment controller and set it to the comment text. And the selection is going to be text selection from position of the new selection position, which this is why we are actually at this position in the text field, because by default if we didn't have this code we will be at the very beginning of the text input field. Then we request the focus of our comment focus node, because if we haven't touched anything yet and we click on the reply button, we will automatically have a focus on the text input field, so that we can type immediately. Then we'll have a void method which will handle the on emoji tab function, which will to the text the comment text controller the text plus emoji, which we have in this row. And we're going to have a text selection from position text position with the offset set to the comment text controller the text.length, so that when we add an emoji we're going to immediately have our text selection right after this emoji. Then we have a clear method which will essentially just set everything to the default values. It will clear the comment text controller and it will unfocus the comment focus node. And at the very bottom we have a dispose method which will clean up the text controller and the comment focus node. Then we have an inherited comment widget which extends the inherited widget, which is going to have a comment input controller inside of it, which is going to have also a static of method which will get inherited widget of exact type from the context of this exact comment inherited widget type from the widget tree and return it. We're going to need it because the actual user comments page is not going to have an access to the comment input controller. By default, we are going to need it only in the bottom navigation bar, but in order to actually make it possible to click on the reply button and display the changes in the bottom navigation bar, we are going to actually have some sort of the state controller. But in this case, we will just use a very simple and straightforward inherited widget, which will provide to all of the descendants of the comments page the comment inherited widget, which will have an access to the comment input controller. Then in our comments page, let's go ahead and wrap our comments view with the widget, inherited widget. But before we are going to export comment input controller.dart and export comment field.dart. Then inside of it, we are going to specify the comment input controller, and then on top we are going to have a late comment input controller. Then in the init state method, we are going to initialize the comment input controller and run the init method, which will comment focus node and comment text controller as required parameters. We're going to add both of them, comment input controller. As well, we're going to actually instantiate the comment text controller and the comment focus node first. And for the comment focus node, we're going to add a listener called comment focus node listener, which will, if the comment node has focus, it will check if the widget, the draggable scroll controller is not attached, we are not going to do nothing. And if the widget, the draggable scroll controller size equal to 1, we are not going to do anything. Otherwise, we are going to animate the widget draggable scroll controller to the value of 1 with the duration set to 250 milliseconds and the curve with the curves that is. So right from the point where we are using the draggable scroll controller. So basically this whole bottom model sheet is made by the draggable scroll controller, so that we can actually scroll the content of this model bottom. And this specific listener will listen for the focus of the comment focus node. So as you can see now, we don't have with the maximum size that it can be to actually take up the whole screen. So in the original Instagram application, when you try to type something in the text input field, you will immediately notice that the whole text, that the whole draggable scroll, that the whole bottom model sheet will expand to its maximum size in order to actually see the content of the user profile of the comments page when you are trying to type something, because the keyboard will take up a great portion of the screen. And in order to see another portion of the screen where the posts, where the comments are actually, we are going to expand our draggable scroll controller by animating it to the size which will equal to 1. This is why we are first checking if the size is equal to null, and first we are checking if the widget scroll controller is attached by checking whether it was already introduced into the widget tree, because we are using this scrollable sheet controller inside of the bottom navigation bar. So after we have initialized the comment input controller, we are going to provide it inside of this comment inherited widget. Then also don't forget to wrap our comments view with the block provider and set it to the comments. We're going to import, and we're going to specify here the post ID to the widget.post ID. And the repository post we're going to set to the post repository, And the last thing that we're going to need to do in the comments page is to provide a static of method to actually find the comment inherited widget in the context. So now let's get back to the comment text field itself. So now we are listening to the comment input controller, and we have the off stage, which will actually hide this widget, which will display that we are replying to some user. As a list style, we will have the text set to the context.ltnm.reply to text, which will return a reply to, and here we will specify the comment text input controller.reply username or unknown if it is, for in some cases, null. And as a trailing, we are going to have a tappable button which will execute comment input controller.clear, so that when we click on the clear, everything is going to be removed from the comment input controller and set to the default values. Then we have the gap with the height of the app spacing.md, and we are providing the padding set to the edge inset symmetric horizontal app spacing.md. Here we are displaying a column which will firstly have a row to display the comments emojis that we are going to define in our data. So inside of the data.dart file, we will just define a list of string which will return a list of the emojis that we are displaying in the actual comments page. And then we are mapping through each of these emojis, and we are return the flexible fitted box, and we are returning an actual text emoji, which is a tappable, which will handle an on emoji function, which will have an emoji as an input type, as an input, and we are going to use this emoji to actually handle it in the comment input controller that on emoji tab. Then we have a safe area with a list style, which is going to have as a leading the user profile avatar. As a subtitle, we have an app text field with a text controller set to the comment input controller that comment text controller. Focus node from the comment input controller is as a trailing button we have, and in the trailing we have the listenable builder, which listening to the comment input controller that comment text controller, which is going to return a sized box if the comment input controller that comment text controller that text that trim is empty. Otherwise it will return a tappable with the text to publish the post, to publish a comment, and on tab function we are going to execute an event to create a comment with the user ID, comment with the content of the, and with the replied to comment ID, which is nullable from the comment input controller. And lastly, in the comment view, we are going to have a comment input controller, which we are going to actually use to handle the on reply button, which will set replying to the comment ID, and will set the comment ID from the comment that replied to comment ID if we are tapping on the already replied comment, or to the comment that ID if it is not replied already. And as a username, we are passing the username of the author of the comment. Now in the comment group itself, we are listening for the different values from the comment block, such as whether we have liked the post, whether the owner of the post is liked, whether the owner of the comment is liked it, and the count of the likes. And we are just specifying all these values in our user comment widget. So finally we have created the comments page, which will actually display the app scaffold, which will have the comments list. So now let's create an extension that will actually return a draggable scrollable sheet, and it will use this comments page in order to actually show the bottom model sheet with the content of this page. For this, let's go to the app UI. In the extensions, let's create a new show dialog extension, which is going to be called show scrollable model. Let's create a new extension that is going to be called show scrollable model. This extension is going to execute the show bottom model sheet function, which is a default function that we get at the top that will just execute the show model bottom sheet that comes from the Flutter material package. And inside of the show bottom model, we are going to return a draggable scrollable sheet, and inside of the builder we are going to instantiate draggable scrollable controller that also comes from the Flutter widgets by default. And in the draggable scrollable sheet we are going to pass controller expand set to false, snap set to true. The snap sizes is going to be 0.6 and 1. Initial child sizes is going to be 1.0 if we want to show the full size initially, or the initial child size, which is 0.7, and the min child size is going to be 0.4. And as a builder we are providing a page builder inside of it, which will have a scroll controller from the builder itself, and the controller which is a draggable scrollable controller. Now let's go ahead and in every single place where we have this button to actually show the model bottom sheet for the comments page, let's use this function. The first place where we're going to implement it will be in the post view. In the on comments tab function, we're going to use context.show bottom model, and inside of this function we are going to use context show scrollable model, and inside of it we are going to pass a show full sized parameter that we get from the on comments tab function itself. And as a page builder we are going to provide a comments page, which we will get from the comments.dart file, which we should import first, and then we can import the .dart file. And in the page builder we are going to return a comments page, which will have a post with a block value, scroll controller, and the draggable scroll controller respectively. And we have implemented it only in the post sponsored class. Now we can do this in the post large, the same stuff. Here we can call context show scrollable model, and exactly the same logic. Now if we tap on this button, we should immediately see the model bottom sheet, and when we actually tap on this icon, the show full size boolean will be equal to true, so that initially we will have the maximum size of our scrollable model bottom sheet. Now if we try to create some, we will not be able to see any of them, because in the comments page we forgot to subscribe to the actual comments by using the comments subscription requested. So when we add this event, we are going to see all the events in our model bottom sheet, but now we don't have the comment block above the comment group. For this we can go to the comment view dot file, and on top in the comment view we are going to wrap our comment group with the block provider, which will provide the comment block instance, and inside we can provide the comment ID of the comment.id, and the post repository will come from the context read post repository, and we are going to add 3 events to subscribe to the counts of the likes count of the comment, subscribe to whether the comment is liked, and subscribe to the stream of whether the comment is liked by the owner. And so now if we navigate to this model bottom sheet, we should immediately see the comments that we have created previously. So now if we create a new one, we will immediately see that it's added automatically in our comments page. Now we can as well go ahead and reply to this comment, and we will immediately see that we are successfully replying to this, and we can like to it. And as soon as we are the owners of the post and we actually like our own comments, the is liked by owner is going to be true. But if, for example, we like from another account that is not the owner of this post, we are not going to be able to see this is liked by owner. Now the next place where we can execute the show scrollable model sheet is in the real view. In the real view, let's go ahead and find the onComments type function, which will execute context show scrollable model sheet, import the comments, and this time we don't pass the show full sized boolean. By default it's set to false always. Now if we go to our Reels page, and if we tap on this chat icon, we can see the exact model bottom sheet, but the initial size of it 0.7 as provided by default, because the show full sized is. And the last place where we should use our comments page is in our post popup.dart file. In the show comments or view profile function, we are going to show scrollable model, import the comments, and provide show full sized as true by default. So now if, for example, we go to the user profile page, put our finger and execute the on long press function, and if we hover on the comment icon, we are going to immediately that we automatically shown that the page automatically shows us a scrollable model with the comments. And from point to point we have used the comments page in every single place where needed it. So now let's start implementing the next core feature in our Instagram application. In this chapter, we are going to build the stories in our Instagram clone. So basically, exactly like in the Instagram application, we are going to be able to create a story both from the feed page and from our user profile page by clicking on the profile of by clicking on the user profile avatar. So now let's start. Firstly, we can choose from the gallery the image that we want to display in the stories. We can choose the image, and the background for the stories will be automatically blended with the actual image. So if I pick up another image, for example, with the purple accent, we're going to see the purple background. If I don't want to display any images, I can set a background color to my story. I can draw pretty much anything on the canvas. I can change the type of the marker that I draw with. I can change the color. I can change the font size of this marker. I can accept the editing. I can add text to my story. I can change the color of it. I can change the layout of the text. I can add some effects. I can add an animation to this text, and I can have different text styles that I can apply to this actual text. I can apply some different background colors for it. I can do it combined actually. So if I here create, I can have it on top of I can click upload button, and I will automatically see the newly created stories in every part of the application that actually broadcasts the changes of the stories. So pretty much everywhere where I have this user profile avatar, which will indicate for me that this particular user has the stories, and all of this happens in real time, regardless who has created this story. If we go to the Reels page, we will also see that my user profile avatar has this gradient border indicating that this particular user, in this case me, have the stories that also are unseen for now. So pretty much I can go and click to the user profile avatar from any place, and I will immediately navigate to the page where I can actually see these stories that I have just created with a cool demonstration of it. I can tap on different places in the screen to either dismiss or play it from the beginning. I can click on the more button and I can delete this story with no problems. And most importantly, I will be able to see the stories that I have already seen only from two places, from the user profile page itself and from the feed page. So basically, when I have created this story, I will be able to see it every time basically, but I will be able to see other people's stories only in this list or in their user profile page, only for those people who I follow that are in my followings list. So if they follow to me, I will not be able to see their stories displayed in this list like in the Instagram application, but I can still search for any people in the search page, and here will be displayed the gradient border that I have probably not seen some of their stories that they have recently. Moreover, like in the original Instagram, the stories lasts only 24 hours and they will be automatically deleted after this period of time. So basically the stories are automatically synchronized with the local storage when they are, so it doesn't matter when you have seen this post, you will always see that you have seen this particular post and it will not be marked as unseen. And the same goes with any other people's. So for instance, if this user will create this story, I will immediately see this gradient border around his user profile avatar, and I could have clicked on it and see his particular stories, and as soon as I actually see his stories, it will be automatically marked as seen as you have seen previously. So for example, if I create another story with just a blank canvas with this gradient color, I will be able to immediately see the changes in every single place of the application immediately in real time. And if I delete it in my database client, I will immediately see that it actually disappears from local storage and from remote storage simultaneously. So for now this gradient border once again indicates that I have some of the stories of this user, in this case of me. I have some stories that I have not seen that I have just created, and I can click on the user profile icon from any place, for example from the reels, and I will be navigated to the stories page where I can see every single story of this particular user that he has created in a period of time in the last 24 hours. I can go ahead, and if this is mine story, I can delete it. Once again, I can click on this user profile avatar, delete it. In every single place I don't have an option to see the stories of this user because there is no post to display. So this is the exact feature that we are going to implement. And moreover, from our remote config repository in our Firebase, we can actually disable the feature to create story from every single place. Also, when we click on the add media button to create a story, we will not be able to see these buttons and to create the story by clicking on the user profile avatar, as we can do it now if we want so by disabling the create stories feature. By this I will show you how easy it is to implement this disable enable feature in your application, so pretty much you can always control the exact features in the applications that you probably want to test that are unstable yet, and they can crash the application eventually if they are if some of the user experience unexpected behavior. You can just disable it in a matter of seconds, and every single user will be notified with these changes, and users will be able to see or create anything in your application if you disable to do so. For example, I can disable clicking on this user profile, edit profile. I can disable clicking on these posts. I can disable pretty much everything and control pretty much everything that I have in my application. So let's get started to implement it in our app. First of all, let's go and first of all, we are going to create stories folder, which will have view folder, in which we are going to have stories page.dart, which is going to actually display stories when we will try to click on the user profile avatar. This page will pop up on the user's screen, and here the user can see the list of stories by tapping them by clicking on the right edge of the story, or going to the previous by clicking on the left side of the story. So this stories page is going to be responsible for displaying this page. And additionally, in our stories folder, we are going to have widgets folder, which will have the user profile dart file, which will actually display the user profile by default, but it will broadcast for any changes in the particular user's stories list, and the application will immediately indicate for the user that this user has some stories that you haven't seen yet, and it will be in sync in the entire application. And for this purpose, we're going to create a reusable widget called user profile stories.dart file. First of all, before we get started, let's go into the shared folder, into the models, and create here a dart file. So the story is going to be a representation of the Instagram users. It's going to have an ID, it's going to have a user that is an actual author of this story. It's going to have a content type, which is a story content type, enum, which has two different types, whether it is image or video. Then we are going to have a content URL, which is responsible for displaying the content itself, which we have created. The duration of the story in seconds, the created at daytime, the expires at daytime, which is by default 1 day from created at, and whether the story was seen by the user. Then we are going to export our story in the models story. So first of all, in the application, we should be able to create our stories. For this, we are going to use this particular package for editing and creating the stories with a very convenient way that supports an extensive number of different to actually use in order to create a very looking story. But as you can see, this package was published 17 months ago, and it's not a good idea to actually use any packages that are older than several months and are not maintained anymore. This is why I have implemented and contributed the actual stories editor package, have updated the constraint of the Flutter SDK and the Dart SDK, so now we are capable of using this stories editor both on Android and iOS with no issues. It supports every single last feature of the latest Flutter SDK version, and we can find it in my Instagram GitHub repository, the package that is called Stories Editor. So I have modified every single feature in this contributed, but it's still a very convenient way of creating the stories because, as I said you before, it provides with an extensive number of useful features that will be a bit tough to recreate in your application. This is why we are using it. But in order to actually make it compatible with the latest Flutter SDK version, I have updated some of the dependencies constraints and have adapted some old Flutter code. So in order to use this stories editor, you can go to my GitHub repository. You can click on the Flutter Instagram offline first clone, and here you can find the green code button, which you can download zip, from which you can download zip of my entire application with the code base itself, and from it you can import the stories editor directly in your application. So I can import this stories editor in the packages folder, and I should not have any. And the stories editor actually also depends on the gallery media picker, which is yet another package in the pub.dev packages. Gallery media picker, another package which is not maintained for over 20 months. Stories editor completely relies on this package. Therefore, I have also modified it and updated with the latest Flutter SDK and Dart SDK version, updated other pub dependencies constraints so that it is completely compatible with the iPhone and with an iOS and Android with no issues. So you can once again go to the GitHub repository of my project, search for the gallery media picker, import it directly into the packages folder. So now if you run the Flutter pub-get in your app, you should notice that there is no exceptions considering the stories editor and the gallery media picker. So before we can use it, we are going to import them into the PowerSync.yaml file in the root of our application by using the stories editor, and make sure that you specify here the path to the stories editor from the packages folder. If the package that you want to add in your project is from the pubspec.yaml, is from the pub.dev file, is from the pub.dev website, you are going to add it with the dart command add dependency. But this time I have created my own representation of this package. Therefore, we are going to use this custom version of this package. As you can see, there is an issue with the go route. We can quickly fix it by finding everywhere in the application where we have go router. We can include only YAML files. And we can change here the dependency for the go router to the exact dependency that our go router in our stories editor have, so that the Flutter doesn't complain about different versions of the go router. And lastly, we can go to the app scaffold, and here we can remove everything related to the pop scope, because since we are forced to upgrade our go router SDK constraint, we are going to disable the pop scope because extremely buggy with the go router. So it's better to actually delete it from our application. You can delete every single reference of the onPop invoked function and canPop if you have it, and don't use the pop scope in your app scaffold. Now we can go to the change password and on pop invoke we can change it to the will pop scope widget, which we can ignore for the deprecated member use. We can call on will pop, and here we are going to execute confirm going back function, and we are going to return future value false. Now if you go to the terminal, run flutter pub get command, we should be able to resolve every single dependency that we have added into our project. So now if we hot reload our application, we should notice that we have no resolve dependencies issues. This means that we can start using our stories editor in our app. First of all, we're going to define a new route in our routes.dart file, which will navigate us to the page where we can actually create the stories for our application, where we can actually create and publish stories. First, let's search for user shell stateful shell route. In the routes, we're going to define a new route, which is going to be called create stories. We can import the stories editor package, and inside of the stories editor, we are going to pass an onDone function, which is going to be executed as soon as we tap on the upload button. So as you can see, when we are in the stories page, we can see this upload button, which will essentially call the onDone function which is going to have a string as a parameter inside of it, which will have file URL for the picture with the actual stories that we are going to insert in the database client. Also, the stories editor I have implemented the custom stories editor localization delegate, which actually has a bunch of strings, a bunch of text, which is going to be used by the stories editor package itself, and we can actually provide our own localizations text so that it is translated to the languages that you have in your application. For it, we can go to the app init utilities file, and here we are going to define stories editor localization delegate. We can use the ltn from the context which is required of this function, and we are going to return stories editor localization delegate, where we are going to provide every single text with the value that we get from the ltn, which is an app localization file of our application. Now we can import app init utilities in our routes.dart file. So now in our app, we can safely use the create stories path, which will navigate us to this stories editor page, where we can, exactly like in the Instagram, create our own stories with different pictures, with the text and other cool features. Now in our stories folder, let's create a block which is going to be used to create. We are creating the create stories block explicitly, and we are not going to have it in our generic stories editor, in our generic stories block, because in this create stories block we are going to actually moreover handle whether the create stories feature is available in our application. So just in order to separate the concerns, we are going to have different blocks for different. So let's modify the state of our create stories block. It's going to have a final status, create stories status by default, and whether the creation of stories in the application is available. Then we are going to define some events. The first event that we are going to have, which will subscribe to the changes from the Firebase remote config, which will emit the new data whether the feature is available as soon as it's actually changed in the remote config itself. So in the create stories block, we are going to implement the create stories create requested event, and the create stories is feature available subscription requested. The create stories is feature available subscription event is going to have initially the value whether the story is enabled or not by checking whether the feature available from the Firebase remote config by the key enable create stories. We're going to define this key in our Firebase remote config. So let's go to the remote config in our Firebase application, and let's go ahead and create a new parameter. The key for it, we're going to have enable create stories. We're going to choose the boolean type, and the default value is going to be true. Now if we click the save button, publish changes, now we have the enable create stories boolean flag in our remote config, which we control, and the application will automatically be notified of whether we can create stories or not. Then we use emit on each, which will check each config update of the remote config. Then we are going to activate the Firebase activate uses to activate Firebase remote config so that we can fetch for the new changes. Then we will have once again the boolean, which will represent whether the stories is available, and then we are going to emit the state.copy with and is available. We are going to set to the stories enabled, and we are going to have the reversed value of this boolean flag. So now the on story create requested event is going to take into account the file path that we will get from the on done function. We are going to have it as a file with this file path. Then we are going to compress the image of the story image file. Then we are going to have another one file for the compressed file. We're going to have bytes for this compressed file. Then we are going to have define the content URL, which is going to return for us a string by calling the stories repository upload story media, which is going to actually insert the story media in the Supabase, and as well will create a brand new story with the story ID in the tables of our PostgreSQL database from the Supabase. And now we will actually create the story by calling stories repository that create story, passing the ID, the author, the content type, the content URL, and the duration, and calling the optional event that on story created function, which we can use by calling this create stories story create requested event. So now let's go ahead in the database client and let's implement functions for the stories repository. First, we're going to create stories repository, which is going to have a constructor. And in here, we're going to define two methods to upload stories media and to create the story. So let's define the first method create story and the second method upload story media. Now we are going to implement our database client with the newly created stories based repository. So now we are going to implement two missing overrides in our PowerSync database client. So firstly, we are going to implement the create story function, which is going to execute the SQL function to insert into stories the value of the story that is going to actually construct the story itself, the ID, the author ID, the content type, the content URL, the duration they created at time, and expires at time. And as an expires at, we're going to use that date time, that's timestamp, and we're going to add the duration of 1 day and convert it to ISO string. Now let's implement the upload story media function. First of all, we're going to use Supabase storage. From stories, we're going to extract the extension of the image, whether it's JPEG or PNG. We're going to define an image path, which is going to have a story ID slash, and we're going to upload binary with the image path and the image bytes, which we have as a parameter inside of this function. In the file options, we have the content type set to the image and the image extension, and the cache control will be set to this big integer, to this big string value, which actually will preserve the cache for this. Now we will return the stories get public URL with the exact image path that we have just created and uploaded binary. The next step will be to create in the packages folder very good Dart package repository, which is going to communicate with the database client and will provide for us the functions to create story, the upload story, and other functions which we can use to manipulate with stories in our app. So let's go into the stories repository, and in here let's define the dependencies first. The first one will be database client database, then shared folder, sort all the dependencies. Also, we're going to have an equatable dependency in our stories repository. We're going to have a collection, we're going to have a user repository path user repository, and also we're going to have a storage in our storage repository, and lastly we're going to have an rx Dart dependency, and we're going to have a Rx Dart dependency have a better control over the streams that we're going to have in our storage repository to keep in sync the stories from the local storage and the remote database. Now we're going to import our storage repository, sort all the dependencies, and now we can use our storage repository in our create storage block. And let's go ahead in each of our main Dart files, we are going to define repository, which is going to actually have a database client, acquired database client, database. Then we are going to extend our storage repository with the base repository, and we are going to override two missing functions, called database create function, and don't forget to pass here an ID and duration. And lastly, override the upload story media from the database client, upload story media, and in the storage repository we are going to specify the database client of the PowerSync database, and in our app we are going to define final storage repository, have it as a required parameter, and now we can provide our storage repository to our application. Now we can copy this code, insert them into each of our main Dart files, and as well importing the storage repository dependency. Now we have implemented the complete create stories block. We can export it in our stories.dart file, export block create stories.block.dart file, also export stories page.dart, and export widgets.dart file, which we are going to create in our widgets folder. In the widgets.dart file, we are going to export user profile stories.dart file. So the first place where we can actually create our very first story will be to tap on our user profile avatar in the user profile page. So let's go to the user profile page, search for the user profile, which is located in our widgets user profile header.dart file. When we are handling an on-time function on our user profile avatar, check whether we are the owners of our user profile. So in this if statement, we are going to create function which will push the route to the create stories page, which we have defined in our routes.dart file. And as an extra, as you remember, we are passing the function which will accept the string pass, and we will read the create stories block from the context and add create stories story create requested event, passing an appropriate values to the required parameters. On error, we will toggle loading intermediate, set the enable to false, so that at the very bottom of our page of our application, we will not be seeing this loading indicator, and the open snack bar will show for us a snack bar message with the appropriate message. On loading, we are going to toggle loading indeterminate in our application, and on story created, we are going to disable it and open the successful snack bar. And at the end of this function, we're going to call context.pop. So now if we reload our app, go to the user profile page, click on it, we will be able to see the page where we can create our actual, as you can see in the debug console, we have the packages, stories, assets, icons, draw.png, assets not found, so that instead of them we have these placeholders. We can do it by completely shutting down our application and rerunning it from scratch, so that the assets in the application that comes from the stories editor will be displayed correctly. So after complete rebooting of the application, when we tap on the user profile page, on the user profile avatar icon, we will be able to see the exact page that we have reviewed previously with the gallery media picker that can in which we can see the number of images that we can choose to create our stories with. We can upload it, but for now when we uploaded it, we will immediately see that we don't have the access to the create stories block. So for this, go to the routes first of all, and we're going to wrap our user profile with the block provider. We're going to provide with the create stories block, read the stories repository from the context and the Firebase remote config as well. And the next thing that we are going to provide the home, the create stories block will be in the home page. In the home page, on top of the video player inherited widget, we are going to provide it with the block builder, with the block provider from the Flutter block, and provide the create stories. And we're going to add a create stories is feature available subscription requested, which will automatically listen to the changes of the Firebase remote config, which on change will automatically try to fetch for the changes of the stories enable boolean flag, which will indicate for the application whether the people can create the stories. Now if we refresh the app, go to the user profile page, and then try to click on the upload button, we will see that now we don't have an access to the stories repository, because in the app.dart file we forgot to have dedicated repository provider with the value of the stories repository. So now if we hot reload our application, go to the user profile page, create stories, we should be able to see the loading intermediate indicator and see the successfully created story message. Now if we go to the Supabase, in the tables, in the stories, we can see a newly created story with the content URL that we have just defined, with the created end and expires at date. And in the storage as well, in the stories we can see the folder with the ID of the story that we have created, with the image and the PNG image extension, which displays this exact image of the story that we have created. So the last thing to handle in our user profile page will to handle the case when we can't create the stories in the application. For this, we are going to select whether we can create stories from the create stories block from the state by selecting the is available boolean. And before pushing the route to the context that push named create stories, we are going to check if can create stories. If not, we are going to return nothing. So for now, the can create stories boolean is true, so we can create it with no issues. But if you go to the Firebase and set the value of the enable create stories to false, save it, publish changes, and even without any code reloads or refreshing of our application, if we click on the user profile avatar, we can't create the stories, because also in the terminal, as you can see, we have the create stories which has changed it from the current state to the next state, and this false and true represents whether we can create stories or not. And as you can see, it has been changed immediately when we have changed it from the remote config. So now if we set it back to true, in real time we can see that we actually can create the stories in our app. As you can see in the terminal, we also have the next state with the value set to true. So now if we tap on it, we can create our stories with no limitations. The next place where we can create our stories is in the add media button. So let's handle this case for can create stories boolean from the create stories block as well. So in the user profile page, the dot file, inside of the user profile add media button, we can define enable story boolean flag, which will define whether or not we should enable creation of the story. We can pass it directly to this create model options function. Now if we refresh the app, the create story list option will appear for as long as we have enable story set to true. But as soon as we try to disable it from the remote config, set it to false, click the save button, publish changes, we will immediately see that in the add media, by clicking on the add media button, we can't see this option anymore because we have set create stories feature to false. And this is exactly how you can handle pretty much any single feature in your app. But for instance, when you want to test it and you are afraid that something will be broken when something might break when the user will play around with this feature, this is extremely useful use case for with the remote config. So now let's set it to true again, click the save and publish changes, and with no delay we will see how we can create stories in our app again. Now, since we can create stories in our app, let's display the list of stories in our feed page. As I mentioned before, can see the list of other people's stories in our feed page only of those people who are in the following list of who are in our followings list. So for in this case, we will be able to see the stories of these people that are in my followings list in this feed page. So as soon as they add a new story, that we will immediately see it in the feed page as well as in their user profile avatars on each of the profiles. But for the actual carousel where we can display the real-time changes of the stories, we will first need to create our user profile stories widget, and let's rename it to the user avatar.dart file. But before we can create our user stories avatar, we need some data to actually display in this user stories avatar, some data to broadcast from some repositories. So first of all, let's go ahead and create a new block in our stories, which will be called user. First of all, let's define the user story state, which is going to be JSON serializable and immutable. We're going to import the user repository, the story. So essentially this user story state is going to have an author of the story, the list of stories, and whether to show stories or not, which is going to be true or false as well, depending on the which is going to be true if there are some stories to show if the user have not seen some of them of a particular user. So basically this user's stories block will be unique for user profile avatar that we can see in the application. It doesn't matter in which place we see it is going to be exactly the same. The show stories will change in the real time, and we can go ahead and implement the user stories event file. Let's define here some events. First will be to subscribe to the changes of the particular user, then request the user story scene, then we will request the deletion of the story, and we're going to implement all of that in our user stories block. First of all, we're going to mark our user stories block as a part of user stories block.g.dart because we have marked our user story state as a JSON serializable because we are going to have our user stories block as a hydrated block. So we are going to the state of our user stories block in the cache in order to reduce the amount of API calls to the database client. Now we're going to implement the two overrides. First will be to convert user stories from JSON. The second, convert the user story state to JSON. The user's stories super constructor, we are going to pass user stories.initial, user stories state.initial, and we are going to handle all these events that we have just created in our user stories block. But first of all, let's go ahead in our database client and in our stories base repository define functions which we are going to use in our user stories block. Let's implement the get stories stream of list of story which will broadcast the stream of the stories from the remote database, which is going to have a required string parameter, which will ask for the user ID of whom we will broadcast the stories of, which will also have a boolean parameter whether to include the author to get the stories. Then we'll have a future void which will allow us to delete story identified by the ID. Now in the PowerSync database client, let's implement required functions. The delete story will simply call execute statement to delete from stories where ID equal to question mark, and the get stories function which will select everything from stories, and we will check whether to include the author of the stories or not. If it's true, we're going to return a string after the s dot and to select everything from the stories. Then we're going to have a comma, and we're going to select everything from the profiles which are going to join as a left if the include author is equal to true. As a p, we're going to extract the ID of the profile, the username, the full name, and the avatar URL. Or we will select everything from stories without joining the profiles where the stories that user ID, so basically where the stories that author ID is equal to the profile.id, and whether the user ID is equal to the user ID of whom we will broadcast the stories of, and expires at is greater than the current timestamp that comes from as a built-in function from the database, which will return the current timestamp. So basically, if the expires at is greater than, we will return this story. So if it is already expired, we don't want to return this story. We will map the event, use the save map on each result set, convert it to the story from JSON, and convert it to the list with the growable set to false. Now the most interesting part will be in the post repository itself. First of all, implement the missing overrides function by calling database client delete story, and get stories by calling database client get, and don't forget to implement here to include author function boolean. First of all, we're going to handle the local storage where we can the stories that the user has seen. For this, we're going to create a brand new package. Very good. But first, we're going to create the actual folder in which we're going to store these packages into the storage folder, which is going to have very good create, which will be a generic storage, which we are going to pass as a blueprint in our repositories and other, so they don't depend on the low level module. We have actually made a mistake that we have created it in the packages folder. So let's temporarily move it to the shared folder, for instance, then create folder, and then from the shared we will move it to the storage folder. So the storage is going to have a pure Dart abstract class, which will represent a Dart storage client interface. It's going to have a read function, which will write, delete, and clear. And in our app, we're going to have two different types of storages. The first one that will use the secured storage package, and the second one which will use the shared preferences. So now let's go to the storage folder, and from this package and from this folder, let's create very good Flutter SDK Flutter package persistent. In the persistent storage, we're going to add dependency shared preferences, and in the popup.yaml, we're going to add sort all the dependencies. And now we can implement our persistent storage.dart file. The persistent storage will use the shared preferences. In the read function, we're going to return the shared preferences that get string. As a write function, we will use shared preferences that set string with the key and the value. As a delete function, we will shared preferences that remove key, and clear, we are going to use shared preferences that clear. Then we are going to have a secure storage also in the storage folder. And in this secure storage, we are going to add Flutter secure storage package and also storage path. So the secure storage is going to use the Flutter secure storage. In the read function, we are going to use secure storage.read. Then as a write function, we are going to use secure storage.write key and the value, delete secure storage.delete key, and for the clear, we are going to use secure storage.delete all. Then in our stores repository, let's import storage, sort all the dependencies. So now in our stores repository, we can use the storage. Before we started to implement the storage, let's create models, and inside of models let's create stories user.dart file, and inside of the models let's create stories.dart file, create models.dart file which will export a dart file, and the scene stories is going to represent an object that contains scene stories list associated with the user by user ID. So we're going to need this object in order to identify which exact user has which list of scene stories. So for example, assume that you have two different accounts signed in to the Instagram application, and for instance you have seen particular stories from the first account. Now when you log from the first account and log out from the first account and log into another account, in order to the same stories seen as you had on your previous account, you are going to have a brand new scene stories object which will associate the object with your unique user ID of the second account, and is going to take into account a brand new list of seen stories. So for instance, if you have seen the stories of this particular user on the first account, you are going to have this list of stories from this particular user unseen on the second account if you haven't seen it yet. For this particular reason, we are going to have this scene stories object. Finally, let's implement the storage.dart file, and inside of it we're going to create storage, and inside of it we're going to create a class which will handle the logic for storing the scene stories object associated with the particular user and his own list of scene stories. But before let's go ahead and in the root folder flutter pub get command in order to resolve all the dependencies that we have added. And now in the stories, let's create a storage class which will also be a part of storage of the storage repository. So in the storage repository, let's mark it as a part of the storage file, and inside of it we are going to import the storage from the storage. And the next dependency that we're going to use will be rx dart, which is going to help us. We are going to import it from the rx dart, import the scene stories, import the asynchronous dart, import the convert. So now let's dive into the logic of this storage. So basically we are going to have a scene stories stream controller, which is going to be a behavior subject of list of stories. So, and by default it's going to have a seed value of the list of the empty list. Then we are going to have two functions to get value from the storage by reading it with the specific key identified by the user stories collection, user scene stories collection. So this get value function will get a string, which is essentially a decoded value of list of a scene stories user of scene stories object, which, as I said before, contains a user ID and a list of scene stories. And then we have a future void function which will set a string value, which is essentially a decoded and encoded value of the list of stories, and it will write the value into the storage with these storage keys and the appropriate value. Now we have a future void function init, which will get a value from this user scene stories collection as a string. Now we check if the scene stories JSON is not equal to null. We are going to decode scene stories JSON as list, convert it to the list map dynamic, and map it to the scene stories object by using from JSON and converting from the JSON map, casting it to the list, and adding the scene stories value to the scene stories stream controller. Also, we will await clear expired stories function, which will retain everything from scene stories list, which is by default the scene stories stream controller value if we don't pass the scene stories list, and it will retain every single story which expires at its after current date. So basically this function on the init immediately get rid of every single story that is already expired, so that next time when we get it from JSON and to JSON, it doesn't take so much time. For instance, if when the user have seen a lot of stories, so as soon as they expires, they will be immediately deleted from the storage and from the scene stories controller as well. And immediately we're going to set a value to the storage by passing the JSON encode and scene list of the scene stories. When the scene stories JSON from the storage is equal to null, we're going to add a scene stories stream controller and add list and add an empty list. Then we have a function which will set the user story as scene. We're going to take into account the story that we want to mark as scene and the string of the user ID that has seen this story. First of all, we're going to have a scene stories from the scene stories controller. We're going to await and clear every expired stories in our storage. Then we're going to have a scene stories by user by getting the scene stories that first were scene stories that user ID equal to user ID, or else we're going to have a scene stories that empty. Then if scene stories by user stories, every single ID contains story ID, we are going to return. So basically, if the scene stories by user already contains the story that we want to mark as scene, we will not execute any other logic under this if statement. Then we will check if the scene stories by user is not equal to scene stories that empty. We are going to the first where or null from the scene stories where the scene stories user ID is equal to the scene stories by user id with a nullable operator get the stories and add to this list of stories the story and copying this instance with the scene set to true. Otherwise, if the user have never seen any stories before and the scene stories is empty, we are going to add to the scene stories list the scene stories by user and copying it with the user ID and stories with the list of the only story by copying it with the scene value and set it true. And then we're going to add to the scene stories stream controller scene stories, and we're going to return a set value and pass JSON encode scene stories to the storage. And the last function which we have called merge storage, which finds stories in list 2 that have IDs not present in list 1. It traces over the merged list and checks if the current story exists in list 2. If found, it creates a copy of the story with the scene flag set to true. Otherwise, it returns the original story unchanged. And here is the logic itself. So first of all, we define a list by having this double question mark operator or and equal sign, which will assign if the list 2 is equal to null list of stories, which comes from the scene stories controller that value by checking by accessing the first where or null value where the scene stories that user ID is equal to the user ID by accessing the stories from this particular user. Then we are going to have a list that list one merge the list and update scene flag if story is found in list 2. So we will map the list 1 each story from this list, and we will check if the ID if the any of the ID of the stories from the list 2 contains story.id from the list 1. We're going to copy this flag and set it to true. Otherwise, we will just return a story untouched. So the list 1 will represent a list that we get from the remote repository from the database client. So we will the list from the database client, and if the story from the remote database client presents in the list of the scene stories, we're going to mark the story from the remote database client stories as seen. Otherwise, we will not touch it. So this is all for the stories implementation. Now we can use it in our stories repository. So basically, we're going to have here stories required, and at the very bottom, we're going to define two methods. The first one, which will return a stream of list of stories, which will broadcast stories from database and local storage. It will combine and merge into a single stories data flow. So we are going to take into account the author ID of the stories, and the user ID as a nullable parameter by default is going to be current user ID. So we're going to use arrays that combine latest. We are going to combine two stream of list of stories. First one, which will return a stream of list of story from the database client by the author ID, and include author we're going to set to false because we don't need the author of the post in this case. Then we're going to another stream, which is a scene stories stream controller from the storage, which will emit the stories from the local storage, which are already seen. Then we will merge this to list of stories by using storage.merge stories function, which will return a single list of story. As a list 1, we provide stories from the DB. As a user ID, we pass database client current user ID, and as a list 2, we pass local stories first where or null scene stories equal to the scene stories that user ID that equal to the user ID, and accessing the stories from this scene stories object. And we're going to return this merge stories list as a broadcast stream so that we can listen to the stream for multiple times from multiple places. Then we will just define a future void function which will set user story as seen even by getting it from the storage storage. Now in the storage repository we can export models.dart, and now we can finally go to the user stories block and implement here the actual logic with displaying our in the user profile avatar. So in the user stories block, first of all, we are going to have a storage repository and author as required parameters inside of it, and as a unique identifier of the hydrated block, we are going to pass an author.id. Then we will implement 3 main events. First, which will subscribe to a list of user stories, and it will emit for each from the stories repository merged stories. An author ID will be equal to the author.id, and the user ID will be equal to the event.user ID, which is known as the current user ID. And then on data, we are going to emit the state and copy it with the stories that we get from the merge stories function. And whether to show stories, we are going to set it to true if the stories that any is not seen. So basically, if every single story from the stories list is seen, we're going to set show stories to false. So because, for instance, as you can see in this example, I have every single story of this particular user seen. But when I create a new story, as you can see in this user stories avatar, I can now see this gradient border, and it actually indicates that I have stories to show for this user only in this small user profile avatar. In this big user profile avatar, I will always see, regardless this show stories boolean flag, the stories of this particular user. Then I have the on user stories seen requested event, which will just execute stories repository that set story seen, and the last one will just delete the story by the story ID from the event itself. Now we're going to start run build runner build command, which will generate the code for the user stories. So now we can use this user stories block in our user stories avatar, which will actually synchronize the stories of every particular user in our entire application in every single place, which will broadcast a list of stories in the real time and merge them from the local storage with the stories from the database client. So in the user stories avatar.dart file, we can create a user stories avatar class, which will have a bunch of parameters exactly like the user profile avatar itself, just to display, just to customize it, whether it's large, whether it's image picker, and etc. etc. In general, we will display the original profile avatar if stories that we will get is empty. If the stories is not empty, that we get as an optional parameter inside of this user stories avatar. If it's not empty, we're going to wrap our avatar with the block provider and wrap it with the user stories block, author set to the author, and stories repository set to the stories repository from the context. And we're going to immediately subscribe to the list of user stories with the user.id, which is current user from the app blocks state. And as you remember, the user ID is needed to merge the stories appropriately by passing the user ID inside of the merge stories function. Then the profile avatar itself will just return the user profile avatar, which will use the stories list. Then we will define a list of stories by checking whether this stories is not empty. We'll return these stories, or select everything from user stories block from the user stories block state stories. And whether to show stories, we will select it from the user stories block once again. And the default route of the user stories will be to navigate us to the user profile. The default route we are going to use on tab of the user stories avatar. So basically, if we have show stories boolean set to true, stories is not empty, we're going to check once again if show stories is equal to true, or show stories is not equal to true, and show when seen is equal to true by default false. We will the route to the list to display the stories. Else we are going to have the default route. If the on avatar tab is not equal to null, we are going to call the on avatar tab with the avatar URL that comes from the on tab function itself. And else if this show stories is not equal to true, or stories is empty, we're going to call once again the default route if the on avatar tab is equal to null, or on avatar tab call with the avatar URL. Now let's actually define the list of stories in our user profile avatar to display, and also display the gradient border decoration. So in the user profile avatar, define a list of stories which you can pass to the user profile avatar, and then these stories we are going to use to check whether we have stories if the stories is not empty. Then we are going to check if we don't have any stories, we are going to return a border. If we want to show stories and we have stories, we are going to return a gradient border decoration. And if the has stories equal to true, show stories not equal to true, and enable inactive border, we are going to display the gray border decoration which we can see in the feed page, in the stories carousel, and in the user profile page. But we can actually essentially enable the inactive border on every single user profile avatar, but by default is going to be set to true only in the feed page and in the user profile page. Now, as a gradient itself, we are going to check exactly the same. So this logic is just copy paste from this to this, but this gradient function will just return a gradient. And this is all for the user profile avatar. Now we can come back to the user stories avatar back. We can create a stories props.dart file, which will have an author of the stories, the list of stories, and on stories seen function as a nullable parameter, which we are going to pass to the stories page itself, where we will see all the stories of the particular user. Now we can export stories.dart file into the widget.dart folder and import the widgets.dart file. Now in the each of the main.dart files we can provide the storage, and as a storage we will use persistent storage by calling persistent, which we are going to firstly import into the spec.yaml persistent path packages persistent sort all the dependencies, and we can actually go to the persistent storage.dart file, and in the persistent storage we can export preferences.dart file. Now in the bootstrap.dart file inside of the app builder we can provide a shared preferences instance, and we are going to initialize the shared preferences inside of our bootstrap function before the Firebase remote config, and we are going to pass the shared preferences to the builder. And now in the main development we can use the shared preferences in the main.dart files, and we can use the shared preferences directly in our persistent storage shared preferences, and we can pass this persistent storage in our storage repository, and we can actually storage which will have a storage required parameter, which we are going to pass as a persistent storage. Inside of the storage repository we are going to pass storage. Now we can copy it and paste in each of our main.dart files. Don't forget to define here shared preferences, import the persistent storage, and the same goes with the main staging.dart file. Now we can run flutter get command to ensure that we have all the versions, all the dependencies resolved. And now we can finally use this user stories avatar everywhere we have these basics. We have these basic user profile avatars. First of all, in the user profile dot file, let's go ahead and replace the user profile avatar with the user stories avatar as an avatar URL. Instead of the avatar URL, we are going to pass an author as a user, and instead of the on tab, we're going to have an on avatar tab function. Now if we reload our app, if we notice that we can notice that we have this user profile avatar very small, so we can provide the isLarge boolean set to true, animation effect, tappable animation effect at scale, and the show when seen, and set it to true. So now if we reload our app, we should be able to see this user profile avatar exactly like before. And in order to actually see the changes, we can hot reload our application to ensure that our storage works. We can go back to the user profile page, and we will immediately notice that we have the gradient border around our user profile avatar, meaning that our merge stories function works properly. All the storage fetches properly from the database client, and they properly merges with the local that we may have seen already. But for now, if we tap on it, we will see that we don't have stories. But before we will implement it, we should once again replace in every place where we previously had the user profile avatar with the user stories avatar. Now we can go to search, and here as well in the user list style you can replace the leading with the user stories avatar, provide an author as a user, and set the with adaptive border and enable inactive border to false. The next place will be in the search users. The next place will be in the comment view.dart file. We can provide an avatar builder and create here user stories avatar, provide here an author, set enable inactive border to false and with adaptive border to false. The next place will be in the post view.dart file. We can provide here a post author avatar builder function, which will return a user stories avatar. We will convert an author to user and set enable inactive border to false with adaptive border to false as well. And lastly, in the real view.dart file, in the real author list style, instead of the user profile avatar, we will display the user stories avatar. So now if we hot reload our app, in every single place where we have this user profile avatar, we will immediately notice that we have this gradient border that indicates that this particular user has that we have not seen yet. We can notice it as well in the reels in the user profile page. If we navigate to this page, we can notice it as well. And this is a true power of the reusable widgets in the applications, so that you don't need to worry about where you actually use this user stories avatar, and you don't need to worry about that one place in your application may have the user profile avatar looking like this, and another one will have the user profile avatar looking like this. That sometimes you may forget to implement some functions in one place or in another place, but with the reusable UI components, you will never forget to do it. Once you have implemented in one place, you can reuse it in every single place of your application, and you will always have a consistent looking widgets in your application. Now finally, let's create the stories carousel in our feed page. I have already shown you how it's going to look like. So basically here will be by default the avatar of the currently authenticated user. So basically our own avatar with the text your story, where we can tap on the either avatar itself or add button to create post or to see our own. To the right of our users profile avatar, we are going to see users profile avatars, which we can click on from our followings list of users from our followings list. So, and when we are going to click on this user profile avatar, we're going to see the stories page, where we can through different stories that we haven't already seen through different stories. If we want, we can click on the user profile avatar and we will be navigated to the profile of the author of these posts. And as you can know, as you notice, the playback of the stories automatically pauses when we navigate to another page and restored when we navigate back. So in our app, before we create our stories page, before we get started with our stories page, let's create a brand new block called stories. Let's define the state for our stories, which is going to store a list of users. In the stories block itself, we are going to handle the stories of these users that we are going to store in our stories state. So basically it is the list of our followings users. Let's define stories events. The first one will used to fetch user followings stories. Another one will mark the story as seen, which we will get as a parameter inside of the story, and a user ID who has seen the actual story, and the story delete requested widget, which will actually delete the story by a very specific ID of it. Now let's implement the stories block. For the stories block, we're going to need a dependency called immutable collections. We're going to need this extension in order to automatically sort the list of users' profile avatars in order to move some to the end. Stories we have already seen, which are marked with the gray border decoration, and the one who we have not seen yet to the start of the stories carousel. So first, let's implement on stories fetch user following stories event. So first of all, in this event we use the try catch block, and inside of it we fetch for the followings list from the user repository of the currently authenticated user. After it, we're defining a map of the user as a key and as a value list of stories. Then we are looping through following in our followings list, and once again we have a try catch block, which on each exception continue the loop one. So if during the loop we have caught an exception during when we were processing one of the followings, we are going to continue the looping for other users in our followings list. When only one of them with an exception, others will be displayed correctly. So in the try catch block itself, we define the user stories, which are the merge stories, and the author is the following.id, and we get a first value from the stream because the merge stories is a stream of list of story, and then we check if state that users any of the ID of the users from the state contains following.id user stories is empty. We are going to remove the following user from the state of users, from the users in the state. So basically this if statement means if we have the user in our stories block and his user stories are empty. So for instance, previously when we were displaying the stories of this particular user and he's still in our state, but for now his stories are empty, we are going to remove this user from our of users in our stories state. Then we are going to check if user stories is empty. We are going to continue the loop without adding to the map of stories the value of the user stories. So basically here we have ensured that the following has some stories so that we can assign them to their value with the key of the following. Then after this for loop, we have the stories map string map user list story. We can check if every single key from the stories, once again key as a user, every single user from the stories user list user from the map user list story. So basically here we check whether each stories map by this particular user from the stories and the stories seen. We're going to just return as stories keys to list as our users list of user. Otherwise, we are going to convert our stories keys I list that comes from the fast immutable collections, which allows us to use where move to end function, which will have the test function, and if it completes with the value of true, it is going to move the item which has succeed with this test function to the end of the list of stories.keys, and is going to move to the end with the key value of the user is every is seen and converted to the original to the generic list of users, and then we are going to emit the state and copy it with the new list of the users after these operations on top. So basically here we have sorted all the following users from the following list of the currently authenticated user. We have checked whether we have some users in the state that for now doesn't have any stories. We're going to remove it from our state. Otherwise, we're going to whether the stories of a particular user all are seen, we're going to move it to the end. Otherwise, if every single user have at least one story not seen, we're going to just return stories keys to list. Then we define here on stories story seen event, which simply executes set story seen function from the stories repository, which will mark a story that we get from the event as a scene. And basically we have a last event which will delete the event of the ID, which will delete the story with a specific ID that we get from the event once again. So now we have everything declared in our state and stories block. So now we can go ahead and use it. But before we can export user stories block.dart file, and we can export stories block.dart. Then in the stories page, finally, we can start implementing our actual page where we can see the list of users stories. So basically, in order to actually display the view where we can view different, we're going to use the dependency from the pub.dev packages called. So this package is highly customizable and well maintained, has a lot of likes, and this particular package will allow us to achieve very beautiful looking, and we're not going to modify this story view because it already is quite well maintained. The only thing that we need to do in our application is to add a dependency called story. So in our stories page, let's create a stateless widget stories page, which is going to return an app scaffold with a body as a stories view, because stories view is not actually a complete app scaffold. It is not a complete app scaffold, so we're going to wrap it with an app scaffold, and we're going to set extend body to true and extend body behind the bar to true. And of course, we are going to wrap our app scaffold with our stories block, provide the required dependencies, the required parameters, and in the stories view itself, we are going to actually display the story view itself. But first of all, we will define some useful. But first of all, we are going to define arguments at the top, in the top of this, inside of the state. First of all, we are going to have a story controller, which actually is going to control the playback of our stories. So for instance, we can use this story controller to either stop or play again our story, or try to play the previous story, or try to skip the current one and play the next. Then we are going to define a bunch of value notifiers that is going to notify us with different values. The first one will notify the list of story item, and the story item is actually from the story view package itself, and is going to actually return a representation of the story itself, whether it's going to display an image, inline image, or page image, page video, or inline video, and other stuff. So basically, after it, we have a current story, which is a story that we get from our shared models. In order to keep track of the story that is currently playing, then we have a created add value notifier that is going to change depending on the current story to display the actual date of the story that is currently displaying. Then we have the value identifier boolean, whether to show the overlay. So basically, when we are going to hold our finger on the screen, we are going to automatically hide all the UI elements on the screen, only to display the actual story. And then after we move our finger away, we are not going to hide our overlay anymore. This is what the show overlay does. And then we have the boolean, whether the story was visible, properly handle the on scene and on unseen in the viewable widget. So basically, as I said before, when we navigate from the stories page, we will need to automatically pause the controller. And sometimes actually we may execute the onSync function more than one time, and this is why we have this was visible identifier to check whether we have seen the post, the story already or not, with the actual visible bounds info. Then we define the text color and the icon color, which will have a dynamic value of the colors, because in some cases we are going to have a very light story with a very bright. So for instance, let me demonstrate it to you with this that is going to be almost completely dark. So when I create this story, I will see the white text displaying on top of this story. As well as the white text, I'm going to have a white icon with the white text that says more. And as you can see, if I go to the previous story, I will automatically see the text with the black color, because it has a more contrast with the actual content. This is what this text color and icon color stands for. Because for instance, at the top of the story, we are going to have a very bright portion of the story. Therefore, the text color may have black, whereas at the bottom of the story, well, we will have very background, so that we will have to display our icon with the black color to have a better contrast with the story overall. Then we define the props from the widget, and then we have a list of stories that we are going to have from the widget, from the props. And in the init state method, we initializing all of this. We are adding all to the stories from the props.stories in order to manipulate with the stories internally in our stories page, because when we delete it, we will actually delete from these stories as well, because we need to keep track of the current story by always checking it from the list of actual stories. Then we are assigning a new value to the story items that is equal to the props dot stories, and converting them to story items, which is an extension on list of stories, which will, depending on the story content type, by using the safe map, will convert them to the appropriate story item. So if the story content type is image, we're going to return a story item inline image. Otherwise, if the story content type is video, we're going to return a story item.page video. And you can have as many story content types as you want, and you may display other story items in your story page. And as an argument, we are passing a story controller, because it is required as it is required for each story item inside of them. Then on the show overlay value identifier, we have an add listener that will listen for the value of it and respectively pause or play the controller. Then in the actual build method, we have a stack, and on top of the story view, we are actually displaying this, we are displaying this list style, which is a story author list style, which does display a list style with the user profile avatar. And as a title, we have an animated text default text style, which depends on the text color that we get from the stories page widget itself, that is constantly changing depending on the currently played. Also, it displays the date when the story was actually created. After it, we have a stacked widget that displays an options icon with the more text below it, and the function inside of it on story deleted, which will be executed when we tap on this model option, which will show for us delete story confirmation dialog. If we click on cancel button, which will context pop with the false value and will automatically play the controller, and then we actually tap on delete, we're going to read the stories block, add the story delete requested event with the current story.id, and on story deleted, we're going to have this logic over here. We're going to have a story index by getting it from the stories index of story. Story is not found, meaning the story index equal to -1, we are going to return nothing. Otherwise, we're going to check if the length of the story items is equal to 1, meaning that there is only one story left in the stories page. We're not going to delete it. Instead, we're going to add an empty story into the story items list, convert into two stories, and remove at story index. If we actually delete the only item that we have in our stories page, we're going to have an error screen on our physical devices and in actual emulator. In order to not see it, we're going to have this inside, and after adding an empty story, converted them to story items and removing it from the story index, we are going to set current story value to story empty, and immediately call context.pop. And otherwise, if we have more than one story in our stories page, we will force the controller to firstly play the previous story. Then we're going to get the index of the previous current story by getting it from the stories where the story is equal to the current story value, and we're getting an index from this widget from this story. Then we remove the story at story index that we define at the top. Then from the story items we remove once again a story at the story index value, and then our next story index is equal to 0 if our previous current story index is equal to 0. So basically, if our previous current story is the first story, we are going to have our next story index as 0, so it won't be changed. Otherwise, for instance, if our current index is the second one, we're going to have our previous current index set to the next current index -1. So it will be the actual previous story as our next story index, and we're going to say to set current story value to the stories element at next story index. Then in the actual story view, we just pass in the controller the story items, setting it to inline. The inline boolean set it true to display story as a full page. Actually, in the actual Instagram, we have a bit shorter than the whole page. So if you want to make it exactly like in the Instagram, we can set inline to true to false. And then we have an on story show function which will use the widgets binding that instance.as post frame callback, because when the on story show function introduced, sometimes the stories page can be unmounted and the build method can be not executed, and during the build method you can't actually change the values of the barrel identifiers. This is why we have add post frame callback here. And in the add post frame callback, we are actually setting the current story value to the stories at the index that we get from the on story show. We are setting the new value to the created add. We are calling the init color function, which will define the color of both text color and icon color by using another function which will check whether we want to use the white color or not by using the palette generator from image provider, passing a network image from with the current story value content URL with the size of the image set to size 400, and the region will be as a required parameter, will be responsible for which portion of the story image which portion of the story image we actually want to check for whether it's dark or white. So in case for the text color, we are going to check top left corner of the story, and in case of the icon color, we are going to check the right the right corner at the end of the story. For this, we are going to add the dependency palette generator, which will provide for us a dominant color which we can use in order to determine whether we have a white foreground by computing the luminance of the background color and checking if it's greater than 4.5. So this formula basically checks whether the color is to use white foreground, and the same goes vice versa. If we have a bright background, we are going to have foreground. We are going to have white foreground. We can import this palette generator, and we actually use this use white color and getting the value by using then checking if it is white, returning an app color white, otherwise app colors black, and setting the state with the new value of the text color and the icon color. And this is constantly happening when we showing a new story. Then optionally, if the props on story scene not equal to null, we are going to execute it. And then we are actually from the stories block add a story scene event with the stories at the index of the story that we have just seen and the user ID that actually have seen this story. So basically it is currently authenticated user from the app block. So in order to navigate to the stories page, we can go to the routes, and we're going to define a go route for the stories, which is going to display stories page. Inside of it, we're going to pass the props from the state.extra with the shared access transition type, shared access transitions type that's scaled. So when we hold reload our app, we should be able to click on the user profile avatar and see the actual page with the stories of this particular user. And now if we navigate back from this page, we can see that now we have actually seen all the stories of this particular user. Therefore, we no more can see these stories directly from this feed page, because we have set the enable, because we have set this behavior to act like so. displaying the stories in the feed page in this small user profile avatars if you have already seen all the stories of this user. But if you navigate to the user profile page, we can still click on the user profile avatar and see his stories. The same goes with the user profile page of user profile. We can also click on it and see the stories. And finally, let's stories carousel that we're going to display in our feed page, export carousel.dart file. So the stories carousel will return for us a stories list view, which will display as a sliver padding inside with a sliver to box adapter with the size box and height set to the stories carousel height. And inside we have a block builder which will listen to the stories block and stories state. Then we will have our followings as a state that users. Then we will display the list view that's separated with the scroll direction set to axis at horizontal, so that we will be able to scroll for the stories in the horizontal direction. As a separator builder, we are going to have a gap with the width set to app spacing that large, and in the item builder itself we are going to check if the index equal to null. So basically when we displaying the first element of the list by having the +1, so basically we'll always have 1 as our item count. So if it is equal to null, the index equal to null, we're going to have our following as null, and we're going to have our following in our story avatar widget. If it is null, our user from the app block as our currently authenticated user, and is mine is set to true if the index is equal to null. Now we're going to create our story avatar, which actually is going to display this user profile avatar. Let's create story avatar.dart file, and inside of the story avatar we're going to display the same avatar view as we did previously with our user profile avatar, and we have in our story avatar the block builder on top of our avatar view, which subscribes to the user stories, to the list of the user stories. And then we display a column at the top of it. We display the avatar URL, the avatar itself, and then we display the text that either says your story or will display the username of our following. Now we can export our avatar.widget, and we should be able to use it in our stories carousel. So the story avatar, we have an on-type function which will execute nothing if we can't create stories by selecting it from the create stories block. And if we can, we are going to push the route to the create stories page, which will, and next as an extra function, add an event in the create stories block to create stories to create story, and after it will pop the context. And as an avatar builder, we pass the user stories avatar, setting the is large to true, stories to stories, because in the user stories avatar, if you remember, if the stories is not empty, we're not going to wrap our avatar with the user stories block, because we already have wrapped avatar with the user stories block. Therefore, we don't want to listen for multiple times for the list of stories of the particular user. Now we set the with add button to true if we want to display the user avatar, if we want to display our user profile avatar. And on add button we're going to execute on avatar tab, because avatar builder actually provides for us this function on avatar tab, and on avatar tab exactly the same as the on tab function itself. Now we can export. We have already export the storage carousel. So now we can finally use it in our feed page.dart file. So here in the feed page, in the feed body, we above the block builder, which will build the sliver list builder of the post, will have a sliver overlap injector for the nested scroll view, sliver overlap absorber handle for context. Then we will display the storage carousel and the app sliver divider, which will just display an app divider wrapped with a sliver to box adapter. And now if we hot reload our app, we should see our list of the storage carousel, and we have actually forgot to wrap our top level widget with the storage block. In the feed page, let's wrap it with our storage block, and once again hot reload our app. So now finally we should be able to see the list of the storage carousel. As you can see, we now can see the final result exactly as in Instagram. We can click on this user profile avatar, see the list, see the stories of this user. We can create a new story, and it will be notified in entire application, so we can see this gradient border everywhere we have this user avatar. And lastly, on refresh, we are going to call future wait. We're going to await the future microtask to read to refresh the feed block. Additionally, we are going to call future macrotask text stories block stories fetch user followings stories. And we have finally implemented everything that we do have in order to completely display stories and completely have a functional story viewer in our application, as well as the stories editor page itself with the full synchronization between the local storage and the remote database, and with the real-time data in the application whenever any of the users in the application creates a new story we will immediately see it in any of the user's profile avatar. Let's get started with the chat in the Instagram. So we can go to the page where we can chat with other people by swiping our feed page to the right as in the original app, as in the original Instagram application. Here we are going to see the list of the where we are participating in. So for instance, I have some user that is in my following list. I can join, I can have a conversation with him, and it will be displayed here. So basically how our chats page is going to look like. We're going to have a list of users, as I said we're going to have a list of chat inbox, which will represent a chat with this specific user, which we participate in with the same, in the same conversation. We will have this add button in the top right corner of this page, where we can click on it and it will automatically navigate us to the search users page, where we can search for some people from the application that are already registered, and we can choose one. And if we haven't already created the conversation with this particular user, we are going to see a new conversation in the chats page immediately. So for instance, let me find the user that I haven't already created a conversation with. So here the user, and as you can see, when I have clicked on the plus button, chose the user that I wanted to create a conversation with, the chat has been automatically created with this specific user, and for him also it was created in real time. So basically he is currently in the chat page. He will also immediately see the conversation that I have created with him. So if we go to this page, we can see the background of the chat page itself that is mostly similar to the Telegram. We will see the info about the user himself. We can click on him and see his profile, follow, unfollow, and do the basic stuff in the user profile page. And of course, at the very end, at the very bottom of the chat page, we will have the text input field, where we can actually input some message which we can actually send to this specific user. So let me demonstrate you. For instance, I will type hello Emil, and if I click this send button, I will immediately see that the hello Emil message has been sent to this user. And at the very top of the chat page, there is also displayed date when this particular message was sent, and it also works exactly like in the Telegram. So basically, when you scroll through different messages in the chat page, you will see different date time of different pages changing when you during your scrolling. So I can send him another message, and we will see that there is another message sent to this user. Also, when we actually send this message to this user, he will automatically receive the notification that says that he got a message from the user that has sent to him a message with the message itself that we have sent to him. So as well as sending message, we can edit it in the real time. So for instance, I can say another message edited, and we will see that the message will be automatically edited, and in the info bar we will see the edited text. Also, we can reply to this message by either swiping to the right, or we can click on the message itself and click on the reply button, and we can automatically reply to this message. So I will say message is a reply. I can send it, and I will see the reply message bubble and the message that I have attached to this replied message. So, and if I delete the original message, the message that was replied in this message will be automatically deleted. So on top of sending a basic message with the text itself, we can link to some websites. So for instance, let's specify here github.com website, and as you can see, we have a preview of this website. If you click on the send button, we will immediately see the preview of this particular website that this link will navigate us to. So we can click on this either preview or the text itself, which is the URL of the website, and we will be automatically redirected to the website inside of our application with this URL. We can go back to the application. As the basic message, we can also edit it, add here another simple text message. It will be edited exactly like the basic message with the, we can also share this message, provide here the text. We will see the image of the website that actually is a preview of the website that this link is attached with. And for instance, if we click on this replied message bubble inside of the actual message, we will see that this message automatically highlights. So for instance, if I create some more messages from the bottom, I will reply to this message and click on it. I will automatically scroll to the message with the exact index that I have actually replied. And the application will automatically highlight the message we have replied with another message. And as well, if I delete this message, everywhere where we have replied to this message, it will be deleted. So now we can't actually click on this message because it doesn't exist anymore. And lastly, we can share with pretty much any post in our application. So for instance, if we go to this page in the timeline, if we hold our finger and click on the share button, we can choose from the model bottom sheet the user that we want to send this post to. We can choose multiple users, but in this case we can search for the user. So by default, this list actually is a list of following users, but optionally you can search for another user. And in this case, I will choose this one. So I can choose him, add an extra message, hello, and I will have this successfully shared post message. And if I go back to the chats page with this particular user, I will see that I have shared the post with him and it was automatically converted to the message itself, which actually previews the post that we have shared. And right below this shared post message, we see this message that we have attached to this shared message, but actually it is not completely related to this message. It's just a separate message, but we have sent it at the exact moment, so it looks like it's connected together. And if we go to the preview, if we tap on this with the shared post, we can see the preview of this post. We can actually delete this post, and if I delete the post, I will immediately see in the chat page itself, instead of the shared post, I see the post unavailable message, exactly like in the Instagram. So basically it's very logical, because if the post doesn't exist anymore in the database client, you can't interact with this post anymore from any place in the application. So it will be automatically converted to the post unavailable message in our chat page. And you can actually edit this. You can only reply to it or delete. So basically, if you delete this message, as I said you before, this message that was below it will not be deleted because it wasn't directly connected to the shared. And this is pretty much all for the chat page itself. We have plenty of functionalities inside of this. Also, if I scroll to the very top, for instance, I can click on this button and I will automatically scroll to the bottom of this. And also above every single that is visually divided into groups, we will see the date when these messages were sent at. So basically these two messages divided in a hidden group were sent in the 12th February. And this exactly goes with this message that was sent in the 19th February to the actual app. And let's get started by implementing this chats page in our application. So first of all, we can start from going to the shared models.dart folder, and in this models folder we can chat.dart file, which will actually display the info about the conversation between two people, the unique identifier for this chat, unread count of the messages, and the other participant that joined to this, except for the currently authenticated user. So let's define here chat inbox with these parameters. We can go and export this chat.dart file, and we have not actually marked this chat inbox as a JSON serializable model, so we are not going to generate any code for this model. So now let's dive into the lib folder, and inside create view and create here chats page.dart file. In the chats, create chats.dart file, which will export view chats page.dart file. In the chats chat folder, inside create chat, inside create view, and inside of the view create chat page.dart file, and inside of the chat folder create chat.dart file, export view chat page.dart file. So basically the chats page will display the list of the chat inboxes with the participants of the particular conversation except for us. First of all, let's go ahead and inside of the chats folder create a block called chats, and inside of this block we are going to handle the business logic to fetching, and we are going to handle the business logic for the chats. We are going to fetch for them, hold, and we are going to keep them inside of this chats state, and from this chats block can create and as well delete them. So let's create the chat state first of all. In the chat state, we are going to store the chat status and the list of chat inbox as our chats. Then let's define the chats event. Firstly, we are going to have chats subscription requested event, which will listen to any changes from the list of chats in real time and it will automatically broadcast the changes and emit the new list of chats into the chat state. Then we have chats create chat requested event, which will create chat with the currently authenticated user ID and the participant ID. Then we have chats delete chat requested event, which will delete where the user ID is the currently authenticated user's ID, and the chat ID is the ID of the chat that we actually want to delete. And before we can implement these events in our chats block, let's go to the database client and create here once again an abstract class based repository with the constant chats base repository constructor. And inside of this chats based repository, we are going to handle the data flow of the chats. So first of all, let's define a stream of list of chat inbox called chats, the required string user ID. So basically we will try to broadcast the list of chat inbox with a specific user ID. And on top of it, we are going to have delete and create chat functions. So basically, obviously the delete chat will cover the functionality to delete chat, and the create chat method will handle the logic for creation of the chat. Now let's implement the chats based repository functions in our database client. So before we are going to implement our database client with our .chats based repository. So in our PowerSync database client, we now have to override 3 missing functions for the chats of delete and create chat. First of all, let's implement the chats of list of chat inbox. This function will watch for the SQL statement which will select from the conversation the ID, the type, and the name. Then we are going to join the participants where in the participant the conversation ID equal to the conversation.id, and we're going to join the profiles of the user is equal to the participant ID, and we're going to do the same stuff with the second participant where the participant conversation ID is equal to the conversation ID, and we're going to have an additional where statement on this whole select statement, which will select only those participants where the user ID is equal to the question mark 1 and the participant 2 user ID not equal to the question mark. So basically this where statement will ensure that we will fetch for the user profile account with our own user ID. We will fetch for the second participant of this conversation where the user ID not equal to the user ID of the currently authenticated user, so that we will ensure that we have 2 distinct participants in our conversation. After it, let's implement the create chat function. First of all, we will check if the chat already exists in the database client by selecting one from the conversation participant's ID is equal to the currently authenticated user ID and the participant ID that we try to create our chat with. If it already exists, we will not execute any payload, but if it doesn't, we will actually create the conversation. We are not going to directly use the await keyword to immediately create our conversation. We will first of all define the future of the created conversation by executing the insert into the conversations certain values with the ID, type, name, created and updated at. And for the created and updated at datetime, we are going to have the dependency called gffy. So let's go to our shared config folder, and inside of this folder, let's create gffy extension .dart file. But before, let's add a dependency gifyy, and inside of gifyy extension, we're going to have the extension gify, which will have a static string now, which will use the gify instance. We will get the now reference, which will represent the current date and time. We will extract from it a date time, and we will convert it to ISO. And now let's export this extension in our config file gify extension.dart file. So now we can use it in our database client. So we define here the future to create the conversation, and then we define here 2 futures to add a participant into the conversation with the conversation ID. And we are going to create our conversation first, and when the conversation completes, and when the creation of the conversation completes, we ensure it by calling the when complete function. Then we are going to concurrently add 2 different participants into this conversation. So basically we ensure that before we are adding the participants to the conversation it has actually created. And finally, in the delete chat function, we will simply delete from conversations where ID is equal to the chat ID. So nothing fancy in this function, we just deleting from the database client the conversation with the specific chat ID. So now we can go to the chats block. So now in our packages folder from the terminal, let's create very good Dart for our chats repository. So exactly like in others repositories, we're going to use the database client to call delete chat, create chat, and the chats of functions. And we're going to use the chats repository and the chats block itself will actually use the chats repository to communicate with the database, but not directly. Let's dive into the chats repository. And first of all, let's import here some dependencies, database client, then import shared the user repository package with the pass user repository. And in the chats repository, let's instantiate the database client reference, import the database client, and pass it as a required parameter in our chats repository, and assign the value of the database client to the database client. Then we are going to extend our chats repository with the chats based repository, and we are going to override three missing for the chats of. We're going to call chats of function from the database client. To create chat, we're going to call database client create chat, and to delete chat, we're going to call database client delete chat. And now in the pub-spec.yaml file, we can import chats repository with a path set to the packages chats repository, sort all the dependencies, and now we can use the chats repository in our chats block. So let's go ahead and instantiate the chats repository in our chats block and pass it as a required parameter in our chats block constructor. Pass the value to the chats repository from the chats block constructor. Import the chats repository package, and for the chats in the super constructor, let's define the chats state.initial. And in order to use the chats repository, first we're going to initialize it in our main.dart files. So let's define here chats repository, and in the database client, we're going to provide PowerSync database client. And in our app, require the chats repository, and pass it in the required parameters of the application. And lastly, provide a repository value with the value of the chats repository. And finally, let's provide it in the chat in the main development.dart file. And finally, in our chats block, let's implement the events that we have defined in our chats event.dart file. On chat subscription requested event, we are going to emit for each from the chats repository chats of stream with the user ID value from the event itself. And on data, we are going to copy the state with the new chats and the status set to the chats status.populated. Then on chats create chat requested event, we will execute chats repository that create chat event function. And on chats delete chat requested event, we are going to call await chats repository dot delete chat function. Now we can go to the chats.dart file and export here block chats block.dart file. And now before we have started to implement the chats page, let's create widgets folder, and inside we are going to have chat inbox.dart file, which will represent the actual tile of the conversation, which will display the other participant that is in the conversation with us, his username, and the last message of the conversation. So inside of the chat inbox tile, let's create a stateless widget, and we're going to require chat inbox instance that we will get from the list of the chats of the specific user. And inside of the build method, we're going to extract the participant from the chat. We're going to define the currently authenticated user from the app block, and we're going to display a list tile. On tap, we will push the route to the chat page with the query parameters inside with the chat to JSON. On long press, we're going to show for the user the confirm action dialog, which will display whether or not we want to delete this chat. So if we press on the delete function, obviously we're going to call the chats block, and we're going to add chats delete chat requested event with the chat ID set to chat.id and the user ID set to the user.id of the currently authenticated user. As a leading, we are going to pass user stories avatar. So basically it means that every time this particular user has new stories that we haven't seen yet, we are going to see the gradient border around this user profile avatar. In the title, we pass text participant.display full name. So in the title, we are going to display his full name. Otherwise, if it's null, we're going to display the username, and in the subtitle we are going to display the chat last message, or if it is null, we are going to display the context ltn no last message text, which will say that there is no last messages inside of this chat. Now we can create dot file and export here chat inbox style dot file, and we can export the widgets file inside of our chats dot. So now let's implement the actual page where we will display the list view for this chat inbox style, the actual chats app bar. So let's create chats page status widget, which will return as chats view, and the chats view we are going to wrap with the block provider. We're going to create chats block instance and immediately add chats subscription requested event, which will immediately broadcast any changes in the stream of list of chat inbox from the database client by the currently authenticated user. And in the chats view, we are going to return a custom scroll view, which will display chats app bar, and the chats app bar is going to return the sliver app bar. In the leading, we have an icon button, which on pressed function is going to animate us to the first page of the page view. Then as a title, we have text and display the display username. And as in the list of actions, we have a tappable button, which will create the chat. First, we push the user to the timeline search page where we can search for different users in our application, and as an extra parameter we pass true, because if we take a look in the routes in the timeline search, we will see that the state.extra is the boolean which determines whether we want to return the result when we tap on actual users list style. So when it's set to true, we will have as a return type a string, a nullable string, which we firstly check if it is not null, and then create our chat by calling the chats block chats create chat requested event with the user ID set to the user ID, which is currently authenticated user, and the participant ID is the participant ID that we get from the timeline search page. Then as a chats list view, selecting a list of chats from the chats block. Firstly, we check if the chats is empty. If it is empty, we are going to return chats empty widget, which will return sliver fill remaining that will still allow the user to scroll the content of the page of the widget. Inside of this widget, we can pass a regular widget, not a sliver. So we will return center with the padding set to the edge inset.symmetric horizontal app spacing.md, which is a 20 pixels value, and we will return a column with the children inside specified with the transform.flip. Inside we return the assets.icons chat circle.svg, which will display in the center a big icon of the message, and we will flip it with the x coordinate. Below the icon we will display the no chats text, which indicates for the user that there are no chats yet. And then we will have an app button, which will indicate for the user that he can start chat by clicking on this button, and on pressed we're going to have the same logic. We will push the user to the participant to the timeline search page with the extra set to true, and we will extract the participant ID from this page, and we will create chat requested event from the chats block. So if we go back, if chats is not empty, we are going to return a sliver list.builder, which will actually display a list of chats, and for each chat we are going to display a chat inbox tile which we have created previously. And if we take a look in the chat box tile once again, we see that on tap function we are pushing the route to the chat. So finally, the most fun part, we will now implement the chat page itself, which will actually have all these features for actually sending message to the user, delete them, edit, share posts, provide the links, and other cool stuff. Let's start to implement the actual chat page, where we will display all these messages, where we can actually send the message to the user, see the message of the participant we have the conversation with. For this, let's go into the chat.file and create here a chat page class. But before we are going to design our chat page, let's create the block for the chat. The chat state is going to be JSON serializable, and in general just the chat state will contain the status of the chat and the list of messages. So let's go to the shared models and create here new file called message.file. So let's create a message class which will extend the quotable, and it's going to have a bunch of parameters inside of it. First of all, we'll have the identifier of the message. We'll have the profile of the sender of the message. Then we will have the type of the sent message, and the message type represents an enum which will either have a message, the message of the message type with a typical text type, or the message is going to be image, video, or voice. Below the type, we're going to have the content of the message, which is a string. Then we're going to have a reply message ID as a nullable string. Then we're going to define a getter for the string nullable as well, which is going to be either the reply message ID or replied message .id. So we are going to have either the reply message ID that we are going to define in our message constructor and assign to this reply message ID, or we are going to have it from the replied message class, which is local only. Then we're going to have the reply message username and the reply message attachment URL, both the nullable string. So basically when we will reply for the message, we will have these parameters not nullable, so that we will display the username of the author's message that we replying and the optional reply message attachment URL if, for example, we are replying the preview of the URL that has actually the attachment. And also the replied message is going to have a value when we are actually replying to some message. Then we're going to have a nullable post block, which will represent the post that was shared in the message. As I shown you before, we can actually send to different people their posts as a message. So in order to display them, we will store them in our message, and it's going to be nullable. Now we have the shared post ID, which is a private string nullable, and this logic of the shared post ID exactly like with the reply message ID, we have the shared post ID, or if it's null, we are going to return shared post.id. So in different cases, we are going to have shared post ID not null, and in some cases, we're going to have shared post ID null and share post not null. Therefore, we have this getter to properly get the value of the shared post ID that we can have in our message. Then we have the datetime when the message was created, when the message was updated. Then we have three Boolean types, represents whether the message is read, is deleted, or is edited. Then we have a list of attachments, and each attachment represents a bunch of parameters inside of it, such as image URL, title, thumbnail URL, text, OG script URL, and other stuff, but none of them are required. As you can see, a lot of them are nullable strings, so in some cases we're going to need only the image URL or the text and the image width and height. So just the attachment will actually store the data of the attachment that is attached to the message. So when we want to send the URL of the website, for example to github.com, we'll have the attachment attached to this message with the image URL of this website, with the text, with the description, and the actual URL of the website that will navigate the user to this particular website when we click on this attachment. So this is represented by the list of attachments. Then we have a props, which will contain the list of these parameters that we have inside of the message. Then we define a static empty message that is essentially just a message, because the message itself doesn't require any parameters inside of it, so we can simply call the empty message as just a message constructor. Now we have from row factory that will parse the map string dynamic row exactly like we could do it with the JSON serializable, but in here we have to customize it as we use the message from reply, because the message from reply will use the replied message reply message username and reply message attachment URL, because the original message from JSON will also have to handle a bunch of other nullable or not nullable parameters such as post, small block, from shared, message from reply once again, and other stuff. And the JSON serializable is not that highly customizable to have this exact serializable configured, because by default it always get the from JSON of the class itself. This is why we are implementing it by ourselves. And lastly, we actually forgot in our GIFY extension to export the GIFFY top of importing, so that we can use it from the shared all over the application where we have an access to the shared, so that we don't need to import it additionally in the package. We don't need to add it as the dependency, because it is in shared. So since we have created message.dart file, we can now export it in our models.dart file. Export here message.dart file. So now we can go back to the chat state, and now we can import the shared package in our chat state, import shared, and now we have an access to the message. Then let's define the chat event. The first chat event that we will subscribe to the stream of the chat messages, and we will have the chat send message request, which will take into account the sender, the receiver, and the actual message that we try to to a particular conversation. Then we will the chat message delete requested event, which will execute the function which will delete the message from the database. Then we have the chat message seen event, which will mark the specific message as seen, and the chat message edit requested event, which will take into account the old and new message, and it will automatically edit the message in the database client and display the changes in the chat page. So before we handle these events in our chat block, we're going to add some extra functions that we are going to need in our database client. Let's search for the chats base repository, and in here create some extra methods. So the first method will send the message. It will create and send the message with the provided data. After sending the message, the notification is sent to the user identified by receiver's ID. And in the send method, we're going to have a post author as an optional parameter. But for now, it doesn't have an access to the post author, so we can go to the pubspec.yaml and import here insta blocks with the pass set to the insta blocks. Now we can sort all the dependencies and go back to the database client, and now we should be able to import insta blocks in our database client. The next method that we're going to have will read the message. It will mark the message as read in our database client identified by message ID. And the last function will edit the message with the provided old message and new message. Now in our PowerSync database client, let's override these functions and implement them. Delete message function will execute an SQL statement to delete from messages where ID equal to the question mark. The question mark is the message ID that we request to delete. Then let's implement the read message function, which will execute an SQL statement to update in the messages the one as an ID equal to the message ID, and we are going to set is read to 1. So basically the 1 represents true and 0 represents, we are going to set the is read to true for this specific message. Then let's implement the messages of list of message, and in this function we are going to watch for the very large SQL statement, which will basically just select everything from the message itself, which has the where statement, which will choose only those messages where the conversation ID is equal to the question mark. So basically we will return only those messages that are associated with the specific conversation ID. And then we'll just have a bunch of joins for the attachments of this message, for the replied messages, or the posts that were shared in the specific chat in order to display them in this message. The actual profile of the actual profile as a sender of this message, and the profile as a post author of the post. And after we have actually joined all of these tables into a single select statement, we are going to, from all of these tables, actual values. So from the message sender, we are going to select the full name, username, and avatar URL. From the attachment of this specific message, we are going to select the ID as attachment ID, the title as attachment title, the text of the attachment as attachment text, the title link as attachment title link, the image URL as attachment image URL, the thumbnail URL as attachment thumb URL. The same goes with the author name, author link, asset URL, OG script URL, and the type. Then we have the error message, which is marked as a reply, and we will return it as we will return only the message of the replied message, and we will mark it as a replied message. Then we will select from the posts that could be shared in our chat page the caption of this post, the created at date, the media of this post. Then we will select from the post author the ID as the shared post author ID, the username as shared post author username, the full name as shared full name, and the avatar URL as shared post author avatar URL. So there is nothing actually complicated in this select statement. It's just a very, and the last thing that we'll do on this massive select statement, we will order everything by the created at in the ascending order. So basically all the messages will be ordered by the created at date. Then we will map the stream. We will use the event map it, because if you remember, the result set is an event. We will map it, and for each result we will have a row, and we will convert each row to the message by using from row on the message as a factory constructor, and then we will convert every single event to list and set the growable to false. Then let's implement the send message function. Inside we will use the PowerSync.db, and here we will use the write transaction function. The write transaction function will open a read-write transaction. This takes a global lock. Only one write transaction can execute against the database at a time. This statement actually execute a bunch of the SQL statement at once with the same data used internally. So basically it means that if you want to do something with the same data twice, or whatever times you want to do something with the data, you will use the write transaction. So in this case, we have inside of the transaction the SQL statement that we will use to actually execute instead of using the PowerSync.db. So in this case, instead of calling PowerSync.db execute and second time PowerSync SQL execute, we will use this SQL context because it's much more performant way of doing it, and it's much more safer because everything is locked in this write transaction function, and the data will not escape from it once it's not completed, until it's not completed. So basically we will first try to insert into the messages a bunch of values. We will insert the message ID, the chat ID, that this message is linked to, the sender ID, which is marked as from ID in the messages table. Then we'll have the type of the message by using the message that type that value. Then we will have the message which is a string. Then we'll have the reply message ID of the message if it's not null, and we will set it to the reply message ID. Then we'll have the created it and updated it set to the date time that now to ISO string. Then we'll provide the is read, is deleted, and is edited values to 0 as the false by default. Reply message username will also be from the message as a nullable parameter. The same goes with the reply message attachment URL. And lastly, we'll have the message shared post ID also as a nullable parameter. All of them that are nullable in the message are nullable also should be nullable in the database client. Otherwise, if we try to insert the nullable values from the message into the database client that are not supposed to be null, we are going to have some issues with our table. So make sure that all of these rows inside of the table that are nullable in our message are also nullable in your messages table. And right after this message, and right after this execute statement, which will insert into the messages values, we will immediately try to insert into attachment certain values that we will get from the message. Once again, we will use a new function execute batch, which will have, instead of a single list of parameter, will have a list of objects defined as a parameter sets. So let me explain quickly. First of all, we have a select statement as every single function in this PowerSync repository. We defined here an SQL statement to insert into attachments certain values, and then we are going to map each attachment of the message. So basically, in this case, we will provide a map. We will provide a list of the values from the attachment itself. So basically, for each attachment that the message can potentially have, we are going to create an attachment in the database client. We could do the for loop and execute each time for each attachment into the message, but the execute batch is created exactly for this task. It will execute a write query multiple times with each parameter set. This is faster than executing separately with each parameter set. So keep it in mind. Essentially, as I said, you could loop for each attachment into the message, use the PowerSync repository db execute and insert into the attachments, but this execute batch is much more performant and easier to use. And after we have actually created the attachment and the message, we are going to notify the specific user that we have sent the message to him, but we're going to implement it later in this tutorial. And lastly, we're going to implement the edit message function. So inside of the edit message function, we take into account old message and new message. Before actually executing some SQL statements, we first defining some Boolean variables which will define whether we have new messages, whether the new message has attachments, whether the old message has attachments. Then we will define the Boolean whether we should update old message attachments or whether we should insert new message attachments. Then we will execute the update SQL statement to update messages and set a new message text value to the new message and the updated at to the datetime timestamp to ISO string, and where the ID is equal to the question mark 3, which is the third element into the list of the parameters of the execute function. Then we check if the new message doesn't have attachments, and old message has attachments. We are going to delete from the attachments where the message ID equal to the new message.id. Basically, it means that we have deleted the attachments from the new, and we check that all the message had attachments. In this case, we will delete every single attachment from the message that is associated with this message ID. Then we will check if we should update old message attachments. We will have the old attachment ID as old message that attachments that first that ID. As previously, we are going to execute a batch onto the PowerSync repository.db, and for each new message attachments, we are going to update attachments set, the title, text, title, link, image URL, thumbnail URL, author name, author link, asset URL, and OG script URL to the appropriate values that we define in this list of the parameters. And we are going to update only those attachments where the ID equal to the old attachment ID and the message ID equal to the old message.id. Then if we should actually insert new message attachments instead of updating them, we will have to insert into attachments once again using the execute batch function. And we will do exactly the same as with the update my attachments SQL statement, but we will just insert into the attachments with these certain values. Now we can go to the chats repository and we will override these newly created functions and call them from the database client. So firstly, let's call database client send message, and don't forget to pass here optional parameter post author. Then let's override read message function, which will call database client read message function. We will call database client messages of chat ID. Then we will call the database client edit message, and lastly we will have database client delete message with the message ID. Now we have all the functions to work with our chat page. Now we can start designing our chat block with the business logic. First of all, let's initialize the chats repository and have a chat ID as a required parameter inside of the chat block, and we will mark the chat block as the hydrated block. So basically we will preserve the chat state, which will preserve the list of messages of a specific, so that we don't need to call for the messages all the time we are navigating to the chat page. And as a unique ID for the hydrated block, we will set the chat ID. Then we have a void function which will emit for each. Then we have a void function which will subscribe to the list of the messages of the chat ID. On data, we will copy the state and pass the new message into the copy with. Then we will implement the onMessage send requested event, which will use the chat repository and send message with the chat ID, sender, receiver, and the message from the event from the chat message send requested event. Then we will have onMessage delete requested event, which will delete the message from the database client. Then on message seen, once again we call the read message function, which will mark the specific event, which will mark the specific message as read. And then we'll have on chat message edit requested function, which will call chats repository edit message function with the old message and new message from the event. Now we have the chat state from JSON and the to JSON, which will convert respectively JSON map string dynamic to the chat state instance, the chat state instance to the map string dynamic, which is going to be stored in the cache. And lastly, let's generate the code for our chat state to serialize and deserialize our chat state from the cache. Let's run dart run build runner build command. So we have implemented the chat's business logic. We are ready to design our chat page, but before, let's actually take a look at the result that we get in our chats page. Let's go to the routes. Let's go to the home page, the dart file, and here, instead of the app scaffold with the text chats page, let's return here chats, import the chats, reload the app, and we should see the chats page. Yeah, exactly. And as I said, as I shown you, we are going to have the empty chats page if we don't have any conversations yet. So we have the start chat button, or we can click on the add button at the right corner of the screen, and we will be redirected to the search page. Here we can search for any user in the Instagram application, pick it up, and we can create the conversation with him immediately, and we will see it in our chats page in real time for him and for us with no delay. So our chats page working perfectly. Now we are going to implement the actual chat page, because for now, if we click on the chat inbox style, we see that we have an unknown route for the chat, because we don't have the chat page. From this point, you should be very focused, because the chat page is very complicated. We are going to have a bunch of things going in here. So before, let's go ahead and define here widgets folder, create here widgets.dart file, and in this widgets folder we will have the reusable components of the chat page, such as the message itself, the message input controller, and other stuff that are not going to be directly stored in the chat page. So let's finally begin with the the chat page designing. So once again, let's take a look at the final example of the chat page that we are going to have in the end. We'll have the background of the chat's list view, we'll have the messages, and at the bottom we will have the message input, which we can actually use to send the messages, and at the top the sliver bar, which will display the info about the participant which we actually have this conversation with. So let's get back to the chat page and let's define here our so let's create chat page status widget, which is going to accept the chat inbox and the string chat ID. We're going to return a chat view actually, which is going to require only a chat, and we're going to wrap this chat view with the chat block, and we will immediately add chat messages subscription requested event, which will actually broadcast the changes of every single message in this particular chat. And the actual chat view will return the chat background and the chat messages list view, the sliver bar, and the bottom message input. And as you have already maybe noticed or not, in this Instagram clone we will implement this very good looking gradient applied to these messages depending on the location in the current scrollable, depending on the location in the current chat's list view. So as you can see, when we scroll it to the bottom or to the top, each message gradually changes its color to the color of the previous message. So for instance, now this hello message is with the orange color, but when we scroll to top, it will gradually become more and more with the other colors that was previously in other messages. And this is achieved by using the very unique technique by listening for the scrollable of the current context and changing the gradient and applying the gradient for each of these messages using the scrollable. But we're going to cover it later, so don't worry. So in the actual chat view, we'll return an app scaffold, and in the app bar, we will return an app bar which will have the title as a list title. We will have the text set to the participant display username, the subtitle as the context element, and online text as a leading. We are going to have a user stories avatar, meaning that when this particular user has new stories that we haven't seen yet, we will see the gradient border that indicating that he has some stories that we haven't seen. In the bottom of this app bar, we'll have the bottom preferred size with the size from height, app spacing extra small, with the child and app divider, which will display for us this little divider at the bottom of this app bar. And as a preferred size, actually because actually this chat app bar is a stateless widget that implements the preferred size widget. In order to directly use it as an app bar, we will have the preferred size set to the size from height 60. So basically this app bar will take up 60 pixels instead of the default K toolbar height, which is the 56.0 value. Then in the app bar, we'll have the release focus boolean set to true. So basically when we tap outside of the, so basically when we tap anywhere on the screen, we will see that our focus from the message input, from the message text input will immediately disappear. And now in our body, we have the column which will have an expanded, and it will try to fit the chat messages list view with the maximum available height. And we are going to wrap our block, our chat messages list view with the block builder, and as a block we'll have chat block, and as a state the chat state. And from the chat state we will display the messages. So the chat messages list view itself displays a stack, and behind the actual list view of the messages we have a chat background, which will return a position.fill message widget, which will have all the left, top, right, and bottom parameters set as 0. So basically it will take up the whole space on the screen. Then we will switch whether the current brightness of the theme is light. If it's true, we will return an assets images chat background light overlay and as an image. And if the context is not light, if the theme's brightness is not light, we will return this assets images chat background dark mask as an image, and we are going to wrap our assets, our image, with the shader mask, which will apply in the shader callback the linear gradient with the begin set to the fractional offset top center, so it will start from the top center of the screen and it will add in the bottom center of the screen. In the colors, we will specify the app colors, that primary background gradient, which is a list of 4 different colors from ARGB, which have certain values. The first one will pinkish accent, the second one will have the purple color, the second one the blue, and the third one and the fourth one will display a light version of the blue color. And this will allow us to achieve this very good looking chat background, almost exactly like in the Telegram application. We are going to use the create shader extension on top of the linear gradient with the bounce that we have from the shader callback, and it's going to apply this linear gradient to the shader mask, so that by default this chat background dark mask has the white color, but with this shader mask we have this very good looking gradient going from top to the bottom of the screen. Above the chat background we are going to have the actual custom scroll view, which will display the list of messages. We're going to use InView notifier custom scroll view. In the chat page we will have to sometimes control whether or not we should play the videos, because we can share different posts from different peoples, and mostly we will share with people the reels, so that when actually the reel is in view in the chat page, we will play it exactly like we did in the feed page. So for this reason we have the InView notifier custom scroll view. As an initial InView IDs, we're going to have messages, last or null ID, or the empty string. And is in viewport condition basically the same as we had in our feed page. And in the slivers, we're going to have sliver filler manning widget, which will try to take up the whole space. And in the child, we have a scrollable positioned list separated, and the item count set to the messages that length, and the reverse set to true. So basically, in all chat applications, you have the reversed, you have your list of messages in the reversed order. So exactly the same we're going to apply in our own chat page. Then we are going to control the item scroll, the item positions, and listen for the scroll offset. Then in the item builder we'll have a bunch of check-ins in order to apply some stylings and predicate the next or previous, in order to correctly display the paddings between the widgets, in order to correctly display the border radius of the message itself. So basically, let me explain you. We have the boolean which checks whether the message is first by reversing by taking into account the messages that length -1, because basically when we want to synchronize our messages length with the index from the item builder, we will always need to have objects that length -1, because the index is always starts from 0, whereas the messages length is always starts from the 1, and then we will minus the actual index. And if the reversed index of the message is equal to the messages that length -1, we are certain that this message is first. Then the same logic goes with the is last boolean, which is going to be true if the messages that length that -1 that minus index is less or equal to the 0. So basically is first we use in the padding, in order to have a padding in the top. If the message is first, we're going to apply the padding only to the bottom with the app spacing.md value, and if it is last, we are going to have only edge instance value to the top with the app spacing.md value. So actually we have this messages list in the reverse order, so the first is actually seen to be the last, but actually this widget is the first one. So we have the edge instance that only heading at the bottom, and when it's last, but in our perspective it's first, we will have the top padding, and we will apply this padding to the message itself. Then we define whether the previous message was last. It's required to get the previous message, and if the previous message is not last, we will return the previous message as null. Otherwise, if the previous message is not last, we will return the messages at the index of the messages that length minus index. And we need this previous message in order to check whether the is next user same or is previous user same, and these booleans we are going to apply in our border radius. So basically, let me explain. First of all, if we are actually having our is mine, our message as ours, we will display the top left radius with the circular value of 22. So as you can see here, the message is mine, therefore I'm going to display here the border radius with the top left corner of the 22. Otherwise, if the message is not mine, I'm going to check if the next user same, so basically the next message, which is this message with the same user, so basically this message was sent by this user and this message is sent by the same user, we are going to apply context radius circular if the boolean has time difference with next is not equal to true, and has time difference with next is equal to true, the check time difference boolean function will return false, will return true, and it will return true when we compare, well, after we have compared two different dates by using the GIFFY parsing from date time date 1 by checking if it is the same with the GIFFY ffy parse from date time date 2 with the unit set to unit minute. So if the minute of the first date is different from the minute of the date 2, we're going to return check. We're going to return for the has time difference with next. And the same we apply to check whether we have time difference with previous by comparing the message that created end and the next message and or the previous message that created at. So now let's get back to the border radius. So basically, if the has time difference with next is not equal to true, we will return the radius circular 4. Or I'm mistaken, if the has time difference with next is true, we will return this. I mean, if the both boolean is next same user and the reverse value of has time difference with next is equal to true, we will return the radius of the top left corner set to 4 as this as shown in this message. So basically, the next message is this with the same from the same user, and it doesn't have the difference in the time date in the with the unit of the minute. So we display here the border radius of 4. And by default, if this statement doesn't succeed, we will return a border radius set to 22. So in this case, the next user is the same, but we have difference in the date time. So we're going to apply the top left border radius of the 22 value. And the same logic go with the top right, bottom left, and bottom right paddings radius for the message. And this is pretty much the case for this is pretty much the purpose of defining these booleans in this item builder. So basically, if you don't want to apply any border radius depending on some booleans, whether the next or previous message has time difference or whether the previous or next message is from the same user, you may delete every single statement in this item builder and return a pure message bubble widget which will just return the message by default. But in order to make it exactly looking as a Telegram and the Instagram combined, we are going to have these booleans in this item builder. It could be achieved with a much more performant way, but in the demonstration purpose, we have implemented it in a certain way. And after you have a separator builder with almost the same logic, but in this case the index is going to be only with the odd numbers, so it's a bit more complicated to count. But anyway, we have the isLast to true if the messages if the reversed index is equal to 1, because as I said before, we have only odd indexes in our separator builder. The odd means that by default the message the odd mid means that by default the messages are displayed with default indexes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the separator builder will return some widget only in the third, fifth, and so on in each odd index between these widgets actually. So here is last value we will use to define whether we have the next message. If the message is last, we will not display any separators, and if not, we will have the next message by using the reversed index and minusing 2 in this case. The next message we will compare with the current message created at that day, and if it is not equal, if they are not equal, we will return a message date time separator, which will actually return this that displays the date of these widgets of this hidden aka section with these messages from the same date. And so basically until the messages created at day equal to the next messages created at day, we're going to display only one message date time separator at the nearest message. And let's create our first widget in our widgets folder to the message separator.dart file. This widget is very simple. We will return the center with the container by passing some margin with the vertical value app spacing that small, with the padding set to the edge instance symmetric horizontal app spacing.md and the vertical app spacing that extra small. Decoration set to the box decoration. If it is floating, we will return app colors.dark with opacity 0.7 or just the app colors.dark. The floating boolean is true if it's actually floating at the top of our chat page, but by default it's not floating, so we'll display this dark color with no opacity. And the border radius is equal to the radius that's circular with the 22 value. And as a child, we provide a text by formatting the date with the date format and the date. So here we display the month as March and as a day 25th with the style context body medium by applying the color always to the app colors.white without caring about the themes mode. And we can export it into the widgets by using message date time separator.dart file. we can export the widgets into our chat dot file, widgets dot file, and we can import the chat inside of our chat page. But this is not all for our separator builder. Basically, we want to have this. Basically, we want to have this distance between widgets every time we have another widget, another message. So we are returning it as a gap. But before we return, we have a boolean is next user same set to true if the next message is not equal to null and the message sender.id is equal to the next message.sender.id. Then we have the boolean whether we have time difference. If the next message is not equal to null, we return has time difference as a true. Once again, if current message created at is not equal to the next message that created at with the units set to the unit.minute. So in this case, the minute of this specific message is 44 and this minute is 45. This is basically so they are different, therefore we have this gap between them. So essentially we check if the next user is the same and we don't have the time difference, we return a very small gap with the value of app spacing that extra small. So basically these two widgets represents the case where we don't have the time difference and the next user the same, so we return the gap with this small value. And in any other cases, we will return a gap with the value of app spacing small, which actually will look like this between these two messages that actually has the time difference, even though the next user, the next author is the same of this message as the previous one. And on top of the chat's message, we are going to display scroll to bottom button, which will return a floating action button that's small with the shape circular border. On pressed, we are going to scroll to the bottom of the chat's page, and as a background we have the custom reverse adaptive color, and as a child we have icon with the icons that arrow downward rounded value. So we are wrapping our scroll to bottom widget with the value listenable builder, which will listen to the show scroll to bottom value notifier, and inside of the builder we return the positioned at the right bottom corner of the chat page with the animated scale. We are going to have a scale equal to 1 if the show boolean is true, otherwise it will be null. So as you can see here, we have this very cool animated scale animation of the floating action button scaling from 1 to 0 with the curves bounce in out, the duration set to 150 milliseconds, and as a child we are passing the actual scroll to bottom button, which we want to prevent from rebuilding every time we change this show scroll to bottom value identifier. And scroll to bottom function, we will execute item scroll controller and we will scroll to the index 0, which will basically automatically scroll to the very end of the chat page, and we will immediately set the show scroll to bottom value to false. So if we see this show scroll to bottom button now, we will immediately hide it from the user, and the show scroll to bottom value will be constantly changing in the notification listener, which we wrap our InView notifier custom scroll view with. And on notification, we are going to check if notification is user scroll notification. Then we are going to check the direction. If it is forward, we will set the show scroll to bottom value to false. Otherwise, show scroll to bottom value to true, and by default, and in the on notification function we will return false in order to allow the notification to continue to be dispatched to further ancestors. So in our item builder we are actually returning our message bubble, assigning the message widget value to the message bubble with a bunch of parameters inside of it, and at the bottom we actually returning a swipeable message, which will allow us to swipe our message to the which will execute the on reply tab function, which will automatically reply the swiped message. Let's finally implement our actual message bubble in the widget. So let's create message bubble dot file. So the message bubble will be a stateless widget, and inside of it we have a bunch of parameters. The message that we will display, optional void functions on the message, which will be executed on reply tab, on edit tab, or on delete tab. The function which will be executed when we tap on the replied message in the bubble. Then we have nullable. Then we have an optional parameter border radius, which will return a border radius geometry passing the required boolean parameter whether this message is. Then we have an actual on message tab function and the highlight message ID, and all of them are the optional parameters in our message bubble widget. Then before discovering the build method of the message bubble, we will return we will create a message file, and in this file we will have the class for the settings of the message. We will define here on reply, on edit, on delete, and on message tab functions. On message tab we are going to return an on message tab if it's not it's null. Otherwise we will first have a first of all we will the box of the widget itself, of the chat page itself, by finding it as a render object. First of all, we will have the box of the message that we are going to tap on and find it as a render object. Then we're going to have a local offset to this box by using global to local with the details that global position, and the details is going to be tap up details from the on message tab. So basically when we will tap on our message, we will have the exact details of the from tap up details, which actually contains the global position and the local position at which the pointer contacted the screen, and then we are going to use the details that global position to actually find the local offset of the touch. And then we will return a show menu by clicking on the actual message, and in the menu we are going to display the list of items, whether to reply, delete, or edit the message. And the position for this show menu is going to be relative rect from left, top, right, back, and inside it we are going to pass local offset delta x and delta y. Then we can export our message settings.dart file and export message bubble.dart file in our widgets.dart file. So basically in our message bubble build method, we will return the message bubble content, and we will wrap it with the repaint boundary because we want to make the efficient repainting of the bubble of the message itself. Then we will apply the clipper of this for this message by using the shape border clipper with the shape set to rounded rectangle border with the border radius set to the border radius from the function defined in the message bubble by passing the isMine boolean, which is true if the message.sender.id equal to the user.id and the user is currently authenticated user from the app block. We will define the border radius that all radius circular 22 by default for every single message if the border radius is equal to null. Then we are going to have a padding for each message, which is a symmetric horizontal app spacing MD, app spacing medium, and the alignment of the message is the message alignment which is top left if the isMine is not true. So basically if the message is from another person, we set the message alignment to the alignment that top left, or alignment that top right if the message is ours. And then we wrap the whole message bubble content with the fractionally sized box, which will the message bubble content to take up only the 55% of the whole defined as the width factor of the fractionally sized, and the alignment here also set to the message that alignment. Then we optionally have the value listenable builder with the highlight message ID or value identifier with the empty string. And actually this whole widget was a child because we want to preserve the state of the message and we don't want to rebuild it when we highlight our message. So basically in the builder, for to highlight the message, we have an animated container which will change the decoration color, set it to the app colors that blue with opacity set to 0.2 if the highlighted message is equal to the message.id. So basically when we on the replied message bubble, we will immediately highlight this message. And as I said, we will not rebuild the whole, only the decoration of the animated container. And as a child of the animated container, we pass a child from the builder, which we have specified in our value listenable builder. And on top, we actually have the message widget, which is a tappable, and on tap app we provide a function which with the details. Then we provide an on delete tab function which will execute confirm action which will display for us a dialog whether we want to delete the message. Then we have an option which will return a message action by calling the on message tab dot call, and on message tab will return the message action, and the message action is either edit, reply, or delete. And if we take a look at the message settings in the on message tab callback, we return the actual values of the pop-up menu item. The icon, the context LTN reply text list style will have the value of the message action that reply. The context LTN edit text will have the message action that edit, and the list style for delete will have the message action that delete. And the show menu button will automatically handle, we click on the message and it will return the actual message action from the items. And by switching for the type of the message action, we will either call the on delete function, on edit, or on reply, and we will execute this action as the final on tap up function. Then if the widget is mine and message is read, message is not mine and message is read, we are going to return just a message widget that we have defined, or we are going to wrap our message widget with the viewable widget, which will have an on-scene function, which will an event in the chat block to request the chat message and mark it as a seen. We are checking whether we have already seen the message, or we're checking whether our message is mine in order to remove unnecessary usage of the viewable widget, because unfortunately, even though the viewable widget in fact should not reveal the child as the message widget, unfortunately it does. So we want to reduce the amount of viewable in our chat page as much as we can. And now let's actually create our message bubble content, which will actually display the text of the message, the statuses of the text of the message, when it was created, whether it was edited or not, and whether it was seen by the participant with this conversation in this conversation or not. So in the widgets, let's define message bubble content dot file. So in the message bubble content, we are going to actually display the message. In the build method, we will return the message bubble background, which will actually display this very good looking the gradient, which will change depending on the position of the messages in the scrollable list. So in the widgets, let's create message bubble background dot file, and the message bubble background is going to return a custom paint is complex is set to true, and is set to true whether the painting is complex enough to benefit from caching. And it's really true, and it's really complex because this animation is can be replicated from multiple times, because the location of the message not be changed always. So basically we will return it, we will force the Flutter to cache the result of the painting. And as an actual painter, we will provide a bubble painter with a scrollable set to the scrollable.off context. As a bubble context, we pass the context, and as a list of colors, we pass the colors as a required parameter in our message bubble background. And the bubble container will extend the custom painter. And as a super constructor in the repaint, we're going to pass scrollable.position, and the scroll position is actually, and the scroll position will always change when we actually scroll our chat page. So it will always force to be repainted when we scroll, when the scrollable.position changes. And in the paint method, we actually define here a scrollable box as a render object. We're defining a scrollable rectangle, and we're defining here a bubble box from the bubble context and as a render object. Then we just defining an origin to the bubble box by having it to the local, from local to global, and as a necessary we pass the scrollable box. Then we define a paint, the painter of our bubble painter, and we will provide a shader. We will set it to the UI that gradient at linear. So basically the shader will return for us a linear gradient from the top to the bottom center with the colors, and the color stops is going to be 0, 0.5, 0.75 and 1 if the color's length is equal to 4. Otherwise it will be just 1. The tile mode will be equal to the tile mode.clamp, which is the default value, and the matrix for the gradient linear will be equal to the matrix that translation values, and basically it will translate the values of the linear gradient in the origin that delta x and in the origin that delta y in the with the minus values and with the 0z coordinate, and using the storage of the matrix to actually return the components of the matrix that will be composed by the gradient linear itself. We actually return one of the modes for our message bubble. In this case, we have the tile mode clamp. So basically the colors that we pass in this bubble painter will blend with the tile mode clamp, and in the overall we will have very good looking with this, without this in the end we are going to have this very good looking gradient of these messages in our chat page. And finally we will just draw the rectangle on the canvas from the paint method itself with the offset 0 and the size. Right here a painter which will actually paint the actual. Then we can export our message bubble background dot file and export our message bubble content dot file. Now we can import the chat in our message bubble content, and we're going to check in the colors if the message is mine. If the message is not mine, we will have the custom reversed adaptive color, either white or dark, to display the message from the participant. Or if it is our widget, our message, we are going to display the bubble painter, or we will display the app colors, that primary message bubble gradient, which will have the color from RGB, which will return an orange as the first color, as you can see here, an orange. Then secondly, we have the pink color, then we have the purple and the cyan color. This is the primary Telegram gradient chat message bubble palette. And finally, to actually display the message content, we will switch between three booleans. First of all, we'll check if shared post is unavailable. It's true if the message that shared post ID is equal to null and message stream is empty. Then we have the boolean whether we have shared post, whether the message has shared post, by checking it by getting the true if the message shared post not equal to null and message that reply message ID equal to null and message that reply attachment URL is equal to null. So it ensures that we only have the shared post and the reply message ID and the reply message attachment URL are both null, so that we are sure that this message is not replied. And then we have is shared post real, by having if the message that shared post is real, or by default it's false if the shared post is equal to null. Now we are going to match the pattern. The first value is true if the shared post is unavailable. We will return a message shared post unavailable, which will return post unavailable text, and the text message widget, which will have a text as an alternate post unavailable description text, and as a child we will have a message statuses widget, and the message statuses widget will display a row which will display the text whether the message is edited. If it is edited, then we will display the current messages created at with the format date format that hour and the minute, and if the message is mine, we will, if the message is red, we will return a double checked icon, or if it's not, we will return simple icons that check. And as a spacing between the message statuses and the actual text of the message, we will have spacing with the value of f spacing that medium. The text message widget will actually lay out so that the actual message's status is always at the right corner of the message, and it actually always as small as the widget can possibly be to display the content. Let's create the text message widget. Let's create message text.file, and our text message widget will extend the single child render object widget, because essentially it will not be a regular stateless or stateful widget. In the parameters, we are going to have a string as a text, the text style, and the spacing. Now in the create render object, we will create render text message widget. As a render text message widget, we have a bunch of calculations. We have a bunch of calculations and the perform of the layouting, which will exactly lay out which you have as a required super parameter with the widget with the text. This render object will actually calculate the height and the width of the text. It will check whether or not we have the maximum, whether or not we have the lines that will force the message to be more than allowed constraints. Then we will actually calculate the actual height and width of the final widget with applying of the spacing, and we'll export our message text widget, and we can use it in our message shared post unavailable text. Then we're going to cover another case. If the shared post is not unavailable, if we have shared post and the shared post is real, we are going to display message shared real, which is going to display a stack with the tappable, and we will have another stack which will have the unifier widget, and in the builder we will return an inline video itself, which will have a should play set to true if is in view is actually true. Then on top of the inline widget, on top of the inline video, we are going to display the icons.layers if shared post media.length is greater than 1, or we will return just a sized box.shrink. And then we will display a positioned list style widget, which will display the info of the author of this post that we have shared with this participant. In this case, we have the exact author of the post and the participant of this conversation. Therefore, we have the exact username and the avatar URL of the post author and the participant of this conversation. And on tappable, we are going to push the route to the post, and this route will actually display the preview of the post itself. And let's actually quickly implement the page where we can display our preview of the go to the feed folder in the post.
in the widgets create preview.art file. The post preview page will return a post preview, will return an app scaffold with the post preview app bar. Post preview app bar will return an app bar with the title set to the app logo, and the app logo is the Instagram logo. And then as a body we have a post preview details with the required ID of the post. Then we have a nullable post block, which we are going to decide to assign to the value of the block that we are going to get by the ID from the feed block. So now we can go to the database client for now, because we don't have this function in our post base repository, and create here a function which will return a nullable post by the ID. Then implement the missing override of this function. So in this function we will get row as an optional, because actually in the database this post may not be found. If it's not found, we will return null. Otherwise we will convert post from JSON, and first of all we will convert the row to this map string dynamic, which can be modified. And in the select statement we basically just select everything from posts and join the profile on profile ID equal to the post.user ID. So basically we are joining here the profile of the author of this post. Then in the post repository, don't forget to override this function to get post by ID. Call database client get post by ID. And now in the feed block mixin, let's define a function which will get post by ID and convert it to the post large block. So now we can use it in our post preview by calling context read refeed block get post by widget.id and getting the value and setting it to the block, and using this block to actually display as a preview. And in the preview we're going to set with custom video player to false and with InView notifier to false, because we don't care in this post preview page whether or not our widget is in view, because we always will have our real in view. So in this case we don't care about the InView notifier, and we don't want to return the custom video player, because essentially the custom video player will just listen to the changes with the is in view boolean, which depends directly on the InView notifier. So we are going to set these both parameters to false. And if actually the block is equal to null, we're going to display post preview empty details with just the center text with the no post found text. And we can export this post preview.art file, and we can go to the routes, and in the routes let's define a new go route with the name post, and the path is post with the ID. Then we will return a post preview page and ID pass as an ID with the default empty string. So now let's get back to our message bubble content. We have covered the case when we have our message shared post as real. Then we're going to display message shared as the post. This is going to be exactly the same. We're going to push the route to the post if we tap on this. Then we will return a column with the list style, which will display the info about the author of the post, and then we will display in the stack widget the image attachment thumbnail with the aspect ratio set to 1. As the position we have the Instagram reel on top if our shared post is real, or if our shared post that media length is greater than 1, we have the icon that layers. So basically if we have more than one widget, we will display the icon that layers in the top right corner of this. And if the shared post has both media types, we are going to return sizebox.shrink. So basically if the post has both video and image, we are not going to display any icons. And by default, if none of these cases are true, we will display sizebox.shrink. And finally, if none of those cases are true, if we don't have any shared posts, we are going to display message content view. The message content view will display the actual content of the message. First, we will check if the message has a replied message to actually display it in the replied message bubble widget. Let's actually create our replied message bubble widget. So new file, replied message bubble.dart file, and return here a tuple which will execute an on-type function, and inside of it we will pass message.reply message ID, and we will the decoration inside of it to actually have this box, which is the linear gradient with the colors set to the accent color, which is either white app colors.deep blue if the message is not. And inside of this container we are going to have the image attachment thumbnail if the replied message shared post is not deleted, and if we have the reply attachment
URL. And lastly, we are going to display a flexible column. Inside we are going to display the replied message username and the replied message. Now let's export our replied message bubble.dart file. So after displaying the replied message bubble, we are going to check whether we should display bottom statuses. The display bottom statuses is equal to true, have attachments. The has attachments boolean is equal to true if we have URL attachments or we have non URL attachments. The have URL attachments boolean is true if message.attachments any attachment type is equal to attachment type URL preview.value. Has non URL attachments is equal to true if any of the attachments type is not equal to the attachment type that URL preview. So basically, if we have some attachments to display, we will return a padding with the value of the edge instance 0 if we have replied message, or to the edge instance that only top have spacing that extra small if we don't have replied message, and inside of it we're going to display message bubble. Let's create a message bubble widget, and this widget will return a message text which we are going to define in our message text.dart file. So on top of the text message widget we are going to define message text which will return a markdown body. For this we are going to add a dependency Flutter markdown, and let's quickly look at the pub.dev packages Flutter markdown, and this widget will allow us to actually support different stylings of the HTML text. So basically in here we have a style sheet which will provide a text style of context body large with the decoration of the underline if we have the URL. So let me quickly demonstrate it to you. If we have some URL in our message, we will have a text applied to it because we have our as the link to some website, and for this we are going to have the underline decoration with the color set to effective color text, which is white if it is mine and context if it is mine, black if it's not mine and context is light, and app colors if it is not mine and context is not light. And the decoration color is once again an effective text color. So basically the decoration color is the underline color for this link. In the case of just general text for the P, will return a body large, copy the height, set it to 0 to 1, and the font size will be equal to 42 if we have only emojis in our chat page. Now we can import the Flutter markdown, and on tap link we are going to execute on link tab function if we have this provided in our message text, or we will await and launch the URL with the link provided in this function. At the very bottom of this widget, let's define launch URL function, which will require a new dependency URL launcher, which will allow to launch different URLs from the application directly. So we will try in the try catch block, we will try to launch the URL by parsing the URL, providing here schema of the URL, and the mode will pass to the launch mode external application. So basically we will not display the URL in the application itself. Instead we will launch the URL in the separate application. For the iOS it's the Safari by default, and in the Android it's the Chrome or whatever you have set as a default web browser for your telephone. Now we can import the URL launcher and import the app, and the with scheme is actually an extension on top of the URL, on top of the URI. So let's go into the shared config extensions, and in here let's create a new file called URI extension.dart file, and let's create here URI X extension on URI, which will have a getter with scheme, and it will return this if the URI doesn't have a scheme, or it will parse the URI by having the HTTP and convert the toString the URI. Now we can export extension into the extensions.dart file, URI extension.dart file. And now we can use our message text in our message text bubble, and let's export our message bubble.dart file. And finally we can display it in our message bubble content. Is only emoji is true for the message string text, and it's going to be an extension. Into the shared extensions.dart file, we have a string extension.dart in which we can create boolean getter is only emoji, and we'll have the emoji regex, which will return true if we have match with the trim string. If the trimmed string that characters that length is greater than 3, so basically if there are more than 3 emojis, we are going to return false. If the trim string is empty, we are going to return false. Otherwise we will try to check if the string actually contains only emojis by checking it in the pattern of this, and if it's true, we are going to pass the is only emoji value as a true. And if you remember, the is only emoji will set the size for the regular text to 42 if it's true, or it will be a default value of the body large text style. And if we should not display bottom statuses, we are going to display a text message widget, that is, if you remember, a single child render object widget. As a text we pass message.message, as a spacing we pass app spacing.medium, and as a child we pass message statuses. So basically this widget will be at the bottom of the widget if we don't display bottom statuses. And lastly, so essentially this text message widget will be at the bottom of the message. And lastly, we have the has attachments boolean type, which is true if we have any attachments on our message, and we will return a parse attachments widget on the message, which will actually display the attachments of our. So the only attachment that we are going to actually cover will be to display the URL preview of the link. So in our widgets, let's create attachments.dart file, and inside of the parse attachments widget, we will return the widget from the attachment widget catalog, which will take into account the builders, which will create a default attachment builders list if not provided. On each message, we will first check which attachments this particular widget actually have, and we will define it as a list of builders. And then in the catalog, we will check which of these builders are actually appropriate to be displayed in these parse attachments. So the attachments we are going to implement in the Instagram blocks UI in the attachments folder. First of all, let's in the widgets create a builder, which will actually build the UI for our attachments. And as I said, the only attachment that we're going to have is to display the preview of the URL. So we're going to create URL attachment builder .dart file. But before the URL attachment builder, we are going to create an abstract class for the attachment builder itself, and inside of it we are going to create an abstract class attachment widget builder, which will have a static list of default builders, which will return a URL attachment builder, and actually it will return a list of attachment widget builder. So basically we have here URL attachment builder, which we are going to create just now, and the fallback attachment builder, which will build just a placeholder for the attachment if we have some attachment that we currently don't support. Then we have a boolean can handle function, which determines whether this builder can handle the given message and attachments. If this returns true, build will be called. Otherwise, the next builder in the list will be called. And then we have a build method, which will take the context, the message, the list of the attachments, and whether the message is mine, and it will build a widget for the given message and attachments. This will only be called if can handle returns true. So now let's implement the URL attachment builder. First of all, the URL attachment builder is going to be part of the attachment widget builder.dart file, and is going to extend the attachment widget builder. The can handle boolean is going to be true if the attachments with the attachment type that URL preview that value is not equal to null and URLs is not empty. So basically it means that in the attachments we have found the attachment. In the map string attachment we have found some attachments that matches the attachment type that URL preview. Therefore we will return the can handle to true. In the build method we will search for those attachments that will require to display the URL preview. Then we will define a build preview widget, and in here we're going to define a bunch of variables to actually have an appropriate value for the host display name. For this, let's go to the shared extensions and string extension, and let's define a few more functions inside of this string extension. First of all, we'll have the capitalized string getter, which will return the first letter of this string to uppercase, and will return another characters of this string by substring, by using the substring, by substringing the first value of this. And we'll get then we'll have the function to get the website name by lowering the case of the string. For each of the potential website that we have in the internet, we have the appropriate value for the string. So if the website is Reddit, we'll return a Reddit. If the YouTube, and etc, etc, and the default value is null. So basically if it's not in the list of the handled websites, we are going to return null. So now we can actually access the website name of the host name, and we can directly use our host display name in our URL attachment. And the URL attachment we are going to create in our view folder. Inside, create URL attachment.dart file. Inside of it we will return a container, which will once again have a liner gradient to display this bordered container, and inside we will display a column with the host display name, with the URL attachment title, and the URL attachment text as a description inside of it. And as a the last widget we will display the image attachment URL, each image attachment thumbnail with the height and width of the URL attachment original height, the image set to the URL attachment, and the border radius is 4 with the fit equal to the box fit.cover. Now we can export our view.dart in our URL attachment .dart file, and now we can use our URL attachment. And we are wrapping our URL attachment with our tappable button so that we can actually tap on it, and on tap function we will return an on tap which is equal to the on attachment tab if it's not null, and if it's null we will not execute any functions by clicking on this URL attachment. Then we will return a single child as a build URL preview widget if the URL preview's length is equal to null. So basically, if we have only one single preview of the URL in our catalog, we will return only one single build preview, or we will have the children, and for each URL preview we'll return a build URL preview. And lastly, we will cover our child with the padding that is set to the edge inset only top app spacing small if the attachment alignment is at bottom, and the attachment alignment by default is attachment alignment at bottom. So if it's bottom, we will return an only app spacing that small at the bottom. So now let's create a last fallback attachment builder.dart file, which will return a sized box shrink, which will actually an empty widget, because this builder will be used as a fallback when no other builders can handle the attachments. And in the can handle function, we will always return true, because this builder will be used as a fallback when no other builders can handle the attachments. So now in the attachment widget builder, we no more have any exceptions, because we are using the attachments builder which we have just created. And lastly, we are going to create an attachment catalog.dart file, which will actually display the builders from the attachment widget builder. So in the attachment widget catalog, we have a build method, which will have every single attachment from the message grouped, and the grouped is an extension of on the list of the attachments. Before grouping it, we will have the group by function, which will group every single T element with the list of S elements by the key T function with the appropriate values from the element with the appropriate element from the values, which is the iterable of the S types. We will have our grouped, we'll turn our group by where it that type is not equal to null. So basically where the attachment the type not equal to null, and we will group it by the attachment that type. So we will have the attachment type as our key and the list of attachments as our value for this specific key. Then when we have our map string list attachment grouped attachments files, we can loop for each builders that we define in our attachment widget catalog as a required parameter, and for each builder we will check first if we can handle the message and their appropriate attachments. We will return the builder.build with the context, message, attachments, and the isMine boolean. Otherwise we will throw an exception, no builder found for message and attachments. So basically there is always should be at least one builder that should be returned in case none of others can be handled. And in the default builders of list of attachment builder, we actually have this fallback attachment builder which will always be returned in case of others export are not supported in this attachment widget builder. Now in the attachments, let's export view.dart, and in the widgets in the builder let's export everything from the builder, and in the builder let's create builder.dart file which will export attachment widget builder.dart file, and in the widgets we will export builder.dart file. So finally, in our parse attachments widget, we can use our attachment widget builders, default builders, and our attachment widget catalog, which we haven't imported in our view, export attachment catalog.dart file. And now we have for each builder the catalog which we can use to build the attachments that are supported for the and as a on attachment tab, we provide a function by firstly checking if the attachment type is equal to the attachment type that URL preview, and if it's true, we will launch the URL by getting it from the attachment.og scrape URL, an empty string, and we will launch this URL attachment tab. We can export the parse attachments.dart file, and we can use our parse attachments file widget in our message bubble content. And then as long as our message bubble content is the stack at the right corner of the message bubble, we will return a position field with the right and bottom values set to app spacing md and app spacing that extra small, the actual messages statuses, in order to actually stay stack on top of the attachment. Because when we have an attachment, we don't have a text which we should lay out our text message with the message statuses. So instead of layouting them with our render object widget, which is the text message widget, we are just going to align the message statuses at the alignment at bottom right. We have implemented the actual bubble for our message in our chat page. For now, let's create a widget that we can wrap our message with in order to achieve this swipeable effect that we can have by swiping the message to the left by sliding to the left. In the widgets of the chat, we can create swipeable message dot file. But before implementing the swipeable message widget, we are going to create a reusable UI component which will allow to actually wrap any single widget with the swipeable in order to achieve the result. In the widgets of the Instagram blocks UI package, we are going to create swipeable dot. And for the actual swipeable widget, we don't need any external package, only the default Flutter gestures and material. First of all, we define the type def signature used by the swipeable to indicate that it has happened, that it has been swiped in the given direction. So basically, this swipe direction callback let us know which direction the widget was swiped. Then we have a background widget builder as a widget, which is a return type of the function, which will have the build context and the swipe update details inside of the function, which is a signature for a function that builds a widget given the progress of the dismissing action. So basically, when we are actually swapping our widget, we will define the background widget builder to display some widgets when we actually swipe it at the background of the widget that we are trying to swipe. Then we define an enum type for the swipe direction in which a swipeable can be swiped. The swipeable can be swiped by dragging either left to right, so basically in the horizontal direction. Then the swipeable can be swiped by dragging in the reverse of the reading direction, e.g. from the right to the left in the left to right languages. So it is marked by the end to start direction, and the same goes with the start to end. And by default, the swipeable cannot be swiped by dragging. So in certain cases, you can disable dragging of the widget. Then we define an actual swipeable stateful widget, which will return a gesture detector, which will actually trigger the dragging of the widget on horizontal drag start, update, and end. And in those functions, we actually handle the logic of updating the widget's position relative to the swiping direction with the drag start details, displaying the actual progress of the swiping message. Because if we don't swipe enough, put our finger away, we will not trigger the reply function. But if this progress of the replying message completed, we will trigger this function to reply our widget. In this tutorial, we are not going to dive deep into the actual implementation of the swipeable widget because there are quite a lot of complex tasks going on, a lot of calculations, and a lot of really difficult statements. So if you really want, you can learn more about this widget by yourself. But for now, we will just export it in our widgets.dart file, and let's create the swipeable message on top of this widget. So in the swipeable message, we return the swipeable widget. We pass here the swipe direction, the swipe threshold, which defines the value after which the message is considered. Then we define an onSwiped function, which will be executed upon the value of the progress by swiping the message is equal or greater the threshold that we have set as a constant value. Then in the background builder, we will actually return this progress animated circle icon, which will display the progress of actually swiping this message depending on the threshold value and depending on the swipe update details that we get inside of this background builder function. In this function, we will return an align widget with the alignment set to alignment center right. We will calculate the progress by using math.min with the details.progress and the threshold divided by the threshold, and we will get the progress by calculating the value using this expression. Then we have the offset for the reply icon, and basically we return an animated circle border painter widget, which will gradually paint the circular border of this animated icon as the progress goes to the value of the threshold. And in the center of this animated circle border painter, we will have the icon, which will actually display the icons that reply around it with the color set to the app colors that deep blue. And depending on the value of the progress, we will animate our widget in and out. As you can see, we have this reply icon fading in and out and scaling in and out when we actually swipe our message from the right to end, from the end to start. Create the custom animated circle border painter in our Instagram blocks UI. In the widgets folder, create animated circle border painter file, and inside of this file we will create an animated circle border painter class, which will extend the custom painter. As a required parameter, it accepts the double, which is the progress of the animation, as a value between 0 and 1, and the color of the circle, which we see as a progress around the actual icon. So in the paint method, we take into account the progress, and we define here a style as a painting style by checking the progress. If it equals to 1.0, meaning that the swiping was considered as finished, we will have the painting style as fill. So basically we will fill the actual icon with the color which we set inside of the animated circle border painter. Otherwise we will have a painting style stroke, which will actually paint the border of the icon. So basically here we predefine some styles values to the paint, which will actually paint this border with this specified styling. Then we calculate the radius, the center, and the sweep angle of the arc, and then we use the canvas.draw arc by providing the rectangle from circle by giving here the math.pi constant divided by 2, which is the start angle of the arc, and the sweep angle is equal to the sweep angle, which is equal to the math.pi multiplied by 2 and multiplied by progress. So basically each time the progress is increasing, we are going to have different sweep angle, which will actually animate the border from the start to the end. Then we will use center set to false boolean, and as a painter we will provide the arc painter with the specified stylings. As a should repaint boolean function, we return true if alt delegate progress not equal to the current widget's progress, alt delegate color not equal to the current widget's color. And lastly, let's export this animated circle border painter widget in our widgets folder. So now we can use it in our swipeable message. And let's export our swipeable message in the widgets folder of the chat page. So now we can use our swipeable message in the chat page. We will return a swipeable message which will wrap the message widget, which is a message bubble. So in the end we can actually swipe it from right to. For now we have actually covered everything related to the message bubble content and how it's going to look in our chat page. So the last thing that we have actually not covered in this chat is the bottom message input for the text that we can actually send to another user that participates with the conversation with us. For this, let's create a message input controller, which will actually control everything related with the message input. We will define here some useful methods: reply the message, to edit it, or have an attachment of the widgets and directly preview them above the actual message input text field. So let's create here message input controller class, which will extend a value identifier with the message type. Inside we provide the factory constructor of the message input controller, which will return an anonymous message input controller class, which will have an initial message set to the message, which is an optional parameter, the message, which is the basic representation of the message with the random ID, and it is considered as the initial message. Then inside of this message input controller we defining some setters, getters, and we handle a bunch of different logics for adding an attachment to the message input controller. By removing an attachment, then we can clear the attachment. Then we can set the reply message value by using the void that will set reply message with the provided reply message inside of this function, which will clear any editing message. So basically when we have clicked on editing of the message, if we swipe to the left and as soon as the onSwiped function is triggered, the editing message will immediately disappear from the message input controller by clearing the value of the editing message, setting the current message to the message.empty, and if editing message not equal to null, we will set the editing message to null. So basically before clearing out the message, we check if the editing message is equal to null. If it is, we will not execute these statements. So before replying to the message, we clear editing message, and then we are just copying the current message with the current message by providing here the reply message ID, reply message username, reply attachment URL, and the shared post, which can also be a part of the message if we consider the message as the shared. The same goes with the set editing message function, which will firstly clear the reply message, which will do the same stuff as the clear editing message function. Then we specify the editing message value, set it to the message from the set editing message, and we copy the current message value with the ID of the new message and with the message of the new message. Then we have an set OG attachment function, which will insert into the list of the attachments the attachment which is considered to be a preview of the link. Then we have the clear function, which will set the message to the message.empty. Then we have the function which will reset the message by providing a new ID to the initial message value and set the current message to the initial message. Then we have the reset all function, which will basically clear every single attachment, reply message, editing message, and OG attachment from the message, and it will reset the message by resetting the ID as well. And in the dispose function, we disposing the text field controller, which we initialize inside of our anonymous constructor, and we are setting it to our custom message text field controller from value, and here we pass the text editing value from message, which will give us the text editing value with the exact of the message's content. So let's create our message text field controller in our widgets message controller .file, and this message text field controller, which will extend the basic text editing controller, will have some custom representations and overridings of default text editing controllers functions. Then we can export both of these newly created widgets into the widget.file, and from the message text field controller we are going to hide the text style builder signature. Then in the message input controller, let's import our message text field controller, and finally we can create the widget which will display the text field. We can actually input some text. We will call our widget message text field. So in this file we will define chat message text field widget, which will return an expanded widget inside of the row, which will return a chat message text field input with the message input controller, the focus node, the item scroll controller, and the chat instance. In the chat message text field input, in the build method, we will listen for the effective controller, which is a message input controller. So for each in the controller, we will display the message preview. The message preview will be displayed above the message input, the message text field, and we define in here some booleans, which will defines first whether we have the editing message, whether we have an OG attachment, whether we have the reply message. First of all, if we check if we have an OG attachment or we have a reply message or we have editing message. So basically, if you have one of these statements true, we are going to return an app divider at the top. Then if we have an OG attachment, we are going to display an OG attachment preview, which will build a list style. Let me actually demonstrate you how it's going to preview the link of the actual website. So in the leading, we are going to have an icon with the icons.link value. In the title, we are going to use the attachment title.trim. In the subtitle, we are going to display the attachment description, and in the trailing, we are going to have the button which will dismiss preview, and on dismiss preview pressed, we are going to clear an OG attachment of the message. Then we check if we don't have an OG attachment but we have a reply message, we will display the actual preview of the reply message. So essentially, first we display an icon that will indicate that we are actually replying this message. Then we have an expanded list style. In the leading, we displaying the image attachment thumbnail with the image URL set to the replying image.reply message attachment URL. In the title, we return the text from the LTNN file, which will return a reply to username text. In the subtitle, we return the replying message, which is the replying that message if the replying that shared post is equal to null, or if it's not null, we will display the replying message that shared post author.username with the spacebar, and we will return a replying message shared post caption. So let me find here a replying shared post message, which if we reply to, we will see the author of this post, and after it we will see the caption of this post as in the preview of the message. And lastly, if we don't have an OG attachment, if we don't have reply messaging, but we have the editing message, we will display the editing message preview, which will display in the leading the icon of the icons.edit outlined. In the title, we will display the context LTNN editing text. In the subtitle, display the editing message.message, and in the trailing, display the button which will dismiss the editing message. We will pass the controller.clear editing message function from the message input controller, which will clear out the editing message. So right below the message preview, we have the actual app text field, which consumes the widget.focus node and the effective text controller text field controller. Then we define in here an on-field submitted function, which will execute an on-send function. It will take into account the currently authenticated user from the app block. We will define whether the message was editing, whether the message has the editing message, whether we have the changes, which is equal to true if we has the editing message, and the effective controller that editing message not equal to the effective controller current message. So basically when we tapped on edit message, and if the value of the editing message is not equal to the currently displaying message in the text field, we are going to have the has changes boolean set to true. So then we define the send message function, which will add an event to send the message into the chat with the message value from the effective controller, and the receiver will be the widget.chat participant, and the sender will be the currently authenticated user from the app block. Then we define here the void function to update the message with the old and new message. We will add chat message edit requested event considering these two messages, and we firstly check if the effective controller.message is empty. We will not execute any functions to update or send message. Then we will extract the message from the effective controller, which is not a text yet. Then we will check if the has editing message is not true. We will send the message. Then we will check if the has editing message and has changes both true, update the message that is in the database client instead of sending it. Then from the effective controller, we will set from the message the attachments, the editing message, the reply message. Then we will request the focus of the focus node attached to the text input field, and then we will check if the message was not editing. We are going to delay the function, which will to the very end of this chat page, which will ensure that when we actually send a new message and we are, for example, at the top of the chat page, we will be automatically scrolled to the bottom of the page. And we are using here the future word delayed of this of the 150 milliseconds, because there is an issue in the chat when you have only one message, for instance, and you try to send a new one. When you try to scroll to the zeros index, this item scroll controller will throw some exceptions that will actually display a red screen in the chat page instead of just throwing an exception, even if you try to catch it. So in order to get rid of this exception, we using here the delete future void function. Then in the initState method, we actually initialize the effective controller by adding the listener, which will execute an onChanged debounce function. The onChanged debounce function will run the debouncer, which will eventually execute the function inside of it, which will extract from the effective controller the text, which will set the value to the value.trim. Then we will execute the check contains URL function on each change from of the message, and the debouncer timer will actually we will set to the 350 milliseconds. So basically each 350 milliseconds after we haven't inputted anything in the message, this function to check whether we have some URLs in the message will be executed. So we don't overload our message text field. We have this debouncer because user can actually type very fast. So actually, in order to limit the time, the amount of times this function is executed, we are going to debounce it properly. Then we are defining then we define the function which will actually check whether the message contains any URLs. First of all, we will have the cancelable operation, which is called enrich URL operation. Before running the next enrich URL operation, we will cancel the previous operation if it's still running. Then we will check if the text is same as the last time. We don't do anything by checking the last search contains URL text, and if it's not true, we will set the last search contains URL text to the value which comes from the effective controller.text. Then we define a list regexp match, which will use the URL regex will try to search for any HTTP or HTTPS links inside of the message with a certain pattern, and if it finds the appropriate match URLs, and inside of it we have the where function, which will additionally filter the URLs whether the parsed URL by using URI.tryParse with scheme is not equal to null. If it's null, we are going to return false, meaning that this URL is not what we are searching for. If it's not, if it's true, we will try to check the parsed match.host by splitting it with the dot symbol, accessing the last element, and checking whether we have the valid TLD value of this. For this, let's go to the shared extensions.file, and here let's create a TLD extension dot file. Let's define here TLD string extension on string, which will return true if the string is a valid TLD. First, we will return true if the text is not empty and the TLDs contains this character of the string to uppercase, and TLDs at the index and TLDs, which is the map string of this string by the key of the first letter from the string to uppercase contains the string to uppercase, will return true, and the actual list of TLDs will list a valid list of strings of the TLDs from this link, which you can search for, because there are a lot of these texts, the valid TLDs, that can be matched by our function in order to the parsing of our URL to actually list in our matched URLs. Then we will check whether the matched URLs is empty. If it is true and the OG attachment in our effective controller is not equal to null, we will clear the OG attachment from the effective controller. But if the matched URLs is not empty, we will get the first matched URL from the matched URL's first element, and then we will check if the effective controller.og attachment, the title link, is equal to the first matched URL, which means that the parsed URL matches the OG attachment URL. Therefore, we will not do anything. Otherwise, we will specify the enrich URL operation and set it to the cancelable operation from future, and we will execute here an enrich URL function, which will try to extract the OGP data from the URL that we pass inside of this function. If the OGP is equal to null, we will return the future.error that the page doesn't contain any OG data. Then we will check if the OGP is actually empty, is considered as empty, even though it has been properly found, by checking if the OGB.title, description, URL, and image is equal to null. If it's empty, we will once again return a future error, which will say the page doesn't contain any title, description, or URL. And we will have a response as a OG attachment from OGP attachment, and we will set the OGP attachment cache with the URL key to the response, and then we will return the response as a return type of the enrich URL function. And then by calling this cancelable operation from future, we can call then to get the OG attachment value. Then we will convert the OG attachment to the attachment and add the OG attachment to the effective controller. And on any error from the enrich URL function, we will clear the OG attachment. By calling this single onChangeDebounce function, every time the user don't input any text, we try to check whether we have the valid URL that we can parse and get the OGB data from this URL by scraping the website and getting the appropriate title, description, URL, image, and other values from this website. And for this, you can actually add a new dependency called OGP data extract, and to get an access to the cancelable operations, you can use the dependency called asynchronous. So by default, Flutter provides for you a Dart asynchronous package, but the asynchronous package not from the official Dart team is also considered a very useful package that has an extensive number of additional asynchronous classes and callbacks that can be useful in certain cases. And so in this case, we use the cancelable operation, which can actually support the canceling of previous operations if they are still running, because we can have sometimes the situations when the user have input some link, the debouncer, but the timer of the debouncer didn't end up with the duration of the 350 milliseconds, and the user has inputted a new character. We will cancel the enrich operation if the previous is still running. So it's very useful in this case. And as you can see, we don't have an access to the valid TLD extension. For this, we can go back to the TLD extension and we can actually export it in our extensions.file by specifying TLD extension, and we have now an access to this in our message text field. And this is basically it for the message text field widget. Now we can export it in our widget.file, message text field, and we can use it in our chat page by defining first the message input controller, the focus node in the chat page, in the chat view widget, by initializing them in our initState method and appropriately dispose them in the dispose method. Below the expanded chat message list view widget, we return the chat message text field, which will assume the focus node, the item scroll controller, the message input controller, and the widget that chat inbox, and will return this message input controller. So now if we finally go to our application, how to load it, and in our routes, let's define a new go route which will return a chat page, and for the chat page, let's create chat props, and in the chat props we will have the chat inbox as a chat to get it from the routing callback to push the route by the named without passing to the query parameters, without decoding and encoding the value, because the extra from the state actually supports any type of the object. So this is the case where we can use the props. Now we can export it in our widgets. So now we have an access to it in our routes.file. So for this route, we return a chat page, which we can see when we click on our actual chat inbox. So finally, if we click on this chat inbox tile, we will see that we have this null check operator used on a null check value. Perhaps we can hot reload our app and everything should be automatically fixed. And actually, we have this exception because we are using this nullable check operation on the state that extra, but in our chat inbox style we actually are not passing our path in our extra the chat props with the chat. So now if we hot reload our app, we should no more see this null check operator used on a null check value. And if we click on this chat inbox style, we should see our chat page completely functional with the exact design that we were actually trying to recreate, that is very similar to the Telegram and Instagram combined. And now we can actually go ahead and with no type our very first and our very own message in the chat page, click the enter button, and we should see with no exceptions the hello with the date time when this message was sent, and with the status of this message, whether it was sent, whether it was read by the other participant. We can edit this message with no effort by providing here a new value for the message hello world. We can reply to this message. This is a replied message. We can give here a url.com website. We can hit the enter button and the URL preview for the OG attachment will be displayed in this message. We can also reply to it, specify here that this website is very good. We can click on this message replied bubble and we can highlight our message in the chat page. We can scroll to the top and we can scroll to the bottom by clicking on this scroll to bottom button. We can delete this attachment and we will immediately see that it actually automatically deleted from the message that was actually a reply to this message. We can delete the first message and as well delete the replied message bubble from the message that was a reply to this message that we have deleted. So for now we don't have only the function to actually share the post by clicking to the share post button that we have on pretty much every single post in our application, and we should actually see the post preview when we click on the shared post in our chat page, because we have already implemented the design of this page. But for the chat page itself, we have handled every single case and every single feature that we were about to implement. We actually forgot to implement one last thing to display the floating date time separator at the top of our chat page, which will display the date time of the latest, and that will display the date time of the first element that is in the current viewport. Go to the widget.file in our chat page once again and create a chat floating date separator file. And inside of this file, we will create the chat floating date separator widget. Inside of it, we have a value listenable to listen for the iterable of the item position, and each item position will have the item leading and item trailing edge of the actual item that is in the viewport, which we will listen to and get the values of the top and of the bottom item from this list of the viewport. Then we'll have the boolean which represents whether we have our list in the reversed order. We will take into account this case. Then we have a list of messages, the item count of the messages, and the date separator builder as a nullable widget function, which assumes the date time when the message was created. Then we have the actual functions that will get the top and the bottom element index from the list of the item positions. So we will check whether whether any items are in the view by having the values that were function which will return true if the position that item leading edge is less than 1. Then we will reduce the IsInView variable of the item position, and we will assume the max and the position items position in the list, and we will check if the position that item leading edge is greater than max that item leading edge. We will return a position or the max, and we will get from this particular item position the index. So in this case we are checking whether the leading edge of the first element is greater than the maximum item leading edge. We will return the positions first index or the maximum elements index, and the same logic goes with the bottom element index, but instead of the minimum we have a maximum item position, and instead of checking whether the item leading edge greater than maximum, we have the statement which will return true if the item leading edge is less than minimum that item leading edge, and will appropriately return the position or the minimum item position and access the index of this element in the list. Then in the build method we have the value listenable builder, which will listen to the list item positions listener. The positions iterable of item positions we will pass to these functions to either get the top element of the list or the bottom element of the list, depending on the reversed boolean value that we pass in our chat floating date separator class. Then we check if the index is equal to null. We return a sized box that shrink, meaning that in the chat's list view we don't have any. Then we defining the index once again by checking whether the message that length is equal to the index. We will return the index as the reversed index of by taking into account the messages that length. So then by checking whether the index is equal to the length of the messages, we will return the index as the messages that length minus index, and if it's not reversed and if it's not equal, we will return the index as the messages that length minus 1 minus index, because it is returned the reversed index from the list of messages. Then we define a message by the messages that index, and we call here date separator builder if it's not null with the message that created at, or we will return a message date time separator by passing the date as the message that created at and the floating set to true. Now we can export this floating separator.dot file and we can use it in our chat. In the chat, at the very bottom of the chat messages list view, we're going to display in the stack in the list of the widgets positioned with the chat floating date separator child, which will have the top left and right values set to 0, the reverse boolean set to true, the messages equal to the messages from the chat messages list view, and the item positions listener is equal to the widget that item positions listener that item positions. Now if we hot reload our app and go back to our chat page, we will immediately see the floating date separator at the very of the chat page, and if we actually delete our messages, we will immediately see that this chat floating date separator is gone from the page, because the index actually equal to null, because in the viewport there are no messages to see, therefore we return nullable. So basically now everything works exactly as expected. And one thing unfinished in our database client, we are not sending the notification to the user that we are actually sending the message in the chat page. But first of all, go to the sign up qubit that actually has to firstly provide to the user the push token that we can actually use in order to send the messages, because without this push token the Firebase messaging, the Firebase cloud messaging don't know which user should be notified with the notification. Before we can have an access to this push token, before we can actually get the value of it, we are going to have a brand new package in our packages folder. So we can go to the terminal into the packages and create here very good notifications client. But before creating this notifications client, we are going to create a new file, notifications client, and then we will run this command in the notifications client folder and run very good create notifications client. This package will have a basic representation of the notifications client, which will have an abstract which we will extend with our different notifications clients, because you can use different services to actually handle the notifications in your application. So for this reason, we are going to provide the basic, which we can use the basic functions from without directly depending on the service that we are using in our app. So in the notifications clients, let's create an abstract class notifications client, which is going to have a broadcast changes on token of strings. Then we'll have a future void function, which will request the permission to send the notifications, and we will have the function which will return a string as the token from the Firebase Cloud Messaging Service. Now inside of the notifications client, we can create Flutter package, Firebase notifications. In the Firebase notifications client, let's import the notifications client. Then we'll have a dependency called Firebase messaging, which we can actually use to implement the functions from the notifications client itself to request permission, return a stream of a string that will broadcast the changes on the refresh of the token, and we will provide a function which will return the actual push token from the Firebase Cloud Messaging Service. Lastly, we will need to import here the shared folder, the shared package. Now we can sort all the dependencies, and let's get started with by implementing the functions from the notifications client. So the Firebase notifications client is going to implement the notifications client. In the required parameters on the Firebase notifications client, we are going to have a Firebase messaging instance, and the Firebase messaging is going to have, and from the Firebase messaging instance, we can call on token refresh, request permission, and get token functions. Now outside from the notifications client, we can create new package called notifications repository, and the notifications repository is going to be a Dart. And now in the notifications repository, let's import the dependencies. So in the notifications repository, let's import the notifications client, and in the notifications repository, let's actually use our notifications client, and let's provide, and we are going to use the notifications client to provide the on token refresh function, request permission by using the try catch block, and by fetching the token from the notifications client. So we can actually use our notifications repository in our pubspec.yaml file. So let's import the notifications repository packages notifications repository and sort all the dependencies. And now while our dependencies are loading, let's go to the Firebase dashboard, and in the Firebase dashboard, let's actually enable the messaging in the engage section. Let's click to the messaging, and let's click to the create your first campaign button. We're going to select here Firebase notifications messages, click the create button, and in here we're going to create our first test notification. In the title, we can provide the name of the sender. The notification is going to have hello world text, and now we can click on the next button. In the user segment, we are going to have the target user if the app is Android, the app is Flutter, Instagram clone, iOS. Click the next button, and then as a scheduling, we are going to send to eligible users. Now click the next button, and in the additional options, we are going to enable the sound, and in the Android notification channel, we can provide chat channel. You can actually specify any value in this specific Android notification channel, and you can find it and specify it also in your Android manifest.xml file in the metadata tag, specifically uses, which specifically overrides the value for the com.google.firebase messaging default notification channel ID, and set it to the channel, to the chat channel. So optionally, if you don't want to use the default notification Android channel, you can use it there is set in this Instagram clone application. Then we can click to the review button and click on the publish. And as you can see, we have this successfully started message, so that we can start getting the messages from the Firebase Cloud Messaging Service. Now let's get back to our application. In the popup.yaml, we have imported the notifications repository. So now let's go to the app block. First of all, the .dart file, and let's initialize here final notifications repository instance, pass it as a required parameter into the app block. In the onUserChanged function, let's modify the authenticate function, which will additionally provide the push token subscription if it is null, and we will subscribe to the notifications repository on token refresh, and we will listen for the push token updates, and we will call the user repository update user with the push token that we get from the on token refresh function. And lastly, when we will authenticate our user on user changed, and we are actually authenticate our users if the app status is unauthenticated and the user is not anonymous, we're going to request the permission from the notifications repository. Then we can go to the sign up qb.dart file, and in here also let's initialize the notifications repository client, and let's initialize here notifications repository as well. And inside of the on submit function, let's get the value of the push token by calling the fetch token from the notifications repository, and the push token we are going to pass into the sign up with password. So now whenever a new user will sign up with the password, he will automatically have the push token inserted into the table in the database client. And if the user has signed up with the Google and or any other providers in our app, in the app block, we anyway handle the onUserChanged function, which will anyway authenticate the user. And actually here we can check if user.push token is equal to null, we can, before subscribing to the notifications repository on token refresh stream, we can get a new push token from the notifications repository fetch token function. We can evade the value of this function, and we can evade user repository update user function and provide here push token and set it to the new push token from the notifications repository. So basically, in this statement, we additionally check if the user that push token is equal to null, and it will be equal to null when the on user changed function will be executed, and the app status that unauthenticated, then the authenticate function will be executed, and when the user has signed up with the Google or GitHub, we will see that this user's push token is equal to null. Therefore, we will additionally update the user with the new push token from the Firebase cloud messaging service, so that in this case we always ensure that we have the push token of the specific user, so that we can actually send the messages and the notifications to this particular user. So now if we hot reload our app, but before we actually need to provide our app block with the notifications repository. So for this, let's go ahead and define here notifications repository, pass it as a required parameter, specify here the repository provider value of the notifications repository. And now in the each of main files, we are going to initialize our notifications repository. But before, we are going to modify our bootstrap.dart file. Inside of the app builder, we are going to provide the Firebase messaging, but we can't access it. So for this, let's go ahead into the notifications client, into the Firebase notifications client, and in here let's actually export Firebase messaging. So now we can import it in our bootstrap.dart file, and for this we're going to actually export the Firebase notifications with the path set to the packages notifications client Firebase notifications. Now we can sort all the dependencies, and now we should be able to import the Firebase messaging in our bootstrap.dart file. So in our app builder, we should actually now provide the Firebase messaging instance. So the Firebase messaging instance are going to pass into the builder of our application in the bootstrap.dart file, Firebase messaging. And now we can go to the main development.dart file, specify here Firebase messaging, and now we can initialize our Firebase notifications client first, and then the notifications repository. So let's define here the Firebase notifications client, which will return an instance of the Firebase notifications client with the Firebase messaging that we get from the bootstrap.dart file, and then we initialize the notifications repository, and inside of it we pass the Firebase notifications client as the base notifications client to the notifications repository. And now we can use our notifications repository into the, and we can copy this code and insert them respectively in each, and respectively insert them into production and staging main files. And now in our app.dart file, we forgot to actually pass the notifications repository in our app block, and also we should pass the notifications repository in our signup qubit file. So let's read it from the context. And now if we hot reload our app, we should no more see any exceptions, but actually we have some that says that we have a method channel invoke method missing the plugin exception. For this, we can just completely shut down the application and rerun it from scratch. And now when we launch our app, we will see this dialog that says whether we would like to send the notification to this device. We can click the allow button, and if we go to the Supabase dashboard of our project, and in the table editor, if we take a look in our profiles, in the users we now have the push token for this device. The push token is directly connected to the device that you currently launch the application on, and now let's actually try to test out our notifications on the Android device. For this, I have launched this application on the Android device, and I have actually made some additional changes in the app block in the authenticate method. Firstly, I have wrapped this logic in the try catch block, so when the authenticate function is executed, even if some of these functions throw an error, the emit statement should be called despite of the error in these functions, so that we actually don't block the user from being authenticated into the application. And on top of it, we first define the push token, and then we check if the user that push token is equal to null, or user that push token not equal to the push token that we have just fetched from the Firebase cloud messaging service. And then we are going to update our user with the push token. Why we have added this additional checking for the user's existing push token? Because as I said before, the push token is directly related to the device that the application is currently running on. Now if we copy the push token from this Android device and go to the Firebase messaging service, create here a new campaign notifications, insert here the test notification. And if we click on the send test message and here provide a push token that you have just copied from the Firebase client, or use the recently used Firebase push token, and after we put our Instagram application to the background mode, we should be able to test our Firebase cloud messaging service to send the notification to our Android device. And as you can see now, we have this test notification that we have just sent from our Firebase notifications client. It means that we have successfully and properly set up everything that we needed to actually send the notifications about the messages. And the Firebase messaging service, as you could notice, will automatically handle the notifications in the background. But if you are in the application itself and will try to send the message to this particular user on the Android device, you will not see any notifications coming in, because actually this campaign that we have started was created to actually send the notifications from outside of the application. But we have another campaign to have the in-app notification that to the application when we are inside. But we're not going to cover this in this tutorial. You are not going to expect to see the notifications when you are actually in the application, only when the app is in the background mode or it's completely terminated, and everything is going to be automatically handled by the Firebase cloud messaging service. So now we have tested the messaging service, so we can disable the Android emulator and swap back to the iOS emulator. And let's go to the database client. Let's search for the send message function, and in here we are going to implement the sending of the background notification to the user that we are chatting with. So first of all, we are going to define the first method that will send a background notification. In this function, we will send the notification, and in the send notification function, we accept the receiver, the sender, the ID of the chat, the actual message, and the post author if this message is a shared post message. Then we define here a notification message which will be the sent post by text, and here we will specify the name of the post author if the post author not equal to null. Otherwise, we will just return a notification message as the message from the message. And notification body, we will display here the receiver that display username in the parentheses. Then we have a semicolon. We display here the sender that username. So it basically look like the in the Instagram with the in the parentheses we will have the receiver of the message and the sender of the message. In the semicolon we have the actual notification message. Then we define a map string dynamic data which is going to have keys and values that is going to the Firebase cloud messaging service, and we are going to provide here to string key which is going to be receiver that push token. So here in the to key we will specify the push token of the user that we are sending our notification to. The priority is set to the 10, and the actual notification is set to the map string dynamic with the title of the Instagram, with the body of the notification body string, and the click action set to the Flutter notification click. And in the data we pass the chat ID if the chat ID not equal to null, in order to navigate the user to the chat associated with the notification that it was sent from, in order to immediately display it in the application when the user click on the notification in the background mode. Then we define here headers. As the content type header, we will use the application JSON, and in the authorization header we are going to pass a key set to the Firebase cloud messaging server key, and we are going to just send the regular post request to the endpoint https Firebase cloud messaging Google APIs Firebase cloud messaging send, with the data set to the JSON encode the data, and the options set to the options with the headers. Then we can add a dependency inside of our database client View. Now let's actually define the Firebase cloud messaging server key in our nv.dev.dart file. So we're going to create a new Firebase cloud messaging server with the var variable name Firebase cloud messaging server, and we are going to add the value of the Firebase cloud messaging server to the anv.dev. And in order to get the cloud messaging service, the Firebase cloud messaging server key, you will need to go to the project overview, to the project settings, choose here cloud messaging, and you should enable the cloud messaging API legacy by going to this manage API in Google Cloud Service. Hit here the enable button, and the cloud messaging for your project will be automatically enabled, and you will be automatically redirected to your project back. And now if we hot reload this Firebase page, we should be able to see this server key in our Flutter Instagram clone dev. So we can go ahead and copy insert it in our Firebase server key in the inv.dev file, and you should do the same stuff with the InView and the InView staging, but for now I'm going to have the Firebase Cloud Messaging Service key only in the nv.dev.dart file. So for this, let's go to the packages nv and let's run dart run build runner before we are going to run dart run build runner run build command. And now let's run build command. We can choose here delete, and our Firebase Cloud Messaging Service key should be automatically generated. Now we can go back to our database client, and in here instead of the InView prod we can use InView dev, and for this we are going to import the InView package in our database client, sort the dependencies, and now we can import the InView in our database client and use the Firebase Cloud Messaging Server key in order to be able to actually send the API request to this endpoint. And now we are going to use the try-catch block in our send message function, and here we are going to initialize the receive port and run the isolate.spawn function in order to run our background notification in the separate isolate. And inside of the isolate we are going to pass the send background notification, which accepts the list of dynamic values as an arguments, and as an arguments we pass here a list of the receive port, send port, receiver, sender, message, post, author, and chat ID. And in the catch method we just printing out the error to send the notification with the error and the stack trace of the exception. We are doing this in the isolate because actually the send background notification message is quite expensive to run in the single UI thread with the UI, because it will actually block the message from being visible immediately in our chat page if we don't run this send background notification in the isolate. So let's actually test this send background notification in the action. I have launched the iOS emulator, the Android emulator, and on the Android emulator I obviously has logged in into another account that I have the which this particular user is having the conversation with. So basically when I go to this, I can go ahead and minimize this app so that it is in the background mode. So now if I send some message to this user, and let's get back to the Android emulator, and as you can see there is the message from the Instagram with the user that is the receiver of this message, and in the parentheses with the column and with the username of the user who has sent this message, and with the actual message that was sent to this user from this chat page. So this is the exact message: hello, this is my message, hello, this is my message. And we can click on this message and we will be automatically, and the application will automatically be maximized. So now we have fully functional notifications in our application. So basically it doesn't matter whether we have launched this app before or not. Every time this app in the background or completely terminated, we will still be able to see the notifications when another user from different conversations will send us this notification. This is really easy to implement the notification system in your application using the Firebase Cloud Messaging. Let's implement the sharing of the post to different users in the different conversations. So first of all, we are going to go to the database client, and inside of the posts base repository we will create function which we will execute in order to share the post. The share post function will take up the string identifier of the post, the user as a sender, the user as a receiver, the message as a shared post message, the optional message that we can send directly below the message, an optional message that we can attach to the shared post message, and the optional author of the post. Now let's actually override this function in our PowerSync database client, and this function is going to do quite a lot of changing before actually sharing the post with the user. So first of all, we will check whether the posts exist by the ID that we are trying to share with other user. If it doesn't exist, we are not going to share the post with anyone, because obviously we are trying to share some post that doesn't exist in our database client. Then we are going to search for the conversation in the database client. In particular, we are going to search for the conversation ID from the participant's user ID equal to the question mark, and the question mark is equal to the sender.id parameter inside of the parameters list, and the conversation ID is in the list of the conversation ID from participants where user ID is equal to the question mark, and then the second parameter in this SQL statement is going to be the receiver.id. So basically it means that we will select the only conversation ID from participants where both of the user's ID first is equal to the sender.id and the second one is equal to the receiver.id, so that we will ensure that we always get the only conversation ID of the conversation that both people participates in. So then we will check if the conversation is not empty, meaning that we have actually found the conversation in the database client. Then we are going to get the conversation ID as a chat ID, and we are going to evade future wait, and concurrently we are going to send two messages to a particular receiver with the sender with the chat ID, shared post message, and the post author. And then we are going to check if the message that we can attach in the shared post model is not equal to null. We are going to immediately send another concurrent send message function, but in this time we're not going to specify the post author, and the message is not going to be shared post message. Instead, we will just pass here the message that we want to attach to the shared post message. And after we have actually two messages to the user, we are not going to execute any other code that is below this if statement. So basically it means that if the conversation is empty, we are going to create a new chat with the random UID. Then we are going to have a function. Then we are going to have a future result set with a created conversation function, which will insert in the conversations values for the ID to create the conversation with the ID type, name, created add, and updated add values. Then we are going to define two futures to add participant 1, to add participant 2 with random UIDs. The first participant is going to have an ID of the sender, the second one of the receiver, and both of them is going to have the same chat, the same conversation ID. And basically after it we will await the created conversation function, and on complete of this function we are going to call future wait and concurrently add two participants into this newly created conversation. And immediately after it we are going to insert into this chat the messages. The first one, which will actually display the shared post message, and the second one is optional, that is with the same logic that if the message that is attached to this shared post message is not equal to null, we are going to directly send concurrently another message, which will be just a regular message with no shared post. Now let's go to the post repository, and here we are going to override share post function. We're going to call database client share post, and in here don't forget to specify the optional message and post author parameters. And now let's go to the post block, and inside of the post event we have the commented final class post share requested event, which are going to uncomment. And in here we will have the sender, the receiver, the shared post, and the optional message and the post author of the post share requested event. And we're going to handle this event in our post block by calling on event post shared requested, and we're going to pass here a transformer set to the concurrent. Sometimes we may choose two or more, one or more people who we want to share this post with. Therefore, we are going to set our post share requested event as the concurrent, so that all of these events to add to share the post are going to be processed in the concurrent mode. Now let's create on post shared requested function. In the event, pass post requested event and pass the post state. And inside of this function, let's call the try catch block, and let's call the posts repository share post with the ID that comes from the hydrated block of the post block itself, and the identifier of the hydrated block is the post ID that we get uniquely for each post block from the post view, from the post large block, or from the post block, from every type of blocks that we have in our application. Then we are passing the sender from the event, the receiver, the shared post ID, and here we are copying the value of the shared post ID with the ID of the post ID. Then we are passing the message and the post author of the post that we are sharing with another user. So now let's actually design the post model bottom sheet, which will actually display the list of following user first. We'll have the text form field in which we can search for different people in the application. We can choose them, and after we have chosen people that we want to send to share this post with, we can optionally add a message to this share post. Click this send separately and click this send button. So we're going to implement it into the feed post widgets folder. Let's create here share.file, and in here we are going to implement this model bottom sheet. So let's create a share post status widget that is going to have a final post block, final scroll controller, and final draggable scroll controller as the required parameters. Inside of the build method, we will wrap our share post view with the user profile block and the post block. On the user profile block, we will immediately add two events to fetch for the followers and fetch for the followings of the currently authenticated user. And in the actual shared post view, we are going to have the app scaffold itself. In the app bar, we will return a search app bar in which we will return an app bar and set the automatically imply leading to false. This boolean will ensure that we don't have the back button nearby the text form field, and so as a title we pass here the user search field, and the user search field widget will return the app text field, and is going to be wrapped with the animated builder, which is going to listen for two value listenables for the icon color, which can be changed depending on whether or not we have the focus on the text form field. And we're going to listen for the search controller because we will have the suffix icon inside of this text form field in order to actually clear the search term of the users. So basically this app text field have the own changed function, which will check if the query trim is empty. We will execute no users found function, which will call widget.on users found callback, and we will add here an empty list of users. If the query is not empty, we are going to search for the users from the search repository, which we define in the build method by reading the value from the context search repository, and we will execute the search users function, which I have explained to you later, which I have explained to you previously, which basically generates a specific hash and store it in the user's hash query results map string dynamic map string future list user, and then on each search users call we will try to find the hash that can be stored in this map. If we have in the user's hash query results map, we are going to return this result. Otherwise we will actually call the API client search users, and we're going to actually call from the database client search users function, which will actually return a list of users by the search term. And in this, after we have actually fetched for the list of users by search term, we're going to call widget on users found and pass here users and the query that we have inputted to actually find these users. And as a suffix icon, we return null if search controller.text is empty, or we return here a tappable button, which on tap function will clear the search controller, and we will execute here no users found, which will call widget on users found with the empty list of users. And now in the search app bar on users found function, we accept the list of users and the query. Then we define a list of existing users. If query is empty, we return an empty list of strings. Otherwise, we will try to find and followings where we will try to find users from the list of followers and followings, where the user that display username to lowercase contains query to lowercase. So basically it means that if there are existed users from the followers and followings list, we're going to define it as a list of existed users. If existed list of users is not empty, we're going to define here a list of found users. We're going to iterate for each user that we get from this on users found function, and we are going to check existed users if any of the existed users that ID is equal to the user that ID, we are going to continue the loop, and we are not going to add to the found users list the existed user, and we are going to call on users found callback, which will merge the existed users and the found users into a single set of users. And the set is basically almost the same as the list, but it will ensure that there are only unique values of the users. And in the else statement, we simply call on users found that call with the set of users if there are no existed users found in the followers and followings of users. And this list of followers and followings we actually define in the build method of this share post view, and the followers and the followings we get from the user profile block by selecting it from the state and by merging them into a single set of the users. As a body, we have the animated builder, which listens to the found users, value listenable builder, which we change on each on users found callback and set it to the users value that we actually get from this function, and we are listening to the selected users value identifier list. Then we return a list of users. In the list of users, we display a custom scroll view, and the keyboard dismiss behavior we set to the scroll view keyboard dismiss behavior on drag. So basically, if we have some focus in the text field, if we scroll, the focus will be immediately, there will be no focus on the text field anymore. So inside of the slivers, we have the sliver animated switcher widget, which will apply the animation onto the child when it changes. So basically, initially we'll have displayed the list of followings of the user. But when we actually input some text into the text field, we will see this really cool fade animation between the list of followings and the list of users that was found from the search term. And actually, if we try to search for some random user with the random characters and there is no users found by this search term, we are not going to switch between the list of followings and the list of found users. So basically, for found users list, we are going to return a sliver grid.builder, and basically if the found users list is empty, we are going to return a sliver list.builder with the list of the followings and followers users. And in here we are going to return for each user the tappable button, which will have the column, and inside of the column we will display a stack with the user profile avatar and the positioned container, which will indicate that this particular user has been selected to share the post with, if actually selected users contains the user that we are actually rendering in this list. And below this user profile avatar, we have the text that will display the full name of this user. And otherwise, if we actually have our found users list not empty, we will return a sliver list.builder, and for each found user we are going to return a list style. On tap we are going to call on user selected function with the user and clear query set to true. So basically when we select the user, the query will be immediately cleared. So in the leading we have the user profile avatar of this user, the title which displays the user display full name, the subtitle which displays user display username, and the trailing that displays the checkbox that adaptive with the value whether it's checked or not, with the is selected, which is set to true if the selected users contains user. Basically in this case we have this user checked with the checkbox, which are actually checked in the list of this on these found users. And actually when we try to search for some users that are not in this list, they will be automatically added to the list of these users that are displayed without the search term. And actually this trailing checkbox adaptive is not tappable. So basically when you try to tap on this checkbox, we're not going to execute anything. Instead, we will directly call the on user selected callback when we are tapping on the actual list style. And when we return this users list view, as a users list, we provide here selected users that value and the followers and followings list, and convert it to list from the set. So we always ensure that this list of users is always unique. Then we have a found users that will be constantly changing when the value identifier of the found users changes, and we also convert it to list. Then we have the scroll controller, draggable scroll controller. We have the selected list of users, and on user selected function we rebuilding the widget, and if clear query is equal to true, we're going to clear the search controller and we're going to set the found users that value and clear it completely. Then we're not going to block another statements if this one is true. We're going to proceed this and this at the same time if they are both true. So if selected users value contains user, we are going to remove it from the selected users list. So basically this user with this green avatar is selected. So if I click on them in the found users list, I'm going to unselect him from the selected users list. Otherwise, I will simply add this user to the selected users list. And lastly, in the bottom navigation bar, we will display the button which will actually send the messages to the people who we actually selected to share the post with. And the share post button will display the button covered with the save area and with the column which actually has the app text field on top, which will have an input the message, and right below it we have a tappable which will execute on post share tap function, and as a text we have where it displaying send separately text if the length of selected users is greater than 1, or we display a text to send just a message to a single user if we have the list of the selected users equal to 1. So the on post share tab function will consider the currently authenticated user. As a sender, we're going to create an instance of the post author with the ID set to the user.id, user.avatar URL, and the user.display username. Then before we are calling any future tasks, we are going to define a pop method so that the Flutter doesn't complain that we are using the context inside below the await future method. So after it, we have the toggle loading indeterminate function set with the enable by default set to true. So at the bottom of this application, we will have the indicator that something is loading. Then we define here a list of post share futures, which we will get by mapping the selected users list. And for each selected user, we are going to have a future macrotask function, which will add a post share requested event with a sender set to the user with the receiver as the receiver that we get from the map function. The post author we set to the widget.block.author. The shared post message we set to the new instance of the message with the sender, and the message we are passing as a null if the message controller.text is empty, or we are passing the message with the message text set to the message controller.text and sender as a sender. That is essentially a post author. Then we'll try to call the try catch block. We will immediately try to immediately await all the futures to share the post. Then we will immediately call the context.pop, and in case of the success, we will open the snack bar with the successfully shared post message, and we will toggle our loading indeterminate, and on the error we will just open the snack bar with the fail to share post message, and we will also disable the loading indeterminate. So lastly, let's export our share post dot widget in our widget.dart file. So let's actually display our share post model bottom sheet. First place where we can tap on the share button and share the post with with other people will be the post view. So on post share tab, let's go ahead and call context.show scrollable model, and in the page builder, let's return a share post widget, so that when we reload our app and click on the share post button, we actually see that there is a bad state that says that add user profile followers requested event was called without registered event handler. It means that we have to implement in the user profile the event and handle the event which will for the followers list. So let's go ahead and handle user profile followers requested. And inside of the function, we are going to call the try catch block, which will fetch for the list of the followers from the user repository by calling get followers function. So in the database client, in the user base repository, let's create function which will actually fetch for the list of the followers. So here we define get followers function, and inside of the PowerSync database client, let's override this function, and let's firstly get the IDs of the users in our followers list. We're going to select everything. We're going to select the subscriber ID from the subscriptions where subscribed to ID is equal to the question mark from the parameters that is either the user ID or current user ID. If the followers IDs is empty, we'll return an empty list. Then we define an empty list of the followers, and we are looping for each follower ID and getting the appropriate profile by the follower ID for each subscriber ID into this in this row of the follower ID. And if the result is empty, we're going to continue the loop. Otherwise, we will convert our result at first by using the from JSON on the user, and we are going to add this follower to the followers list, and finally we'll return the list of the followers by calling this get followers function. And now in the user repository, let's override this get followers function by calling database client get followers function, and by passing here the user ID as an optional parameter. So now we can go back to the user profile block, and here we can now use our get followers function in our user profile fetch followers requested event. So now once again, let's click on this button. So let's once again click on this share post button, and as you can see, we are displaying the initial list of the users that we can select from, which is the list of the followings of this particular user. Because if we take a look in the following, we have the exact list of the followings and also the followers. So basically, we can also search for people in the entire application, and we can choose the user. We can add a message hello from shared post. We can click on the send button, go to the chat page with this user, and now we can see the shared post that we have sent to this particular user, and right below it we have this message that we have attached, shared post message, and we can click on this message and we will see the preview of this post. This page we can refresh, and from here we can also delete this post, and it will be automatically deleted from the messages, and it will, instead of displaying the post, we will see the post unavailable message. And the last place where to display the model bottom sheet where we can share the post with different people will be in the post popup dot file. Here we can find share post function, and we can call here the context show scrollable once again, and in the page builder we will also return a shared post. So now on each post model on the widget on the post we can hover on this share button, and we will automatically see the bottom model sheet with this share post, and we will automatically see this bottom model where we can actually once again choose the user from the followers and followings list, and additionally search for some more people from the entire application. We can send this shared post without a message, and you will notice that we can actually send to these users at the same time, and in the background, as you could see, we have already also the message to these users. So basically, by sharing the post with these three more people, we have automatically created the conversation with them and automatically sent them this shared post, so that we don't need to manually go ahead in the chats page, create the page, and then share this post with the people with them. We can directly share this post, and if we don't have the conversation with this particular user, it will be automatically created both for him and for us in real time. And if you want, we can go ahead, delete this chat, and this chat will be automatically deleted for this user as well. And we actually forgot to show our model button with the share post when we tap on the button in the real view, which actually should to display the share post model as well as the post pop-up and the post view. So basically, by tapping, we can also share the post with anyone from our followers and followings list and from the search term. So finally, my biggest congratulations to you. We have built a complete clone of the Instagram. Now in your portfolio, you have your own application, which you have built from scratch by watching this tutorial with a step-by-step explanation of every single feature that the actual Instagram also have. So now you have a complete application where you can share the post with different people by picking up the images and videos from your own custom media picker. You can choose any media that you want. You can write the caption, click on the share button, and you will immediately see the post published in the feed page. If it is the reel, you will immediately see it in both reels and in the feed page. You can see it by refreshing the page into the timeline page. We have implemented the custom display to structure the videos first in these larger blocks. You can search for people registered in this Instagram application with a seamless integration of the hashing system, which extremely reduces the number of API calls to the database client. We have implemented this very good looking post pop-up using the overlay enter, which we can dynamically display which the button we are currently hovering on. We are displaying here very good looking animations on like for each post, and we have a very good looking animation when we scroll at the very bottom of this feed page. So this is the animation that says that you have seen all the posts from the past 3 days, and most importantly, we have implemented our own custom logic to actually shuffle the actual list of posts in the feed page with our own custom sponsored blocks, which we can dynamically change in the real time for each user, which requires zero effort by using the Firebase remote config. This post you can add any data, anything, any website that you want to promote in your own application. It doesn't matter, and the user will immediately see your promoted profile where he can see the URL that you have attached to this sponsored post. So now in the end of this tutorial, you know how to build all of these things by your own using the Supabase, PowerSync, and the Firebase all together, which in the result allow you to create such wonderful applications. And also how we can forget about the stories, which you can also seamlessly create from your own custom gallery media picker, and by drawing or adding any text on your share on your story on your image with no effort, and upload it so that every single user in the real time see the changes of your stories, that he can immediately see it from this user profile avatar. He can click on it and immediately see the stories that he haven't seen already with the adaptive color of the text and the icon, and in the real time it is updating everywhere in the application. It doesn't matter where you actually now, if this user is in your view, you will see his stories in the real time. All of that also in the offline mode. The most important part of this application that this app completely functional in the offline mode if your phone is not connected to any Wi-Fi connection. So basically you can chat with anyone when you are off the grid, and you will not care about the messages that you may lose while you are being offline. All of this data that is queued when you are offline will be automatically synced with the remote database client, automatically handled by the PowerSync in a matter of seconds, so that always your users will be stay connected with your application. And you can integrate this offline feature in pretty much every application that you now may build by yourself using these wonderful services techniques. So now everyone, thank you for seeing this tutorial. See you in the next one.